A diligent worker named Wu Fan was abruptly left by his materialistic fiancée, only to unexpectedly awaken a unique ability of clairvoyance. From that moment on, his fate began to transform, and his life embarked on a remarkable turnaround. Chapter 1. Deception. Wu Fan, dear brother, I've run out of living expenses for this month. Could you please transfer some funds to me? Of course, I could do that. I'll send it over immediately. Listening to the sweet, dulcet voice on the other end of the line, Wu Fan felt a surge of excitement. The caller was his fiancée, Zhang Xiaoya, with whom he had grown up as childhood sweethearts and had made a promise to marry after graduating from high school. Despite not being admitted to university and working after graduation, Wu Fan devoted most of his earnings to support Zhang Xiaoya's education, harboring no resentment in his heart. Thank you, Wu Fan. Love you. Zhang Xiaoya cooed playfully. Xiaoya, tomorrow is your birthday, right? I promise to give you a surprise, just like those city folks do. Wu Fan replied, his face radiating joy. Wu Fan, please don't spend recklessly. I don't care about such superficial things. Upon hearing those words, Wu Fan's smile widened, convinced he had not misjudged her character. Little did he know, at that very moment, his fiancée was nestled in the embrace of another man. Sweetheart, let this fool buy whatever he wants. Why pity him? The rotund man scoffed. Besides, didn't the living expenses he sent us go to our enjoyment? My dear, you simply do not understand this bumpkin. His taste is atrocious. He can never compare to you city dwellers. Zhang Xiaoya mocked, her face contorted in disdain. Why not let him transfer money for our shopping? A hot pot dinner sounds much better. True enough, the rotund man grinned widely, then playfully pinched Zhang Xiaoya's nose. By the way, sweetheart, don't you feel any guilt towards this pitiful soul? Guilt? At this, Zhang Xiaoya laughed coldly. He should take a good look at himself. A country bumpkin thinking he can marry a university student like me? Impossible. Fair point. Haha. They both burst into raucous laughter. Meanwhile, Wu Fan was earnestly preparing to select a birthday gift for his beloved fiancée. What should I buy? As it was his first time purchasing a gift for a girl, Wu Fan wandered aimlessly down a street in Haiyun City. Failing to find anything suitable, he intended to choose the most cost-effective gift for Zhang Xiaoya. Not out of frugality, but because after sending her living expenses, he was left with only 300 yuan. Everyone, come take a look. This is the token of love that Emperor Tang Ming sent to Yan Yuan. Truly a precious item. At that moment, a hoarse voice caught Wu Fan's attention. Following the sound, he realized he had inadvertently wandered into an antique street. Hey, young lad, take a look. This jade bracelet will make your girlfriend fall head over heels for you. A greasy bald man met Wu Fan's gaze and immediately beckoned him over. Is this really that good? Wu Fan was unfamiliar with antiques, but the bald man's words struck a chord with him. After all, buying a birthday gift for his fiancée was meant to bring her joy. Would I deceive you, young lad? Seeing that Wu Fan was intrigued, the bald man began to boast energetically. Let me tell you, this is a fine piece. Look at its luster and quality. Gifting it to your girlfriend will certainly elevate your status. Is that so? Wu Fan took the bracelet in his hands, examining it closely. It indeed appeared translucent and exquisite, resembling something of high value. He cautiously inquired, how much for this? If it's too expensive, I can't afford it. Young lad, to be honest, several people have offered me tens of thousands for this bracelet, but I refuse to sell it, waiting for someone who truly appreciates it. As he spoke, the bald man scrutinized Wu Fan's expression. In the antique trade, this was known as picking the pig. The term refers to those ignorant of the goods, and Wu Fan was clearly a target. They would initially quote a high price, then slowly squeeze every last penny from the unsuspecting buyer. I can't afford that. I simply don't have that much money. Wu Fan hastily placed the bracelet back on the stall. Wait. Seeing Wu Fan's intent to leave, the bald man quickly interjected. Forget it. I see you genuinely want to buy it. I'll let it go for 300. Huh. Wu Fan was taken aback. He had not expected an item worth tens of thousands to be offered for merely 300 yuan. Are you certain, young lad? The more I look at you, the more I feel a connection. Consider it a loss to make a friend. The bald man feigned sincerity, though internally he was elated. This was no jade bracelet. It was merely a plastic trinket with a production cost of about 30 yuan. Well, that Wu Fan was not foolish. The more he pondered, the more he sensed something amiss. Why would this stranger sell him something at a loss? As the saying goes, the buyer is always at a disadvantage. Unless, of course, the item itself was flawed. With that thought, he prepared to examine the bracelet more closely. Stop! Thief! Just as Wu Fan was about to scrutinize the bracelet in the sunlight, a shrill voice rang out behind him, followed by a sudden, forceful collision. Smash! In the next moment, the bracelet shattered upon hitting the ground. Wu Fan turned to see that the one who had bumped into him was a woman clad in a black and white striped top and a denim skirt, though he had not caught a clear glimpse of her features. Hey, Don't just walk away. He was about to pursue her for an explanation when he felt a firm grip on his arm from the bald man. Young lad, you haven't paid yet. Sir, this doesn't seem like jade. Wu Fan looked down at the shattered bracelet, feeling the smooth, broken edge, which clearly indicated it was plastic. Don't worry about what it is you broke it. So you must compensate. The bald man crossed his arms, his expression turning dark, as if he had Wu Fan completely at his mercy. Wait, sir. This thought Wu Fan was about to argue when he felt a sharp sting as the plastic bracelet cut his skin, blood instantly staining his palm. You brat, are you here to cause trouble? The bald man immediately leapt to his feet and shouted, Brothers, someone is looking for a fight. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 burly men surrounding them rose to their feet, clearly in cahoots. Sir, Wu Fan attempted to explain. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and he suddenly felt all surrounding sounds fade away, while everything in front of him magnified, especially the items on the bald man's stall, which became astonishingly clear, some even emanating a faint glow. The working-class individual, Wu Fan, faced a heartbreaking breakup with his materialistic girlfriend, only to unexpectedly awaken a remarkable ability of clairvoyance. From that moment forth, his fate began to shift, and his life embarked on an extraordinary reversal. Chapter 2. 300 yuan. Youngster, do not feign ignorance. If you refuse to pay, you shall not leave this antique street today. Witnessing Wu Fan's lack of response, the bald man stepped forward with a swift motion to seize his collar. However, just as the man's hand was about to grasp Wu Fan, he instinctively retreated a step. Observing this, the others quickly closed in. Yet, to Wu Fan, their movements appeared to slow down. Even the expressions on their faces were distinctly visible. Wait, I never said I wouldn't pay. Wu Fan quickly interjected. He understood, well, that if he provoked these individuals further, not only would he be compelled to pay, but he would likely endure a beating as well. Fine, then hurry up. The bald man scoffed. Here you go. Though reluctant, Wu Fan retrieved 300 yuan and handed it over. By the way, how much is this? He then pointed at a rather dull wooden hairpin displayed on the stall. Ah, so you do have money? The bald man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. Honestly, I promised my girlfriend a birthday gift. If I return empty-handed, I would have a difficult time explaining myself. Wu Fan replied with a resigned smile. The 300 yuan was part of his previous budget, but due to unforeseen circumstances, he had to dip into the living expenses he had set aside for Zhang Xiaoya. He opted for the unremarkable wooden hairpin, primarily because there were few suitable gifts for a girl at the stall, and secondly, he noted that it was the only item that shone with a peculiar radiance. Logically, one would question how a wooden object could emit light. After much contemplation, he concluded that it must not be an ordinary hairpin. Earlier, he had believed that Wu Fan had discerned the true nature of the bracelet, but now it seemed he had overestimated the young man's capabilities. The items at this stall had come from a vendor known for selling counterfeit goods. They were all worthless trinkets. Take the wooden hairpin, for instance. Its cost price was likely less than 10 yuan. All right, I'll take it. Without the slightest hesitation, Wu Fan promptly pulled out 200 yuan from his pocket. Huh. The bald man was momentarily taken aback by Wu Fan's decisiveness. He couldn't help but wonder if this wooden hairpin truly was an antique. No, that couldn't be right. If the lad possessed such discernment, he would not have been duped by a plastic bracelet from the start. With that thought, he swiftly handed over the dull wooden hairpin, exclaiming, You have an excellent eye, young man. You managed to pick out such a fine item. As he spoke, he regarded Wu Fan with a look of pity. It seemed that only a fool like this lad could stumble twice into the same pitfall. Thank you. After completing the transaction, Wu Fan took several pieces of paper from his pocket and vigorously wiped the dust off the wooden hairpin. To his surprise, beneath the layer of dust lay a thick coating of grease. The viscous grime clung to the surface like honey, and after considerable effort, he managed to clean a small section at the end of the hairpin. Yet, it was precisely that small area that left Wu Fan utterly astonished. The tail of this hairpin is adorned with exquisitely intricate filigree, resembling the soaring form of a phoenix, complete with a golden plume at its tip. Undoubtedly, the most striking feature is the wood itself, which boasts an exceedingly rare, deep purple hue, exuding an air of opulence. Although Wu Fan possesses no knowledge of antiques, the exterior clearly indicates that this object is anything but mundane. Hello, I apologize for bumping into you just now. Are you all right? At that moment, a melodious voice rang out from behind. Is it you? Wu Fan turned to see the woman who had just collided with him. She was dressed in black and white stripes paired with a denim skirt, her features striking, framed by black-rimmed glasses, appearing to be in her late 20s. Exuding a certain teacherly charm. Yes, someone stole my wallet, and I accidentally bumped into you. I'm truly sorry. the woman said, her expression filled with remorse. What good is an apology? You caused me to shatter a bracelet, incurring a loss of 300 yuan. Wu Fan replied, frowning. 300 yuan was equivalent to a day and a half of his wages on the construction site. A 300 yuan bracelet? The woman nearly burst into laughter at his words. Young man, you must have been deceived. What kind of bracelet could be bought for 300 yuan? Wait, could you allow me to see that wooden hairpin you have? Wu Fan was about to argue with her when she suddenly focused on the hairpin in his hand. What do you want it for? He asked, stepping back nervously. This was a birthday gift he had chosen for his girlfriend, and he couldn't let this woman mishandle it. Please don't misunderstand. I am a professional antique appraiser. My name is Humayu. If you trust me, may I take a look? Well, all right. Seeing Humayu's earnest demeanor, Wu Fan was intrigued. He too wished to ascertain whether his selection was indeed flawed. Moreover, it would serve as a means to validate whether the gleaming reflections he had noticed earlier were indicative of the item's true worth. If there was a connection, possessing such expertise in antique appraisal would surely be more lucrative than toiling on a construction site. Thank you, Humayu exclaimed with excitement, reaching out to take the purple hairpin. However, to her surprise, Wu Fan suddenly changed his mind and extended his hand toward her. What are you doing? Humayu asked, perplexed. You caused me a loss of 300 yuan earlier. You should compensate me for that, Wu Fan stated. Humayu couldn't help but laugh out loud at his stubbornness regarding the 300 yuan. Young man, if my eyes did not deceive me, that hairpin should be made of Qinglong wood, and I estimate its era to be late Ming dynasty, which makes it quite valuable. She openly shared her assessment without reservation. Upon hearing this, even the bald vendor and several other stall owners couldn't help but chuckle. Beautiful lady, I have many hairpins here. If you need one, I'll sell it to you for 150 yuan each. The bald vendor laughed heartily, as if a late Ming Qinglong wood hairpin could possibly appear at my stall. However, Humayu paid no attention to the bald man. Her gaze fixed intently on the hairpin in Wu Fan's hand. Enough talk, just give me 300. Wu Fan persisted. Chapter 3. Tuition Fees. Who do you think you are? Humayu was taken aback by Wu Fan's unwavering obsession with 300. Reluctantly, she fished out a stack of bills from her bag and handed it to Wu Fan. At that moment, her only focus was on the hairpin. If her judgment was correct, it could yield a substantial profit, rendering a few hundred insignificant. I only want 300. You certainly have principles, Humayu remarked with interest. Now, may I see the hairpin? Of course. Wu Fan nodded and handed over the hairpin, drawing the attention of the bald man and others nearby. Miss Hu, you just mentioned that if this is genuine, how much would it be worth? Wu Fan leaned in to inquire. If it is authentic, not less than 700,000. She reserved this figure, for if it were indeed a Ming Dynasty Phoenix hairpin made of Qingsong wood, its worth would easily exceed 1 million. 700,000? Wu Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. He had acquired this item for merely 200 at a stall. If it truly held such value, he would be soaring in an instant. Brother, don't be delusional. Just then, the bald man's raspy voice interrupted mockingly. I'm not afraid to upset you. Everything in my stall is counterfeit. He knew he shouldn't have said this, but Humayu's serious demeanor had made him feel exceedingly uncomfortable. If this hairpin were genuine, it would mean he had missed a golden opportunity right before his eyes, a blow more painful than death. Boss, are you outright deceiving me? Wu Fan's expression darkened. Young brother, who in the antique trade doesn't pay tuition? Consider it an unfortunate lesson learned. The bald man laughed heartily. Young man, this is indeed a Qingsong would Ming Dynasty Phoenix hairpin. I can offer you 800,000. If you agree, I can transfer the funds immediately. Humayu's sudden declaration stunned everyone present, including Wu Fan and the bald man. Why, you must be serious? The unexpected happiness left Wu Fan momentarily speechless. No, this is impossible. This kid is clearly a novice. How could he have found a treasure in my stall? The bald man bellowed in anger. Boss, take a good look. This is definitely Qingsong wood. Do you think an ordinary hairpin could exhibit such exquisite craftsmanship and gilding? Humayu held the purple hairpin up to the bald man's gaze. He glanced at it and immediately turned pale. It's purple. This is rosewood? Indeed, it is well known that Qingsong wood is the finest among rosewoods. Do you think this material is something the average affluent person could afford? Humayu queried. This is a court item. How could I have missed that? The bald man appeared utterly vexed, pounding his chest with his fists in frustration, his expression more grotesque than that of someone who had just swallowed a fly. Brother, if you're willing, I can transfer the funds to you right now. Humayu turned back to Wu Fan and reiterated. Willing? Of course. Wu Fan replied without a moment's hesitation. While others might see this as a stroke of luck, he believed that as long as the sensation from earlier lingered, he could easily replicate that experience. With such an ability, he need not fear missing out on opportunities. Most importantly, this substantial sum would allow him to procure a more suitable gift for Zhang Xiaoye. The remaining funds would be used to buy a house and marry her. All right, provide me with your account number, and I shall transfer the money immediately. Wait, just as Hu Meiyu was about to ask Wu Fan for his account details, the bald man abruptly interjected. He shot a glance at his companions, then stepped forward to obstruct Hu Meiyu and Wu Fan. What are you doing? Wu Fan felt a surge of anxiety. He could not allow this golden opportunity to slip away, especially not to this bald man, who had already deceived him once. He could not allow a second deception. He focused intently, striving to summon the earlier sensation, ready to confront the group before him. Boss, ISN, your action a tad against the rules? Hu Meiyu, putting away her hairpin, regarded him with a glint of cold disdain in her beautiful eyes. Rules? The bald man scoffed. Here, my rules are the only ones that matter. Indeed, this brat thinks he can seize an opportunity right before our eyes. Absolutely not. You vile woman, hand over the items immediately, or you can forget about leaving this place. His companions glared menacingly at Hu Meiyu. You truly are lawless. Hu Meiyu huffed coldly, not betraying a hint of fear, but rather revealing a playful amusement. Do you know who I am? Who you are matters not. You must return the items today. If necessary, I shall refund this lad 200 yuan. The bald man declared arrogantly. He believed that with 5 or 6 of them, they could easily dominate Wu Fan and Hu Meiyu. There should be a limit to bullying, shouldn't he there? Wu Fan, upon hearing this, was consumed by rage. He had not anticipated the depths of deceit within the antique trade. What was the difference from robbery? Wait, just as he was about to take action, Hu Meiyu raised her hand to halt him. Rest assured, even if they had 10 times the courage, they would not dare to touch anyone from Yukingfang. Her tone was calm, as though she were merely stating the obvious. However, her words struck the bald man and his crew like a thunderclap. Their expressions shifted dramatically, fear evident in their eyes. You claim to be from Yukingfang? The bald man asked, his eyes wide with caution. Indeed, I am Hu Meiyu from Yukingfang, daughter of my master Su Guzi, Hu Meiyu replied, her head held high with a proud demeanor. It's a misunderstanding. Miss Hu, this is all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Hu Meiyu shot him a cold glare. Indeed, it is a misunderstanding. His bald head resembled a smashed garlic clove. Perhaps my powers of observation were lacking. I shall consider this a tuition fee paid. I kindly hope that Ms. Hu will refrain from mentioning this matter to President Su. Thank you. With that, he bowed respectfully. Observing this, the others immediately followed suit, fearing any oversight that might incite Hu Meiyu's ire. This scene left the nearby Wu Fan somewhat dumbfounded. A singular question occupied his mind. Who exactly was this Su Guzi? Chapter 4. Impulsive consumption. Young man, I shall transfer the funds to you now. Noticing Wu Fan's astonishment, Hu Meiyu waved her delicate hand before his eyes. Very well. Wu Fan nodded, then inquired, how is your master so formidable? Just the mention of his name sends chills down the spines of those bald fellows. Hu Meiyu couldn't help but chuckle at his analogy. You certainly have a way with words. However, you are not mistaken. Had my master been present earlier, they indeed would have been terrified. She paused before continuing. My master is the vice president of the Antique Industry Association, ranking among the top 5 in identification skills across several provinces. With a mere word, he could send those rascals packing from the antique street. Ah, I see. Wu Fan nodded. If that's the case, can I sell my future treasures to you? Of course. Hu Meiyu affirmed. At Yukingfang, we not only appraise antiques, but also engage in their buying and selling. However, she suddenly let out a wry laugh, halting her words. But what? Wu Fan pressed for clarification. However, it is exceedingly challenging to find valuable items in the antique trade. Your encounter with this Qinglong wooden phoenix hairpin today is merely a stroke of luck. Do not become overly fixated, Hu Meiyu advised. Are you implying that you doubt my abilities? Wu Fan retorted. No, I'm simply warning you. Many have experienced what you have. After one fortunate find, they become overconfident, only to be subsequently duped and left destitute. Hu Meiyu replied solemnly. Deep down, she did not believe Wu Fan possessed the discerning eye required to recognize true value. His discovery of the hairpin was merely serendipitous. After all, if he truly had such skill, how could he have been deceived into parting with 300 yuan for a plastic bracelet by a bald man? Well, thank you for the reminder, Miss Hu. Nevertheless, I would still like to give it a try. Might you accompany me on a stroll? Wu Fan asked. Certainly. Hu Meiyu replied without hesitation. She had intended to browse the antique street herself, hoping to uncover a hidden gem. Simultaneously, she aimed to impart a lesson to Wu Fan. The ability to appreciate antiques is not a gift bestowed upon all. The antique street, though only a mile long, was bustling with vendors. Excluding the established shops, there were at least 50 to 60 stalls, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Wu Fan, relying on his previous intuition, began to peruse each stall with an eager eye. The more frequently he utilized this newfound ability, the more instinctive it became, to the point where he could effortlessly discern the authenticity of various antiques. He could even perceive the glue used in counterfeit artifacts and the signs of aging clearly. Could this be what they call X-ray vision? However, this ability is not without its limitations. Each time, he can only maintain it for a mere few seconds. If he exceeds that, he succumbs to bouts of dizziness, indicating a severe strain on his body. After making a full circuit, Wu Fan found his hands empty, having refrained from making any purchases. In contrast, beside him, Humayu had already made several transactions, acquiring various trinkets. Brother, there's nothing valuable here. What I have is already the best on the stall, Humayu remarked casually. I beg to differ, Wu Fan replied with a smile, and he approached the stall. Boss, how much for this porcelain shard? He inquired, pointing to a pale blue fragment. This is from the official kiln of the Song dynasty, worth at least 50,000. The vendor exclaimed, extending 5 fingers. Fine, wrap it up for me, Wu Fan replied without hesitation. Are you certain? This scene left the vendor astounded, and even Humayu widened her eyes in disbelief. Has this kid lost his mind, spending 50,000 on a piece of broken porcelain? Yet, once the vendor regained his composure, he promptly bagged the shard, seemingly fearful that Wu Fan might change his mind. Thank you, boss. The money has been transferred, Wu Fan said with a faint smile. You're welcome. The vendor was so excited that he started gesturing animatedly. Once the two turned to leave, he couldn't help but mutter, whose foolish young master is out here throwing away money? At this moment, Humayu could no longer restrain herself. She pulled Wu Fan aside. Do you understand anything about the porcelain from the Song dynasty's official kiln? Not at all, Wu Fan shrugged. You don't understand. Yet you spent 50,000 on that broken shard. Humayu regarded him with an incredulous expression. Earlier, she had warned him against impulsiveness. Yet he seemed to have paid no heed. Realizing this, she felt compelled to advise him once more. Brother, let me tell you, even if this is a fragment from the official kiln of the Song dynasty, it isn't worth much. Furthermore, it must find the right buyer. Otherwise, it will just gather dust in your hands. What do you think it's worth? Wu Fan asked directly, without contesting her statement. Porcelain from the Song dynasty's official kiln represents the pinnacle of ancient ceramics, with very few surviving pieces. Even if yours is genuine, it wouldn't exceed 20,000. Humayu replied, holding up 2 slender fingers. So, are you saying I lost 30,000? Wu Fan's expression remained calm, devoid of any regret. He then continued, by the way, what if it were a complete piece? This question momentarily stumped Humayu. Regaining her composure, she clenched her delicate fists. Hey, didn't you hear what I said? I told you that porcelain from the Song dynasty's official kiln is extremely rare. You can't possibly think you'd find a complete one here on this antique street, can you? Is that truly impossible? Wu Fan smiled. You. Humayu stamped her foot in frustration. I see you are beyond saving. I won't bother advising you any longer. Do as you please. In her view, Wu Fan was simply an ignorant youth. What did a complete piece from the Song dynasty's official kiln even entail? Regardless of the type, it would certainly be in the 7-figure range, and pieces from renowned kilns, such as Ru or Jun, would command 9 figures as national treasures. In the ancient artifact street before her, if there were any complete porcelain pieces from the Song dynasty, it was likely that the connoisseurs of the appraisal world would have already scoured it clean, leaving no opportunity for others. However, this was not the most astonishing aspect for her. What truly left her bewildered was the peculiar behavior exhibited by Wu Fan, who, as if struck by inspiration, began to spend extravagantly on dozens of stalls purchasing shards of porcelain. Remarkably, he appeared to have identified his targets in advance, acting with unhesitating resolve. Within half an hour, Wu Fan had expended 500,000 yuan, acquiring 15 fragments of porcelain. You must be out of your mind, Humayu lamented, shaking her head in disbelief. Chapter 5, Fed to the Dogs. There exists a saying within the antique community. Fragments are inferior to dispersed pieces. Dispersed pieces are inferior to shards. And shards are inferior to complete items. This indicates that even fragments from official kills hold less value than scattered wares from folk kills of the same era. Moreover, the scattered wares from folk kills pale in comparison to sizable pieces from official kills, which are defined as comprising at least 1/3 of the porcelain itself. These larger pieces possess significant research value regarding the firing and glazing techniques of porcelain. Naturally, large pieces cannot compare to entirely intact porcelain. From this adage, It is evident that porcelain shards hold the least value, even when originating from official kills. Wu Fan's expenditure of 500,000 on a collection of fragments seemed utterly irrational. Nevertheless, Humeyu had anticipated this behavior, for there were many gamblers with such reckless tendencies within the antiquities circle. Alas, it is difficult to offer sound advice to a fool. This man is beyond redemption. She sighed inwardly and turned to leave. Wait, Wu Fan suddenly called out to her. What do you want now? Humeyu turned around helplessly. I have said all I needed to say. You wish to. The remainder of her sentence caught in her throat like a fishbone, unable to be articulated. At that moment, she stood as if confronted by a ghost, utterly dumbfounded. Before Wu Fan, the fragments of porcelain had astonishingly transformed into a palm-sized small bowl. The most astonishing aspect was that this object fit together seamlessly. Had she not witnessed the pile of shards just moments ago, she might have believed it to be a complete item. How did you accomplish this? Once she regained her composure, Humeyu fixed her gaze intently upon Wu Fan. Just put in a little effort, Wu Fan replied nonchalantly. In truth, the credit for this feat lay with his extraordinary ability to perceive underlying details. Of course, even if he divulged this to Humeyu, she would likely remain skeptical. Effort? Upon hearing this, Humeyu furrowed her brow, aware that Wu Fan was speaking nonsense. However, this was inconsequential. She stepped closer, scrutinizing the pale, blue small bowl before her. This glaze, this shape, this. As time ticked by, the astonishment etched on Humeyu's face reached unprecedented heights. She abruptly recognized that this object bore a striking resemblance to a Song Ru Kiln's sky blue, glazed imperial lotus wash she had encountered at a spring auction in Hong Kong, which had fetched an astronomical price nearing 9 figures. If this were indeed genuine, even if pieced together from fragments, its value would be beyond imagination. What is it? Can you discern its authenticity? Wu Fan inquired eagerly. Stop pretending. You know you bought it yourself, Humeyu countered. Hearing this, Wu Fan awkwardly scratched his head. In truth, he was equally perplexed about the object in question. The reason he had resolutely purchased it was that its radiance surpassed that of the previous Phoenix hairpin. The hairpin had sold for 850,000, so this one must surely exceed 1 million, right? If you prefer not to discuss it, that is perfectly fine. I can understand. Of course, I am willing, Wu Fan quickly replied. He was not well versed in such matters and believed that liquidating it through Humeyu's Yukingfang would be the most prudent choice. All right then, shall I hold it for you? Or would you prefer to wrap it yourself? I cannot be held responsible for any damages, Humeyu said, retrieving a very soft silk cloth from her bag and offering it to Wu Fan. Observing her cautious manner, Wu Fan felt certain that the item was likely authentic. He then disassembled it into fragments before wrapping it carefully. Soon after, the two stood up, preparing to head to Yukingfang. However, as they traversed a bustling food street, Wu Fan suddenly halted. What's wrong? Humeyu furrowed her brow and approached him. Wu, brother Wu? At that moment, a couple stood before Wu Fan, an apparent pair of lovers, with the woman, to Wu Fan's dismay, being Zhang Xiaoya. Who is he? Wu Fan forced himself to suppress his rising anger, glaring at the rotund man with Zhang Xiaoya. Brother Wu, please don't misunderstand. We are classmates, Zhang Xiaoya exclaimed, attempting to withdraw her arm. Unexpectedly, the man seized her waist, looking defiantly at Wu Fan. Since you've seen us, I want to hide it. I am Xiaoya's boyfriend. You are her boyfriend? Wu Fan's fists clenched instinctively as he coldly glared at Zhang Xiaoya. Then who am I? You. Zhang Xiaoya bit her lip, seemingly resolute. Wu Fan, since you know the truth, I will not conceal any longer. You are not worthy of me. You cannot provide the life I desire. I cannot provide? Wu Fan chuckled bitterly. If you do not care for me, why did you ask me for money to support your education? Zhang Xiaoya lowered her head in shame. Let me be frank. The money you provided has all been spent by Xiaoya and me, the man boasted. Didn't Xiaoya discourage you from buying gifts? She wanted you to save your money so that we could enjoy hot pot together. Do you understand, country bumpkin? Country bumpkin your mother. Wu Fan shouted angrily, landing a heavy punch squarely on the man's nose. In the next moment, the man's face bloomed with blood. Why did you hit him? Zhang Xiaoya questioned Wu Fan, tending to the man's wounds. Why did I hit him? Wu Fan was taken aback by Zhang Xiaoya's question. You treat me like a fool, and I can't strike back? Wu Fan, I have never misjudged you. You will always be a country bumpkin. A person like you will never find a wife. Zhang Xiaoya's words pierced Wu Fan's dignity like sharp thorns. You. Wu Fan widened his eyes in disbelief, astonished at the audacity of this woman. Xiao Fan, don't stoop to her level. Weren't you just saying you'd treat her to steak? Let's go, said Humeyu, suddenly linking her arm with Wu Fan's. Wu Fan, you and her? Zhang Xiaoya glanced at Humeyu, realizing that not only was she more beautiful, but her figure was also superior, causing her expression to sour, as if she had just tasted something revolting. Indeed, Zhang Xiaoya, I hereby officially declare our engagement null and void. Consider the living expenses I provided you as nothing more than scraps for dogs. With that, Wu Fan wrapped his arm around Hu Meiyu's slender waist and left with a cold smile. Chapter 6, Yukingfang. Miss Hu, thank you for what you did earlier. Shortly after, Wu Fan and Hu Meiyu arrived at a Western restaurant. Had it not been for you, I would have been at a loss for how to conclude that situation. Reflecting on the earlier events, he still felt a lump in his chest, unable to expel the frustration. He had once held Zhang Xiaoya in high regard, like a star in the sky, only to find himself facing such a turn of events. Don't mention it. If you truly wish to thank me, treat me to a steak, Hu Meiyu replied with a gentle smile, her enchanting eyes curving like crescent moons. Very well, waiter. Wu Fan signaled for the server to bring their order. However, he felt a pang of regret when the bill arrived. Over 600 for a simple meal, leaving him still unsatisfied. For someone who had previously labored on construction sites, this was indeed a substantial expenditure. Although he had earned 850,000 recently, 50,000 had already been spent on porcelain, leaving a mere 35,000, which was hardly sufficient in a big city. After some contemplation, he resolved to seek employment, recognizing that opportunities to unearth antiques were not a daily occurrence. The antique street he had visited earlier had only offered 2 items worth his attention. Moreover, he remained uncertain about the value of the porcelain piece he had acquired. Where are you headed next? Hu Meiyu suddenly inquired. I don't know. Perhaps I should find a job to support myself. Wu Fan shrugged. Additionally, he held a determination within him to establish himself in the city and show that wretched woman, Zhang Xiaoya, that a country bumpkin could indeed thrive in an urban landscape. Wu Fan, you have a knack for humor, Hu Meiyu remarked with a graceful smile. With your capabilities, don't you aspire to greater ambitions beyond mere self-sufficiency? Wu Fan opened his mouth, intending to express his innermost thoughts, but hesitated, fearing ridicule from Hu Meiyu. Instead, he shifted the conversation. By the way, Miss Hu, does your Yukingfang accept new recruits? You wish to join us at Yukingfang? Upon hearing this, Hu Meiyu's interest piqued. In truth, after witnessing Wu Fan piece together shattered porcelain into a coherent form, she had contemplated the idea of recruiting him. After all, such talent, even with modest appraisal skills, could contribute significantly to restoration work. She had refrained from broaching the subject, fearing rejection from Wu Fan. The young man appeared utterly oblivious to the nuances at play. Should he be a seasoned expert feigning naivety, he would undoubtedly reject my overtures. Indeed. Wu Fan nodded in agreement. Are you truly not jesting with me? Hu Meiyu inquired, her heart racing with anticipation. I assure you, I am not joking. My only fear is that your master may not accept someone like me, a latecomer to the field. Wu Fan chuckled, scratching his head in amusement. No, no. You are far too modest. My master will surely appreciate you. With that, Hu Meiyu grasped Wu Fan's hand and declared, Come, I shall take you to our company. As Wu Fan felt the gentle softness of her hand, a wave of warmth surged within him. Moments later, they arrived at a charming 3-story building. The edifice exuded an antique elegance, with its upturned eaves and intricate architecture, nestled beside a park and overlooking a serene lake. Truly a picturesque setting. In a city like Haiyun, where space is at a premium, being able to operate here was a testament to their considerable strength. Then, I must thank Brother Su for his generosity. Just as they were about to enter, a hearty laugh caught their attention. Within the spacious hall stood 3 men. 2 were older, one stout, and the other slender. Both in their 50s or 60s, while the third, a younger man in his 30s, completed the trio. Go, we are all family here. There is no need for formalities, remarked the lean elder. In that case, Shally shall accompany me. The portly elder nodded, sending a knowing glance toward the young man before departing. Master, until we meet again. The young man nodded respectfully at the lean elder and followed the stout elder out, offering a brief nod to Hu Meiyu as he passed. Fei Shixiang, what is happening? Hu Meiyu gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment. Once the 2 had left, she hurried to the lean elder's side. Master, why did Fei Shixiang leave with Golao? Ah, it pertains to the incident at the beginning of the month, the lean elder sighed. He was none other than Su Guzi, the master of Yukingfang and Hu Meiyu's mentor. Are you suggesting that Fei Shixiang has chosen to leave the company? Hu Meiyu's face was a portrait of shock. A good bird selects a fine tree to perch upon. It is merely a personal choice, he replied, lamenting that his prized disciple had aligned with a rival after suffering humiliation during the month as 4 great archives competition. Master, wait. I have a friend who wishes to join our company. With urgency, Hu Meiyu pulled Wu Fan forward. Him? Su Guzi glanced at Wu Fan and waved his hand dismissively. Xiao Yu, I appreciate your concern for your master, but you must understand that our company does not hire idlers. To him, Wu Fan appeared dazed and utterly unimpressive. Little did he know, Wu Fan's apparent stupor was merely due to fatigue from overexertion moments before. His ability to see through things took a significant toll on both body and spirit, and it was only now that he was beginning to recover from the exhaustion of the morning. Master, Wu Fan is not an idler, with proper guidance. He might even surpass Fei Shixiang, Hu Meiyu insisted earnestly. Surpass Fei Xiang? Upon hearing this, Su Guzi let out a cold laugh. Xiao Yu, I understand your good intentions, but you must realize that your senior brother Fei is a rare gem, one in a decade. As for him, Su Guzi scoffed, dismissing Wu Fan entirely. Wu Fan, quickly present what you have brought from Master to examine. Hu Meiyu, sensing Su Guzi's skepticism, urged Wu Fan to bring forth the shards of porcelain. In truth, not only did Su Guzi doubt the authenticity of the claims, but anyone within the circles of Haiyun City would likely share his disbelief. This was because her senior brother, Fei Xiang, was exceptionally talented and recognized as one of the finest among the younger generation in the antique trade of Haiyun City. Wu Fan, however, remained unperturbed. It was only natural that he, being new to the scene, would be met with skepticism. More importantly, he was eager to ascertain the validity of his own discerning eye. Should Su Guzi acknowledge his abilities, he could potentially escape the need for menial labor in the future. Chapter 7. Acknowledgement of Master with a crisp sound. Wu Fan began to place the fragments of porcelain, wrapped in luxurious satin, onto the table one by one. Is this what you were referring to? Su Guzi's expression soured as he gazed at the shards, evidently unimpressed. You can't even gather a complete piece. What use is there for these worthless remnants? Master, you will see soon enough, Hu Meiyu replied with a smile. Very well, I shall observe how capable this young man truly is, Su Guzi thought, his heart brimming with frustration. His prized disciple had run off with his arch-rival, and should this news spread, his reputation would be tarnished. In this moment of suppressed ire, he hoped that Hu Meiyu's companion would prove to be incompetent, providing him an opportunity to vent his frustrations. However, the subsequent scene extinguished any notion of anger within him. Wu Fan meticulously began to piece together the shards, without the aid of glue or any external bindings. In a mere 3 to 5 minutes, a delicate celadone bowl materialized before Su Guzi's astonished gaze. What? Su Guzi's expression morphed from disdain to astonishment, and then to sheer shock within those few fleeting moments. He retrieved his reading glasses from his pocket and stepped closer to examine the creation with scrutiny. Master, this porcelain was purchased by Wu Fan from the antique street, and I believe it resembles the Ru kiln pieces from last year's auction in Hong Kong. What do you think? Hu Meiyu inquired eagerly. From a form, firing technique, and the luster of the glaze along with the patina, this is indeed an exceptional piece. Su Guzi stifled his excitement, his lips trembling as he spoke. Observe this glaze. It is truly exquisite, a national treasure indeed. At this point, he let out a slight sigh, adding, alas, the celadone bowl is unfortunately shattered. Senior, can it be repaired with glue? Wu Fan asked hastily, unfamiliar with antiques, believing that reassembly might enhance its appearance. No, that is unnecessary. Su Guzi quickly shook his head. The current state is in fact the best. By the way, may I pose a question to you? His gaze towards Wu Fan now shimmered with admiration. Of course, senior. Please inquire, Wu Fan replied with a nod. How do you achieve such meticulous stitching? Su Guzi inquired. It is worth noting that even the most esteemed antique restoration experts in the field might not attain such perfection. Had he not just seen the fragments, he would have believed this imperial Qinghua dish to be flawless. Well, perhaps it's due to my extensive experience in bricklaying at construction sites, which has sharpened my eyesight. Wu Fan casually replied. He certainly would not disclose the extraordinary insight he possessed, as it was simply too astonishing. Bricklaying? Upon hearing this, Su Guzi was taken aback. He could hardly fathom that a mere young laborer from a construction site could stumble upon a Ru kiln national treasure from the Song dynasty. If he were to share this revelation, few would believe him. Observing the scene, Hu Meiyu hastily interjected, Master, Wu Fan is jesting. He must possess some foundational knowledge of antique appraisal. Otherwise he wouldn't have found this exquisite Qinglong wooden phoenix hairpin in the antique street. As she spoke, she produced the hairpin. What? Su Guzi's eyes widened as he reached for the hairpin. After a careful examination, he exclaimed repeatedly, What a remarkable piece. The craftsmanship is exquisite, and it is made from the finest reddish-brown sandalwood, undoubtedly a royal artifact. By the way, how much did you pay for this hairpin? I bought it for 200. What on earth? Su Guzi stared at Wu Fan in disbelief. A treasure worth millions, and you acquired it for merely 200? Perhaps it was just luck on my part. Wu Fan replied nonchalantly, then pointed to the porcelain piece. Senior, how much could this porcelain be sold for? If it were intact, it could fetch anywhere from 10 million to over 100 million. The primary issues are its relatively small size and the fact that it's broken. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly be worth over 100 million. Su Guzi paused before continuing. Currently, its value is approximately 6 to 8 million. 6 million upon hearing this. Wu Fan nearly leapt in excitement. For him, this was a serendipitous windfall. With his previous earnings from bricklaying, he could never have accumulated such wealth in a lifetime. Master, is this truly porcelain from the Ru Kiln? Humayu exclaimed, unable to contain her astonishment. Although she had harbored suspicions earlier, her heart had been uncertain. Ru Kiln treasures are exceedingly rare, and genuine artifacts have long been in the hands of collectors. The likelihood of finding a Song Dynasty official kiln piece is akin to climbing the heavens. Moreover, these shards were obtained from the Antique Street, a place that had been scoured countless times. How could such a treasure still exist? Although it was hard to believe, it was undoubtedly a genuine treasure. Su Guzi nodded. By the way, where did you say you acquired this treasure? From the Antique Street on Guyuan Road. Not far from here. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Su Guzi's eyes widened once more. Are you saying this treasure was sourced from a street vendor? Indeed. I was equally astonished that such a genuine Ru Kiln piece was hidden there. Humayu affirmed. How much did you pay? 500,000. Finding a gem like this is akin to striking gold. Su Guzi, filled with excitement, clapped his hands repeatedly. He then turned to Wu Fan, fixing his gaze intently on him. Young man, speak to me honestly. Under whose tutelage do you study? Wu Fan opened his mouth, attempting to fabricate an answer, only to find himself utterly ignorant of antiques, his mind a blank slate. Noticing his silence, Su Guzi continued, if you are unwilling to share, I shall not force you. I merely wish to ascertain whether you genuinely wish to join our Yukingfang. Of course, I am sincere. Wu Fan quickly nodded, exclaiming, may thunder strike me if I speak falsely. For him, having developed the ability to see through objects, engaging in antique appraisal was undoubtedly the best option at present. After all, he aspired to make a name for himself and impress Zhang Xiaoya. Then welcome aboard, Su Guzi declared without hesitation, extending his hand, the worry on his face dissipating like mist. After all, Wu Fan appeared to be merely in his 20s, yet possessed such discernment. His potential was undoubtedly far beyond that of Fei Xiang. With him, Su Guzi could redeem himself in next month's minor exhibition of the Four Great Halls. Wonderful. Wu Fan, do thank you, Master. Humayu beamed with joy, urging Wu Fan. Thank you, Master, Wu Fan replied without hesitation, promptly acknowledging his apprenticeship. Excellent. Henceforth, you shall be a part of Yukingfang. Su Guzi's face flushed with excitement. You will be working in Fei Xiang's office. Thank you, Master. Wu Fan was unaware of who Fei Xiang was, but having a designated office was far superior to laboring on a construction site. You're welcome. Now, Xiaoyu, please help Xiao Wu acclimate to the company. I have some matters to attend to, Su Guzi instructed before heading upstairs. Certainly, Master. Humayu nodded and promptly began to familiarize Wu Fan with the company. They first visited the office on the first floor. Master holds you in high regard, as he has assigned you to Fei Shixiang's office, Humayu remarked, unable to contain her admiration. Fei Shixiang? Wu Fan felt a sense of familiarity, recalling the young man who had just exited with the elderly gentleman. Indeed, that is him, Humayu confirmed, lowering her voice. Master Fei Xiang is a leading figure among the younger generation in the antique circle of Haiyan City, and he is the successor that our master has devoted considerable effort to cultivate. Why then has he given me his office? Wu Fan inquired, perplexed. Because he voluntarily left the company to align himself with our master's rival, Gu Jinyang, Humayu clarified. What? Isn't that a betrayal? Wu Fan exclaimed, astonished. Precisely. That is why Master appeared so stern earlier, brooding in anger, Humayu nodded. Now that Master has entrusted you with Fei Xiang's office, do you comprehend the significance? No. Wu Fan began to panic. Miss Hu, let me be frank with you. I am not as formidable as you presume. I merely stumbled upon a fortunate coincidence. Modesty, I see you are modest, Humayu chuckled, waving her hand. However, we young people must occasionally showcase our talents. Otherwise, others will surely underestimate us. Wu Fan opened his mouth, a look of helplessness etched across his face. He had no idea how to explain that his humility was genuine. Aside from his ability to see through objects, he was utterly ignorant about antiques. To put it simply, he was a complete novice. Judging by Su Guzi's earlier demeanor towards him and the remarks made by Hu Meiyu, it seemed they had placed him on par with Fei Xiong. They even seemed to hint that he should surpass Fei Xiong, which felt quite burdensome. Nevertheless, after much contemplation, he concluded that an explanation would be futile. After all, he had inadvertently stumbled upon two significant finds. Not just any finds, but substantial ones that even someone as discerning as Su Guzi could not overlook. Moreover, he intended to pursue a career in this field, and perhaps this opportunity would allow him to gain a deeper understanding of the antique industry. With this in mind, he quickly smiled and said, "Miss Hu, I must admit that I am not well-versed in the types of antiques our company deals with. Would you kindly guide me in familiarizing myself with them?" "Ah, that's the spirit," Hu Meiyu replied with a smile, and she promptly led Wu Fan out to the warehouse of Yukingfang. Under her thorough explanation, Wu Fan began to grasp the fundamentals of the antique industry. The scope of this field is vast, with a significant emphasis on the term antique. Regardless of whether it pertains to the Republic of China, the Qing dynasty, or even earlier periods, items from these eras all possess intrinsic value. This includes categories such as ceramics, metalwork, jade, porcelain, and other miscellaneous trinkets. However, the value of antiques varies by era, which you should be aware of, Hu Meiyu noted. Does that mean the older the item, the more valuable it is? Wu Fan inquired. Generally speaking, yes. But there are exceptions, Hu Meiyu replied, shaking her head. Take porcelain, for instance. The Song and Yuan dynasties mark the pinnacle of ancient ceramic production, including treasures like the Song dynasty's imperial kiln porcelain and Yuan blue and white wares, which are classified as national treasures. Oh, I see. What about jade artifacts? Wu Fan asked further. Jade artifacts are quite distinctive. For example, when it comes to jadeite, pricing is typically determined by its transparency and quality, Hu Meiyu explained. Of course, if there is a compelling story behind the piece, its value would certainly increase. I understand now. Wu Fan felt a sense of enlightenment wash over him. Now, allow me to introduce you to some of the treasures we will be showcasing this weekend at Yukingfang, Hu Meiyu said as she began to inventory the treasures within the warehouse. Among various porcelain and paintings, a vividly colored stone caught Wu Fan's attention. What is this little item? He was about to reach out to touch it when Hu Meiyu suddenly grasped his arm. Be careful. This was personally selected by our senior apprentice as the centerpiece for this competition. If it were to be damaged, the consequences would be dire. Senior apprentice? Wu Fan asked, bewildered. Aside from the two of us, are there others in our company? Of course. As one of the 4 major antique repositories in Haiyan City, Yukingfang consists of more than 20 individuals, Hu Meiyu promptly informed him. It turned out that Su Guzi had 8 apprentices under his tutelage. Wu Fan was naturally the last to arrive, while Fei Xiong was the first, also known as the senior brother. The second was the senior sister mentioned by Hu Meiyu, named Chen Min. Is she here as well? Wu Fan inquired. No, she should be out searching for goods. What is this? He was startled upon taking a look. This piece of bloodstone appeared unchanged when compared to the previous green dragon wooden phoenix hairpin and roux porcelain, its surface dull and unremarkable, indistinguishable from an ordinary stone. Could this bloodstone be a counterfeit? Although this thought crossed his mind, he hesitated to ask directly, as doing so would be disrespectful to senior sister Chen Min. After a moment's contemplation, he posed the question, Miss Hu, how can one discern the authenticity of this bloodstone? Are you not familiar with bloodstone? Upon hearing this, Hu Meiyu perked up. Not really, Wu Fan admitted, scratching his head in embarrassment. In truth, he was completely ignorant on the subject. Let me give you a brief overview, Hu Meiyu said smugly, as her previous acquisitions from the antique street paled in comparison to Wu Fan's knowledge, igniting her desire to showcase her expertise. There are several methods to assess bloodstone, for instance. Wait, just as Hu Meiyu began her explanation, a sharp voice rang out from the doorway. Yeah, Wu Fan and Hu Meiyu turned to see a striking figure standing at the entrance. The woman was tall, over 7 meters, with a cold and proud expression adorning her beautiful face. Senior sister, Hu Meiyu hurriedly approached, giving a nod to the aloof woman. Why yes, senior sister, Wu Fan echoed, aware that he needed to foster good relations with his seniors now that he had joined Yukingfang. You are the new apprentice my master just accepted? Chen Min scrutinized Wu Fan. How can you not even discern bloodstone? Why did my master take you on? Wu Fan opened his mouth, unsure how to respond. However, he was no pushover and retorted, then I would appreciate your guidance. Bloodstone, also known as flower bloodstone, primarily consists of mercuric sulfide, with a Mohs hardness of 2 to 3, classifying it as a relatively soft gemstone. There are 3 methods to distinguish it. First, the hardness. If your nail glides across the stone's surface without leaving a mark, it is fake. Second, the color. Authentic bloodstone exhibits varying layers of color, appearing in bands, speckles, or chunks. Third, the burning test. If it does not return to its original state after being burned and emits an unusual odor, it is also counterfeit. Senior sister, you are indeed impressive. I have learned much. Wu Fan nodded, astonished at the depth of knowledge contained within a mere stone. Nevertheless, he remained puzzled. Previously, both the wooden phoenix hairpin and the shards of porcelain were enveloped in a hazy glow. He referred to this phenomenon as treasure light, symbolizing the radiance of precious items. Yet, this bloodstone before him bore none of that luminescence. Was it because jade-like antiques lacked such radiance, or was this bloodstone merely a forgery? After much contemplation, Wu Fan believed that the latter scenario was more probable. After all, his clairvoyant abilities had already been tested, proving accurate on at least 2 previous occasions. The only plausible explanation was that the piece of bloodstone selected by Master Sister Chun Min was flawed. Nevertheless, Wu Fan found himself unable to voice his concerns. Having only just joined the company, openly expressing his doubts would surely incite Chun Min's wrath, a consequence he dreaded. His purpose at Yukingfang was unequivocal, to acquire knowledge about antiques and amass wealth, while the judgments of others held little significance for him. Xiaoyu, I heard this fellow was recommended by you to join the company, correct? Chun Min suddenly shifted the conversation, her gaze teasingly directed at Hu Meiyu. Yes, I recommended him to Master, and the decision to let him in was also Master's intention. Hu Meiyu hastily replied, sensing the accusatory undertone in Chun Min's words and quickly invoking the Master's name for protection. You know Master is getting on in years, don't you? Chun Min retorted icily. Our Yukingfang's reputation has suffered ridicule from the other 3 major repositories precisely because we have taken in too many incompetents. Sister, upon hearing this, Hu Meiyu felt her eyes welling with tears, her nostrils flaring, almost on the verge of crying. She had not anticipated that Chun Min would unleash her fury upon her. Master Sister, is such behavior truly necessary? Wu Fan, unable to remain silent any longer, interjected. He understood that Chun Min's earlier remarks were veiled criticisms aimed at him, disguised as reproaches towards Meiyu. Do you have any part in this discussion? Chun Min shot Wu Fan a disdainful glance, her eyes brimming with contempt. You've only just arrived at Yukingfang. You probably don't even have an office yet, do you? Apologies, but perhaps I do, Wu Fan replied calmly. What? You've been here for just a day and already have your own office? Chun Min widened her eyes in disbelief. It was common knowledge that according to Yukingfang's previous rules, new apprentices typically had to work for a year before being assigned their own office space. The notion that this inexperienced newcomer could possess an office was utterly unexpected. Xiaoyu, is what he said true? Chun Min turned her gaze back to Hu Meiyu. It is true. Master granted him an office. Hu Meiyu nodded. Nonsense. This is sheer folly. Chun Min exclaimed, visibly displeased. Tell me, which office did Master allocate to him? It's senior brother Fei's office, Hu Meiyu stammered. What did you say? Repeat that. Chun Min's demeanor shifted dramatically, her eyes narrowing as she glared at Hu Meiyu. Are you saying Master gave Fei Xiang's office to this boy? Yes, Master Sister. Hu Meiyu lowered her head, unable to meet Chun Min's fierce gaze. Very well, Chun Min scoffed, then turned to Wu Fan. You had better demonstrate some capabilities right now. Otherwise, I will ensure Master expels you from the company. Master Sister, isn't this a bit too much bullying? Wu Fan finally could no longer contain himself. Even if he was docile, he believed he should not be subjected to such indignities. In our profession, it is skill that speaks volumes. If you lack that skill, it would be wise for you to depart promptly. Chun Min crossed her arms, her expression rife with disdain, clearly dismissing him. Very well, you have forced my hand. Wu Fan took a deep breath. He strode purposefully towards the bloodstone, focusing his energy intently. Soon, the piece of bloodstone, weighing approximately half a pound, appeared to magnify infinitely, as if placed beneath a microscope. Earlier, when Chun Min was explaining how to distinguish the authenticity of bloodstones, he had discreetly taken out his phone to conduct some research. Generally, it is known that the majority of bloodstone forgeries employ an immersion method, which involves using special pigments to penetrate the stone through drilling, thereby altering its hue to create a convincing imitation or to substitute a lesser quality for a superior one. However, this instance seemed to belong to the latter category. It was indeed bloodstone, yet its original condition was certainly not as pristine as it appeared now. Just look at your pretentious demeanor. Someone unaware might genuinely believe you are an expert. Observing Wu Fan's serious demeanor, Chun Min could not suppress a laugh. Please, if you were truly knowledgeable, you would have brought a magnifying glass, wouldn't you? Shouldn't it be you, senior sister, who is prepared with one? Wu Fan slowly turned, bestowing a cold smirk upon Chun Min. What do you mean by that? Chun Min's expression darkened. It simply means there is something amiss with your bloodstone. Wu Fan shrugged. My bloodstone has issues? Hearing this, Chun Min fixed her icy gaze on Wu Fan for half a minute. Do you even comprehend what you're saying? Chapter 10. The Wager. Of course I do. Enough. Who may you lowered her voice? It is well known that in the company, apart from Master Su Guzi and Fei Xiong, Chun Min regards no one with respect. Naturally, she possesses the capability to do so. The company's performance, second only to Fei Xiong, is primarily attributed to her. With Fei Xiong's departure, she has become the mainstay of Yukingfang. Moreover, Wu Fan is merely a newcomer. Confronting Chun Min, the senior sister, is hardly a rational act. It's fine. Wu Fan waved his hand dismissively. Although he did not wish to stir trouble, he was not afraid of it either. If he did not showcase his true abilities today, it was likely that Chun Min would not permit him to remain at Yukingfang. Young man, while food may be consumed carelessly, words should not be spoken frivolously. If you cannot provide evidence today, not even Master can save you. Chun Min huffed coldly. I require no one's protection. Rather, do you dare to wager with me? Wu Fan replied nonchalantly. You wish to bet with me? Chun Min frowned, taken aback that a mere newcomer would dare to challenge her. What shall we wager on? Let's bet on whether this bloodstone has issues. Very well, but I must warn you in advance. I acquired this bloodstone for 500,000, with a market value exceeding 2 million. Chun Min declared proudly. If this bloodstone proves authentic, you shall pack your belongings and leave, and I will take over Fei Xiong's office. And if it is indeed problematic? Wu Fan inquired. Nonsense. I, Chun Min, have navigated the antique industry for 7 to 8 years, rarely misjudging. There is no way it could be flawed. Chun Min scoffed. If there is an issue, I shall personally apologize to you. Very well. According to standard practice, a piece of chicken bloodstone should possess an impeccably smooth surface. However, why does this particular specimen exhibit sandholes? Upon hearing Wu Fan's words, both Chun Min and Hu Meiyu's expressions shifted dramatically. You must be jesting. I have examined this stone, and there are no sandholes. Chun Min retorted, then stepped forward to retrieve the chicken bloodstone from the glass cabinet, placing it on the table for meticulous scrutiny. Meanwhile, Hu Meiyu wore a look of astonishment. Previously, she had assumed Wu Fan was entirely ignorant of chicken bloodstone, but it now appeared she had underestimated him. In fact, during the earlier introductions, she had sensed something unusual about Wu Fan. Logically, someone fortunate enough to uncover 2 hidden treasures should possess corresponding abilities. Otherwise, it would be futile. Yet, Wu Fan's demeanor was perplexing, as if he knew nothing of the antique industry, not even the most rudimentary concepts, yet still managed to uncover hidden gems. Such a situation was unprecedented for Hu Meiyu. You little rascal, do you dare to mock me? At that moment, Chun Min slowly raised her head, her sharp gaze fixed intently on Wu Fan. How am I mocking you? Wu Fan furrowed his brow. Where are the sand holes in this chicken bloodstone? If you're not mocking me, then what is this? As she spoke, Chun Min took a step forward, poised to slap Wu Fan. However, her hand was seized mere centimeters from his cheek. Calling you senior sister is a courtesy. Do you truly believe you can act with impunity in the Yuqing workshop? Wu Fan pushed her back, nearly causing Chun Min to stumble. You little brat, do you dare to strike me? As the senior sister, Chun Min's true intention in humiliating Wu Fan was not to showcase her superiority, but rather to establish her authority. After all, with Fei Xiong's departure, she had assumed the role of senior sister at Yuqing Workshop, the foremost figure beneath Su Guzi, and thus needed to command respect from others. Wu Fan, a mere novice in the company, was clearly the most suitable target. Furthermore, Su Guzi had entrusted him with Fei Xiong's office, which signified a certain favoritism. So, you think it's acceptable for you to strike others while they cannot retaliate? Wu Fan sneered. If you cannot identify the flaw in the chicken bloodstone, I could offer you a hint. Little brat, you truly do not understand your own limitations. With that, Chun Min attempted to strike him once more. Unexpectedly, a voice of authority rang out from behind them. What is happening here? Are you attempting to rebel? The speaker was none other than Su Guzi, the master of Yuqing Workshop. Master, what brings you here? Chun Min inquired, her face a mask of surprise. What brings me here? Su Guzi snot. If I had not come, would you have dismantled the company? Master, this little brat has slandered me. Chun Min quickly embellished the tale, shifting all blame onto Wu Fan, claiming he insisted that there was a problem with my chicken bloodstone. Master, have you ever encountered such an arrogant junior? In conclusion, She feigned an expression of deep grievance. Little Wu, is this true? Su Guzi furrowed his brow in displeasure as he approached Wu Fan with a question. Indeed, I did express that sentiment. But it was the senior sister who was excessively domineering, Wu Fan replied with a composed demeanor. Although he required this job, it did not imply he would tolerate indignities. Are you suggesting that the problem with the chicken bloodstone arises from your vexation or? Not in the least. It is entirely out of my responsibility towards the company, Wu Fan asserted. What do you mean? Su Guzi inquired, a look of confusion on his face. Master, previously Sister Xiaoyu mentioned that this chicken bloodstone is to be showcased at the upcoming small competition at the 4 great halls at the end of the month. It pertains to our company's reputation, does it not? Wu Fan elaborated. Precisely, please continue, Su Guzi nodded. Given this, have you considered how the other 3 major galleries would perceive us if this were a substandard item? Wu Fan countered. Chun Min interjected hastily, attempting to align Su Guzi with her viewpoint. She felt an odd sensation. Wu Fan, this naive junior, was entirely different from the others in the company. In the antique circles, seniority and lineage are paramount. Those who join later naturally have lesser qualifications and would hesitate to challenge the authority of their seniors. Humeyu was a prime example. She had almost been reduced to tears by Chun Min's reprimand and had not dared to retort. Yet, Wu Fan defied this norm. Not only did he speak up, but he also had the audacity to question her. What was most striking was the validity of his arguments, which did not seem like mere antics, but rather genuine concerns about the chicken bloodstone. However, if this young man could discern issues, why could she not? The significance of the chicken bloodstone to Yuking Feng was undeniable. Any flaw could lead to catastrophic consequences, a fact both Chun Min and Su Guzi understood well. Xiao Wu, your senior sister is correct. I have also examined this chicken bloodstone and found no significant issues, Su Guzi began cautiously. If you believe there's a problem, where do you think it lies? There are several tiny sandholes in this area. I suspect it may be an inferior product, Wu Fan replied, careful not to overstate his findings since he had only recently grasped the intricacies of chicken bloodstones. He then stepped forward to indicate the location of the sandholes. Are you certain it's here? Su Guzi scrutinized the area again, but found nothing amiss. The sandholes were minute and difficult to detect with the naked eye, requiring a magnifying glass for clarity. Wu Fan, having anticipated this, promptly retrieved a magnifying glass from the shelf. Continue your charade. I am eager to see how long you can maintain it. Chun Min scoffed, but was abruptly silenced by Su Guzi's sudden outburst. Master Yu, come examine this for yourself. What sort of item have you acquired? Su Guzi slammed the table, his face pale with anger. Is there truly a problem? Chun Min's heart sank, and she quickly picked up the magnifying glass to inspect closely. Since the chicken bloodstone had come from an acquaintance, she had only given it a cursory glance at the time. When she tremulously picked up the magnifying glass, her complexion drained of color in an instant. As Wu Fan had remarked, one side of this bloodstone indeed bore numerous tiny holes. These holes were not mere sand pits. Rather, they were pinholes. In other words, this bloodstone was undoubtedly a counterfeit, its intrinsic value far beneath the lofty appraisal, scarcely worth even 500,000. How could this be? In the next moment, Chun Min collapsed into her chair. Simultaneously, a colossal doubt arose in her mind. The counterfeiting technique employed by the other party was exceptionally sophisticated, imperceptible to the naked eye. Yet how had Wu Fan discerned the issue at a glance? Had he identified the flaw in the bloodstone from the outset? If so, his appraisal skills were astonishingly refined. But why had he initially presented himself like a novice? Was it all an act, a ruse to conceal his true capabilities? The more she pondered, the more she perceived that this Su Guzi, recently inducted, was far from ordinary. Xiao Min, you ought to express your gratitude to your junior apprentice. Had he not uncovered the truth, our Yuching workshop would have faced humiliation at the end of the month as competition, Su Guzi stated gravely. This. Chun Min furrowed her brow, yet she eventually offered an apology to Wu Fan. I apologize, junior apprentice. I underestimated your abilities. I had no idea you were so formidable. Not all, Wu Fan shrugged. In truth, his motives extended beyond merely preserving the reputation of the Yuching workshop. He was primarily eager to acquire greater knowledge in the realm of antiques. Though he possessed the gift of X-ray vision, a lack of market insight could lead to significant losses. Junior apprentice, I hope to receive your guidance in the future, Chun Min remarked, her demeanor noticeably softening, even exhibiting a hint of admiration. After all, such youthful talent was a rarity in the antique circle. With that, he turned and exited. Master, who exactly is this fellow? Chun Min could not restrain her curiosity. I have never encountered him before. Despite Haiyun City being vast, The antique community was relatively small, and the young talents were exceedingly few. Yet she had never before seen someone as young and capable as Wu Fan. From the moment he arrived, I perceived an extraordinary aura about him. Although his attire was somewhat plain, it could not conceal his innate brilliance, Su Guzi praised, stroking his beard. As for his background, that is a question for your junior sister, Xiaoyu. Junior sister Xiaoyu? Chunmin swiftly turned to Hu Meiyu. Senior sister, may I speak candidly? Hu Meiyu appeared rather flustered. Of course, Chunmin encouraged. The truth is, I am unaware of this young man's specific background. I encountered him on the antique street. Hu Meiyu explained. Does he have a girlfriend? Chunmin suddenly bit her lip and inquired. Huh? Hu Meiyu was taken aback for a few seconds. I cannot say. Meanwhile, Wu Fan had already arrived at the park adjacent to Yuqing Workshop. He took out his phone and promptly dialed his home number. Originally, he intended to call home upon arriving in Haiyun City, but various circumstances had delayed him. Oddly enough, no one answered on the other end of the line. Wu Fan muttered to himself, then attempted to call several more times, but still no one answered. Forget it. He would try again later. As he entered, a soft arm wrapped around his own. Looking up, he realized it was none other than senior sister Chunmin. However, at this moment, Chunmin appeared to be an entirely different person from when they first met. The smile on her face seemed almost too expansive to contain. Her enthusiasm, as if he were her savior. Senior sister, there's no need for such gestures. Wu Fan quickly withdrew his hand and took a few steps to the left. The impression she had left on him earlier was far from pleasant. Had it not been for their shared affiliation, he would not have bothered to engage with her at all. Junior brother, are you still upset about what happened earlier? Chunmin asked, her face adorned with a sycophantic smile. It was my fault. I sincerely apologize. I failed to recognize the true essence of the situation. Saying this, she even inclined her body in a gesture of respect. Please, there's no need for that. Wu Fan hastily reached out to support her. So, does this mean junior brother has forgiven me? Chunmin asked, her face alight with excitement. Yes, I'm not so petty, Wu Fan nodded. In his estimation, Chunmin's capabilities certainly surpassed those of Hu Meiyu, making her an ideal ally in his quest to learn about antiques. This collaboration would undoubtedly accelerate his progress. Then allow me to escort you to your dormitory, Chunmin suggested. Dormitory? Wu Fan exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise. Coming here had indeed been a fortuitous decision. Not only had he secured employment, but also a place to stay. Others may lack this opportunity, but you certainly will not, Chunmin asserted, and with that, she took hold of Wu Fan and led him toward the door. Just before exiting, Wu Fan glanced at Hu Meiyu, who appeared dejected. Her head hanging low. Xiaoyu Jia, would you like to join us? Are you referring to me? Hu Meiyu asked, incredulous, as she pointed to herself. Upon receiving Wu Fan's confirmation, she immediately brightened, a joyful smile gracing her face as she hurried to join them. The two women, one on each side, clasped Wu Fan's arms, and he felt a sense of disorientation. In a single day, he had gone from being jilted by his fiancée to being flanked by two charming companions. This was a scenario he could scarcely have dreamed of. It seemed imperative that he thoroughly explore his newfound abilities, for only by doing so could he grow stronger. Chapter 12, A Late-Night Visit. Before long, he followed Chunmin and Hu Meiyu to his dormitory. One could not help but marvel at the splendid conditions at Yuqingfei. Although Wu Fan had no experience with five-star hotels, the room before him was undoubtedly the finest he had ever occupied, coming from a rural background. This room doesn't incur any fees, does it? He asked, turning to them. Puffed. At his words, both Hu Meiyu and Chunmin erupted into laughter. Xiao Fan, what a question. With your talents, how could the company possibly charge you? Chunmin replied. Indeed, the company not only provides meals and accommodation, but also pays a monthly salary, Hu Meiyu added. There's a salary too? Wu Fan exclaimed, astonished. It reminded him of his initial days on a construction site, where he had learned to plaster alongside a bricklayer, earning nothing in his first month, and even had to spend his own money to buy cigarettes as offerings for his mentor. Indeed, given your capabilities, I estimate your monthly earnings to be no less than 20,000 yuan. Hu Meiyu nodded. What, 20,000? Wu Fan exclaimed, taken aback. After toiling tirelessly at the construction site, he barely earned 7 or 8,000, and here, the conversation had begun with such a lofty figure. Xiao Fan, don't misunderstand. Chunmin, noticing Wu Fan's agitation, assumed he was dissatisfied with the proposed salary. She quickly reassured him, Xiao Fan, I understand that with your skills. Such a salary may seem beneath you, but rest assured, as long as you are at Yuqingfeng, Master will not shortchange you. What Sister said is correct. The salary is but a small fraction of our income. The main portion comes from commission on the goods, Hu Meiyu elaborated, with your talents. You will undoubtedly secure a substantial income. All right, I understand now, Wu Fan replied nonchalantly, surprised by their assumptions. In truth, a salary of 20,000 was a realm he had never even dared to envision before. Well then, it's getting late. You should rest well. We'll take our leave now, Hu Meiyu announced, bidding farewell as she turned to exit. Ah, wait. Chun Min furrowed her brow, hesitating to speak. What is it, senior sister? Is there something on your mind? Wu Fan inquired. No, it's nothing. Just take care of yourself, Chun Min replied with an awkward smile. Xiaoyu, why were you in such a hurry to leave just now? Huh? Hu Meiyu was momentarily taken aback. I noticed it was already around 7 or 8 in the evening. It's getting late. What does time have to do with it? Chun Min's expression darkened. I ask you, have you figured out this lattice background? Senior sister, are you suggesting that Xiao Fan is a problem? Hu Meiyu shook her head vigorously. No way. I believe Xiao Fan is an honest person. There shouldn't be any issues, and besides, we hardly know each other. As the saying goes, one must harbor no malicious intent, but should always be wary of others. I see you two are rather close. Do you perhaps have feelings for him? Chun Min pressed further. Senior sister, I assure you, that's not the case. Hu Meiyu's cheeks flushed. Truly not? Absolutely not. We've only just met a day ago. It's far too early for that. Very well then, understood, senior sister. While Hu Meiyu felt perplexed, she dared not contradict Chun Min's insinuations. That evening, Wu Fan managed to reach home by phone, finally getting through. Mom, why didn't anyone answer when I called earlier? Xiao Fan, your father, Be quiet. Wu Fan's mother, Jean Solon, was about to stammer out an explanation when she was interrupted by a familiar voice, his father, Wu Dahai. Mom, what is going on? Has something happened? Wu Fan hurriedly asked. No, it's nothing. Jean Solon shook her head. Everything at home is just fine. You needn't worry. Mom, don't hide it from me. Something must have happened. Wu Fan sensed an unusual tension in the air, connecting the dots from the previous failed calls and his father's behavior. He surmised that something was indeed amiss at home. At home? Pass me the phone. On the other end of the line, Wu Dahai gestured for Jean Solon to hand him the phone, then spoke into it. Xiao Fan, everything is fine at home. You need not worry. Dad, is everything truly all right? Am I capable of deceiving you? Wu Dahai replied, then shifted the topic. By the way, how is it going with Xiaoya? Wu Fan hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and responded, it's going well. Dad, is it necessary to rush things? Wu Fan furrowed his brow. Rush? You two have been dating for several years now. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Wu Fan wore a look of helplessness. No, this cannot be. If I act this way, what kind of man am I? The crux of the matter was that he could discern from his mother's hesitant tone that something had likely gone awry at home. Knock, knock, knock. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly called out. Who is it? Wu Fan quickly rose and hurried to the door. It's me, junior brother. Upon opening the door, he was surprised to find his senior sister Chun Min, who had just left not long ago. Unlike before, she now donned a deep blue qipao. The most striking aspect was the high slit of the dress, which subtly revealed a glimpse of her fair, alluring legs. Senior sister, do you need something? Wu Fan scratched his nose. Although he lacked significant experience with girls, he recognized that her visit at such a late hour, coupled with her alluring attire, suggested a clear intent. Junior brother, am I not allowed to visit you if there is nothing happening? Chun Min teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Of course not. It's just a bit late, Wu Fan replied, scratching his head. It's quite warm outside. May I come in to sit for a while? Chun Min deliberately wiped her forehead. Certainly, Wu Fan nodded, promptly allowing her entry. Chapter 13, Betrayal. Senior sister, would you like some water? Once inside, Wu Fan fetched a bottle of water and handed it to Chun Min, then sat across from her. Why sit so far away? Are you afraid that your senior sister might devour you? Chun Min said with a playful smile. Of course not. It's just that. Wu Fan's sentence trailed off as his gaze was drawn irresistibly to the enticing cleavage revealed by Chun Min's qipao, which seemed to be deliberately unbuttoned. He couldn't help but be mesmerized, nearly losing himself in the sight, feeling a rush of heat course through him, almost causing a nosebleed. Is something the matter? Chun Min moved closer to Wu Fan. If I'm not mistaken, with your youthful age and such a discerning eye for antiques, you must have learned from a master, right? Well, Wu Fan paused for a few seconds and then said deliberately, Senior sister, would you believe me if I said I am entirely self-taught? Oh, junior brother, you jest with your senior sister, Chun Min replied with a playful scold. Since you prefer not to disclose, I won't pry further. I'm not joking. I truly know very little, Wu Fan continued. Junior brother, you still tease me, but I am aware of your finds at the antique street, Chun Min said, playfully patting Wu Fan's shoulder. However, I am curious about something else. What is it? Wu Fan asked, frowning. He could sense that this woman was subtly probing, seemingly intent on uncovering his secrets. As an exceptional young man like you, I suppose there must be many young ladies pursuing you, right? Chunmin inquired. When will you introduce your girlfriend to your senior sister? I don't have a girlfriend, Wu Fan replied with a faint smile. Internally, he mused that the fox's tail had finally been revealed. Really? Are you not deceiving your senior sister? Chunmin feigned surprise. I truly am not deceiving you. Why would I conceal such a matter? Wu Fan nodded. What do you think of me? Chunmin posed, striking a flirtatious pose. You? Hearing this, Wu Fan paused for a few seconds, then began to scrutinize the woman before him, who was in her early 30s. Chunmin was tall and beautiful, and today she wore a fitted blue qipao that accentuated her allure. How about it? Am I beautiful? Chunmin inquired. Of course, you are beautiful, but you must be joking with me just now, right? Wu Fan feigned calmness. Xiao Fan, I'm not joking. Chunmin quickly moved closer, nearly sitting against Wu Fan. Think about it. With your discernment skills and my knowledge of the industry, we could entirely go independent. Go independent? Upon hearing this, Wu Fan's eyes widened. He initially thought Chunmin was simply interested in him, but he hadn't anticipated her desire to betray Yukingfang as well. Precisely, Chunmin nodded, lowering her voice. Junior brother, you are new here and do not understand the situation. On the surface, Yukingfang appears prosperous, but in reality, it is riddled with issues. Oh, how so? Wu Fan was instantly intrigued. In a simple phrase, it was that the master had become muddled, causing a widening gap between their strength and that of the other 3 hidden galleries. Listening to her, Wu Fan remained silent. Although he was not well acquainted with Fei Xiong, he found such treachery to be utterly contemptible. He owed his entry into the antique industry, in part, to Hu Meiyu and Su Guzi. Therefore, no matter what, he would never betray Yukingfang. What do you think? Noticing Wu Fan's silence, Chunmin's expression shifted slightly. Her words darkened the atmosphere. Senior sister, must I follow you simply because you ask? Wu Fan frowned. He had not anticipated Chunmin's domineering nature, which greatly displeased him. The very notion of betrayal was distasteful to him, and now she sought to drag him into her conspiracy. How absurd! Wu Fan, I assure you this is entirely for your benefit. Apologies, senior sister, but I must decline, Wu Fan asserted, gesturing for her to leave. Very well, Wu Fan. You will undoubtedly regret this. Chunmin scoffed, then turned to depart. I would be the one regretting betraying the company. Wu Fan muttered under his breath. From the outset, he had found Chunmin's haughty demeanor off-putting. He never expected that she would attempt to betray the company like Fei Xiong had before. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. As he prepared to turn and close the door, his eyes unconsciously fixated on a figure concealed behind a nearby tree. The night had already fallen, and under normal circumstances, one would not discern anything. However, Wu Fan distinctly saw a person behind the tree, none other than Hu Meiyu. Little Yu Jia, is there something you need? Ah, you. You saw me? Hu Meiyu emerged from behind the tree, her expression one of astonishment. How did you notice me? Your skirt gave you away, Wu Fan remarked, glancing at her short dress. Oh, I see, Hu Meiyu nodded. By the way, what did the senior sister want with you earlier? She came to see me. All right. Hu Meiyu nodded and promptly entered the house. After closing the door, Wu Fan relayed the contents of the conversation he had with Chunmin. Are you serious? Hu Meiyu's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing his words. Of course it's true. Do you think we should inform the master? Wu Fan hastily suggested. Well, Hu Meiyu pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Honestly, it wouldn't make a difference. If the senior sister intends to leave, the master will have no means to stop her. Are you implying that we should just let them go? Wu Fan expressed his frustration. What choice do we have? Our Yuqing workshop is indeed in a precarious position, and the other 3 major repositories would relish our downfall. Hu Meiyu sighed. Take the upcoming competition at the end of the month, for instance. If we lose again, we might genuinely face dissolution. That cannot happen. I've only just found this job. Wu Fan quickly interjected. Presently, his understanding of antiques was still insufficient, and he couldn't bear to witness the collapse of Yuqing workshop. Xiao Fan, would you be willing to help me restore the glory of our Yuqing workshop? Hu Meiyu suddenly spoke, her eyes ablaze with fervor, her lips trembling with excitement. Of course, Wu Fan nodded affirmatively. Really? Hu Meiyu clenched her delicate fists. Absolutely. After all, you did assist me in front of my ex-girlfriend last time. This time, consider it a favor to you, Wu Fan replied. Wonderful. Hu Meiyu nodded vigorously, her joy reminiscent of a child, with tears glistening in her eyes. By the way, there is something else I would like to ask of you. Wu Fan awkwardly scratched his head. What is it? Just tell me. I will certainly not refuse if I can be of assistance, Hu Meiyu encouraged. Ah, Upon hearing this, Hu Meiyu's cheeks flushed slightly. Xiao Fan, are you suggesting? Little Yu Jia, please don't misunderstand, Wu Fan quickly clarified. Here's the situation. I call home today. He then proceeded to share his speculation. However, with Hu Meiyu accompanying him, the matter would be considerably more manageable. I see. When shall we go? Hu Meiyu nodded in agreement. Tomorrow morning would be ideal. All right, see you then. After bidding farewell to Hu Meiyu, Wu Fan took a refreshing cold shower and then sat cross-legged on his bed. The small dents on the door became remarkably clear, yet this was not his limit. He concentrated once more, his eyes glowing with intensity. Soon, the refrigerator door was disregarded, and its contents vividly appeared before him, as if laid out right in front of his eyes. Each item was discernible with utmost clarity, and he could manipulate the view, zooming in and out at will. Furthermore, he activated the timer on his phone to track how long he could maintain this state. Approximately a minute passed before darkness enveloped his vision. In the final second before losing consciousness, he pressed the pause button on his phone. Knock, knock, knock. After an indeterminate span of time, a hurried knocking echoed in his ears. Who is it? Wu Fan rubbed his throbbing temples, feeling utterly exhausted. All right, he responded and proceeded to open the door. Xiao Fan, why do you look so unwell? Hu Meiyu exclaimed upon seeing Wu Fan's fatigued visage. Bloodshot eyes betraying a sleepless night. I did sleep, but it never feels sufficient, he replied, despite the time elapsed being significantly longer than mere seconds. It still marked his current limit. Should we see a doctor? Hu Meiyu inquired with concern. Wu Fan shook his head and steeled himself. After leaving Yukingfang, he intended to hail a taxi on the street, but unexpectedly, a red BMW approached from behind. Xiao Fan, get in, Hu Meiyu called out, her head protruding from the window. Sure. Wu Fan hesitated for a few seconds before taking the passenger seat. After disclosing their destination, they engaged in casual conversation during the ride, though Wu Fan was preoccupied with thoughts of his home situation, leaving little room for dialogue with Hu Meiyu. By 10 o'clock in the morning, they finally arrived at their destination, Wujiazwang, a remote village under the jurisdiction of Haiyan City. Wu Fan strode toward a bungalow and promptly entered. However, upon reaching the living room, he was taken aback. A middle-aged man in a wheelchair, upon seeing Wu Fan, widened his eyes and shouted into the house, Quick, get me inside. Dad, what happened? Who did this? Wu Fan rushed forward, his eyes blazing with anger. He had sensed something was amiss from their phone conversation the day before, but he never anticipated such a grave situation at home. At that moment, a middle-aged woman wearing an apron emerged from the room, Wu Fan's mother, Zhang Sulan. Mom, what on earth happened to Dad? Wu Fan asked anxiously. Your father, Zhang Sulan began, but was interrupted by Wu Dahai's sudden coughing fit. She quickly shook her head. He fell. He slipped on the floor the day before yesterday and accidentally fell. Really? Wu Fan was skeptical. The odds of falling and ending up in a wheelchair were rather low. Oh, come now, can we really deceive you? Zhang Sulan retorted. Wu Fan helplessly nodded and called out to those outside, Come in, please. Auntie, uncle, greetings. At that moment, Hu Meiyu, dressed in a refined women's suit, entered the room carrying a multitude of bags. I wasn't sure what you all might like to eat, so I bought a few things at random. I hope you don't mind. Not at all. We certainly don't mind. Wu Dahai hastily waved his hand, and scrutinized Hu Meiyu with a keen gaze. Turning to Zhang Sulan, he inquired, Is this girl Xiaoya? No, she is not Xiaoya. Zhang Sulan shook her head. Then, where is Xiaoya? Wu Dahai raised his head, a look of surprise etched on his face as he turned to Wu Fan. Well, Wu Fan was momentarily at a loss. After all, the matter of Zhang Xiaoya's betrayal was not one he wished to discuss with his parents. Auntie, uncle, it's like this. Seeing his hesitation, Hu Meiyu stepped forward, ready to provide an explanation. Bang! At that moment, the courtyard door was suddenly kicked open. Old man, it's time to repay the debt. Chapter 15, A Brutal Beating. Wang Jin, Wu Fan turned to see that the intruder was none other than his distant cousin. Wang Jin. Oh, you're here too? Wang Jin, a figure of imposing bulk, shot a cold glare at Wu Fan. Perfect. You can pay back the money your father owes. My father owes money? Wu Fan was bewildered. When had his father borrowed money from Wang Jin? Indeed, we borrowed 30,000 from Wang Jin, but we have already repaid 50,000. We should have settled the debt long ago, his mother, Zhang Sulan, stated helplessly. She refrained from elaborating on the reasons for the loan, and Wu Fan had no intention of pressing further. There were undoubtedly unspoken difficulties involved. At present, the most pressing concern was to ascertain the condition of his father, Wu Dahai's health. Auntie, you must understand, what you borrowed was high-interest loan. While the principal may be settled, there are still interest payments. Wang Jin scoffed, then produced a small ledger from his pocket. If I recall correctly, you still owe 12,500 in interest, and that is as of today. Are you implying that we borrowed 30,000 and returned 60,000? Wu Fan struggled to suppress his rising fury. Wang Jin, we are still relatives. How can you treat your own kin this way? Don't, you little brat. Don't try to get close to me. Wang Jin sneered disdainfully at Wu Fan. What right do you, a mere laborer, have to claim kinship with me? Wu Fan was taken aback. Wang Jin's heartlessness was beyond comprehension, showing no mercy even to family. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he looked intently at Wu Dahai. Through his piercing gaze, he perceived that his father's clothing had vanished, revealing severe bruises on his waist, legs, and even his knees, with some leg bones appearing slightly deformed. What has happened to my father's legs? Unable to contain his fury any longer, he turned to glare at Wang Jin. Yes, I did it, Wang Jin replied nonchalantly. Continuing to threaten, you'd better not look at me like that. I'll tell you this, if you don't repay today, I'll break your legs too. Fine. Then come try. Wu Fan clenched his fists, preparing to charge at Wang Jin. However, to his surprise, his mother, Zhang Sulan, grasped him firmly from behind. Xiao Fan, do not go. Wang Jin is ruthless. If he injures you, it will be dire. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan's fury intensified. It was evident that his father had been harmed by that scoundrel, Wang Jin. Brother Wang, this brat is utterly ignorant of his own limitations. Let's teach him a lesson. A few of Wang Jin's lackeys were eager to engage, clearly dismissing Wu Fan. After all, to the naked eye, he appeared to be merely a young man from the countryside, easily manageable. No need. Wang Jin waved his hand dismissively, pointing at Wu Fan. Listen, you little pauper. Do not say I haven't given you a chance. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I shall forego the interest. Enough of this nonsense. Wu Fan broke free from his mother's hold and hurled a punch toward Wang Jin. Be careful, my son, Zhang Zuilan cautioned. And do not worry. I will ensure Xiao Fan remains unharmed. Who may you, who stood nearby, interjected. Initially, she contemplated advising Wu Fan, considering the overwhelming odds against him. Yet, she ultimately refrained. For no man could endure the affront of Wang Jin injuring Wu Fan's father. Regarding any subsequent repercussions, she was prepared to offer financial assistance. A little pauper like you. Wang Jin scoffed, not concerning himself with Wu Fan's challenge. He was well acquainted with his cousin, who was typically docile and without exceptional skill. Thus, when Wu Fan charged at him, he casually retaliated with a punch. However, the ensuing moment left him utterly astounded. As Wang Jin's fist approached, Wu Fan subtly sidestepped, landing a direct blow to Wang Jin's jaw. Bah! Wang Jin spat blood onto the ground, seething with rage. Excellent. You have successfully provoked me. An expression of surprise flickered in his eyes before he surged forward, fists clenched, unleashing a flurry of strikes at Wu Fan. Swaying his head as if in a boxing match, Wang Jin had navigated the streets and managed to become a small-time leader, possessing his own set of skills. Although he was somewhat portly, he was relatively agile, and his punches were swifter than the average man's. Yet, in Wu Fan's eyes, Wang Jin's movements appeared as slow as embroidery. During a prior assessment of his ocular capabilities, he had discovered that not only could he see through objects, but he could also decelerate the actions of others by several times through the tremors of his own eye muscles. Thus, even a fluttering of a fly's wings was rendered crystal clear. Consequently, the outcome was inevitable. By slowing his opponent's speed, Wu Fan could naturally accelerate his own. He deftly evaded every punch thrown by Wang Jin while seizing the momentum of Wang Jin's head movements, delivering precise counterstrikes. To onlookers, the scene was fascinating. It appeared as though Wang Jin's fists merely grazed Wu Fan's face, while his head movements were synchronized to receive Wu Fan's blows. In the span of mere seconds, Wu Fan landed 7 or 8 punches upon Wang Jin's face, transforming him into a swollen visage. Bang! Soon, Wang Jin fell heavily to the ground, utterly stunned by the blow. Brother Wang, his subordinates were equally bewildered, hesitating to assist him for fear of Wu Fan's wrath. Fu Meiyu and Wu Fan's parents were also left dumbfounded, particularly Wu Dahai and Zhang Sulan, who could hardly believe their eyes. Their son, who had always been so honest and unassuming, had managed to defeat Wang Jin, a notorious thug. Come help me. Wang Jin, regaining his senses while lying on the ground, shouted angrily at his hesitant subordinates. They stared intently at Wu Fan, unwilling to step forward. Come on if you dare, Wu Fan retorted coldly. Upon hearing this, the subordinates instinctively backed away, realizing that in mere seconds, this young man had brought Wang Jin down. Even if they banded together, they likely wouldn't fare any better. Wu Fan, you will pay dearly for your actions today, not just you, but also your parents. Wang Jin threatened, struggling to rise. However, as soon as he got to his feet, Wu Fan pressed him back down with a forceful kick to his back. Though he had never trained, years of manual labor had endowed him with considerable strength. You think you can walk away that easily? The coldness in Wu Fan's eyes was palpable. Chapter 16, Healing. Listen here, you little brat. I must warn you, though Wang Jin was pinned down, his bravado remained intact. The people behind me could crush you with ease. Far simpler than squashing an ant. Oh, really? Wu Fan scoffed, then tightened his fist and struck Wang Jin squarely in the face. Ouch! Wang Jin cried out like a slaughtered pig. What on earth do you want from me? First, you will kneel and apologize to my parents, return the excess interest, and cover the medical expenses, Wu Fan stated firmly. Dream on. Wang Jin started to protest, but was interrupted by 2 more resounding slaps. Stop hitting me. I agree, all right? Faced with Wu Fan's unwavering demeanor, Wang Jin had no choice but to relent. After all, he could not best him in a fight. Wu Fan, have you been training at a temple instead of working on the construction site? Wang Jin grumbled as he got up, clutching his swollen cheek. His expression a mix of frustration and disbelief. That 1 TB necessary, Wu Fan waved dismissively. The medical expenses total 100,000. What? 100,000 for medical bills? Are you robbing me? Wang Jin's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Wu Fan. Aren't you the one doing the robbing? Wu Fan shot back coldly, giving him a piercing look. I don't have that much on me, Wang Jin protested. Then let your subordinates contribute. If we don't gather the money today, no one is leaving. Wu Fan's icy gaze swept over Wang Jin's subordinates. Seeing this, they reluctantly began to pool their resources, ultimately gathering a total of 140,000. Now, can I leave? Wang Jin grumbled as he begrudgingly handed the money to Wu Fan. Kneel and apologize, Wu Fan demanded coldly. Auntie, uncle, please talk some sense into Wu Fan. After all, we are relatives. Don't make the situation so dire. Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Jin hastily approached the couple, Wu Dahu and his wife, with a feigned smile. After all, as a minor leader, he could afford to lose a bit of money, but if he were to kneel today, how could he command respect in the future? Xiao Fan, Wang Jin has a point. It is better to avoid unnecessary conflict, especially since we are still relatives, he remarked. Zhang Zuolan attempted to interject with words of caution, but Wu Fan interrupted her sharply. I may forge familial ties with people, but never with dogs. Wang Jin, taken aback by Wu Fan's words, felt a surge of anger, but ultimately reconsidered and relented. Fine, I will comply. After following Wu Fan's instructions, he quickly made his exit, leaving the village with his subordinates. Once outside the village, several of his men could not contain their frustration. Brother Wang, are we just going to let this slide? Of course not. Wang Jin's eyes brimmed with resentment. I will inform Brother Long about this. If I do not deal with this brat, I vow to forfeit my humanity. However, at that moment, Wu Fan was oblivious to his threats. He was focused on assessing his father Wu Dahu's injuries. Lacking medical expertise, he could only discern through his observational skills that there was a small bone fractured on the inner side of his father's thigh, along with several broken pieces in his lower back. He was uncertain about the treatment. Xiao Fan, I know an esteemed expert in Wuhui district. Shall we pay him a visit? Humayu suggested eagerly. Yes, time is of the essence. Let's go now, Wu Fan responded decisively. He promptly assisted Wu Dahu into Humayu's vehicle, and the group set off towards Wuhui district in Haiyan City. Given the remoteness of their village, the journey would take over an hour. Approximately half an hour into the ride, Wu Dahu fell asleep in the back seat. Miss, I truly appreciate your help. Otherwise, we would have been at a loss. Zhang Zuolan expressed her gratitude to Humayu from the rear. Auntie, there is no need for thanks. Xiao Fan and I are friends. Well, more than friends, Humayu added, nearly letting slip a secret, prompting Wu Fan to clarify quickly. Indeed, Xiao Yu is a wonderful girl. You must treat her with care, Zhang Zuolan advised earnestly. Mother, rest assured. Wu Fan nodded, then shifted the conversation. By the way, why did you borrow 30,000 from Wang Jin? It seems we Haven Tea had any pressing financial needs recently. Well, Zhang Zuolan hesitated, glancing at Humayu, clearly reluctant to divulge. Father is asleep. He cannot hear us, Wu Fan encouraged, thinking his mother feared his father's reprimand. That is not my concern. Humayu interjected, glancing at Zhang Zuolan with an expression of discomfort. Auntie, is this related to Xiao Fan's previous girlfriend? Humayu, quick-witted, immediately grasped Humayu's unease. You are correct, Xiao Yu. I genuinely feel awkward bringing this up, Zhang Zuolan sighed. Auntie, Please feel free to share. It is all in the past. And I hold no grudges, Hu Meiyu urged, waving her hands dismissively. In that case, I shall speak freely. Zhang Suilon took a deep breath. In truth, the 30,000 yuan was meant for Zhang Xiaoye's brother. Zhang Xiaoye's brother? Upon hearing this, Wu Fan immediately reacted. You mean that gambling fiend, Zhang Faxiang? Indeed, that's him. Zhang Suilon nodded. A few days ago, he unexpectedly showed up, claiming that you had a child with Zhang Xiaoye, and thus demanded a sum for nutritional expenses. Wu Fan seethed with anger, yet he hesitated to blame his mother, for they were unaware of his affair with Zhang Xiaoye. Nevertheless, this did not mean he would swallow his indignation. After all, that 30,000 yuan represented the hard-earned labor of his parents over an entire year, and it certainly could not be squandered. He resolved that once his father's injury was healed, he would seek retribution from the Zhang family. Around 11 o'clock that noon, the group finally arrived at the hospital that Hu Meiyu had mentioned, Wuhe District Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. Wait here. I'll check if Dr. Lang is available, Hu Meiyu said as she stepped out of the car. I'll go with you. Wu Fan quickly followed her. Together, they ascended to the second floor, heading towards the specialist's office. Along the way, he gleaned from Hu Meiyu that this esteemed old doctor had practiced for over 20 years and was quite renowned in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. Indeed, the medical text was an ancient tome, yet its age had rendered the characters nearly illegible. This ancient book cost me a considerable amount of money and effort. I never expected it would end up unrecoverable, Hu Meiyu sighed within the office. Chapter 17. The Ancient Needle of the Quran. Uncle Lang, how delightful. You are indeed still at the hospital, Hu Meiyu exclaimed as she hurried into the office, her face lighting up at the sight of the elderly man with silver hair. This elderly gentleman was the expert she had sought, Dr. Lang Yijing of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. Ah, Xiao Hu, what brings you to the hospital? Are you unwell? Dr. Lang inquired with a benevolent expression. It's not me, but my friend's father, Hu Meiyu replied, preparing to introduce Wu Fan to Dr. Lang, only to find that the young man was staring intently at a trash bin. Xiao Fan, what is wrong? What had caught his attention was an ancient book, worn and tattered, lying within the bin. On its cover, he discerned several indistinct characters. While it was difficult for others to recognize, he easily identified it as the ancient needle of the Quran. Connecting this with the conversation he had overheard outside, it was evidently an ancient medical text. Uncle Lang, this is my friend, Wu Fan, Hu Meiyu hastily introduced. Xiao Fan, this is the Uncle Lang I mentioned earlier. Hello, Uncle Lang. Wu Fan bowed respectfully, expressing gratitude. Thank you for your efforts in treating my father. No need to rush, Dr. Lang responded with a gentle smile, then glanced at the trash bin. Do you understand medicine? I don't. Wu Fan quickly shook his head. Oh, I thought you might be able to comprehend that ancient medical text, Dr. Lang said, a hint of disappointment crossing his face before waving his hand, bring the patient over. Certainly. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan disregarded the medical text in the trash bin and promptly descended to assist his father in the wheelchair. Just as Lang Yijing was treating Wu Dahai, Wu Fan's gaze fell once more upon the discarded medical books. Gulin Divine Needle, it proclaimed, encapsulating the essence of ancient acupuncture techniques in a single needle, capable of harnessing the forces of nature to heal the ailments of the populace. The opening passages offered an introduction, primarily extolling the remarkable efficacy of this acupuncture method. Subsequent sections detailed specific needling techniques, encompassing the 108 acupuncture points on the human body, the corresponding ailments for each point, as well as the depth and duration of needle insertion. Though the ancient text had succumbed to the ravages of time, rendering many characters indistinct, this posed little obstacle for Wu Fan. Much of the ink had faded, yet the general outlines of the original characters remained discernible, allowing for comparison. Additionally, Wu Fan possessed the ability to perceive through objects, enabling him to comprehend the entire contents of the ancient tome without the need to turn its pages. This, of course, required considerable time and immense concentration. Fortunately, since the enhancement of his vision, Wu Fan's memory had also significantly improved, nearly reaching the speed of reading 10 lines at a glance. After several intermittent readings, approximately 5 or 6 minutes later, he had fully assimilated the entire book. It was a minor issue, merely a bruise, easily remedied with a few doses of medicine. Meanwhile, Lang Yijing concluded his examination of Wu Dahai. Excellent news. I feared his leg might be fractured. Zhang Tilon exhaled deeply. The weight of anxiety finally lifted from her heart. Old expert, do you mean to say that my injuries are merely superficial and my bones are intact? Wu Dahai, seated in his wheelchair, wore a perplexed expression. If that were the case, why could he not stand? My fellow villager, You are suffering from soft tissue contusions, which have led to venous damage. Hence, standing is indeed impossible. Lang Yijing replied with a reassuring wave of his hand. Rest assured, I will prescribe you some medicine, and you shall recover in no time. Indeed, Uncle Lang's medical prowess is renowned. You need not worry. Hu Meiyu comforted, believing Wu Dahai was still anxious. That is reassuring. Wu Dahai nodded, but suddenly, another voice broke the moment. Old expert, are you certain my father's bones are unharmed? At this, Lang Yijing's expression darkened. He turned to Wu Fan. Young man, are you questioning my competence? Old expert, please do not misunderstand. I merely feel my father's condition is not as simple as a bruise or contusion. Wu Fan replied gravely. I would appreciate it if you could reevaluate my father's condition. The atmosphere fell into an immediate hush. Lang Yijing's expression grew increasingly displeased. Wu Fan's words clearly challenged his authority, and in front of others, it was a blatant affront. So, according to your assessment, your father must have a fracture? Lang Yijing narrowed his eyes. Old expert, that is not what I meant. Rather, then what precisely do you imply? Without waiting for Wu Fan to explain, Lang Yijing rudely interrupted him, asserting, since you are so certain that your father has a fracture, can you specify exactly where the fracture is? Wu Fan was momentarily at a loss for words, although he was aware of the location of his father's injury. Revealing it in front of so many people would undoubtedly embarrass Lang Yijing. Moreover, since Lang Yijing was introduced by Hu Meiyu, he felt it inappropriate to be so disrespectful. Uncle Lang, Xiao Fan is merely worried. He certainly does not mean to question your expertise, Hu Meiyu hastily explained upon observing the tension. Do not excuse him. I wish to see on what grounds he dares to question me. Lang Yijing replied, crossing his arms with a cold smirk directed at Wu Fan. Since the esteemed expert has spoken, allow the junior to demonstrate his shortcomings. Wu Fan said, stepping forward to place his hand on the right side of his father Wu Dahai's lower back and the inner side of his right leg, near the fibula. The fracture is in the lower back, while the leg has a fissure that exceeds 5 centimeters in length. Ha ha ha! Lang Yijing suddenly burst into laughter. Young man, diagnosing ailments is not a game of chance. How can you assume I am merely guessing? Wu Fan replied earnestly. If you truly had that ability, would you seek me for treatment? Lang Yijing countered. You could resolve it at home without this unnecessary endeavor. Wu Fan furrowed his brow, then suggested, old expert, why not take an x-ray of my father? That would clarify everything. Very well, I agree, but I have a condition. Lang Yijing stated. Please, go ahead, Wu Fan responded. If the results align with my diagnosis, you must pay double the consultation fee today as a lesson in humility. Agreed, Wu Fan nodded. With a grand gesture, Lang Yijing summoned someone to take Wu Dahai's x-ray. While they waited, Wu Fan absorbed the knowledge from the Guilin divine needle. At that moment, his gaze fell upon Lang Yijing, where he noticed a distinct black line on the old Chinese medicine practitioner's forehead. Young man, staring at me will not serve you. Lang Yijing remarked, glancing at Wu Fan. Though you are youthful, you must face the consequences of your earlier impudence. Wu Fan opened his mouth, unsure of how to respond, ultimately conceding with a reluctant nod. The old fellow believed he was softening Wu Fan's stance, but in truth, the black line bore a striking resemblance to a type of migraine described in the Guilin divine needle. This condition could be effectively alleviated with acupuncture at the Shangxing point, while a depth of 2 inches could provide a complete cure. Xiao Fan. At this juncture, Hu Meiyu discreetly pulled Wu Fan aside. What is it, Sister Xiaoyu? Wu Fan inquired. Xiao Fan, later you should apologize to Uncle Lang, and he will not pursue the matter further, Hu Meiyu advised. Apologize to him? Wu Fan exclaimed, his eyes wide. Indeed, Uncle Lang holds significant influence within the traditional medicine community in the Wuhe district, Hu Meiyu affirmed with a nod. By apologizing, he will be placated and will dedicate more effort to treating your father. Sister Xiaoyu, first and foremost, I appreciate your kind intentions. Yet whether to apologize or not is beyond my discretion. Wu Fan maintained an expression of indifference. What ist? Why should I apologize to Lang Yijing when I hold no fault? Furthermore, if Lang Yijing were to neglect his father's treatment due to his own doubts, could such a person truly be worthy of donning this white coat? What do you mean? I find myself perplexed. Hu Meiyu gazed at Wu Fan with a look of confusion, mistakenly believing Wu Fan was merely being obstinate. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a series of knocks on the door captured the attention of everyone in the room. Director Lang, the imaging results have arrived, a nurse announced, presenting a file to Lang Yijing. Thank you for your hard work, Lang Yijing said, accepting the file and casting a glance at Wu Fan as he slowly opened it. Young man, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Questioning others without possessing the requisite skills will only render you the subject of ridicule. Old expert. Let us first examine the results. Wu Fan replied with a nonchalant shrug. Lang Yijing smiled faintly, exuding confidence as he revealed the imaging. Having practiced traditional Chinese medicine for several decades, he could ascertain whether a patient had fractures with but a touch. However, as he scrutinized the imaging beneath the light, his confident smile gradually solidified into shock. How can this be? Lang Yijing rubbed his bleary eyes and continued to stare intently at the images for an extended period. The findings depicted were strikingly identical to what Wu Fan had described, with no discrepancies whatsoever. A soft tissue fracture was evident in the lumbar region, and the fibula in the leg displayed a crack approximately 5 centimeters in length. But how could this be? One could easily discern illness with the naked eye, yet how could one ascertain the precise length of a fracture? Uncle Lang, is it serious? Hu Meiyu inquired, leaning closer. This isn't merely a question of severity. Lang Yijing appeared to have a revelation, turning his icy gaze towards Wu Fan. You had imaging done at an external hospital, and thus you have come here to mock me, correct? What nonsense is this? Wu Fan replied, utterly baffled. Uncle Lang, we came directly here without visiting any other hospitals, much less undergoing imaging. Hu Meiyu quickly clarified. Is that so? Lang Yijing frowned, his expression wavering between belief and skepticism. If that were indeed the case, this young man was truly remarkable. Yet, if he possessed such extraordinary abilities, why had he not treated Wu Dahai at home? Contemplating the situation, Lang Yijing was convinced that Wu Fan and his companions had undergone imaging elsewhere. Otherwise, it was simply inexplicable. Of course it's true, or else we wouldn't. Sister Xiaoyu, these claims will not convince Director Lang, Wu Fan interjected, aware that Lang Yijing would never concede. To admit such in front of so many would be akin to slapping his own face. Young man, it is not that I cannot accept defeat. It is simply that no one would believe this tale if it were to be told. Lang Yijing feigned composure, yet internally, a tempest raged within him. After all, if one could discern the internal injuries of a body with mere observation, that would indeed be a miraculous feat. Director Lang, if I'm not mistaken, do you suffer from migraines? Wu Fan suddenly shifted the conversation. At these words, Lang Yijing furrowed his brow and turned to Hu Meiyu. Have you disclosed my old ailment to him? Not at all. Uncle Lang, I had no idea you experienced migraines, Hu Meiyu responded, shaking her head vigorously. Impossible. If you hadn't mentioned it, how could this young man possibly know? Lang Yijing retorted with a cold smirk. Uncle Lang, I truly don't know, Hu Meiyu stammered, unsure of how to clarify, and turned to Wu Fan, Xiao Fan. How did you find out? Of course, it was evident, Wu Fan stated, unwilling to maintain the pretense any longer, especially since his father's fractured bones required medical attention. Although he had recently begun studying the ancient needle of the Quran, he was merely a novice and not yet skilled enough to treat such serious injuries. Thus, he candidly said, Director Lang, if you trust me, I can alleviate your migraine. Young man, you have quite the audacity. Lang Yijing's face revealed a hint of mocking amusement. This ailment has plagued me for decades. I have consulted numerous esteemed physicians. And you, a mere fledgling before he could finish, his features contorted in pain, his jaw clenched tight as he clearly endured immense suffering. Uncle Lang, what is wrong? Hu Meiyu rushed forward in concern. It appears the migraine has struck again. Assist me in seating him in a chair, Wu Fan instructed in a serious tone. All right. Hu Meiyu, somewhat flustered, complied without hesitation. Do you have acupuncture needles available? Wu Fan inquired of the nearby nurse. Yes, the nurse nodded. Bring them immediately. Along with a small basin, Wu Fan continued. Understood, but Director Lang's migraine is a chronic condition. Can acupuncture truly offer relief? The nurse questioned skeptically. Very well. The nurse conceded, quickly retrieving the silver needles. However, just as Wu Fan was about to proceed with the acupuncture, Hu Meiyu interjected, Xiao Fan, you're not jesting, are you? She couldn't believe that Wu Fan possessed medical skills. If that were the case, why hadn't he treated her father's leg injury? It seemed utterly illogical. Rest assured, Wu Fan offered no further explanation and began his work, while Lang Yijing's face was devoid of color from the migraine. Chapter 19, Testing Me. As Wu Fan inserted a needle into Lang Yijing's forehead, the latter let out a grunt. At that moment, the tension in the room escalated, especially among the hospital staff. Upon realizing the situation, some had already positioned themselves at the door. The notion of a mere family member attempting to treat Director Lang was already absurd. Should anything go awry, they would ensure Wu Fan did not leave. As for Hu Meiyu, her emotions were a tumultuous mix. She even pinched herself to confirm she was not dreaming. This young man not only possessed the skill to appraise antiques, but could also heal ailments. Such a revelation would surely be met with disbelief if shared. Phew. Approximately 3 to 5 minutes later, Lang Yijing suddenly exhaled deeply, and the pallor of his face regained some color. Young man, thank you, don't speak. You're not well yet. Wu Fan interjected, his gaze fixed intently on the dark line etched on Lang Yijing's forehead. As time gradually passed, that ominous line began to fade away. Finally, it's over. Wu Fan sighed heavily, and then his vision darkened as he collapsed. Quick, help him up and take him to the finest ward. He absolutely must not come to harm. Lang Yijing shouted in a frantic tone, a tumult of gratitude and concern intertwining within his heart. Soon, Wu Fan was taken to the best ward in the traditional Chinese hospital. Lang Yijing promptly summoned the director for Wu Fan's treatment. And upon learning that Wu Fan's condition was merely a result of energy depletion, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Old Lang, what relation is this lad to you? Why the heightened concern? The director inquired. He has cured my migraine. He is my savior. Lang Yijing replied solemnly. Your savior? The director's expression turned incredulous. Has your migraine truly been cured? It is well known among all the doctors here as a notorious affliction. Migraine is a neurological disorder distinct from ordinary ailments, often requiring surgical intervention for resolution. However, given Lang Yijing's advanced age and the complexity of the venous structures in his head, any complications could pose a grave risk. It was no wonder that he had suffered for so many years without relief. It is indeed true, Director. I can scarcely believe it myself, but it has truly been resolved. Lang Yijing nodded vigorously. In truth, even the director found it hard to believe. A chronic ailment that had plagued him for decades was miraculously cured by a young novice. It seemed this young man possessed remarkable skills. The director mused. Indeed, I had underestimated him. By the evening of that day, Wu Fan finally stirred back to consciousness. Young benefactor, how do you feel? Lang Yitang inquirit eagerly, leaning closer. I am well enough, Wu Fan replied weakly, nodding. Director Lang, you should be well now, shouldn't you? Thanks to your intervention, my long-standing ailment has been thoroughly cured. Lang Yijing's eyes glistened with emotion, his lips trembling. You cannot fathom the torment this old affliction has caused me over the years. You have granted me a second life. Please allow me to pay my respects. With that, he prepared to bow down before Wu Fan. Please no, can't you stop him? Wu Fan quickly gestured. Uncle Lang, you need not do this. Humayu swiftly supported Lang Yijing. Aunt you, I must express my gratitude to you as well. Had you not brought this miraculous young doctor, I might have carried this illness to my grave, Lang Yijing said gratefully. Uncle Lang, to be honest, I am unaware of Xiao Fan's medical prowess. Humayu chuckled awkwardly. In truth, she still could not fathom one thing. If Wu Fan's medical skills were indeed so remarkable, why had he come to the hospital to treat Wu Dahai? Wasn't that a redundant endeavor? Xiao Yu, I now understand why Dr. Wu initially pretended to be unfamiliar with medical practice. Lang Yijing said slowly. Why is that? He was testing us doctors to see if we truly possess the compassion of a healer. I see. Upon hearing this, Humayu's face displayed a hint of embarrassment. This explanation seemed rather forced. Dr. Wu, your noble intentions have finally been grasped by me, Lang. Lang Yijing respectfully bowed to Wu Fan. Wu Fan was utterly bewildered, never having imagined that he held such a grand and illustrious image in Lang Yijing's mind. In truth, he had merely stumbled upon the discarded ancient needle of the Quran. Nevertheless, he felt quite pleased with Lang Yijing's self-reflection. By the way, where are my parents? Wu Fan furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before nodding in agreement. After all, that scoundrel Wang Jin had suffered a setback and would surely seek retribution, making his parents' presence at the hospital the best choice for now. Then I must trouble you, Director Lang. Dr. Wu, what are you saying? This is our duty as physicians. Lang Yijing waved his hand. By the way, I have a small request. I wonder if Dr. Wu would be willing to oblige. Director Lang, now that we are somewhat acquainted, please feel free to speak candidly. Wu Fan nodded. He understood that this old fellow was likely inquiring about acupuncture. Dr. Wu, may I ask who your mentor in acupuncture is? Lang Yijing inquired. At this, Wu Fan immediately frowned. Dr. Wu, please don't misunderstand. I am merely interested in acupuncture. If you prefer not to share, then consider my question unasked, Lang Yijing said cautiously. That is not my intention, but my master's identity is indeed not convenient to disclose. That is splendid. I thank you, Dr. Wu. Lang Yijing replied. In the future, should you find anything useful for this old body, do not hesitate to speak up. All right. Thank you, Director Lang. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wu Fan prepared to get out of bed and stretch his limbs. However, just after taking a couple of steps, his expression suddenly darkened. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Hu Meiyu, observing his demeanor, quickly inquired. Can we find a place to eat? I am hungry. You. Hu Meiyu was speechless, but she promptly led Wu Fan downstairs for a meal. It must be said that the consumption of his perceptual abilities significantly drained his energy. Wu Fan had to devour 5 bowls of rice before he felt he had regained half of his strength. This spectacle left those around him utterly astonished. Xiao Fan, when did you acquire medical skills? Hu Meiyu could not help but ask. Shall I say I just learned? Do you believe that? Wu Fan smiled. Come on, if you're reluctant to share, I want to press further. Hu Meiyu shot him a glance. By the way, let us discuss how to revitalize Yukingfang, other matters. Wait a moment. Wu Fan had just begun to speak when Hu Meiyu raised her hand and took out her phone. Senior sister, is there something you need? The phone call was made by Chun Min, leaving Wu Fan in silence as he finished another bowl of rice. Moments later, Hu Meiyu hung up, her expression quite grim. What did Chun Min say? Wu Fan inquired. A gathering? Upon hearing this, Wu Fan furrowed his brow, sensing that it was not merely a casual get-together. Otherwise, her countenance would not be so troubled. Indeed, I am well aware of their little schemes. Hu Meiyu's cheeks flushed with indignation. What schemes? They are inciting the remaining senior brothers and sisters at Yukingfang to switch allegiances. Hu Meiyu elucidated. Once these individuals leave, regardless of our capabilities, we will be unable to stand alone. That is a valid point, Wu Fan nodded, taken aback by the fierce competition within the antique circle. As such, I have yet to decide whether to attend. Hu Meiyu replied. I plan to discuss this thoroughly with several senior brothers and sisters tomorrow to strategize our response. Sister Yu, I believe there is no need for discussion. Wu Fan shook his head. Why? Because Chun Min will undoubtedly engage them as well, and as the eldest sister, her influence far surpasses yours as the youngest. You have a point, Hu Meiyu conceded, her spirits dampened. So, must we accept this reality? Not at all. We shall not only reject this reality, but also strike back decisively, Wu Fan chuckled. What? Are you suggesting we strike back? Hearing this, Hu Meiyu's spirits lifted. What shall we do? Agree to her invitation. We will go tomorrow, Wu Fan declared. Are you certain? Hu Meiyu widened her eyes in disbelief. This invitation from Chun Min is clearly a trap to embarrass us. Are we not walking into a lion's den? Who embarrasses whom is yet to be seen. Wu Fan replied with a faint smile. He understood that to revive Yukingfang's former glory, a confrontation with Fei Xiong was inevitable. Rather than waiting until the end of the month, it was better to act now. With his perceptive abilities, he had nothing to fear from the opponent. Since you are so confident, I shall accompany you. Junior brother Wu Fan, you will join us? Chun Min inquired specifically. Excellent, splendid. After hanging up, Chun Min immediately made another call, the recipient being Fei Xiong. Senior brother Fei, the fish has taken a bait. Good, we shall catch them all in one net. In the future, Yukingfang will belong to you and me. A deep male voice resonated from the phone. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Wu Fan first visited his parents in a hospital. Upon arriving at the company, he was greeted by 5 or 6 unfamiliar faces in the lobby, both male and female. The men ranged in age from 40 to late 20s, while most of the women appear to be around 30. This must be our junior brother, the eldest among them. A middle-aged man approached Wu Fan with a broad smile, placing a hand on his shoulder. Let me introduce you. This is your 3rd senior brother, Zhang Xiong. This is your 4th senior brother, Wang He, 5th senior sister, Li Rue, and 6th senior sister, Yang Tao. Under Chun Min's introduction, Wu Fan gained a general acquaintance with several senior brothers and sisters. Upon hearing that a master of antique appraisal had joined the company, he was astonished to discover that this expert was remarkably young, truly a testament to the adage that one should not judge by appearances. The 4th senior brother, Wang He, let out a cold laugh, his voice thin and his laughter grating. Judging by age, he was likely overrated. The 5th senior sister, Li Rue, crossed her arms and remarked, Junior brother, our Yuching studio does not harbor idlers. You must showcase your skills when the time comes. The 6th senior sister, Yang Tao, chimed in with a smile. Oh, I've heard that the master sister was fooled by the bloodstone. Yet this young man discerned its true nature. His abilities are evident. Zhang Xiong interjected eagerly before Wu Fan could respond. It was clear that his words were directed at Chun Min. One cannot walk by the riverbank without getting their shoes wet. Chun Min retorted with a forced smile. Indeed, the master sister speaks wisely. Zhang Xiong continued to stoke the flames. It's fortunate he discovered it early. Otherwise, at the end of the month's competition, it would have been a significant embarrassment. What do you mean, Zhang Xiong? Chunmin frowned and snapped. I mean nothing. It's merely the truth. If the master sister doesn't wish to hear it, then so be it. Zhang Xiong shrugged, clearly at odds with Chunmin. You? Master sister, it's getting late. Perhaps we should head over to senior brother Fei's place. Seeing the conflict escalating, the others quickly intervened. Meanwhile, Wu Fan stood with his arms crossed, observing the unfolding drama with a detached interest. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Since Zhang Xiong was at odds with Chunmin, he could potentially be swayed to his side. Once in the car, Wu Fan deliberately sat next to Zhang Xiong, intent on winning him over. Brother Zhang, I've heard many legendary tales about you from Xiaoyu. Your appraisal skills are truly impressive, kid. Don't try to get close to me. Zhang Xiong scoffed, completely unfazed by Wu Fan's flattery. Let me ask you, did your master inform you about the issues with Chunmin's bloodstone? Wu Fan was taken aback, not expecting Zhang Xiong to pose such a question. Don't try to mislead me. The antique industry relies on experience. No matter how talented you are, without over a decade of immersion, it's impossible to possess such discernment. Zhang Xiong's yellowed eyes scrutinized Wu Fan, filled with skepticism. Chapter 21. Coming for you. This third senior brother truly has keen insight. Wu Fan sighed, realizing that Zhang Xiong doubted him and decided against further explanations. Chunmin had been just as arrogant at one time, yet she had ultimately faced setbacks at his hands. Wu Fan also understood that without demonstrating genuine skills, it would be impossible to impress these scheming seniors. Arrived at our destination, everyone, please disembark. Just then, Chunmin's voice echoed from outside the vehicle. Stepping out, Wu Fan discovered that the car had stopped in the courtyard of a residence. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the courtyard alone spanned 500 to 600 square meters. Not to mention the 4-story standalone French villa looming in front. The scale was significantly larger than that of Yuching Studio. In the bustling city of Haiyun, where every inch of land is a treasure, those fortunate enough to reside here are undoubtedly not ordinary individuals. All my junior brothers and sisters have arrived. A voice resonated from within the villa, prompting Wu Fan to turn and behold a middle-aged man clad in a tailored suit approaching him. This man was none other than Fei Xiong, the esteemed senior brother of Yuking Fei. Brother Fei, it has been a while, Chunmin exclaimed, rushing forward with a sycophantic smile adorning her face. What a flatterer. Zhang Xiong scoffed, his disdain palpable. After exchanging pleasantries with a few junior disciples, Fei Xiong's gaze settled upon Wu Fan. You must be the newly initiated junior disciple. Wu Fan, correct? Do you know me? Wu Fan furrowed his brow in inquiry. Not only do I know you, but your reputation precedes you. Fei Xiong replied with a sardonic smile. You have caused quite a stir at Yuking Fang, embarrassing Sister Chun in a manner unbecoming of a junior disciple. Wu Fan recognized the veiled reprimand in Fei Xiong's words. He nodded in acknowledgement, choosing silence, though he surmised the true purpose behind Fei Xiong's gathering of fellow disciples. Xiao Fan, do not take it to heart, Humayu interjected gently. It's nothing. I'm not so petty, Wu Fan retorted, though inwardly he began to strategize. Should Fei Xiong seek to undermine him, he would not be an easy target. It would be interesting to see if Fei Xiong possessed the skill to do so. They proceeded into the villa, and upon entering, Wu Fan was taken aback by the grandeur before him. The expansive living room, soaring to 7 or 8 meters, was adorned with exquisite rosewood furniture that exuded understated luxury. Greetings, esteemed friends from Yuking Fang. An elderly gentleman, adorned in traditional Tang attire and leaning on a gold dragon-headed cane, approached with measured grace. Upon his arrival, Chunmin and the others sprang to their feet, bowing respectfully. Good day, Mr. Ho. Who is this elder? Wu Fan inquired softly to Humayu, unable to contain his curiosity. You do not know Ho Lao. Humayu looked at Wu Fan in astonishment. He is a renowned collector in Haiyun City, particularly fond of calligraphy, paintings, and porcelain. That northern Song dynasty Guqiu washi sold was to him. Oh, so he is a collector, Wu Fan acknowledged, nodding. Not merely a collector. On the surface, yes, but he has deep connections in the underworld. You understand my implication, right? Humayu whispered conspiratorially. I see. Wu Fan nodded, realizing that this seemingly amiable elder had substantial influence. No wonder Chunmin and her peers treated him with such deference. Is that young brother Wu Fan? Mr. Ho suddenly raised his voice, drawing the attention of everyone present. His inquiry elicited astonishment among the attendees, particularly from Fei Xiong, whose eyes flashed with a chilling intensity. Wu Fan hesitated momentarily, just as Humayu nudged him forward. Younger brother, I did not expect you to be so young. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. Old Mr. Ho approached Wu Fan with an expression of admiration and remarked, "Your Northern Song Dynasty Imperial Sunflower Wash is indeed a remarkable piece. In the future, should you come across similar porcelain, do keep me in mind first." As he spoke, he extended his hand to shake hands with Wu Fan. "Certainly, esteemed elder." Wu Fan nodded eagerly and reached out his hand. "Old Mr. Ho, I hope you like the Northern Song Dynasty work by Huang Tingjian that I helped you acquire, the Cool Mountain Hall piece." Seeing the two engaged in pleasant conversation, Fei Xiang could no longer contain himself and interjected. Today, he had summoned his junior disciples to Old Mr. Ho's villa with the intention of impressing them and securing their allegiance. He never anticipated that this brash young man, Wu Fan, would have a connection with Old Mr. Ho. Such a situation, where he felt overshadowed, was certainly not to his liking. "Oh yes, indeed, I am quite fond of that 8-foot song piece." Old Mr. Ho nodded in agreement and gestured to the butler behind him. "Quickly, fetch that painting for our friends from the Yuching studio to admire." "What? Brother Fei, you helped Old Mr. Ho find a piece by Huang Tingjian?" Chun Min exclaimed, his eyes widening. "His works are exceedingly rare and highly coveted. Indeed, as one of the few calligraphy and painting masters among the Northern Song Dynasty's 8 greats, Huang Tingjian's genuine pieces are worth their weight in gold. Master brother, you truly are deserving of your title. We have only seen such treasures in catalogs, and yet you have managed to acquire one." Aside from Zhang Xiong, Wu Fan, and Hu Meiyu, the others gathered around, wholeheartedly singing Fei Xiang's praises. To utter such blasphemous words. Even our master Su Guzi might not be able to unearth an authentic work by Huang Tingjian, would he? Upon hearing Chun Min's words, everyone fell silent for a moment, but soon they echoed their agreement. Although their flattery was unrelated to Wu Fan, Chun Min's subsequent sarcastic remark made him uneasy. Some individuals, having fortuitously stumbled upon a few trifling relics, presumed themselves to be exceptionally talented. If they were to find something complete, would they not trample us into the mud? This statement was clearly directed at Wu Fan. However, before Wu Fan could respond, Hu Meiyu could no longer restrain herself. "Senior sister, don't you think that is a bit excessive? Hu Meiyu, do you believe you have a say here?" Chun Min shot her a cold glare. "Who among us is not your senior brother or sister? Why you? Little you, calm down," Wu Fan interjected, waving his hand. "Little Fan, she is clearly targeting you." Hu Meiyu exclaimed indignantly. "Oh no, you're mistaken. The senior sister is not directing her remarks at me." Wu Fan chuckled and glanced at Old Mr. Ho. "The senior sister is clearly aiming her words at Old Mr. Ho." The moment these words escaped his lips, the expressions of everyone in the room shifted dramatically. You're talking nonsense. I'm not aiming anything at Old Mr. Ho." Chun Min, upon hearing Wu Fan's assertion, immediately grew flustered. She hurriedly explained to Old Mr. Ho, "Please do not listen to this young man's nonsense. Even if you lent me a few of your bravado, I wouldn't dare. Dear friend Wu, how could you possibly think that little Chun is directing her comments at me?" Old Ho was not angered. Instead, he gazed at Wu Fan with a calm demeanor, though a flicker of undeniable authority shone in his eyes. Should Wu Fan fail to provide a reasonable explanation, he would likely incur the wrath of this formidable figure who traversed both the black and white realms. "Old Ho, according to senior sister, I merely stumbled upon a worthless trinket, yet the ultimate buyer is you," Wu Fan remarked with a smirk. "By this logic, does that not imply that you, Old Ho?" "I truly did not mean it that way. I have no intention of disparaging you." Wu Fan's words nearly caused Chun Min to lose her composure, her legs buckling as she fell to her knees before Old Ho. "What do you mean by that?" Old Ho's expression darkened as he cast a glance at her. I. Chun Min stammered, at a loss for words, her regret overwhelming her. She had never anticipated that Wu Fan possessed such eloquence. "Senior brother Fei." With no other recourse, Chun Min turned to Fei Xiang with a pleading look. "Old Ho, my junior sister did not mean any offense. She merely wished to convey that she hopes our junior brother can procure a complete Northern Song porcelain piece for you next time, which would surely be mutually beneficial." Fei Xiang interjected promptly. "Enough. Rise." Old Ho's demeanor softened slightly as he gestured for Chun Min to stand. She exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet her gaze towards Wu Fan was laced with malice. "Master, the painting has arrived." At that moment, the steward approached, holding a scroll with both hands. "Xiao Fei, you may proceed." Old Ho nodded slightly. "Certainly, Old Ho." Fei Xiang accepted the scroll and carefully unfurled the painting. "Ah, this is truly exquisite." As soon as it was unveiled, someone exclaimed, igniting the atmosphere with enthusiasm. Though Wu Fan was not well versed in calligraphy and painting, he stepped forward to take a look. It was a landscape painting, characterized by steep mountains and towering cliffs, unmistakably depicting the northern terrain. Wu Fan did not comprehend the signature, but that did not detract from his appreciation, as he had been utterly ignorant when he first discovered it. Dear fellow disciples, this painting contains a minor flaw. I wonder if any of you can discern it. Upon seeing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Fei Xiang folded his arms with an air of arrogance. Senior brother Fei, you trulyist. Chun Min quickly chimed in. You have already stated it as a small flaw. How could we possibly identify it? Indeed, your discerning abilities far surpass ours. Please do not make it difficult for us. The group continued to flatter Fei Xiang, while his gaze fixated on Wu Fan. Junior brother Wu, would you like to? I shall. Before Fei Xiang could finish his sentence, a figure suddenly stepped forward. Zhang Xiong? Fei Xiang squinted in disbelief, nearly seething with anger. His primary objective today was to suppress Wu Fan's spirit and garner the unwavering loyalty of his fellow disciples. He had not expected Zhang Xiong to intervene. Why? Am I not allowed to challenge you? Fei Xiang? Zhang Xiong inquired. What did you call me? Fei Xiang furrowed his brow. Fei Xiang, you have departed from our company. It seems inappropriate for me to still refer to you as senior brother, Zhang Xiong remarked, tilting his head upwards. Indeed, you are free to do as you wish. Fei Xiang snorted coldly, dismissing Zhang Xiong with indifference. Meanwhile, Wu Fan was not idle during Zhang Xiong's observation. He held his breath, focusing intently as he activated his X-ray vision, and soon the ancient painting was enveloped by a halo of ethereal light. This, evidently, was what Wu Fan regarded as the aura of treasure, confirming its authenticity as a genuine artifact. However, the brilliance emanating from this ancient painting was not as pronounced as that of the shard of porcelain he had previously acquired. In other words, according to Wu Fan's understanding, this ancient painting was less valuable than his prized Kue basin. Contemplating this, he promptly whispered to Hu Meiyu, Sister Xiaoyu, how does the value of this calligraphy compare to my porcelain piece? Oh, Hu Meiyu replied, and Wu Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Simultaneously, another thought arose in his mind. Based on the aura of treasure, his Kue basin appeared superior to the ancient painting, yet its actual value seemed inferior. This contradiction was glaring. The only plausible conclusion was that the ancient painting likely harbored some issues. This notion stemmed from his unwavering confidence in his X-ray vision. Otherwise, he would not have found himself in this situation. Well, junior brother, have you discovered any flaws? At that moment, Fei Xiang regarded Zhang Xiong with a smug expression. Zhang Xiong opened his mouth, feeling utterly humiliated, his face flushed with embarrassment. Junior brother, do not be disheartened. After all, not everyone possesses such high appraisal abilities. Fei Xiang sneered, his gaze shifting back to Wu Fan. My little junior brother, do you dare to give it a try? Fei senior brother, are you not putting me in a difficult position? Wu Fan was about to respond affirmatively when Chun Min interjected with a sarcastic tone. If the third junior brother cannot find any flaws, do you truly believe this fledgling can? That is indeed a valid point. Anyone can stumble upon a hidden treasure, but consistently doing so is not merely a matter of luck. Fei Xiang nodded. Your provocation tactics are rather unremarkable. It was I who identified the issue with the bloodstone. Master sister, Wu Fan retorted, cutting straight to the chase with Chun Min. Chun Min was taken aback. Not expecting Wu Fan to expose her sensitive issue before so many witnesses, her face turning crimson with indignation. As for this painting, it undoubtedly has some problems. Wu Fan added, Oh, what issues does it possess? Old Ho, who had remained silent until now, immediately showed interest upon hearing this. He had agreed to allow Fei Xiang to invite someone from Yuqing Fong, not only to give face to Fei Xiang, but also in hopes of finding a competent appraiser of porcelain. Initially, he had favored Wu Fan. However, Fei Xiang's lack of faith in Wu Fan and his subsequent disparagement had sown seeds of doubt in his mind. If Wu Fan could indeed identify the flaws in the ancient painting, it would imply that his skills were on par with Fei Xiang's. If I am not mistaken, this is not merely a small issue. Wu Fan's assertion intensified the atmosphere in the room. Chapter 23, The Seriousness of Truth. Junior brother, one may indulge in food frivolously, but one must not speak carelessly. Fei Xiang cast a cold glance at Wu Fan, warning him that if he spoke without substantiation, Old Ho would not let him off easily. His tone was rife with menace. After all, Wu Fan's words were tantamount to a public slap in the face. I dare to speak because I possess the evidence, Wu Fan responded with an air of calm. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, this issue could potentially influence at least half the value of the ancient painting. You are spouting nonsense. Fei Xiang could no longer maintain his earlier gentlemanly composure and, chastised Wu Fan. Do you think my eyes are merely decorative? Xiao Fei, temper your anger for now. Old Ho interjected with a cough, his sharp gaze fixed on Wu Fan. Young man, let me remind you that no one dares to prattle in front of me. Hodishing, I hope you're not the first. Although his tone remained flat, the icy glint in his eyes instilled fear among the onlookers. If this formidable figure were to take action, Wu Fan might very well vanish without a trace. A smirk of triumph appeared on the faces of Fei Xiong and Chun Min. This boy has no idea of his own limitations, daring to challenge Old Ho. Chun Min sneered. He is courting disaster. Fei Xiong squinted, seemingly envisioning Wu Fan's impending misfortune. Old Ho, what is the current market price of this painting? Wu Fan inquired. You are referring to the complete price, correct? What if it were a damaged piece? Wu Fan posed another question. A damaged piece? Old Ho paused for a few seconds. If it were damaged, it could still fetch around 2 to 3 million based on its current condition. He then donned his reading glasses and scrutinized the ancient painting for a moment. Young man, is this truly a damaged piece? Indeed, Wu Fan nodded. When he initially suspected the painting was flawed, he had meticulously examined the entire work and soon discovered the reason. A minuscule crack ran through the center of the painting. This fissure was so fine that it would be difficult to discern even with a magnifying glass, let alone with the naked eye. Perhaps the restoration was expertly executed, or perhaps advanced technology was employed. Regardless, an ordinary person would be unable to detect the deceit. However, Wu Fan was not ordinary. His keen eyesight could discern details that eluded most. He could even perceive the fingerprints of those who had handled the ancient painting, let alone the traces of restoration. Wu Fan, you are talking nonsense. Fei Xiong could no longer restrain himself. Having painstakingly acquired what he believed to be a genuine artifact, being accused by Wu Fan of it being damaged was a profound indignity for an appraiser. Fei Xiong, let him speak. Old Ho snorted dismissively, then turned a serious gaze toward Wu Fan. Young man, you had better substantiate your claims. Otherwise, this matter could escalate significantly. Very well. Wu Fan nodded, preparing to step forward when he was suddenly restrained by Hu Meiyu behind him. Xiao Fan, do you truly believe there's an issue with this painting? Hu Meiyu asked, worry etched on her face. She understood well that if Wu Fan could not provide evidence, even Su Guzi's arrival would be of little help. Of course, would I speak recklessly? Wu Fan replied with a smile and a nod. My friend, I previously underestimated you, but now I respect you as a true man. At this moment, Zhang Xiong's attitude underwent a complete transformation as he gave Wu Fan a thumbs up. Thank you. Wu Fan shrugged, then stepped forward and pointed at the center of the ancient painting, indicating that there were noticeable restoration marks from this point to that. Restoration marks here? Upon hearing this, Fei Xiong burst into laughter. My friend, could you please draft your tall tales before you spin them? Just keep fabricating. Fei Xiong's expression was one of disdain. If I couldn't even discern such a rudimentary issue, I wouldn't deserve to stand here. Silence. Elder Ho rose with a thump of his cane. He gestured to the butler, who promptly handed him a magnifying glass. He intended to verify personally whether Wu Fan was speaking nonsense. Wait. As Elder Ho leaned forward, Wu Fan stepped in to block him. Elder Ho, a regular magnifying glass won't suffice. You should use a more powerful instrument. At this, Elder Ho's expression soured. Then how did you perceive it? This question momentarily stumped Wu Fan. After all, he could hardly reveal his ability to see through objects. Even if he did, no one would believe him. Elder Ho, this kid is evidently a novice, spouting nonsense here. Fei Xiong seized the opportunity to stoke the flames. I even suspect that his porcelain piece was acquired by someone else, merely bearing his name. Senior brother, the Yuhui wash was personally collected by Xiao Fan. I was with him the entire time. Hu Meiyu quickly interjected. Be quiet. Do you think you have a right to speak here? Fei Xiong shot her an impatient glare. We are conversing. When did it become your turn to interject? Enough. Everyone settle down. Elder Ho cast a dark look at Wu Fan. Young man, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Does this painting have any issues? Yes, and it pertains to the issue I just mentioned. Wu Fan replied earnestly. This painting is not whole. It has been pieced together later, although the craftsmanship is so exquisite that it is difficult to detect. Brother, are you still trying to hold your ground? Fei Xiong couldn't suppress his derision. Soon, you shall witness the consequences of deceiving Elder Ho. Very well. I shall await that moment. Wu Fan shrugged, exuding calmness. All right, since you insist, let it be as you say. Elder Ho nodded and promptly instructed someone to arrange for a high-powered magnifying glass. Before long, the ancient painting was placed on the table, and the butler brought forth the instrument. Master, may we begin? Yes, Elder Ho affirmed with a nod. Understood, the butler replied, setting the high-powered instrument atop the ancient painting. Hiss! In the next moment, a collective gasp echoed throughout the room. There is indeed a crack on the painting. Who may you exclaimed in astonishment. The expressions of the others seemed frozen in that instant, either in shock or disbelief. As for Fei Xiong, a hint of fear crept onto his face. No, this is impossible. I clearly saw no issues when I looked at it. How could it have changed like this? Are you implying that I caused the damage? Elder Ho's cold voice resonated slowly. Chapter 24, Shock. No, Elder Ho, that is not what I meant. Observing the somber expression on Old Ho's face, Fei Xiong hastily attempted to clarify, fearing he might offend. Yet, as he gazed at the unmistakable marks on the painting, he found himself at a loss for words. When he had initially examined the artwork, there had been no traces whatsoever. How could they have suddenly materialized? However, this was not his greatest perplexity. What baffled him the most was how Wu Fan, a mere youth, managed to discern what even a magnifying glass could not reveal. Indeed, there was a line of repair visible. It would have been exceedingly difficult to detect without the aid of specialized instruments. The crowd stared intently at the ancient painting, their expressions awash with astonishment. Alongside their amazement was a palpable shift in their attitude towards Wu Fan. Initially, aside from Humeyu, the other seniors regarded Wu Fan with disdain. After all, by both experience and skill, he was the least notable among them. Yet, before such a large assembly, he had triumphed over the esteemed master brother Fei Xiong. Consequently, a flicker of reverence now colored their gazes towards him. In the realm of antiques, while experience is undeniably significant, ability holds even greater weight. Zhang Xiong swiftly approached Wu Fan, his face a mask of apology. Junior brother, I spoke too brusquely earlier. I hope you can forgive me. It's quite all right, third brother, Wu Fan replied, waving his hand dismissively. Observing this, the others gathered around Wu Fan. Junior brother, I never anticipated you would possess such prowess at such a young age. Truly, the younger generation surpasses the previous. One exclaimed. I had always maintained that Master possesses a discerning eye, and you are the finest testament to that. The seniors lavished Wu Fan with praise, nearly elevating him to the heavens. Had I known you were this formidable, I would have sought your counsel sooner, fifth sisterly Rue declared, wrapping her arm around Wu Fan's. Junior brother, are you free tonight? Perhaps we could engage in further discussion? Sixth sister Yang Tao added, casting him a flirtatious glance. Meanwhile, Fei Xiong and Chun Min, who found themselves sidelined, appeared increasingly dismayed. Especially Fei Xiong, who had summoned so many juniors today to assert his prowess and recruit them, never anticipating the sudden emergence of a competitor. Who exactly is this fellow? Fei Xiong seethed, turning to Chun Min. To be honest, I am equally in the dark. Chun Min shrugged helplessly. Initially, they had intended for Fei Xiong to temper Wu Fan's arrogance, but now it seemed he had shot himself in the foot. Ah, indeed, heroes emerged from the youth. Quite impressive. Old Ho laughed heartily, giving Wu Fan a thumbs up. Young Wu, henceforth you shall be my esteemed guest. Do visit often. You are too kind. Old Ho, Wu Fan replied with a faint smile. I would still like to challenge Junior Brother to a match. Just as the atmosphere began to ease, Fei Xiong could no longer restrain himself and stepped forward, his gaze dark as he fixed it upon Wu Fan. Oh, you wish to compete again? Old Ho remarked, surprised. Indeed, it is quite humiliating for me as the master brother to have lost to a junior brother. So I must reclaim my honor. Fei Xiong nodded resolutely. If word of today's incident were spread, how could I possibly continue in the antique trade in Haiyan City? However, that is not the most pressing concern. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that if I were to back down today, Old Ho would undoubtedly regard me with disdain in the future and lean towards Wu Fan. That is something I am most reluctant to witness. Brother Fei, I see no necessity for this. Wu Fan waved his hand dismissively. Victory and defeat are customary in the realm of competition. If you wish to win, I can concede at once. Ah, young Wu, I never anticipated you possessed such magnanimity. Upon hearing this, Old Ho's face radiated admiration. Among the younger generation, individuals of your caliber are indeed rare. These words rendered Fei Xiong's countenance exceedingly grim, akin to having swallowed a swarm of flies. Yet, given Old Ho's stature, he dared not retort. Fei Xiong recognized that he had irrevocably lost face today and could only turn to leave. Humph! Old Ho merely grunted, not even sparing Fei Xiong a glance, before grasping Wu Fan's hand, eager to retreat into the inner hall for a more thorough discussion. Young Wu, I have amassed a considerable collection of porcelain. Would you assist me in discerning the genuine from the counterfeit? Certainly. Wu Fan nodded, seizing the opportunity to engage with Old Ho. He then entered the inner hall under the envious gazes of the onlookers. Master brother, Is this how it concludes? Chun Min emerged from the hall alongside Fei Xiong, his face a mask of discontent. Of course, it cannot end here. Fei Xiong snorted, a glint of resentment flickering in his eyes. Today, this lad has merely enjoyed a stroke of luck. Just wait in a few days. I shall ensure his reputation is thoroughly tarnished. Are you referring to the small competition at the 4 great repositories at the end of the month? Chun Min quickly grasped his intent. Precisely. At that time, let him witness the prowess of Master Brother. Chun Min nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Wu Fan followed Old Ho into the inner hall. Upon entering, the sight before him elicited an involuntary gasp of astonishment. The room was adorned with 3 mahogany racks, each densely populated with an array of porcelain artifacts, from diminutive dishes to grand vases, a veritable cornucopia of styles. Master, at that moment, a burly man with a dark complexion approached. Chong, you have arrived just in time. Allow me to introduce my esteemed guest. Old Ho promptly began. This young friend is Wu Fan, a guest of mine and of the Ho family. You must attend to him with utmost care. He then turned to Wu Fan, stating, This is Wang Qiqiang, who has been under my tutelage for over a decade. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon him. Greetings, Mr. Wu. Wang Qiqiang extended his hand towards Wu Fan. Hello, Brother Chong. I look forward to your guidance, Wu Fan replied, promptly shaking his hand. Wang Qiqiang was an imposing figure, standing at 6 feet tall, with a muscular build and calloused fists that suggested he was no ordinary person. Now, let's get to the matter at hand. Old Ho smiled faintly, gesturing towards the mahogany racks. Young Wu, could you assist me in determining how many genuine pieces are housed here? Chapter 25, The Unexpected. Very well. At this, Wu Fan focused intently, his gaze sweeping over the porcelain displays before him. The entire shelf is adorned with more than 20 pieces of porcelain, varying in size, shape, and color, clearly originating from different dynasties. While a typical appraiser would deduce the authenticity of these porcelain items based on their respective dynastic forms and firing techniques, Wu Fan operates differently. He merely needs to ascertain the presence of luster, as determining value is unnecessary. While others might take an entire day to authenticate such a collection, Wu Fan requires only a few minutes. However, the more he observes, the deeper his furrowed brow becomes. Over half of the porcelain pieces exhibit a complete lack of luster, indicating their counterfeit nature. Yet, he struggles to find the right words to convey this to Old Ho. Young Brother Wu, please speak your mind. Old Ho, perceptive as ever, immediately senses Wu Fan's unease. Then I shall be forthright, Wu Fan replies, stepping closer and pointing at several items. This one, and this one, they're all fakes. His demeanor is casual, akin to selecting produce at a market. Really? Old Ho's complexion turns ashen upon hearing this. Wu Fan's casual gesture has revealed that over 60% of the first layer is counterfeit. This revelation is unbearable for Old Ho. Indeed, these are all fakes. For instance, this vase appears fine, but something is clearly amiss. Wu Fan steps forward, picking up the blue and white vase, pointing out its flaws. Although he lacks extensive knowledge about the origins and characteristics of these porcelain pieces, the marks of forgery are glaringly evident to his discerning eyes. This vase shows signs of a second firing at the mouth and body, along with evidence of acid washing for aging, Wu Fan explains. Young Brother Wu truly possesses remarkable insight. You identified the issue with a mere glance. Impressive. Despite feeling a pang of regret, Old Ho can only force a smile and acknowledgement. He then inquires about the pieces above. As for those, Wu Fan scans the upper shelf, noting similar conditions. This one, and this one. He methodically identifies the pieces devoid of luster, completely oblivious to Old Ho's increasingly grim expression behind him. Master, just as he is about to point out the final piece, a startled voice from Wang Qiqiang breaks his concentration. What is the matter? Wu Fan turns to see Old Ho slumped in Wang Qiqiang's arms, his face ashen. What happened? Is this not your doing? Wang Qiqiang exclaims angrily. Are you not aware that the master has a heart condition? I truly didn't know. Wu Fan stammers in response. Spare me your excuses. If anything befalls the master, I will not let you off easily. Wang Qiqiang glares at Wu Fan before shouting towards the door, Quick, someone come here. Instantly, 7 or 8 individuals rush in from outside. Go find Dean Shun and bring him here swiftly, Wang Qiqiang commands. Brother Chong, what about this fellow? One of his subordinates inquired. Keep a close watch on him. Ensure he does not escape. After giving his instructions, Wang Qiqiang swiftly carried the elderly Ho out. As for Wu Fan, he made his way from the inner hall to the outer hall under the watchful gaze of several subordinates. Xiao Fan, how are things? Upon seeing him, Hu Meiyu immediately approached. It's nothing. I need you to assist me with a task, Wu Fan whispered. What is it? Hu Meiyu nodded. Here is a prescription. Please help me gather the necessary herbs. Wu Fan handed her a note. Upon witnessing Ho Lao faint in the inner hall, he had promptly used his ability to assess the situation. He noticed a dark line appearing at the location of the heart, which was progressively extending toward the neck. If it reached the brain, it would likely be fatal. Simultaneously, he had discovered a method for treatment within the ancient text, the divine needle of the Quran, though it required traditional Chinese medicine as a catalyst. Why do you need the prescription? Is someone unwell? Hu Meiyu asked, her expression one of surprise. This cannot be explained in just a few words. You will understand shortly. Wu Fan waved his hand dismissively. All right, I shall go now. Without further inquiry, Hu Meiyu promptly left to fulfill his request. However, the truth could not remain hidden forever, and soon the news of Ho Lao fainting due to Wu Fan's actions circulated widely. Junior brother, you have landed yourself in serious trouble. Indeed, if anything were to happen to Ho Lao, the Ho family would surely hold you accountable. The senior brothers and sisters who had previously sought to curry favor with Wu Fan now distanced themselves from him. Junior brother, do you not know that Ho Lao has a heart condition? Even if the matter was fabricated, you should not have spoken so bluntly. Third brother Zhang Xiong remarked with a sympathetic expression. He told me to say directly, so I did as he instructed. Wu Fan shrugged. You truly are a naive one. Zhang Xiong sighed, looking troubled. Before long, a vehicle sped through the courtyard gate. Everyone assumed a doctor had arrived and hurried outside to see. Brother Fei, I thought you had left? Li Rui asked. I heard that junior brother caused Ho Lao to faint. Such an incident is too intriguing, Brother Fei replied. Indeed, Ho Lao has treated us well. We cannot simply walk away. Chun Min added in agreement. Though they feigned concern for Ho Lao, their true intent was to witness Wu Fan's misfortune, barely suppressing their laughter. Junior brother, how could you possibly provoke Ho Lao? Fei Xiong remarked sarcastically. Indeed, while you may possess great skill, lacking emotional intelligence is a significant flaw, Chun Min added, wearing a look of schadenfreude. If I were you, I would make a swift exit. Otherwise, you may find it difficult to leave later. That is impossible. Do you not see that the Ho family members are all watching? If I step outside now, I would likely be met with violence. Fei Xiong and Chun Min exchanged banter, nearly pointing and mocking Wu Fan. In the face of their gloating demeanor, Wu Fan remained unfazed. To others, he appeared to have stumbled, but in reality, he was on the cusp of great fortune. Make way, Dean Shun is here. At that moment, several individuals walked in from outside. Wu Fan focused his gaze and discovered that there was indeed a familiar face among them. Chapter 26, Are You Still a Doctor? Among those who entered, one was unexpectedly Lang Yijing. Lang Yijing did not notice Wu Fan as he hurriedly followed an elderly man, presumably the director, into the room. Wu Fan mused internally about the passage of time. Based on the earlier spread of the black line, there should still be an hour left for treatment. He needed to wait for Hu Meiyu's medicinal materials to arrive before he could intervene. At this moment, over 20 minutes had elapsed, and the atmosphere on-site had grown increasingly tense. The burly men flanking Wu Fan had placed their hands on his shoulders, ready to restrain him at the slightest disturbance from within. In my opinion, Master has become somewhat muddled. Of all the people to seek out, why choose such a troublemaker? Chun Min, observing the situation, immediately began to stir the pot. If old Ho is unharmed, that is one thing, but should any issues arise, it is likely that we from the Yukingfang will face dire consequences. The senior sister was correct. If this is pursued, we will all suffer. Indeed, what should we do? A few indecisive individuals looked anxiously at Chun Min. I believe the most prudent course of action is to distance ourselves from Yukingfang. Seizing the moment, Chun Min no longer concealed her intentions. I will be the first who will join me in leaving the company. Initially, she thought her declaration would rally these individuals to follow her and Fei Xiong. However, to her dismay, they did not immediately align with her, but chose instead to wait and see. Faced with this, Chun Min could only turn her gaze to Fei Xiong. Ahem. Fei Xiong cleared his throat and lowered his voice. Ladies and gentlemen, you are all aware that old Ho suffers from heart disease. But you may not know that this condition is congenital, correct? Congenital? The crowd's faces reflected shock at his words. Indeed, old Ho was never suited for the antique business. However, his passion was undeniable. Fei Xiong paused before continuing. Thus he entrusted me with the appraisal of certain antiques and artworks, but his condition has worsened day by day. Do you think the chances of curing him this time are high? Certainly not. If it were curable, it would have been addressed long ago. Old Ho has no shortage of funds, Chun Min concurred. If anything were to happen to the old gentleman, then I now see that you intend to betray Yukingfang. Before Fei Xiong could finish, Zhang Xiong reprimanded him. Zhang Xiong, if you have the courage, don't leave. Stand by Wu Fan until the end. Chen Min scoffed. Very well, I believe my junior brother can resolve this issue. Zhang Xiong glanced at Wu Fan. Right, junior brother? You tell them you can manage this. I can certainly manage it. Wu Fan nodded. In such a situation, Zhang Xiong's decision to remain with Yukingfang was indeed commendable. You can manage? Fei Xiong could not help but chuckle. Junior brother, we are appraisers, not doctors. Do not boast unnecessarily. Xiao Fan, the medicine has been procured. Just then, Hu Meiyu's voice rang out from outside. Procured medicine? Fei Xiong furrowed his brow and followed the sound, only to see Hu Meiyu entering, breathless, clutching a black plastic bag. You brat, you can practice medicine? He gazed at Wu Fan with astonishment. Senior Fei, how did you know that Xiao Fan has medical skills? Hu Meiyu chimed in. Wait, weren't you just leaving? Fei Xiong opened his mouth, his expression awkward. All right, quickly hand me the medicinal herbs. Wu Fan took the herbs from Hu Meiyu's hands and turned to the two burly men watching him, saying, Hurry, wash and brew these herbs. Reducing 3 bowls of water to 1. The two burly men were immediately taken aback. What do you mean, If you don't get moving, Old Ho will truly be beyond saving. As he spoke, Wu Fan shoved the herbs into their hands and turned to head inside. By his calculations, less than half an hour remained. Action was imperative. Kid, what are you doing? The two burly men reached out to restrain Wu Fan. However, he slipped away like an eel, deftly dodging their grasp, swiftly making his way into the inner room. What? The two men exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confused. Xiao Fan's medical skills are exceptional. Don't just stand there. Hurry and prepare the medicine. Hu Meiyu urged, quickly following behind. The scene left not only the two burly men in a daze, but also others present displaying expressions of confusion. Does this kid really know medicine? Chunmin muttered to himself. I think this kid is just talking nonsense. If he had such abilities, would he be here in Yuqing Fang? Fei Xiong scoffed. Let us just wait here for the show. In his view, Wu Fan's impressive skills in antique appraisal at such a young age were already remarkable. How could he possibly possess medical knowledge as well? Meanwhile, Wu Fan had entered the inner room. It's no use. The pulse is faint. There's not much time left. After his diagnosis, Dean Shun immediately shook his head. Dean Shun, are you implying? Wang Qiqiang beside him could hardly believe his ears and asked again. Wu Fan, you little brat, you caused the old man to be like this. I won't let you off. Wang Qiqiang gritted his teeth, his fists cracking ominously. What are you talking about, Wu Fan? Lang Yijing, upon hearing this, showed a look of surprise. Old Ho is still salvageable. Just then, a voice at the doorway drew the attention of everyone inside. Ah, you little brat, your timing is perfect. Today, I will ensure you accompany the old man to the grave. Upon seeing Wu Fan, Wang Qiqiang immediately swung his fist toward him. Unfazed by Wang Qiqiang's aggressive approach, Wu Fan remained calm. As the punch came flying, he sidestepped gracefully and quickly made his way to the bedside. Little Dr. Wu, is it really you? Lang Yijing exclaimed upon recognizing him. Oh, isn't this the kid who treated your migraine last time? Dean Shen also recognized him at that moment. Indeed, it is him. Lang Yijing nodded vigorously. You little brat, I won't let you off. Just then, Wang Qiqiang at the doorway aimed a kick at Wu Fan. However, just as his foot was about to strike Wu Fan, a figure interposed itself before him. Director Lang, step aside. It was this rascal who has enraged the old master to such a degree. I shall ensure he pays with his life. Wang Qiqiang glared fiercely at Lang Yijing. To speak plainly, Wang Qiqiang, the only person capable of saving President Ho at this moment, is the young miracle worker, Wu Fan. If you wish for President Ho to perish, then by all means, proceed with your actions, Lang Yijing replied, his expression stern as he regarded Wang Qiqiang. Director Lang, do you genuinely believe this lad can cure my grandfather? Wang Qiqiang asked, his eyes wide with disbelief, fixating coldly on Lang Yijing. Well, after all, Elder Ho's heart condition is a long-standing ailment, and it has deteriorated rapidly over the years. Although Wu Fan alleviated my own migraines, the complexity of my affliction pales in comparison to Elder Ho's cardiac issues. Hence, I cannot assure you that Wu Fan can heal him. Moreover, the most critical factor remains. Wu Fan is exceedingly young. Noticing Wang Qiqiang's hesitation, he forcefully pulled Lang Yijing aside and attempted to drag Wu Fan over. If this continues, Elder Ho will truly be beyond saving. Wu Fan turned abruptly, bellowing at Wang Qiqiang. The sheer force of his shout momentarily stunned the latter. Do you truly believe you can save Elder Ho? Wang Qiqiang ground his teeth. If I cannot save him, then do as you wish. Wu Fan retorted, not wasting words. Very well, If you manage to heal the elder, my life shall be yours. Wang Qiqiang's forehead throbbed with veins. From this moment on, you shall remain silent. Wu Fan cast a glance at Wang Qiqiang before directing Hu Meiyu. Have them bring the prepared medicinal concoction. Understood. Hu Meiyu promptly nodded in agreement. Young brother, what method do you intend to employ to treat Elder Ho? Director Shun inquired solemnly. While he was aware that Wu Fan had cured Lang Yijing's migraines, he had not witnessed it firsthand and would not let this opportunity slip by. It will be acupuncture. Wu Fan then retrieved 3 silver needles from his pocket and deftly inserted them into Elder Ho's corresponding acupoints. Acupuncture. Director Shun's expression morphed into one of incredulity. Absurd. He nearly voiced the words, but restrained himself. He then turned to Lang Yijing. Old Lang, this. Director, this young man's acupuncture skills are exceptional. He may indeed have a miraculous effect. Lang Yijing interjected promptly. Sighing deeply, Director Shin sank into a chair. Though he presided over the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, the notion of treating heart disease with acupuncture was utterly unprecedented. If this were to be revealed, both medical professionals and laypeople alike would likely burst into laughter. However, he found himself devoid of better alternatives, for he lacked the capability to save Elder Ho. Xiao Fan, the medicinal concoction has arrived. Just then, Hu Meiyu entered, cradling the concoction in her hands. Absurd. The patient is still unconscious. How can he possibly ingest the medicine? Director Shun waved his hand dismissively. Hu Meiyu appeared distressed, caught in a predicament of whether to advance or retreat. Bring it here. He can drink it now. Wu Fan's voice resonated. His tone was rather flat. Yet to Dean Shun and the others, it resonated like thunder on a clear day. What? He has awakened? Dean Shun, still settling into his seat, immediately sprang up and hurried over. The old master is truly awake. Wang Qiqiang also rushed forward, eager to assess the situation. Just moments ago, he had taken a risk to support Wu Fan, his heart hanging in suspense. If Wu Fan failed to heal the old master, or if something went awry, he would be implicated as well. Fortunately, this young man indeed possessed remarkable skills. He awoke. The old master has genuinely returned to consciousness. As Dean Shin reached the bedside, he was taken aback. The old master, who had moments ago lay with tightly shut eyes and clenched teeth, as if teetering on the edge of death, was now wide awake. Although still frail, his revival indicated a significant improvement in his condition. Incredible, young brother. You are simply extraordinary. At this moment, Dean Shun's gaze towards Wu Fan was not only filled with disbelief, but also a hint of admiration. In the medical field, one is revered solely for their proficiency. Plop. Wang Qiqiang, without uttering a word, knelt before Wu Fan. Brother Chan, what are you doing? Wu Fan was startled and quickly reached out to assist him. The old master saved my life. You saved the old master's life. From this day forth, I, Wang Qiqiang, owe you a debt of gratitude that I shall not hesitate to repay, regardless of the peril I may face. Wang Qiqiang clasped his hands in reverence. It's not that serious. Please rise. Wu Fan hurriedly helped Wang Qiqiang to his feet. Healing the sick is our duty as medical practitioners. There is no need for such formality, right, Dean Shin? Indeed, young brother, you possess the heart of a healer. Dean Shun did not hesitate to praise him. Now, quickly administer the medicinal soup to the old master. Wu Fan promptly called for Hu Meiyu to step forward. Although his acupuncture had saved the old master's life, medication was still necessary for recovery. Fortunately, the ancient divine needle encompassed not only acupuncture techniques, but also pharmacology. Otherwise, he would not have dared to intervene. As a bowl of medicinal soup was consumed, the old master's complexion visibly brightened. Just now, what happened to me? The old master weakly inquired. Old master, you experienced a relapse of your heart condition due to excessive excitement. It was young Wu who saved you. Wang Qiqiang exclaimed, filled with emotion. Is that so? Young Wu, I must express my heartfelt gratitude. The old master attempted to rise from the bed, but was gently restrained by Wu Fan. There is no need for such courtesy. Old master, to be honest, I should have been more considerate of your feelings to avoid causing you distress. That is not the issue. The old master waved his hand at Wu Fan, acknowledging it was I who insisted on the truth, so I can only blame my own lack of insight. Alas, that is a matter for another time. The old master sighed with a wry smile, and then turned to Wu Fan, saying, Young Wu, you are my savior. From now on, any member of the Ho family who encounters you shall treat you as they would treat me. Should there be anything I can assist you with, do not hesitate to speak. Old master, you are exceedingly generous. Wu Fan clasped his hands in respect. He did not decline, for he understood that having offended Fei Xiang This individual would not let things rest easily. With the old master's backing, he could firmly establish his position in Haiyan City. Old Ho, both Dean Shun and Director Lang have contributed significantly. Without their efforts, I would not have been able to cure you. Indeed, Dean Shun, Director Lang, your immense kindness shall not go unacknowledged. We shall certainly strengthen our collaboration in the future. Old Ho smiled at the two. Ah, you're too modest, Old Ho. The two exchanged awkward smiles, their gazes towards Wu Fan now tinged with gratitude. Chapter 28, Mistaken Identity. By the way, Old Ho, as long as you persist in taking the medicinal concoction for a week, you shall fully recover. Wu Fan hastily advised, I will provide the prescription to Brother Chong shortly. Wait a moment. At these words, Old Ho sat up eagerly. Are you implying that my heart condition has been cured? Indeed. You will no longer experience such episodes in the future, Wu Fan affirmed with a nod. You are not deceiving me, are you? Old Ho still found it hard to believe. Not only he, but the others were equally astonished. They had always thought that Wu Fan's acupuncture merely provided temporary relief, allowing Old Ho to regain consciousness. The notion of a cure had seemed utterly unattainable, especially considering that this ailment had plagued him for decades, despite consulting countless renowned physicians. None had been able to assure him of a remedy. It was utterly unexpected that a mere youth could achieve what so many could not. Old Ho, I would not dare to deceive you. Wu Fan chuckled and shook his head. Very well, Brother Wu, we are fated to be friends. Shall we now forge a bond as brothers of different generations? Old Ho proposed. Huh? Wu Fan was momentarily taken aback, but since Old Ho did not mind, I shall gladly accept, brother. Younger brother, Old Ho exclaimed with excitement. Little Wang quickly set up the incense altar. I shall now pay my respects to my younger brother. Brother, you have just recovered. It would be wise to prioritize your rest. There is plenty of time ahead. Wu Fan hastily advised. The old gentleman has just begun to regain his health and cannot withstand too much commotion. Indeed, sir, let us heed Mr. Wu's counsel. Wang Qiqiang quickly added. Very well. You shall attend to my younger brother properly. Old Ho nodded. Little Dr. Wu. At that moment, Lang Yijing raised his phone in one hand, waving at Wu Fan with a complex expression. What is it, Director Lang? Wu Fan furrowed his brow. Someone has come to the hospital looking for your parents and is currently blocking the entrance. Lang Yijing informed him. What? At this news, Wu Fan's entire being trembled, a surge of fury erupting from within. He had anticipated that Wang Jin would not let this matter rest. Yet he never imagined he would dare to confront them at the hospital. Let us go. We shall confront these ruffians at once. With that, he turned to leave. Little Wang, follow closely and ensure the safety of my younger brother. Old Ho immediately commanded. Rest assured, sir. Wang Qiqiang nodded and quickly followed suit. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the hall subtly shifted. Brother Fei, it has been quite some time since Wu Fan emerged. Could something have gone amiss? Chunmin feigned curiosity. Surely, he must not have succeeded. If he had, he would have appeared by now. Fei Xiang declared smugly. I suspect that this young man will not be leaving this place today, not by a long shot. Creak. Before he could finish his words, the door to the inner room slowly creaked open. Following that, Wu Fan, amidst a throng of people, strode out with an imposing demeanor. Hold on. Fei Xiang stepped forward to block Wu Fan's path. Where's the urgency taking you, little junior? To the police station? Get lost. Wu Fan shot a furious glance at Fei Xiang and forcefully shoved past him. You insolent brat. Do you dare to disregard your elders? Fei Xiang, I ask you to vacate the Ho residence at once. Before Fei Xiang could retort, he was chastised by Wang Qiqiang, who stood behind him. Brother Chong, I'm a guest of Elder Ho. Is this how you treat me? Fei Xiang exclaimed in disbelief. My apologies, but from this moment forth, anyone who has offended young Master Wu must leave the Ho residence. Wang Qiqiang declared. Why young Master Wu? Upon hearing this title, both Fei Xiang and Chunmin were taken aback. Additionally, let me inform you that, effective immediately, the collaboration with the other three major repositories, aside from Yuqing Fong, is hereby terminated. With that, Wang Qiqiang hastily followed Wu Fan, leaving behind a bewildered Fei Xiang and the others. Outside the inpatient ward of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital in the Wu district, Wang Jin sneered as he sat beside Wu Dehai's hospital bed. You old fool. Did you think hiding in the hospital would grant you peace? Where's your son Wu Fan, who was so formidable? Or has he scurried off to now? Wang Jin, didn't you say everything was settled before? Why are you back? Zhang Zuolan inquired. Settled? What nonsense. Last time, your son employed some underhanded trick to ensnare me. Which is why I... Before he could finish, a man's angry voice erupted from behind. Suddenly, a burly figure in a sleeveless shirt, showcasing his tattooed arms, approached the bed, glaring fiercely at the two. You two old fools, how much interest do you still owe from last time? We owe nothing. Zhang Tsolan and Wu Dahai replied, visibly shaken. Oh, nothing? You originally owed over 10,000 in interest, and with the 30,000 you took from me. That totals over 40,000. Wang Jin interjected, deliberately reminding them. Let me tell you, Longge does not possess my patience. You'd best pay up quickly. 40,000? With my appearance fee, it's at least 70,000. Longge revealed his fists. If you two old fools don't pay up now, I'll ensure you spend a lifetime in this hospital. Longge, we truly don't have that much money. Please spare us. Zhang Tsolan and Wu Dahai, simple country folk, were already intimidated by Wang Jin, and the presence of Longge terrified them even more. Cannot produce the funds, huh? Well, that could be arranged. As he spoke, Longge seized a chair from beside the bed and swung it towards Wu Dahai's thigh. Stop. At that moment, a voice rang out from the doorway. You brat, who are you? Longge turned to see a young man in his 20s. Longge, this is Wu Fan. You are Wu Fan? Upon hearing this, Long Ji's face revealed a hint of amusement. How audacious. Even my men are fair game. Today, I shall demonstrate the consequences of offending me. Longge. With that, he swung his fist towards Wu Fan's face. However, Wu Fan disregarded him completely, deftly sidestepping before hastily making his way to the hospital bed. How is this lad as slippery as an eel? Longge was taken aback, his expression faltering as he gritted his teeth, preparing to strike again. Chun Jinlong, should you dare to harm young Master Wu, I assure you, I will ensure your swift disappearance from Haiyun City. Just as the words fell, a figure interposed itself between Longge and Wu Fan. Chapter 29. Defiling your lady? You are strong, brother, strong. When Longge recognized the figure before him, he was struck as though by lightning, rendered speechless. Chun Jinlong, how bold you are to cause trouble for young Master Wu. Do you have a death wish? Wang Qiqiang glared icily at him. This Longge, though a minor leader in Haiyun City, was on an entirely different level compared to him. It is no exaggeration to say that if Wang Qiqiang wished, extinguishing Longge would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Why young Master Wu? Chun Jinlong appeared utterly bewildered. When did this lad become young Master Wu? He glanced at Wang Jin beside him, seeking clarity on this perplexing situation. Brother Chong, you must be mistaken. This fellow is my relative, just a country bumpkin. How could he possibly be Master Wu? Wang Jin hastily interjected. You even betray your own kin. You are truly lower than beasts. Wang Qiqiang wasted no words, raising his leg and sending Wang Jin sprawling to the ground. He then turned his gaze to Chun Jinlong. Warning, await young Master Wu's judgment. Chun Jinlong's countenance turned ashen. He had not anticipated encountering such an untouchable figure. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He looked at the struggling Wang Jin and kicked him again, cursing, damn it, you have brought my ruin. At that moment, Wu Fan had examined his father, Wu Dahai, finding no issues, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Young Master Wu, how should we deal with these individuals? Wang Qiqiang inquired, leaning in closer. Wu Fan turned and cast a cold glance at Chun Jinlong and Wang Jin, who now lacked any semblance of bravado, appearing as helpless as fish on a chopping board, ready for slaughter. Young Master Wu, it's a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Chun Jinlong hastily apologized. Had I known your identity, even with 100 times my courage, I would not dare act recklessly. A misunderstanding? Wu Fan sneered. Indeed, a misunderstanding. You are a guest of the Ho family. Compared to you, I am nothing but a speck of dust. Chun Jinlong nodded vigorously in agreement. What are you, to dare compare yourself to young Master Wu? Wang Qiqiang admonished. Yes, Brother Chong is absolutely right. Chun Jinlong nodded with a forced smile. This fellow, I wanted to lie in bed for a year. Wu Fan indicated towards the still recovering Wang Jin. Huh? Upon hearing this, Wang Jin was utterly stunned. Very well. Then, let us cripple his limbs. Having spoken, Wang Qiqiang nodded to his subordinate, who promptly lifted Wang Jin. Wu Fan, no. Mr. Wu, we are relatives. Please spare me. I beseech you. Wang Jin continued to plead, but Wu Fan paid him no heed. The last time Wu Fan had refrained from delivering a fatal blow to Wang Jin was to grant him a chance. Yet this fellow had only escalated his transgressions. Therefore, Wu Fan felt no obligation to show mercy. Young Master Wu, how shall we deal with Chun Jinlong? Wang Qiqiang inquired once more. Just as Wu Fan began to speak, Chun Jinlong suddenly knelt on the ground. Young Master Wu, I am truly innocent. Please, show leniency. Show leniency? Wu Fan scoffed. Were you not the one who threatened my parents just moments ago? Chun Jinlong was rendered speechless. In that case, assist me with the task. and we shall consider this matter resolved. Wu Fan gestured dismissively. Of course, young Master Wu. Whatever you require, as long as it is within my power, I shall comply. Eh. Before Chen Jinlong could finish a sentence, Wang Qiqiang shot him a glare. Even if it is beyond my means, I will find a way. Chen Jinlong hastily responded. It is not a significant matter. I merely need you to accompany me to collect some money. Wu Fan shrugged. Not a problem. Who would dare owe young Master Wu money without repaying it? That would be courting disaster. Chen Jinlong declared. Very well, it's still early. Shall we set off? Wu Fan glanced out the window, noting that it was indeed evening. Absolutely, I am at your service, Chen Jinlong replied. Let us proceed then. Although 30,000 yuan was not an exorbitant sum, it represented a significant portion of his parents' hard-earned savings and certainly should not be dismissed lightly. Young Master Wu, I shall accompany you, Wang Qiqiang asserted promptly. That seems fine. Wang Qiqiang nodded in agreement, but still cautioned Chen Jinlong. If young Master Wu encounters even the slightest inconvenience, I will ensure you regret it. Brother Chang, rest assured, I will not allow a hair on young Master Wu's head to be harmed. Chen Jinlong vowed, thumping his chest. Xiao Fan, what are you planning to do? Wang Qiqiang's mother, Zhang Zuolan, inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. Nothing significant, merely a minor issue. Wu Fan replied with a faint smile, before stepping out with Chen Jinlong. Shortly thereafter, Chen Jinlong drove Wu Fan to Zhang Xiaoya's residence. After approximately half an hour, they arrived at the entrance of a two-story building situated in the suburban area. Wait, Chen Jinlong, eager to knock on the door, was halted by Wu Fan. Having learned the general circumstances during the car ride, he was seething and determined to stand up for Wu Fan. Remain outside for the moment. I will signal you when it is time to enter, Wu Fan instructed. All right, I will heed your words, Chen Jinlong nodded. Wu Fan's intention was to avoid escalating the situation. After all, having been cuckolded by Zhang Xiaoya, creating a scene would only bring him embarrassment. If the issue could be resolved amicably, that would be the ideal outcome. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Upon knocking on the door, a woman's voice echoed from within. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing a plump woman who peered out inquisitively. Wu Fan, is that you little rascal? As she recognized him, she immediately extended a greasy hand, pulling him inside. Annie, what are you doing? Once inside, Wu Fan regarded the flustered woman with confusion. This woman was Zhang Xiaoya's mother. Named Hu Jiao. You ask me what I'm doing? I ought to be asking you what you have done. Hu Jiao scolded, you little brat. How dare you tarnish my daughter's reputation before marriage? I will not let you off today. Wait, you claim I have tarnished your daughter? Wu Fan exclaimed, bewildered. Indeed, you have sullied my daughter, leaving her with child before marriage. At that moment, a balding middle-aged man stormed out from the bedroom, radiating anger. Uncle, what do you mean? Pregnant before marriage? Wu Fan stood frozen, momentarily forgetting his purpose for being there. Yes, you are quite insidious. The bald man scoffed, pushing Wu Fan aside. Now, tell me, what do you intend to do? This man was Zhang Xiaoya's father, Zhang Hai. Uncle, Auntie, please understand, I have not sullied your daughter, Zhang Xiaoya. As for how she became pregnant, you should ask her directly. Wu Fan shrugged nonchalantly. Nonsense. If it wasn't you, then who could it be? Zhang Hai retorted angrily. You scoundrel, trying to escape responsibility, are you? With that, he reached out to grasp Wu Fan by the throat. Uncle, I am not escaping responsibility. I have come to demand it. Wu Fan swiftly dodged to the side. Your eldest son, Zhang Faxiang, deceived my mother out of 30,000 yuan, claiming it was for betrothal gifts. You ought to return that money. 30,000? What 30,000? Upon hearing this, Hu Jiao immediately placed her hands on her hips. You little brat, when did our Faxiang take 30,000 from your family? Exactly. And do you imply that our Xiaoya sought another man behind your back? Zhang Hai retorted with disdain. I doubt Xiaoya would behave so recklessly. Oh, I see now. Wu Fan finally grasped their refusal to acknowledge the debt. So you have no intention of repaying the money? Wu Fan, are you never satisfied? Suddenly, a furious shout erupted from within the house, followed by the emergence of a greasy-faced man in his 30s. He seized a baseball bat from beside the wall and charged at Wu Fan. Faxiang, calm down. Hu Jiao intervened, blocking the oily man. He was none other than Zhang Xiaoya's brother, Zhang Faxiang. You penniless wretch. What of it if I took 30,000 from your family? You have sullied my sister's honor. 30,000 will not suffice. Zhang Faxiang brandished the baseball bat menacingly at Wu Fan. Oh, and how much do you demand then? Wu Fan, uninterested in further explanations, regarded him coolly. At least 30,000 more. Zhang Faxiang declared. 30,000 is insufficient. My daughter is quite beautiful, so it must be at least 50,000. Hu Jiao shook her head. 50,000? How could that possibly suffice? Zhang Hai was exceedingly audacious, demanding a sum of 100,000, insisting on at least another 100,000, declaring that otherwise Wu Fan would not be able to exit the premises today. Was Zhang Xiaoya made of gold? Wu Fan couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. Were they oblivious to Zhang Xiaoya's true character, or were they intentionally trying to provoke him? What does it matter if I play rough with you, you pauper? Zhang Faxiang stepped forward and shoved Wu Fan, proclaiming, "Open your eyes and see. You won't be leaving here today." "Very well, since you insist on this course of action. Let us engage in such a manner." Wu Fan shrugged and then turned to shout towards the entrance, "Brother Long, it is your turn to make an appearance." "You've summoned someone?" Upon hearing this, the Zhang family was instantly taken aback. "If you wish to play rough and act unruly, I shall certainly find someone to join in your games," Wu Fan remarked with a grin. With a resounding bang, Chun Jinlong made a dazzling entrance. "Cool, I wish to see which fool dares to challenge our young master Wu. Be Brother Long?" Zhang Faxiang rubbed his eyes in disbelief upon recognizing Chun Jinlong. He was familiar with him as the powerful overseer of a gambling den he frequently visited. "Ah, it's you, the gambler." Chun Jinlong glanced at Zhang Faxiang. "You dare to oppose our young master Wu? Do you have a death wish?" With that, he advanced and seized Zhang Faxiang by the throat. "What are you doing? Release my son." Hu Jiao and Zhang Hai rushed forward in an attempt to intervene. "Dare to approach, and I shall end you," Chun Jinlong barked, causing them to cower in fear. "Brother Long, you must be mistaken. I don't even know this young master Wu." Zhang Faxiang quickly pleaded for mercy, only to realize, wait, the young master Wu you mentioned wouldn't he happen to be this Wu Fan, would it? Slap. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chun Jinlong's hand struck Zhang Faxiang's face. "What gives you the audacity to call out young master Wu's name so casually?" This slap left Zhang Faxiang utterly dazed. Was he truly the young master Wu? Zhang Hai and Hu Jiao stared at Wu Fan in wide-eyed astonishment, unable to fathom that the impoverished youth they had known had suddenly transformed into a master. Indeed, he is a distinguished guest of the Ho family. Should you dare to act insolently again, I shall dismantle your old bones," Chun Jinlong threatened. "And no, we wouldn't dare." The couple hurriedly shook their heads like bobbleheads. "Enough. Do not frighten them further." Wu Fan nearly burst into laughter, realizing that indeed, it takes a villain to deal with a villain. "Yes, young Master Wu." Chun Jinlong immediately stood respectfully to the side. "Why, young Master Wu, this is all a misunderstanding." Zhang Faxiang hastily ingratiated himself with a sycophantic smile. "You are magnanimous. Please do not hold this against me. After all, I am still your big brother-in-law, am I not? Please, I have no such big brother-in-law as you." Zhang Faxiang attempted to speak further, but felt an icy chill down his spine. Turning around, he found Chun Jinlong glaring at him menacingly. "Very well, father and mother. Please give him the money." "Faxiang, where are we to find such funds?" Zhang Hai and Hu Jiao quickly responded. "Lacking funds, is it? Very well. I shall not intrude any further." Observing the two still attempting to evade responsibility, Wu Fan lost interest in engaging in further dialogue. After exchanging a knowing glance with Chun Jinlong, he turned and exited. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Chun Jinlong emerged from within. "Young Master Wu, here is 30,000 yuan. Excellent. Thank you for your efforts," Wu Fan acknowledged, extracting 1,000 yuan and offering it to Chun Jinlong. "This is absolutely unacceptable." Chun Jinlong hastily declined, expressing his gratitude for Wu Fan's forgiveness of his prior rudeness, insisting he could not possibly accept any further funds. "A transaction is a transaction. Take it," Wu Fan insisted with a wave of his hand. "No, I truly cannot accept it. If Brother Chong finds out, I will be in serious trouble." Chun Jinlong remained steadfast in his refusal. "It's of no consequence. Should you refuse any longer, I may become displeased," Wu Fan declared, pressing the money into Chun Jinlong's palm. "Since you hold me in such esteem, I shall reluctantly comply," Chun Jinlong conceded upon seeing Wu Fan's determination. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wu Fan parted ways with him. His intentions towards Chun Jinlong were merely utilitarian. He had no desire for genuine friendship. Upon entering, he was suddenly greeted by a resounding applause. Upon closer inspection, Wu Fan noticed many individuals gathered in the hall, including Hu Meiyu, Su Guzi, Zhang Xiong, and several seniors who had previously considered betrayal. "What is the occasion, esteemed seniors?" Wu Fan inquired, somewhat taken aback by the unexpected attention. "Little junior brother, you left just as Fei Xiong and Chun Min were expelled from the Ho family by Brother Chong. What a splendid sight that was." Zhang Xiong could not contain his excitement. "Indeed, you have made it abundantly clear that treachery against the sect leads to dire consequences." Hu Meiyu concurred. "Young Master Wu, Today you have truly opened everyone's eyes, remarked fifth senior sister Li Rue, stepping forward. From this day forth, we, your elder brothers and sisters, have resolved to restore the glory of Yu Qing Fong alongside you. I am not as formidable as you believe, merely fortunate, Wu Fan replied with a modest smile. Oh, do not be so humble, Xiao Fan. Good fortune once or twice is one thing, but to have it consistently is another. Who may you laughed? Young Wu, Su Guzi began. This exclusive collaboration with Old Ho has largely been your achievement, yet it also entails considerable risk. From my understanding of Fei Xiong, he is not one to let matters rest easily. I am aware, Master, Wu Fan nodded, reassured by the presence of so many elder brothers and sisters, feeling emboldened against Fei Xiong. Indeed, little junior brother, should you encounter Fei Xiong again, I shall ensure he feels utterly humiliated, Zhang Xiong declared. Thank you, senior brother. Among family, there is no need for formalities. Su Guzi continued, however. Do bear in mind that unintentionally offending other hidden houses poses a significant disadvantage to both you and Yu Qing Fong. Master, are you concerned about the upcoming minor competition at the end of the month? Humeyu swiftly deduced Su Guzi's underlying concern. Precisely. This minor competition is crucial to the survival of Yu Qing Fong, making victory imperative. As Su Guzi sighed, he acknowledged, of course, this is still my fault. After all, I am the one who, due to my failing eyesight, has lost twice in succession. At this moment, Wu Fan interjected, Master, are you suggesting that if its Gong loses 3 consecutive times in the monthly competition, it will be forcibly expelled? Su Guzi clarified, there is no such thing as forced expulsion. Rather, it would be too embarrassing to continue. As an antique appraiser, reputation is of utmost importance. If one's appraisal abilities are consistently questioned, one can only await the closing of their doors. Wu Fan nodded in understanding, realizing why his senior brothers and sisters were leaning towards Fei Xiong. After all, should they lose once more in this competition, it would result in their unemployment. Xiao Wu, do not feel too pressured. Although I am advanced in years, I am still able to assist you, Su Guzi reassured him. All right, Master, Wu Fan replied, merely nodding. Rest assured, little junior brother, we will all support you. The others echoed in agreement. Suddenly, as he prepared to train his vision, a knock resounded at the door. Who is it? Wu Fan inquired, fearing it might be the ill-intentioned senior sisters, Li Rue and Yang Tao. It's me, Hu Meiyu, Sister Meiyu. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan hurriedly rose to open the door. What brings you here at this late hour? It's about the monthly competition, Hu Meiyu said as she entered the room. What thoughts do you have in mind? Wu Fan, with a wry smile, replied, Sister Meiyu, I shall not hide it from you. I don't even know the details of the upcoming monthly competition, let alone have any thoughts on it. Then it seems I've come at the right time. Hu Meiyu laughed, covering her mouth. Allow me to explain the rules of the 4 major Tongguan for the monthly competition, as well as the general situation. She began to elaborate. The 4 major Tongguan are Yuking Fang, Jiking Fang, Zenenlu, and Wang Bigwen. Among these, Jiking Fang and Zenenlu excel in jade and stone artifacts, while our Yuking Fang has a slight advantage in porcelain, and Wang Bigwen specializes in calligraphy and painting. Which one does Fei Xiong belong to? Wu Fan quickly inquired. Master Fei Xiong is from Wang Bigwen. Hu Meiyu then shifted the topic. However, this time, you may have offended not only Wang Bigwen, but also Jiking Fang. Jiking Fang? Why? Wu Fan asked, puzzled. I don't even know anyone from Jiking Fang. How could I have offended them? Because the batch of porcelain you appraised for Old Ho was sold to him by someone from Jiking Fang, Hu Meiyu explained. Our Yuking Fang is gradually declining, so Jiking Fang has been encroaching on our share of porcelain in Haiyan City. That cannot be my fault. After all, it is their lack of strength that leads them to sell counterfeit goods and deceive others, Wu Fan remarked, touching his nose. That may be so, but the people from Jiking Fang will certainly not see it that way, Hu Meiyu sighed. By the way, let me clarify the rules of the competition. The main rule is quite simple. It is a contest of who can find the greatest hidden treasures. Are you implying that it is a competition of who purchases the most valuable items? Wu Fan asked. No, it pertains to the purchase price versus the selling price. Hu Meiyu shook her head, noting that the greater the disparity between the 2 prices, the higher the score one could achieve. It was akin to purchasing a yuan kingwa for 1 million, valued at 50 million, resulting in a 50-fold increase, thus a score of 50. Conversely, if I were to acquire a piece of Hetianxi jade for merely 1 yuan, valued at 100, that would yield a perfect score of 100, right? Wu Fan inquired. Precisely. That is the essence of it, Hu Meiyu affirmed with a nod. However, I sense there may be a flaw in this rule, she continued. Wu Fan quickly replied. For instance, if I genuinely spent 1 million on the Yuan Qinghua, but claimed it was merely 10,000, wouldn't I then unjustly amass 500 points? Xiao Fan, I must concede your cleverness, yet such petty tricks will not manifest in our humble competition. Hu Meiyu chuckled. After all, we will trace the origins of any anomalous items. Should a problem arise, the appraiser's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Chapter 32. Guan Hanting. You raise a valid point. These individuals are well-respected figures, and such actions would only tarnish their own reputation. Wu Fan nodded, curiosity beginning to stir within him. He had witnessed Fei Xiang's talents, yet he was eager to discover the abilities of others as well. By the way, do you have time tomorrow? Hu Meiyu asked, biting her lip. What are you asking me out? Wu Fan laughed. Smooth talker. Hu Meiyu shot him an irritated glance. If you're free tomorrow, I would like you to accompany me to Nanshan Temple. Nanshan Temple? Wu Fan inquired, perplexed. What do you need to go to a temple for? Are you planning to become a nun, or wish for me to become a monk? Where are you headed? I intend to seek treatment, Hu Meiyu replied. Treatment? Upon hearing this, Wu Fan's confusion deepened. Sister you appear radiant and healthier than most. You hardly seem unwell. I have my ailments, but I cannot explain it to you. Will you accompany me tomorrow? Hu Meiyu conceded, realizing that this matter could not be easily clarified. Very well, since you request it. I shall comply. Wu Fan immediately agreed, having just focused his energy to examine Hu Meiyu and discern that she appeared entirely well. This only fueled his curiosity to uncover the true nature of the situation. As soon as Hu Meiyu departed, Wu Fan resumed his training to enhance his ocular abilities. However, he quickly sensed he had hit a plateau. Although he had progressed from merely a dozen seconds of using his X-ray vision to nearly half a minute, further improvement was becoming increasingly sluggish. He felt his body had reached its limits. 30 seconds of use would utterly deplete his vitality. Unless he could augment his physical condition, he would struggle to advance. Contemplating this, Wu Fan suddenly felt dizzy and fainted once more. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it, seeking me at such a late hour? Wu Fan opened his eyes, struggling to muster his weary body as he slowly rose to answer the door. What do you mean late? It's already past 8 in the morning. Have you forgotten about last night? Hu Meiyu began, only to notice Wu Fan's haggard expression. Are you unwell? Your complexion appears quite poor. No, I'm fine, Wu Fan insisted, forcing a smile. If you haven't slept well, it's best for you to rest a little. I can manage on my own, Hu Meiyu expressed with concern. No need. Shall we set off now? Wu Fan replied with a forced smile. Today, Hu Meiyu was adorned in a floral dress, her hair elegantly styled, radiating purity and vitality. You should freshen up first, then we can have breakfast, Hu Meiyu suggested. All right. There's a breakfast shop nearby renowned for its dumplings, she continued. Be careful, hit the brakes. Hu Meiyu's words were abruptly cut off by Wu Fan. A piercing screech of brakes echoed as a black jeep suddenly blocked their path. What's going on? Can't they drive? Hu Meiyu furrowed her brows in frustration, opening the car door to confront the other party. However, to her surprise, 4 or 5 individuals emerged from the jeep, led by a tall, bald man. Guan Hanting. Upon seeing the bald figure, Hu Meiyu's expression shifted to one of fear. Do you know him? Wu Fan was about to inquire further when the door was yanked open. Get out, the bald man barked, reaching for Wu Fan. What do you want? Despite Wu Fan's attempt to evade, the cramped space of the car left him little choice but to step out. Guan Hanting, this is our territory. Hu Meiyu stood tall, yet her slightly trembling hands betrayed her inner trepidation. Hu Meiyu, today concerns our men. It has nothing to do with you women, the bald man declared, his gaze shifting to Wu Fan. Kid, you've got some nerve to oppose us at Jiqingfang. Buddy, you must be mistaken. I don't even know you. Wu Fan feigned ignorance. In truth, upon hearing Jiqingfang, he had grasped their intent. It was likely due to his previous appraisal of porcelain for Old Ho, which had inadvertently offended Jiqingfang, and now they had come to confront him. Don't play dumb with me. The bald man snorted, his eyes fixed intently on Wu Fan. The atmosphere grew tense as their gazes locked. Wu Fan appeared unfazed. Despite the odds stacked against him, he felt confident that he could leave unimpeded if he so desired. Kid, don't be nervous. The bald man suddenly grinned. I'm Guan Hanting. Tomorrow night, there's a stone gambling event. If you have the guts, let us compete. A stone gambling event? Wu Fan furrowed his brows, unfamiliar with the concept. Exactly. If you have the courage, come and show me your true skills. With that, Guan Hanting gestured, and his entourage promptly turned to their vehicles and vanished from sight. Phew, that was terrifying. Hu Meiyu exhaled, her taut nerves finally easing. Sister, what is a stone gambling event? Wu Fan quickly inquired. Well, it's not something that can be explained in just a few sentences. Let us get in the car, and I'll tell you on the way, Hu Meiyu replied hastily. As they journeyed towards Nanshan Temple, Wu Fan gleaned from Hu Meiyu what stone gambling entailed. The term stone referred to the raw stones found in jade quarries. It is widely acknowledged that jade is classified as such because it is indeed a type of stone. Over the course of countless geological movements spanning hundreds or even thousands of years, it has transformed into a rare gem, which can be categorized into various types based on color and translucence. For instance, jadeite, rubies, and emeralds are notable examples, alongside various other colored jades, with the renowned Hatian jade and mutton fat jade among them. Due to the scarcity and high value of the raw materials capable of becoming jade, the business of stone gambling has emerged. An old saying within the gambling stone industry goes, take a chance and a bicycle may become a motorcycle. Take a chance and a villa may be by the sea. The immense potential return on investment has captivated many enthusiasts of stone gambling. What is Guan Hanting's capability? Wu Fan inquired eagerly. Chapter 33, Master Jingxin. This bald fellow is indeed quite competent. After hearing Hu Meiyu's introduction, Wu Fan couldn't help but express his thoughts. However, he differs significantly from Fei Xiang. You're quite right about that, Hu Meiyu nodded. Although Guan Hanting has a rather irascible temperament, he is still reasonable, provided your gem appraisal skill surpasses. Otherwise, it could lead to trouble. That being said, I must attend tomorrow night's stone gambling conference. Xiao Fan. Sometimes I feel particularly perplexed, as if you know nothing at all, yet you manage to astonish us time and again. Hu Meiyu fixed her gaze on Wu Fan. Her curiosity piqued. I am genuinely intrigued. Who is your master? My master is Sister Xiaoyu, but there is someone ahead. Wu Fan hastily shifted the topic. Their conversation meandered, and Wu Fan gradually acquired a comprehensive understanding of stone gambling. Approximately an hour later, they arrived at the foot of a mountain in the southern part of the city. Above us lies Nanshan Temple. I visit here every 6 months. Hu Meiyu gestured towards a temple bustling with incense offerings halfway up the slope. There are indeed many visitors. Is this temple particularly efficacious? Wu Fan inquired. I cannot say for certain, but I know that if I do not come here for 6 months, my ailment worsens. Hu Meiyu replied, shaking her head. Sister Xiaoyu, could it be that you've been deceived? Wu Fan asked earnestly. From your complexion, you appear to be fine. Would you like me to take your pulse? Taking my pulse would be of no use. Hu Meiyu sighed with a wry smile. I recognize your medical prowess, but my issue is rather unusual. Unusual? Wu Fan's curiosity was further piqued. Pray, do enlighten me. I am eager to learn. You would certainly find it hard to believe. Hu Meiyu hesitated. As long as you aren't jesting, I shall believe you. I frequently have nightmares. What on earth? Upon hearing this, Wu Fan was momentarily taken aback. How could having nightmares be classified as a malady? If one experiences nightmares 20 days out of a month, would that not qualify as a problem? Hu Meiyu countered. That would indeed be concerning. Wu Fan scratched his head. Although he was not a formal doctor, the frequency of such nightmares was decidedly abnormal. Furthermore, having nightmares could undoubtedly impact one's nerves, and over time, it would certainly affect one's health. This also clarified why Wu Fan had not previously discerned the underlying cause of Hu Meiyu's affliction. After all, psychological or mental health issues are often difficult to detect. I too sought the counsel of a physician, yet to no avail. It was only by chance that I encountered Master Jingxin at Nanshan Temple, which illuminated a glimmer of hope within me. Hu Meiyu remarked. Are you suggesting that this Master Jingxin has cured your ailment? Wu Fan inquired. Not precisely. Hu Meiyu shook her head. However, each visit alleviates my condition significantly, albeit temporarily. So, you mean to say that Master Jingxin cannot provide a permanent cure, merely a reprieve? Wu Fan began to sense the underlying complexities. What is this Jingxin talisman? The more Wu Fan listened, the more he felt there was something amiss. This, indeed, is the source, Hu Meiyu said as she removed a pendant from around her neck. Wu Fan took it into his hands and discovered it to be a piece of black stone resembling jade. Yet upon touch, it was evident that it was not jade at all. For irrespective of the quality of any jade pendant, when freshly removed from a person, it retains a semblance of warmth. This black jade pendant, however, exuded a chilling aura. Moreover, its form embodied an unsettling peculiarity. The pendant was intricately carved with a figure of a bodhisattva, typically depicted with kind and gentle features. Yet, this representation bore an expression of fierce wrath, reminiscent of a wrathful deity. Particularly striking were its eyes, so exquisitely crafted that they sent shivers down one's spine. Indeed, especially during those initial days after acquisition. I found myself free from nightmares. Master Jingxin assured me that this talisman had been consecrated. Meiyu nodded. Hearing her words, a single thought flashed through Wu Fan's mind: absurdity. Setting aside the eerie nature of this Jingxin talisman, the very premise seemed incredulous. Nonetheless, despite his internal skepticism, he chose to remain silent and observe the unfolding events. Soon, the two arrived at the temple situated halfway up the mountain. Nanshan Temple was bustling with worshippers. The incense burner in the plaza filled with offerings of various sizes. What deity is enshrined here that proves so efficacious? Wu Fan could not suppress his curiosity. What? Are there so many others like you? At this, Wu Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. The prevalence of frequent nightmares was already a rarity. He was taken aback to discover such a multitude. The more he pondered, the more he sensed that something was indeed amiss. The entire Nanshan Temple was modest in scale, constructed in a triadic layout. The entrance featured a reception area adorned with an incense altar and the 4 heavenly kings. Venturing inward, they came upon the Mahavira Hall, where the 3 times Buddha was venerated. Everything appeared normal, devoid of any peculiarities. However, Meiyu did not kneel to pay her respects here. Instead, she traversed the front hall, making her way directly to the innermost sanctum of the temple. Here stood a row of side rooms, each adorned with an incense burner filled to the brim with sticks, enveloping the air in a haze of smoke. In the center of these chambers lay an expansive room, its entrance already lined with a queue of supplicants. Is it truly nearing 9:30, and there are already so many people? Wu Fan glanced at his phone. Master Jingxin's medical prowess is illustrious, thus attracting such a multitude of devotees. If the opportunity arises, perhaps you could engage in a discussion with him. Meiyu suggested with a smile. I hope such an opportunity presents itself. Wu Fan nodded in agreement. Seeing the multitude before him, he felt a twinge of doubt. Initially, he suspected that this meditation master might be a fraud. However, the sheer number of individuals seeking his counsel diminished the likelihood of deceit. After all, it is not uncommon for a single person to be duped, yet the chance of so many being misled simultaneously is rather slim, unless the perpetrator possesses extraordinary skills. Could it be that his previous assumptions were misguided, and that this master truly possesses remarkable abilities? Contemplating this, his curiosity regarding the meditation master grew increasingly profound. Chapter 34. The previous lesson, young man. Are you also here to see the meditation master? Inquiring a wealthy-looking woman adorned with gold bangles. As Wu Fan and Meiyu waited in line. Yes, are you as well, madam? Meiyu nodded in response. Come, all of you, follow me inside. At that moment, a monk gestured to a group of about 10 individuals, signaling them to enter the hall. Wu Fan casually assessed the monk, who appeared to be around 30, with dark skin and clad in a yellow robe. Though he seemed rather ordinary, there was an inexplicable peculiarity about him. It appeared that they would have to wait for the next wave of visitors, Meiyu murmured to herself. With no other option, they resigned themselves to waiting. Fortunately, the meditation master's pace was remarkably swift. Within half an hour, he could attend to nearly a dozen people, averaging about 2 minutes each. At 11 o'clock, it was finally their turn. They followed the line into the hall, and as soon as they entered, Wu Fan's gaze fell upon a middle-aged monk seated on a mat. This monk appeared to be in his 50s, with a corpulent figure, a round face glistening with oil, and were it not for the scar of his vows upon his forehead, Wu Fan would scarcely have believed him to be a monk. Is this the meditation master? Wu Fan whispered. Indeed, Meiyu affirmed, gesturing toward the tray held by the monk to the right of the master. Look, that is the meditation talisman. Following her indication, Wu Fan concentrated and peered at the tray held by the monk. To his dismay, he discovered that while the meditation talisman bore no visible differences from the one Meiyu possessed, he could discern a dark aura emanating from within. Although he was uncertain of the nature of this dark energy, he could sense its chilling presence, one that felt capable of penetrating the very soul. Universal compassion, meditation to save lives, and fostering benevolent connections. At that moment, the meditation master intoned a few phrases, placing one hand atop a boy's head while the other grasped the meditation talisman, adorning it around the boy's neck. Wu Fan's attention was riveted on the boy. The instant the talisman was worn, he observed the dark energy surge into the boy's body. Indeed, there was something amiss. With such an influx of dark energy, it would be a wonder if the boy did not suffer from nightmares. The donation is 8,800 yuan. A young monk beside the meditation master announced loudly. Thank you, master. The young boy's mother clasped her hands together in gratitude. swiftly producing a substantial stack of 100 yuan bills from her bag and reverently placing them in the wooden box before Master Jingxin. At that moment, the money in the box had already accumulated into a small mound, roughly estimated to be at least several 100,000. With great compassion, Master Jingxin smiled gently. Upon hearing that sum, Wu Fan could not help but twitch his lips. 8,008, nearly 10,000, exchanged for such a small plaque. And it is replaced every 6 months. Money truly comes swiftly. Miss Hu, it is your turn. At this moment, a monk beside them called out, prompting Hu Meiyu to step forward and kneel respectfully before Master Jingxin. Miss Hu, it has been a long time. Master Jingxin greeted her with a faint smile, a flicker of an unusual expression crossing his eyes. Indeed, it has been half a year. Hu Meiyu nodded in acknowledgement. Well, has your condition improved? Master Jingxin inquired further. Let me take your pulse. As he spoke, Master Jingxin extended his hand to rest upon Hu Meiyu's delicate wrist. Since Wu Fan and Hu Meiyu had arrived rather late, they were the last two in this wave of visitors, meaning they were now the only ones in the hall. Oh dear, your condition does not seem well. Master Jingxin suddenly furrowed his brow. Master, what specifically is the issue? Hu Meiyu asked, her anxiety palpable. The yin energy within you has become increasingly heavy, and you need. Master Jingxin's words trailed off as his gaze shifted to Wu Fan. Is this your boyfriend? He is my friend, Hu Meiyu quickly clarified. Oh, then this friend. Could you please step outside for a moment? Master Jingxin said, casting a knowing glance at the monks on either side. The two monks immediately understood and approached Wu Fan, bowing slightly. Benefactor, please step outside for a moment. Wu Fan was about to speak when his eyes suddenly fell upon the arm of the burly monk to his right. To his astonishment, he noticed a tattoo on the monk's left arm, realizing that this was indeed the same monk he had encountered outside earlier. He thought to himself, no wonder he had felt something strange about him before. The reason was now clear. He quickly scrutinized the other monk and Master Jingxin, only to find that both were also adorned with tattoos. Particularly, Master Jingxin had a dragon tattoo that spanned across his shoulder. This revelation was truly an eye-opener for Wu Fan. Benefactor, do you have a problem? The burly monk inquired, frowning. I have no issues. It is the old monk who has questions, Wu Fan retorted, prepared to argue with the two monks. However, he inadvertently noticed that Hu Meiyu had already collapsed into Master Jingxin's embrace. Benefactor, please do not misunderstand. I am treating Miss Hu. Master Jingxin smiled slightly. Master, there are no outsiders here, so spare me the pretense. I have never seen a master with a dragon tattoo across his shoulder. Wu Fan's words caused the expressions of all three monks to shift dramatically. Particularly, the Master of Tranquility's expression darkened immediately as he forced out a question. Who are you? Young man, my identity is of little consequence. What truly matters is that your deceptions are rather despicable, Wu Fan replied in a low voice. Despicable? Upon hearing this, the Master of Tranquility chuckled darkly. Today, I shall enlighten you on what true malevolence entails. With that, he commanded the two monks, close the door and give this insolent brat a lesson. Chapter 35. You two young man, daring to cause trouble at Nanshan Temple. It seems you truly have a death wish. The two monks shut the door, shedding their monk robes to reveal their muscular physiques adorned with tattoos of a tiger and a leopard. Zhang Hu and Zhang Bao, regardless of who this young man was, he must remain here today. The Master of Tranquility, no longer pretending, uttered a sentence before preparing to leave with the unconscious Hu Meiyu in his arms. Put her down. Wu Fan attempted to intervene, but was blocked by the two monks. You little brat, today, Grandpa Zhang who will teach you a lesson. With that, the taller of the two, a muscular man, swung his fist towards Wu Fan. Get lost. Wu Fan, focused on Hu Meiyu, had no time for idle chatter. After dodging Zhang Hu's attack, he aimed to break free from the two. Trying to leave? Have you consulted Grandpa Zhang Bao about that? The other monk stepped forward, positioning himself directly in front of Wu Fan. Still lingering, are we? At that moment, Wu Fan was utterly enraged. He ceased his words and took the initiative, throwing a punch at Zhang Bao's chin. Dare to strike me? You seek death. Zhang Bao dismissed Wu Fan, underestimating the abilities of a mere youth. He confidently turned his head, believing he could easily evade the blow. However, he did not anticipate that, under Wu Fan's extraordinary vision, his movements appeared as slow as a snail. Bang! Wu Fan's fist landed squarely on Zhang Bao's chin. Though not a martial artist, his years of laboring on construction sites had endowed him with considerable strength. Damn it! Zhang Bao cried out, collapsing to the ground. Zhang, who was also taken aback by Wu Fan's ferocity, quickly retaliating with a kick. Yet, in Wu Fan's eyes, Zhang Hu's speed was painfully slow. He could evade him all day if he wished. However, he had no interest in exchanging words with this pretender. Raising his leg, he launched a fierce kick at Zhang Hu's knee. Bang! Zhang Hu lost his balance, his knees crashing to the ground, causing him to kneel. Wu Fan swiftly moved towards the right-hand room, where Master of Tranquility had just carried Hu Meiyu. Ah, my lovely lady, I have longed for this moment. Today, I finally have the chance to savor your beauty, Boom! Just as the Master of Tranquility was about to remove the last piece of Hu Meiyu's clothing, the door was kicked open. You, how did you get in here? When he discerned that it was Wu Fan who had arrived, he was momentarily taken aback. I think you ought to be more concerned about yourself, don't you? Wu Fan glanced at Hu Meiyu on the bed, noting that she was still clothed, which immediately relieved him. Youngster, do you realize whom you are addressing? Master Jingxin squinted, his face adorned with arrogance. Apologize to me now, and perhaps I might spare your life. You old fool, your audacity is truly astounding. In response, Wu Fan wasted no time and charged forward to engage. You must be unaware that I am a disciple of Shaolin, Master Jingxin sneered, swiftly executing a claw strike aimed at Wu Fan's right rib. The move was executed with formidable force and precision, showcasing his most secretive techniques. Indeed, he possessed considerable skill. Wu Fan's eyes twitched slightly, and he retreated a few steps just in time to evade the attack. Little brat, you certainly have some talent. No wonder you dare utter such words. Master Jingxin scoffed. However, your luck ends here. He advanced once more, launching another series of strikes at Wu Fan. It was evident that his prowess surpassed that of anyone Wu Fan had previously encountered. He was undoubtedly a seasoned fighter. Although Wu Fan's perceptive abilities were exceptional, under the relentless barrage of attacks, he could barely defend himself, let alone counterattack. After a strenuous exchange, both combatants found themselves exhausted. Are you even a man? All you do is evade. Do you dare to confront me head-on? Master Jingxin spat disdainfully. You old trickster, trying to provoke me. Just as Wu Fan was about to finish his sentence, a bold idea suddenly sprang to his mind. A smirk crept across his face. Very well, I shall oblige you. Arrogant little thief. Seeing his provocation succeed, Master Jingxin's lips curled into a sinister grin. In the next moment, he launched another claw strike toward Wu Fan. Wu Fan continued to evade, adopting a purely defensive stance without retaliating. Are you mocking me? Master Jingxin exclaimed in fury. Who says I am? Just watch. Wu Fan retorted coldly, and then he executed a claw strike of his own. Having meticulously observed Master Jingxin's technique, he had broken it down into individual movements and committed them to memory. He then mimicked the technique with precision. He understood that, lacking martial arts training, he could not possibly defeat Master Jingxin, who was no ordinary opponent. Thus, he decided to use the same method against him. The imitation strike landed squarely on Master Jingxin's right rib, eliciting a pained cry from him. So fierce? Wu Fan was startled. He had not anticipated that his last-minute preparation would yield such impressive results. You little brat, how do you also know the claw technique? Master Jingxin retreated a few steps, now scrutinizing the young man in front of him, who appeared to be in his 20s. That last claw strike, in some respects, seemed even more powerful than his own. Who exactly was this individual? What? Can only you master it? Must others be incapable? Upon witnessing his successful strike, Wu Fan had no intention of granting his opponent a moment's respite and launched another assault. I admit defeat. Is that not enough? You claim defeat just like that? Wu Fan's anger surged. Get up. Let's continue our contest. No, I truly cannot go on. The Master of Serenity shook his head vigorously, like a rattledrum. Whatever you desire, feel free to request. I shall certainly find a way to fulfill it. Fulfill me? Hearing this, Wu Fan furrowed his brow. Very well. Enlighten me about what this Serenity charm truly is. The Master of Serenity's expression immediately turned perplexed. Is it difficult? Wu Fan sneered. Shall we practice again? Chapter 36. A grudge formed. Brat, do you truly wish to challenge me? The Master of Serenity raised his head, his face ashen as he glared at Wu Fan. He had not anticipated that a mere youth would disrupt his business today. You deceitful old man. You have swindled countless people's hard-earned money and bullied my friend. Do you think I am merely arguing with you? Wu Fan fixed his gaze firmly upon the Master of Serenity. I see. You seek money, do you not? The Master of Serenity revealed a knowing smile. Very well, state your price. We are all kindred spirits here. There is no need for pretense. Who claims kinship with you? Wu Fan had no desire to engage in further banter. Quickly, what is this Serenity charm? In truth, it is a cursed amulet from Thailand. The Master of Serenity, realizing he could no longer delay, divulged the entire scheme to Wu Fan. The various clues had already been pieced together in Wu Fan's mind, and the only remaining question was resolved with the revelation of these cursed amulets. In essence, the Master of Serenity had paid to embellish his persona and subsequently cursed the devotees with the amulets. Once cursed, these devotees would suffer from persistent nightmares, thus perpetuating a continuous and long-term deception. Ah, so that is it, Wu Fan murmured, finally grasping the other's tactics. He swiftly approached the unconscious Humayu, confirming her safety before letting out a quiet sigh of relief. Had this old swindler harmed her, he would have been at a loss for words. Young brother, I will offer you 1 million. Help me keep this secret. How does that sound? Noticing Wu Fan's silence, the Master of Serenity could no longer contain himself. I shall not deceive you. There are greater forces behind me, ones you absolutely cannot provoke. It would be wise to cease while you are ahead, would it not? Do I appear to be in need of 1 million? Wu Fan retorted with a cold laugh. You. The Master of Serenity scrutinized Wu Fan, his resolve gradually solidifying. Indeed. How dare you? Wu Fan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Enough. I shall not waste any more time with you. I offer you a single path. Apologize to Miss Hu and return the money you swindled. What did you say? Upon hearing this, the Master of Serenity reacted as if his tail had been stepped on, immediately becoming agitated. Am I not giving you enough face? Wu Fan, too, was incensed. He felt he had already shown considerable restraint. Otherwise, given the bald man's intentions towards Humayu, he would have never let him off lightly. Young man, have you ever heard the saying, to cut off someone's means of making a living is akin to killing their parents? The expression on Master Jingxin's face darkened instantly. He declared that any condition was negotiable except for this one. Is that so? Then there is nothing left to discuss. With that, Wu Fan could no longer contain his pin-up fury and charged forward to strike. Although his moves were mere imitations of Master Jingxin's teachings, they proved remarkably effective. In just a few moments, the old monk found himself at the mercy of Wu Fan's blows, his head rendered bald. You wretched boy, I will never forgive you. Master Jingxin spat out the blood that had trickled from his mouth, glaring fiercely at Wu Fan. You might want to resolve your own issues first. As he spoke, Wu Fan retrieved his phone from his pocket. I recorded everything you just said. You can explain it to the police later. Young brother, let us reason together. Master Jingxin pleaded as he struggled to rise, but Wu Fan had no intention of engaging further. He simply carried Humayu out. Upon reaching the hall, Wu Fan noticed the two thugs had just managed to get back on their feet. Upon seeing him, they quickly turned their backs, fearful of another beating. Once outside, Wu Fan promptly shared the recorded evidence with those who had been deceived. What? Master Jingxin is a fraud? Surely not. Is he really a fraud? Some were incredulous, as the old monk appeared benevolent at first glance. Yet others had long suspected foul play. I knew it. It turns out to be true. That old scoundrel has deceived me for over 2 years. This cannot be allowed to stand. We must seek justice, with the recording as proof. They insisted on taking him to court. Wu Fan, however, was no longer concerned with the unfolding events. He had provided the necessary evidence, and how the victims chose to assert their rights was their own affair. As he carried Humayu down the mountain, chaos erupted at Nanshan Temple. Brother, what shall we do now? They are demanding compensation, and some have already called the police, claiming we are the frauds. The two henchmen, Zhang Hu and Zhang Bao, looked panic-stricken at Master Jingxin. If the fraud allegations were substantiated, they could very well face imprisonment. Why the panic? Master Jingxin barked, though his previous calm and benevolent demeanor had vanished, replaced by an ominous scowl. First, arrange for this year's refunds and pacify the crowd. We cannot let this escalate. Understood. Zhang Hu nodded and promptly set to work. Zhang Bao, you must pay a visit to the Qihong Society, Master Jingxin instructed, turning to him. To the Qihong Society? Zhang Bao's face registered shock. Brother, is it truly necessary to involve Wei Lauda in this matter? Absolutely. This boy is no ordinary adversary, Master Jingxin asserted. He added, however, do not divulge the full truth to Wei Lauda. Convey the situation in such a way. Under his hushed guidance, Zhang Bao nodded vigorously. Brother, if Wei Lauda intervenes, even if this boy possesses extraordinary abilities, he will surely beg for mercy. Rest assured, this fellow will soon kneel before me, begging for mercy. That day is not far off. Master Jingxin gazed intently at the foot of the mountain, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, within the car, Wu Fan noticed that Humayu had yet to awaken. Focusing his energy, he prepared to conduct a thorough examination of her. Almost simultaneously, Humayu's eyes suddenly fluttered open. Their gazes locked, and Wu Fan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He scratched his head and straightened his posture. Sister Meiyu, are you all right? Ie mi fine. Just feeling a bit warm, she replied, placing her hands on Wu Fan's chest. Sister Meiyu, what are you? Wu Fan's face flushed crimson. Although he was in his 20s, his honest nature had never permitted him such intimacy with a woman. Shoo, don't speak, Hu Meiyu whispered, her finger resting gently on Wu Fan's lips, her cheeks slightly flushed and her gaze hazy. She then began to remove her clothing. Sister Meiyu, what are you doing? Startled by her actions, Wu Fan quickly reached out to stop her. After all, they were in a parking lot. If anyone were to witness this, it would undoubtedly make headlines the next day. Why are you so hot? However, upon touching Hu Meiyu's arm, he was taken aback. It felt as if she were burning with fever. I don't know, but I feel so warm. As she spoke, Hu Meiyu tugged at her shirt again. Don't move. Wu Fan sensed something was amiss and grasped her shoulders firmly, producing silver needles from his pocket to prick several acupoints on her body. Although he was uncertain of what Master Jingxin had done to her, her condition suggested she had likely been drugged. His actions were intended to invigorate her, as described in the ancient needle technique. What happened to me? Wasn't I just at Nanshan Temple? After a brief moment, Hu Meiyu slowly regained her senses, rubbing her temples and regarding Wu Fan with a look of confusion. This is what happened. Wu Fan promptly recounted the events that had transpired. What? You're saying Master Jingxin is a fraud? In disbelief, Hu Meiyu's eyes widened as she stared at Wu Fan. My goodness, I never expected Master Jingxin to be such a person. Wait, why are my clothes? Lowering her gaze, she noticed several buttons of her blouse had come undone, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin, before lifting her eyes to Wu Fan. Sister Meiyu, please don't look at me like that. I truly did not unbutton your clothes, Wu Fan exclaimed, waving his hands in protest. If it wasn't you, then who could it be? Hu Meiyu asked, bewildered. If I were to say you did it yourself, would you believe me? Please, don't say that. It's utterly embarrassing. Hu Meiyu shook her head, her face now as red as a ripe apple, radiant and vivid. By the time they returned, it was already noon, and they decided to grab a bite to eat before stepping into the office. I heard there's some icy jade tomorrow night. Do you want to take a chance? Forget it. I don't possess that kind of skill. One moment you're rich, the next you're poor. It's all a gamble. The practice of gambling on stones demands an exceptionally keen eye. Expertise is paramount, and those unacquainted with this craft may as well be throwing money away. In the company's Grand Hall, Zhang Xiong and Li Rui were engaged in an animated discussion, completely oblivious to the entrance of Wu Fan and Hu Meiyu. Dear seniors, what are you discussing? Hu Meiyu inquired. Upon noticing Wu Fan and Hu Meiyu, Zhang Xiong quickly approached them. You are aware of tomorrow night's stone gambling event, are you not? Would you be interested in participating? I can't. I'm not familiar with that field, Hu Meiyu replied, waving her hand dismissively. Not a problem. I was mainly asking Junior Wu, Zhang Xiong chuckled. Junior Wu, might I inquire about your familiarity with jade? A little, Wu Fan admitted with an awkward smile. A little? That means you're more than capable, right? Li Rui interjected eagerly. Then tomorrow night, we shall accompany Junior Wu to broaden our horizons. Sister, Xiao Fan has already made arrangements to compete against Guan Hanting tomorrow night. Hu Meiyu interjected hastily. Competing against Guan Hanting? The group immediately sobered, their expressions turning peculiar. After a few moments of silence, Zhang Xiong spoke up. Junior Wu, it's not that we doubt your abilities, but Guan Hanting possesses a natural advantage. He hails from a family with jade mines and has been immersed in this for years. Indeed, among the 4 great repositories. If Guan Hanting were to claim second place in jade appraisal, I doubt anyone would dare to claim first, Li Rui added as a caution. If he is so formidable, why then did he select so many counterfeit jades for Old Ho? Wu Fan could not help but ask. Well, Zhang Xiong chuckled. Junior, one cannot walk by the river without getting wet. If we could assure the authenticity of every antique, we would not be here. Precisely. In the antiquities business, authenticity and deception coexist. Mistakes and fortunate finds happen daily, and no one can avoid misjudgment indefinitely, Li Rui remarked. Xiao Fan, what the seniors say is correct. In our agreements with clients, we only provide appraisal opinions without guaranteeing authenticity. At that moment, Hu Meiyu suddenly recalled something. However, I just remember an interesting fact, Xiao Fan. It seems you have never misjudged. What? At this revelation, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, from a Qinglong wooden phoenix hairpin to the subsequent appraisal of Huang Tingjian's painting for Old Ho, you have never made a mistake, Hu Meiyu confirmed with a nod. No, I'm still quite inexperienced. Wu Fan humbly waved his hand. These few antiques lack significant reference value. I might very well misjudge one day. Junior, there is no need for modesty. You possess this talent, and perhaps you can indeed challenge Guan Hanting. Zhang Xiong's enthusiasm surged. If you managed to win against Guan Hanting, it would greatly enhance our reputation at Yukingfang. Indeed, the outside world is currently spreading rumors that Yukingfang is at the bottom among the 4 great repositories. We are counting on you, Junior. Li Rui's face radiated anticipation. All right, I shall do my best. Wu Fan shrugged, a hint of resignation crossing his features. He had grown accustomed to this phrase. Yet, upon reconsideration, he found solace in the thought. His aspirations extend beyond merely elevating the reputation of Yukingfang. They are also rooted in personal ambition. Once his name gains recognition, financial success will undoubtedly follow. Since the sale of the Yuki Wash, his assets have soared beyond 6 million. Toiling on a construction site, even without sustenance, would take him 70 to 80 years to amass such wealth. However, he is acutely aware that, in a land of exorbitant real estate prices in Haiyun City, this sum might only suffice for a modest apartment. To enjoy a comfortable life, he must strive for greater earnings. The antique trade is evidently a highly lucrative industry. Although it bears risks, his keen insights allow him to mitigate them effectively. At that moment, Su Guzi unexpectedly entered the room. Master. Upon seeing him, everyone immediately bowed their heads in respect. Xiao Wu, do you have time this afternoon? Su Guzi approached Wu Fan directly. Master, is there something you need? Wu Fan inquired. You have secured an exclusive partnership with General Manager Ho for the company. In addition to your regular commission, the company has decided to provide you with a car, Su Guzi announced. A car for me? Wu Fan was taken aback, hardly believing his ears. Although he had begun to accumulate wealth, his spending habits still reflected those of a construction worker. After all, owning a car seemed a luxury far beyond his previous means. Indeed, you are now a representative of Yukingfang. Maintaining a certain standard is essential. Su Guzi nodded with a smile. However, I don't even have a driver's license. Wu Fan awkwardly scratched his head. Having worked as a laborer, he had never envisioned being able to afford a car, let alone obtaining a license. Is acquiring a license something you should be concerned about? Li Rui chuckled. People in your current position surely need a driver. No, that's unnecessary. Wu Fan quickly waved his hand, not out of embarrassment, but from a fear of exposing his little secret. Very well then. After some contemplation, Wu Fan recognized Hu Meiyu's point. It was indeed time for him to own a small car. All right, since you have no objections, let Xiao Yu accompany you to the Auto City this afternoon. Su Guzi nodded approvingly. By the way, Xiao Yu, I will transfer the funds for the car to you shortly. Please make the arrangements. Understood, Master, Hu Meiyu replied, promptly taking Wu Fan's hand as they left the company to head to the Auto City. Xiao Fan, what type of car do you like? Do you have any models in mind? This was a question he had never considered, and his knowledge of automobiles was quite limited. The only vehicles he had previously encountered were economical models like the Santana and Corolla. Well, perhaps I should just get a Santana, Wu Fan mused after much deliberation. Years ago, the village chief's son drove a new Santana into the village. It was quite impressive. What did you say? A Santana? Yes. The Santana is quite good, durable and reliable, Wu Fan grinned. When it came to choosing other models, he knew that they would be out of reach. Even if he could walk to the dealership, he wouldn't be able to afford them. Certainly, there exists a more significant reason. He was unaware of the budget Su Guzi had allocated for him. If he were to audaciously demand a lavish purchase, like an Audi, and find himself lacking sufficient funds, it would indeed be quite embarrassing. Never mind, I shall select for you instead. Hu Meiyu stuck out her tongue. If she were to buy Wu Fan a Santana, she might very well find herself ousted, as Wu Fan currently represented the face of Yukingfang. The standard of quality simply could not be compromised. Moments later, the two of them passed by a Volkswagen dealership. Wait a moment. What is it? Hu Meiyu had originally intended to take Wu Fan directly to the Land Rover showroom, only to be halted by his sudden call. I find this black sedan outside rather appealing. Shall we take a look? Wu Fan pointed to a car on the right. It's a Passat, if you fancy it. Will you go have a look? Hu Meiyu had initially wished to decline. Though the Passat was slightly more expensive than the Santana, it still did not meet her standards. However, since the car was ultimately for Wu Fan, it was only proper to heed his opinion. Naturally, she was not particularly concerned that Wu Fan would genuinely opt for this modest vehicle. Once he laid eyes on the Land Rover, he would likely forget about the Volkswagen altogether. Hello, this model is one of our best sellers, and we currently have some promotions available. As Wu Fan examined the Passat outside the dealership, a saleswoman dressed in a professional form-fitting skirt suit briskly approached him. She had intended to provide detailed information about the vehicle, but upon recognizing Wu Fan, Her expression shifted to one of disdain. Wu Fan, is that you? Li Meng? Wu Fan looked up and burst into laughter. This saleswoman was none other than Li Meng, a close friend of his ex-girlfriend, Zhang Xiaoye. Since we are acquaintances, do enlighten me about this vehicle, Wu Fan said with a smile. The car comes with a manual. Can't you read? Li Meng's demeanor took a complete 180-degree turn, becoming exceptionally frosty. She crossed her arms, scrutinizing Wu Fan, and added, moreover, this is a premium vehicle worth over 200,000. Can you even afford it? Wu Fan was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Li Meng's remark. Although Zhang Xiaoye had betrayed him, that was unrelated to Li Meng. Hence, he initially did not pay much heed to it. I had heard from Xiaoye that you often put on a facade of wealth, boasting despite your financial struggles. I didn't believe it until now, but it appears to be true. Li Meng began to mock Wu Fan. Look at you, draped in what seems to be street vendor attire. To put it bluntly, you're not even qualified to drive our Santana, let alone aspire to own a Passat. It's utterly absurd. Miss, please summon your manager. Who may you interjected, her anger boiling over. Did I say anything incorrect? Can you afford a vehicle worth over 200,000? Li Meng retorted. Hands on her hips. You, who may you nearly burst into laughter at this. Forget it, let us change venues. There's no need to stoop to her level. Wu Fan waved his hand, prepared to leave immediately. Oh, where are you off to? Heading to the Land Rover dealership? Are you contemplating a purchase there? Li Meng continued her mockery. Li Meng, have you gone too far? Wu Fan could no longer contain himself and shot her a cold glare. He did not wish to stoop to the level of this woman. Yet that did not mean he would allow her to repulse him without consequence. Wu Fan, what have you done that is so outrageous? Yet you dare accuse me of being excessive. How shameless can you be? Li Meng retorted with a mocking smile. What have I done that is so excessive? Wu Fan asked, bewildered. Indeed, what outrageous deed had he committed? Who may you, standing nearby, was no longer angry, reveling instead in the unfolding drama. Fine, I initially did not wish to say anything, but seeing you like this compels me to unmask your hypocritical facade in front of others. With that, Li Meng cleared her throat. You scoundrel. You've put Zhang Xiaoye in a delicate condition, yet you accuse her of infidelity. Are you even human? Chapter 39, Youthful Impetuosity. I've put Zhang Xiaoye in a delicate condition? Wu Fan felt utterly helpless. These words must have come from Zhang Xiaoye herself, he thought. Do not concern yourself with who informed me. Just answer. Did you or did you not? Li Meng challenged, chin held high. Well, beautiful. How about you summon Zhang Xiaoye for a confrontation? That would suffice, wouldn't it? Wu Fan began, but Hu Meiyu interjected. All right, I will call Xiaoye over right away. Li Meng promptly took out her phone to make the call. Xiaoye, what on earth are you doing? Wu Fan looked at Hu Meiyu with exasperation. He truly did not wish to see Zhang Xiaoye at that moment. Xiao Fan, can you tolerate such slander against you? Hu Meiyu asked, her expression filled with indignation. Such a woman must be shown her place. Otherwise, she would haunt them endlessly. What do you mean? Wu Fan inquired, curiosity piqued. Just wait and see. Hu Meiyu replied with a mysterious smile. Approximately half an hour later, a taxi pulled up to the store, and Zhang Xiaoye emerged, clad in a miniskirt. Xiaoye, you finally arrived. Li Meng immediately strode over in her high heels. What you said before was true, right? Wu Fan is right here. Oh, you Wu Fan. You have money to buy a car, but not enough to help me with an abortion. Is that it? Upon seeing Wu Fan, Zhang Xiaoye immediately launched her accusations. What nonsense are you spouting? Wu Fan was taken aback. It was one thing not to pursue Zhang Xiaoye further, but this shameless woman could slander him without a hint of remorse, proving the saying true. Without skin, one is invincible. Wu Fan, don't you think you're a scoundrel? You can't even take care of your girlfriend, yet you want to buy a car? Li Meng scoffed. Don't worry, he can't afford it. It's merely a facade for his new girlfriend. I know his family's situation very well, Zhang Xiaoye sneered. Their affair should have been a thing of the past. However, Zhang Xiaoye never anticipated that Wu Fan would send someone to her home demanding money. Although that 30,000 yuan had been deceitfully taken by her brother, she could not swallow this insult, especially upon seeing how beautiful Wu Fan's new girlfriend was. Her resentment only deepened, prompting her to deliberately defame Wu Fan in front of others. Indeed, it was I who cast you aside, for you are unworthy of my presence. At this juncture, Wu Fan could hardly be bothered to elucidate further. However, there is one assertion you have misjudged. I am indeed capable of purchasing a vehicle priced in the vicinity of 200,000. Go on, continue your boasting. Zhang Xiaoye scoffed. If you are so affluent, why not venture to the Land Rover dealership next door? Indeed, Li Meng concurred. If you possess such prowess, go procure a Range Rover. Very well, I shall acquire a Range Rover, Wu Fan declared, though he remained oblivious to what a Range Rover entailed. Yet, in the interest of preserving his dignity, he was determined to demonstrate his current capabilities to the two contemptible women. After all, he had indeed transformed from who he once was. Without delay, he pivoted and strode towards the nearby Land Rover 4S dealership. Come, let's observe how this fellow embarrasses himself. Zhang Xiaoye and Li Meng, the inseparable duo, linked arms and promptly followed suit. As Wu Fan entered the showroom with purpose, a beautiful woman sipping coffee approached him immediately. Good day, are you Mr. Wu? How do you know me? Wu Fan inquired, taken aback. He was not alone in his astonishment. Zhang Xiaoye and Li Meng, trailing behind, wore similar expressions of surprise. Why does she address him as Mr. Wu? Zhang Xiaoye whispered. It is merely a courteous formality. Do not read too much into it. Li Meng waved her hand dismissively. Naturally, we have prepared your beloved vehicle. You need only sign to take possession. The saleswoman nodded and turned to walk toward a sleek black SUV situated in the center of the showroom. What? Wu Fan's confusion deepened. He turned to Hu Meiyu beside him. Did you arrange this? Indeed, Hu Meiyu replied with a gentle smile. At that moment, Wu Fan felt a sense of reassurance as he hastened toward the saleswoman. Upon sighting the so-called Land Rover Range Rover, he was instantly captivated. The vehicle was impressively large, exuding a commanding presence, and its black paint evoked the image of a true leader's chariot. However, when he glimpsed the price tag beside it, he was immediately taken aback. The vehicle was priced at an astounding $1,500,000. Yet, recalling that Zhang Xiaoye and Li Meng were still behind him, he quickly regained his composure. Miss, this vehicle is indeed splendid, but does it not seem somewhat mismatched with my age? Wu Fan remarked. Mr. Wu, you are mistaken. The saleswoman shook her head. Have you not heard the saying, youthful exuberance, Land Rover Range Rover? I have not, Wu Fan admitted, yet he still found it to exude a certain majesty. Then it shall be this car. I will pay by card. With that, he reached for his bank card from his pocket. This action left Zhang Xiaoye and Li Meng utterly flabbergasted. Initially, they had assumed Wu Fan was merely indulging in a moment of bravado. For a Land Rover was not a Volkswagen. A vehicle priced over $100,000 was not something one could simply decide to purchase. However, they were utterly unprepared for the revelation that he was genuinely placing an order. How has he suddenly acquired such wealth? Li Meng could not help but swallow hard. Fear not, he merely speaks in jest. I know his situation all too well. His family owns merely a few acres of land, and he toils at a construction site. How could he possibly? Mr. Wu, your company has already settled the payment for the vehicle, thus the ownership now belongs to you. You simply need to sign, and you may drive it away. Oh, is that so? Wu Fan, suppressing his inner astonishment, calmly nodded, then suggested. Let's proceed with the formalities. Initially, he believed that receiving a car worth around $100,000 would be quite satisfactory. He never anticipated it would exceed $1 million. He then turned to glance at Zhang Xiaoye and Li Meng behind him, wondering if they still thought he was exaggerating. Zhang Xiaoye opened her mouth, at a loss for words. However, the regret in her eyes spoke volumes. She was truly lamenting her decision, never imagining she would relinquish a potential opportunity in Wu Fan. Xiao Fan, it's a misunderstanding. All of this is a misunderstanding. Li Meng immediately changed her tone, asserting, I believe you are not a scoundrel. This is all orchestrated by Zhang Xiaoye. In fact, I even argued with her, insisting you were not that kind of man. Is that so? Wu Fan scoffed dismissively. In truth, Li Meng, in a certain light, was not much different from Zhang Xiaoye. Really, Xiao Fan, I always thought you were a genuinely good person, Li Meng continued. All right, that's enough. Wu Fan, growing impatient, waved his hand before she could finish. Meanwhile, the alluring saleswoman understood the situation and stepped forward, addressing Li Meng and Zhang Xiaoye. Are you here to purchase a vehicle as well? The two exchanged awkward glances, their faces betraying their embarrassment. It was absurd. They couldn't even afford a Volkswagen, let alone a Land Rover. Fine, fine, they conceded, leaving in a dejected manner. What a relief. After they departed, Wu Fan couldn't help but exhale deeply. From this day forward, I reckon your ex-girlfriend will cease to speak ill of you, Hu Meiyu remarked with a smile. Why is that? Wu Fan asked, confused. Did you not notice? The look in her eyes when you purchased the car. She is filled with regret and will likely seek to reconcile with you, Hu Meiyu explained. Haha, Wu Fan laughed, feeling the pent-up frustration within him dissipate. That night, Wu Fan dedicated himself to acquiring knowledge on the intricacies of gambling stones. Although Hu Meiyu had provided some insights earlier, his understanding was still superficial. Additionally, he devoted some time to studying the ancient needle of the Quran. This ancient text, while firmly etched in his memory, only imparted the most fundamental healing techniques. The further he delved, the more obscure it became, yet he was unfazed, resolved to learn at a steady pace. Early the next morning, Mr. Ho sent someone to invite Wu Fan to his villa, with the intention of having him appraise other collectibles. Young Wu, my heart condition has been resolved thanks to you, and now I must trouble you to authenticate these antiques. Mr. Ho said with a smile. All of them? Wu Fan responded, somewhat hesitant. Although assessing these items wasn't particularly challenging, it was indeed quite exhausting. This evening, we are to attend the Stone Gambling Convention. Should the losses be excessive, it will undoubtedly affect our state of mind. Fear not, my dear brother Wu. I assure you, your time will not be squandered in vain. Old Ho hastily added, primarily because I intend to select a gift for a distinguished individual today. Should I present a counterfeit, it would pose quite the dilemma. At this point, Old Ho offered an awkward smile. In truth, the last time Wu Fan identified those forgeries, he had taken the initiative to have them appraised and discovered they were indeed problematic, which is why he had specifically invited Wu Fan today. Oh, I see. That poses no issue, Wu Fan replied, relieved. What do you wish to select? Porcelain, perhaps, or jade? Let it be porcelain then. Could you assist me in evaluating this Ming Dynasty double-handled tribute vase? As he spoke, Old Ho directly retrieved a vase from the redwood display. Very well. Wu Fan swiftly caught it with both hands. This should be a double-handled vase from the Changhua period, well-crafted, and the glaze color is indeed appropriate. These phrases were knowledge he had diligently acquired over the past few days. However, he soon noticed something amiss. What troubles you? Upon hearing this, Old Ho's heart sank, and his expression turned grave. Though this object appears to be an antique, there is indeed an issue within. Wu Fan indicated towards the interior of the vase. An issue inside? What do you mean? Old Ho appeared somewhat perplexed. There exists a minute mark here. Wu Fan pointed to the neck of the vase, where the mark was cleverly concealed, nearly invisible to the untrained eye. A mark? Old Ho remained bewildered. It is quite normal for ancient porcelain to bear marks. After all, many high-end kiln products feature signatures left by artisans. No, you shall soon see what this truly is. With that, Wu Fan promptly instructed someone to extinguish the lights and draw the curtains, then requested a flashlight to illuminate the vase's opening. Do you see it? The mark is right here. Wu Fan pointed to the neck once more. Is it truly there? Old Ho donned his reading glasses and scrutinized the area for a considerable time, yet failed to discern anything. He then beckoned Wang Qiqiang. Xiangzi, come take a look. All right. Wang Qiqiang stepped forward, examined it for a moment, and shook his head. No, I cannot see any mark. Take this. Wu Fan offered a magnifying glass. Although he could discern the mark without the flashlight, others lacked that ability. Ah, I see it. Indeed, there is a small mark. Wait. Wang Qiqiang's excitement surged, but as he focused on the mark, he abruptly looked up, bewildered. What is it? What does the mark signify? Old Ho questioned, equally curious. Sir, you shall see for yourself. Why all the mystery? Old Ho took the magnifying glass and peered closely, instantly becoming stunned. Is this a mark of extraterrestrial origin? Precisely. Do you still believe this is an antique? Wu Fan nodded. Although this double-handled vase appears, in terms of glaze and patina, to conform to the characteristics of Changhua period porcelain, this mark signifies everything. Indeed, this pertains to the general authentication process. For Wu Fan, however, he merely needs to concentrate and can discern authenticity at a glance, regardless of how well an item is aged, without the luster of genuine treasure. Is simply a counterfeit. The greatest challenge for Wu Fan lies in identifying the inherent flaws of the objects. Otherwise, merely discussing the treasure's luster would likely lead to skepticism. Ah, I wondered why it was sold to me at a 30% discount compared to market value. Old Ho was immediately incensed, gritting his teeth in frustration. He then turned and approached the mahogany shelf behind him, retrieving several porcelain pieces to display before Wu Fan. Young brother Wu, could you assist me in determining whether these items are flawed? Old Ho inquired. Wu Fan, surprised, responded, Old Ho, could it be that all these were purchased from the same source? Indeed, all of them are from Gu Feng's Hai. Old Ho replied, fuming. If it weren't for Wu Fan having cured his heart condition, he would surely have fainted again from anger. Sir, young Wu, I have a question. Wang Qiqiang interjected. Speak. Old Ho nodded. Take the double-handled vase from earlier, for instance. Young Wu remarked that its exterior is convincingly crafted, indistinguishable from the genuine article. Why then would they go to the trouble of inscribing an alien mark inside? Wang Qiqiang queried, perplexed. Chapter 41. The Scene. Old Ho was correct. So that is the case. Wang Qiqiang nodded, but he found these individuals utterly despicable. Why resort to forgery? Because the profits are substantial And the cost of counterfeiting is low, Old Ho replied, furrowing his brow. These vases cost me nearly 10 million. What? Upon hearing this, Wu Fan was rendered speechless. Although he had gained considerable knowledge, 10 million remained an immense sum for him. Should we confront them? Old Ho shot Wu Fan a glance. Young brother Wu, do not jest with me. In the antique trade, the principle is to settle transactions clearly. Finding a bargain is a stroke of luck, while being duped is merely misfortune. This is a truth you should understand better than I. Oh, right. Wu Fan nodded hastily, fearful of saying something inappropriate. In the realm of antiques, without the aid of a discerning eye, he could only consider himself a novice. However, I cannot swallow this indignation, Old Ho exclaimed, slamming his fist on the table, insisting that he must hold the individuals from Gufangzhai accountable. Do not worry, I will take people to demolish Gufangzhai. Wang Qiqiang immediately understood. Who said you could demolish Gufangzhai? Old Ho retorted sharply. Did you not just say? That was not my intention. Old Ho shook his head. The antique industry has its own set of rules. Since they deceive me, I must ensure they too face the consequences. He then turned to Wu Fan. Young brother Wu, could you assist me? Old Ho, feel free to speak your mind. Wu Fan nodded. That is acceptable. Wu Fan considered briefly before responding. However, today is not feasible. Let us arrange for another day. No problem. I shall await your availability, Old Ho agreed. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Old Ho instructed Wang Qiqiang to escort Wu Fan out. Upon returning, Wu Fan sought out Hu Meiyu and began discussing Gufangzhai. Are you suggesting that Gufangzhai sold counterfeit goods to Old Ho? Upon hearing this, Hu Meiyu widened her eyes in disbelief. Is that truly the case? Gufangzhai enjoys a commendable reputation within the antique industry of Haiyun City. Indeed, the porcelain vases that Old Ho later showed me were all forgeries. Seemingly produced by the same workshop, Wu Fan affirmed with a nod. A workshop, you say? Hu Meiyu furrowed her brow. To my knowledge, there are indeed a few workshops in Haiyun City known for producing counterfeit antiques, but it is rare for them to deceive the skilled masters at Gufangzhai. Is there not a possibility that it is not deception, but rather collaboration? Wu Fan suggested softly. Are you implying that the people at Gufangzhai are intentionally selling counterfeit goods? Hu Meiyu exclaimed, her face a mask of shock. She quickly shook her head. No, that cannot be. Such actions would tarnish their own reputation. In the antique industry, the line between genuine and counterfeit is often blurred. If one falls victim to a forgery, it is merely bad luck. One cannot place the blame on others, can they? Wu Fan inquired. You make a valid point, but I find myself at a loss for words. Thus, Wu Fan conveyed Old Ho's proposed solution to Hu Meiyu. Please, you must refrain from pursuing that course of action, she urged, shaking her head vigorously. This matter is one you should avoid entangling yourself in. Why is that? Wu Fan asked, bewildered. Well, Hu Meiyu hesitated. Consider this. If Gufangzhai truly collaborates with counterfeit workshops, what gives them such audacity? Are you suggesting that Gufangzhai has powerful backing? Wu Fan quickly grasped the implication. Precisely. I have heard whispers that Gufangzhai is supported by local underground forces. Should you involve yourself in this affair, even Old Ho may struggle to resolve it. That would be quite troublesome. Hu Meiyu nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan found himself in a quandary. On one hand, he had already promised Old Ho, and retracting now would be unacceptable. On the other hand, Wang Chong had indeed aided him in the past, a favor he was loath to forget. After much contemplation, he resolved to assist Old Ho. Time flew by, and before long, evening descended upon them. The stone gambling event was set to commence at 7 o'clock, and after dining with several senior brothers and sisters, Wu Fan found himself on a vehicle heading to the destination shortly after 6. After more than half an hour, the group arrived at the entrance of an opulent resort hotel. Tonight's stone gambling event will take place within this establishment. Junior brother, you must surely open our eyes. Zhang Xiong exclaimed with a grin. I shall do my utmost. Wu Fan replied with a nod. While he was confident, he refrained from boasting excessively. This also marks our first encounter with Jiqing Fang. If we emerge victorious, who would dare to underestimate us in the future? Hu Meiyu clenched her delicate fists in determination. As they disembarked and entered the hotel, they registered at the entrance before proceeding to the second floor. Upon entering the grand hall, Wu Fan was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. The expansive hotel lobby, spanning over 1,000 square meters, had been transformed into a stone trading market. A cursory glance revealed approximately 40 to 50 stalls, each displaying a myriad of stones, each distinct in color, size, and shape. Moreover, the hall is already filled with a considerable number of individuals, all meticulously selecting their desired raw stones. to describe the atmosphere with an inappropriate analogy. It resembles a bustling morning market. 100,000. I shall not sell for less. A voice declared, look at the thin skin of this raw stone. If not for this fissure, it would undoubtedly be worth far more. The air was filled with the sounds of haggling and stone descriptions. Buzzing. At that moment, the sudden sound of a saw echoed throughout the hall. Wu Fan turned his gaze toward the noise and noticed someone cutting a stone roughly the size of a palm. With a sharp noise, as the stone was cleaved open, the crowd erupted in astonishment, while the individual cutting the stone suddenly collapsed, stiff and motionless. Chapter 42. The Gambler's Psychology. Observing this, Wu Fan could not help but inquire. Indeed, junior brother, such occurrences are quite common. If one's heart is weak, gambling on stones is ill-advised. Sister Li Rue concurred. Something seemed amiss. At that moment, Humeyu pointed towards a crowd. Upon closer inspection, a group of people surrounding the fallen middle-aged man began to panic. Let us check. Wu Fan, fearing a repeat of the incident with Old Ho, thought it would be disastrous if someone's life were lost. Is there a doctor among you? He has no pulse. As he reached the scene, a girl knelt down, performing CPR on the middle-aged man while asking questions. The crowd shook their heads, their expressions notably indifferent. After all, such incidents were commonplace in the world of stone gambling. One cut to heaven, another to hell. This stark contrast could overwhelm even a young person's heart, someone remarked. If there is no doctor, we must hurry him to the hospital, the girl urged anxiously. Calling an ambulance would take too long. It's rush hour, and it could take half an hour for one to arrive, someone else noted. What shall we do? The girl collapsed in despair. Allow me to give a try. A voice interjected. The crowd turned to see a young man swiftly approach the middle-aged man, kneeling down to extract a silver needle. Are you a doctor? The girl asked, her eyes lighting up with hope. I suppose so, Wu Fan nodded, immediately commencing his treatment. Having observed the middle-aged man's condition while watching, he confirmed that the man's heart had indeed stopped, but there were no other issues. This is straightforward. A few precise acupuncture points will suffice, he assured. You suppose so? This is a matter of life and death. The girl exclaimed in disbelief. Rest assured, junior brother Wu Fan possesses remarkable medical skills. If he cannot save him, then no one here can. Humeyu quickly interjected to calm her. Very well, the girl reluctantly nodded. Just then, after a few swift needles, the middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes and took a deep breath. Incredible, truly remarkable, the onlookers exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. What has happened to me? The middle-aged man slowly rose, his expression one of confusion. Sir, you just experienced a cardiac arrest, and it was this young man who saved you. The girl hurriedly informed the middle-aged man. Is that so? Thank you, young brother, for your life-saving grace, exclaimed Chen Yi, bending his knees as if to kneel before Wu Fan. There's no need for such formality, Wu Fan quickly interjected, extending his hand to support him. Young brother, what is your name? I would like to repay your kindness in the future, Chun-Ji inquired. No need, it was merely a small act. Wu Fan waved his hand dismissively. For you, it may have been a trifling gesture, but for me, it was a matter of life and death. If you had not intervened, I would be kneeling indefinitely, Chun-Ji insisted earnestly. Young benefactor, should you ever require my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. You're being overly courteous, Wu Fan nodded. By the way, did you suffer any losses earlier? Ah, it's rather embarrassing to say, Chun-Ji replied, his expression awkward as he stepped forward and retrieved a piece of rough stone from the cutting machine. He pointed to it, saying, look at this window. The green is quite beautiful. If only I had managed to cut a piece the size of a pigeon egg, I would have profited handsomely. Yet, alas, there isn't a trace of green within. Wu Fan observed closely, noting that only the surface had a hint of green, while the rest was merely stone. Sir, it's evident you are seasoned. How could you stumble with such a windowed material? Zhang Xiong interjected with a laugh. Just look at the water quality. Though it may not reach the icy grade, it surely possesses a glutinous quality. If it were all green inside, the owner would be at a devastating loss. I was momentarily foolish, Chun-Ji lamented, shaking his head. Buyers are always at a disadvantage compared to sellers. Turning around, he noticed Wu Fan intently scrutinizing the stone. Young benefactor, are you also here to take a chance? Yes, indeed, Wu Fan replied. Earlier, he had been focused on the stone to test whether his vision could penetrate its depths. Although he had previously been able to see through human bodies, this was his first attempt with such a heavy stone. Additionally, it was crucial for his upcoming contest with Guan Hanting. If he failed to see through it, it would spell trouble. Fortunately, after considerable effort, he finally succeeded, letting out a sigh of relief. He also realized that the energy and speed required to see through the stone skin were significantly greater. Under normal circumstances, he could maintain his focus for 30 seconds. But with the stone, he could only manage half that time. He speculated that this must be related to the material itself. Young man, you are still quite young. Do not repeat my mistakes, Chun-Ji advised earnestly. There's no need for your concern, Wu Fan began, but Zhang Xiong interjected. Our junior brother's discerning eye is unmatched in our Yuching workshop. Do you believe you would make such a basic error? You are from Yuching workshop? Chun-Ji exclaimed, his eyes widening as he gazed at Wu Fan. The onlookers around them also directed eager glances at him. Yes, Wu Fan replied awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed under the scrutiny of so many people. Young benefactor, I have a humble request, Chun-Ji said. Speak freely. Wu Fan nodded in response. Well, I would like to ask for your assistance in selecting a raw stone, Chun-Ji said with an expression of eager anticipation. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan hesitated momentarily. Hey, don't push your luck. Our junior disciple just saved your life, and now you want him to choose stones for you? Is this how you conduct yourself? Zhang Xiong remarked with evident displeasure. I understand this may not be appropriate, but I truly have a need, Chun-Ji stammered in his explanation. No burrillas, Isha l'oblija. Wu Fan promptly responded. Really? Thank you so much. Chun-Ji's face lit up with astonishment. Junior disciple, his behavior is rather presumptuous. How can you allow this? Zhang Xiong questioned, perplexed. One should lend a hand where possible. After all, it's not an easy path, Wu Fan replied with a smile and a wave of his hand. In truth, his decision to assist Chun-Ji stemmed not only from the aforementioned reason, but also from a personal motive. Chapter 43, The Fraud. The primary reason was his desire to test his abilities. Although he possessed the gift of insight, he had never engaged with such matters before. Should any mistakes arise during his upcoming competition with Guan Hanting, it would be quite embarrassing. After all, tonight he represented not only himself, but also Yuching Workshop. Thus he could not afford any blunders. Thank you, Benefactor Xiao Wu. Shall we take a look around? Chun-Ji inquired. Very well, let's meander. Wu Fan nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the group began to stroll around the hall. At that moment, Meiyu suddenly approached Wu Fan and said, Xiao Fan, individuals like him are gamblers. If you show leniency once, they will return for more next time. Isn't that what you all are for? You can help me refuse. Wu Fan chuckled. You truly have a way with words, Meiyu retorted, rolling her eyes in irritation. Under Chun-Ji's guidance, Wu Fan arrived at a stall adorned with numerous stones. Though varying in size, all had been polished, revealing glimpses of color within. In the jade industry, this phenomenon is referred to as opening a window. A clear view of the water in the open window area can entice one into the gamble of stone selection. However, the likelihood of loss with such materials is considerably high, as they are generally expensive, often exceeding 6 figures, which has led to the proliferation of deceptive counterfeit rings. In reality, the locations of these windows are typically fabricated, pure scams. Take, for instance, the stone Chun-Ji had just mishandled. It was evidently glued together, clearly a ruse. Admittedly, discerning these details might be challenging for an ordinary person, but for Wu Fan, it was as simple as a grandmother wiping her nose with a handkerchief. Oh, Mr. Chun, back again? The stall owner, a middle-aged woman with striking red lips, instantly perked up and posed alluringly upon seeing Chun-Ji. Wu Fan cast a brief glance, questioning whether Chun-Ji had been enchanted by her charms, for how else could he be so easily deceived? Boss Yang, you have truly done me in. That stone was worthless, Chun-Ji sighed. Ah, Mr. Chun, what do you mean by such words? The proprietress chuckled. Gambling on stones carries its risks. One must tread carefully. Surely you are aware of this matter. I have not engaged in coercive sales, so how can you claim I have wronged you? If it were merely a case of misjudgment, that could be overlooked. However, the stone that Brother Chun purchased moments ago is an entirely different situation. Unable to contain himself, Wu Fan interjected, Young man, one may indulge in a haphazard meal, but one must not speak carelessly. The proprietress's expression immediately darkened. You accuse me of deceit. Can you provide any evidence? Little benefactor, do you truly believe this proprietress is dishonest? Chun-Ji exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. If I am not mistaken, these window materials are all assembled, are they not? Upon Wu Fan's words, the proprietress's gaze flickered with a hint of panic. Yet, it swiftly transformed into a malevolent glare as she shot a fierce look at Wu Fan. You seek trouble deliberately, do you? Whether I am seeking trouble or not. You know in your heart, Wu Fan replied earnestly. Very well, daring to create a disturbance at my stall, you clearly underestimate the prowess of Yang Sen Yang. With that, The proprietress called out to the two nearby stalls, "Brothers, someone is here to disrupt our business." In the next moment, 3 or 4 burly men approached from the adjacent stalls, each exuding an aura of intimidation, unmistakably the sort that are not to be trifled with. "What is this? Does anyone dare to cause a ruckus at San Yang's stall? Have they grown weary of life? Humph. It seems this fellow is simply itching for a fight. Let's assist him in scratching that itch." The hulking men, fists clenched, surrounded Wu Fan with malicious intent. "What do you intend to do?" Zhang Xiong, standing beside Wu Fan, stepped forward. "I must inform you that we are from Yu Qing Fong. Should you lay a finger on us, you will certainly face consequences." "Consequences, you say?" The leader, a man with a dark complexion, glanced at Zhang Xiong before delivering a resounding slap across his face. "Very well. Allow me to offer you a price right now." The force of the slap sent Zhang Xiong tumbling to the ground. "Are you challenging us?" Wu Fan was taken aback. He had not anticipated such audacity from the other party. "Regretting your choices now, are you?" Yang Xinyang looked at Wu Fan with a smug expression. "Kneel before me and bow thrice, or you shall not be permitted to leave. You may find it unbearable." Wu Fan, seething with rage, contemplated confronting the 3 burly men. After all, he had recently acquired the Eagle Claw technique from the Master of Serenity, making for an excellent opportunity to test his skills. What is happening? At that moment, a stern voice rang out from behind the crowd. Wu Fan turned to see a group approaching, led by none other than the familiar face of Guan Hanting. "Guan, you have arrived just in time," Yang Xinyang said with a sycophantic smile. "This lad has come to disrupt the stone gambling event, insisting that I am deceiving people. Is this not an outrageous accusation? Is this the matter at hand?" Guan Hanting furrowed his brow, then turned to Wu Fan. "Wu Fan, you claim that Yang Sanyang's goods are problematic. Can you provide any evidence?" "Certainly." Wu Fan nodded slightly and casually picked up a stone from the vendor's stall. It was evident that the window openings were pieced together, with noticeable gaps. "Is this even possible?" Upon hearing this, Guan Hanting took the stone from his hand and examined it meticulously. His expression shifted slightly, and he gazed at Wu Fan with astonishment. Indeed, the stone bore cracks, which he had initially overlooked. This indicated that, had it not been for Wu Fan's reminder, he might have been easily deceived due to momentary carelessness. In other words, Wu Fan's discerning eye was exceptionally sharp, perhaps rivaling his own. Contemplating this, a subtle smile graced his lips. It was intriguing to finally encounter an equally matched opponent. Guan Hanting's expertise in jade appraisal was unparalleled among the 4 great collections, surpassing many of the heads of those establishments. It was precisely because of this that he felt the chill of isolation at the top and had long sought a worthy adversary. "Yang Sanyang, how does she fit into this?" Guan Hanting slammed the stone onto the table and exclaimed in anger. "Is it possible I merely misjudged?" Yang Sanyang quickly began to clarify. Seizing this opportunity, Wu Fan lowered his voice and inquired of whom may you. What connection does Guan Hanting have with this stone gambling event? Why does the proprietress seem so fearful of him? "Well, the Jiqing Workshop is one of the organizers of this stone gambling event, and Guan Hanting is one of the key figures responsible, who may you explained." "Ah, I see." Wu Fan nodded in understanding. "Wu Fan, the proprietress claims it was merely a misjudgment. What is your opinion?" Guan Hanting turned to seek Wu Fan's perspective. "If a couple of stones could be misjudged, then how do you explain the numerous pieces with jointed window openings here? Could they all be mere misjudgments?" Wu Fan retorted with a cold smirk. "Nonsense. You are spouting nonsense." Yang Sanyang exclaimed in agitation, her spittle flying. "Guan, do not heed this boy's fabrications. He's surely lost at gambling and is attempting to frame me." "Frame you?" At this, Wu Fan scoffed, stepping forward to select this one and this one. He meticulously identified all the problematic raw stones from the stall, leaving everyone present in utter disbelief, especially Yang Sanyang, for these stones were indeed all pieced together. Even if just 1 or 2 were singled out as he had done earlier, Yang Sanyang could have easily dismissed it as ignorance. This had been the reason she had managed to deceive for so long. However, she never anticipated that a mere novice would emerge, exposing all her jointed window materials. Now, regardless of how many excuses she concocted, she would find it impossible to explain herself. All of these are problematic. Guan Hanting was equally astonished. On one hand, he did not expect anyone to dare deceive him under his very nose. On the other hand, Wu Fan's ability to identify the counterfeit goods in such a short time indicated his exceptional appraisal skills. Indeed, these all pose issues. Wu Fan nodded. "Madam Boss, do you have anything left to say?" At that moment, Yang Sanyang seemed deflated, akin to a punctured ball. "Come on, remove his stall." Guan Hanting bellowed, and immediately, staff members complied. Yang San Yang and her burly companions were swiftly expelled. However, she could not swallow her anger. As she left, she cast a fierce glare at Wu Fan. You brat, I'll remember you. Watch your step after dark. Wait, Wu Fan suddenly interjected. What is it? Guan Hanting inquired. Mr. Guan, as the person in charge here, I would like to ask you this. Yang San Yang struck my senior brother. Do you think this matter can simply be overlooked? Wu Fan stated coldly. Junior brother, let it go, Zhang Xiong urged, sensing Wu Fan's intent to defend him. He recognized that Yang San Yang likely had backing, and he preferred to avoid escalating the situation. Absolutely not. Her attack on you is tantamount to an attack on me. Otherwise, people might think our Yuqing pavilion is easy to bully, Wu Fan asserted with conviction. Indeed, junior brother is right. We cannot let this go unpunished. Hu Meiyu and Li Rue echoed, their emotions stirred, insisting that Yang San Yang must face consequences. Guan Hanting's expression grew troubled. After all, he only had authority over the stalls and not over physical confrontations. Mr. Guan, I understand your predicament, so I propose a one-on-one duel with the assailant, Wu Fan suggested. Are you certain? Guan Hanting questioned, incredulous. It was clear that while Wu Fan was not frail, he was no match for Yang San Yang's formidable companions, which made the challenge appear reckless. Yes, I fear he might decline. Wu Fan nodded resolutely. Very well, we accept. Yang San Yang and her cohorts readily agreed, their excitement palpable, especially Yang San Yang, who was relieved to have the opportunity to confront him directly. Turning to the burly man, she instructed, Hey San, don't hold back. Rest assured, San Yang, I'll one-T stop until I've knocked the wind out of this kid. The burly man laughed heartily, dismissing Wu Fan as inconsequential, convinced that one punch would be enough to subdue him. Junior brother, perhaps this is unwise. It's just a scuffle, Zhang Xiong quickly advised, noting the burly man's substantial weight. Indeed, junior brother, there's no need for us to engage in a fight, Li Rue added, her tone supportive. While they recognized Wu Fan's exceptional skills in assessment and medicine, they had never heard of him engaging in combat. Besides, the physical disparity was stark. A duel would be akin to a chick pecking a stone. Do you doubt my abilities? Wu Fan smiled. It's not that we doubt you. It's just several individuals displayed expressions of concern, torn between the desire to persuade and the reluctance to let the matter rest. For it fundamentally pertained to the dignity of the Yuqing workshop. Should word spread that the people of Yuqing had been struck without retaliation, it would be a significant loss of face. Well, since you trust me, lend me your support. Wu Fan flashed a confident smile and stepped forward a few paces. Wait. At that moment, Guan Hanting spoke up, gazing intently at Wu Fan with admiration in his eyes. Kid, regardless of the outcome, I respect your courage. Thank you. Wu Fan replied with a faint smile, then proceeded towards He San. The onlookers, sensing the atmosphere, naturally made way for the two to compete. Although fighting was generally frowned upon in this setting, it was by no means uncommon. Those who lost at gambling often acted impulsively and resorted to violence, a spectacle that had become quite ordinary. However, the impending contest between Wu Fan and He San attracted a considerable crowd, for no one had anticipated that this young lad would dare to challenge the burly He San. Little brat, make sure to hold tight. I don't want to send you flying. He San scoffed. Just remember that, Wu Fan grinned. You're courting death. He San bellowed, charging at Wu Fan with the force of a young bull. In He San's eyes, Wu Fan's frail physique seemed incapable of enduring even a single punch. After all, the formidable muscles he possessed were not forged in vain. He clenched his fists, summoning all his strength to deliver a blow aimed squarely at Wu Fan's face. Should this punch land solidly, Wu Fan would likely find himself bettered for months. Let us finish this brat and teach him a lesson, Yang San Yang thought to herself, a sinister smile gracing her lips. Wu Fan had cut off her source of income, and she had been contemplating revenge. Now, this foolish boy had delivered himself right to her doorstep. Wu Fan, you stray where there is a path to paradise and venture into hell where there is no entrance. Today, you shall pay dearly. Bang! She had expected He San to knock Wu Fan down with a single punch, but upon closer inspection, she found He San grimacing, his features contorted in pain. We didn't quite catch that, another accomplice remarked. Originally, He San's fist was aimed at the kid, but it ended up smashing into the cement pillar behind him. What? How could this be? Yang San Yang exclaimed, her face a mask of shock. Of course, it wasn't only Yang San Yang who was astonished. Disbelief painted the faces of all present. Just moments ago, He San's fist had been inches from Wu Fan's nose. Yet this young man had managed to evade the blow, causing He San to strike the cement pillar due to his momentum. This kid is intriguing, Guan Hanting noted, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. Although he was not a martial arts master, he was certainly not of the same low caliber as He San. He had observed closely. At the critical moment, Wu Fan had taken a half step back, then pivoted 180 degrees on his right foot, deftly avoiding He San's punch. The description of the maneuver would require several seconds, yet Wu Fan had executed the entire sequence in less than a second. From this perspective, Guan Hanting recognized that Wu Fan was no ordinary character. Moments ago, he had worried that Wu Fan might be unable to compete with him tonight due to a potential beating. Now, it appeared his concerns were unwarranted. Guan Hanting let out a wry smile. "That brat, I shall not let you off easily today," he shouted angrily. His features contorted with rage as he charged at Wu Fan. He felt deeply insulted. Wu Fan was clearly toying with him. Who would be at a disadvantage? It remained to be seen. A smirk curled at the corner of Wu Fan's mouth. This time, he chose not to evade, but instead executed a clawing strike towards the lower ribs of He San. One must admit, Master Jingxin's claw technique was indeed formidable. Although Wu Fan had not trained in strength, his grip on He San's right rib made the latter shrink back in pain, his dark face contorting in agony. "Let go! Hurry and let go!" He San grimaced, tears and snot streaming down his face. "Apologize," Wu Fan coldly retorted. "All right, I apologize. He San, now in unbearable pain, felt Wu Fan's fingers digging into his ribs like iron nails, yet he had not laid a finger on Wu Fan. "Senior brother," Wu Fan called out to the third senior brother, Zhang Xiong. "Xiao Fan, I didn't expect you to be so formidable. You truly have opened our eyes." Zhang Xiong chuckled, straightening his back. To be honest, he had never imagined that Wu Fan could surpass He San in combat. After all, He San was as robust as an ox. How could Wu Fan possibly be his match? "My apologies, I was too impulsive just now." He San nodded to Zhang Xiong. "It's fine, Zhang Xiong intended to let the matter rest, but unexpectedly, Wu Fan spoke coldly again. "Apologize." Fearing another strike from Wu Fan, He San immediately bowed to Zhang Xiong. "Hit him." "What?" Zhang Xiong turned, astonished at Wu Fan's demand. However, he soon wore a troubled expression. Furthermore, these individuals were clearly thugs. As the saying goes, it is better to offend a king than a minor demon. If he were to strike He San, what would happen if they sought revenge afterward? Of course, this was not just Zhang Xiong's sentiment. Li Rue and even Hu Meiyu shared the same thoughts. Although Zhang Xiong had been humiliated, as long as this situation could pass, it would be acceptable. Indeed, strike him, Wu Fan nodded. He had resolved that since he represented Yukingfang today, he must instigate change. From this night onward, as long as he was present, no one would dare to provoke Yukingfang. Very well. Zhang Xiong gritted his teeth and swung a punch towards He San's chin. Ouch! He San stumbled, spinning in place several times. Although Zhang Xiong had exerted all his strength, it paled in comparison to Wu Fan's claw technique. "You've utterly humiliated me today." Yang Sanyang, watching from his side, seethed with anger, glaring at Wu Fan, vowing silently to make him pay dearly for this. She then turned on her heel and stormed out. "Sanyang, are we just going to let this matter rest?" A few companions pursued her, their faces contorted with indignation. "Indeed, Sanyang, if we let this slide, how can we continue to navigate our way on the streets?" One with a crew cut remarked. "Otherwise, shall we wait here while you go and teach that brat a lesson?" Sanyang turned her gaze towards the crew cut man. "Me? Are you jesting, Sanyang?" The crew cut man scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. "You all witnessed it just now. Even He San was no match for him. How could I possibly stand a chance? You're aware of that, are you?" Yang Sanyang scoffed. "From my observations, that lad is undoubtedly skilled. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare confront us so brazenly." "Sanyang, does that mean we are conceding?" The crew cut man's face was filled with reluctance. "Certainly not." Yang Sanyang's lips curled into a sinister smile. "I've been in this line of work for nearly 8 years. Anyone who dares to offend me shall face the consequences." "Sanyang, what do you mean by that?" The crew cut man appeared perplexed. "Just wait and see," Yang Sanyang declared, retrieving her phone from her pocket. After dialing a number, her demeanor instantly transformed to one of deference and flattery. "Director Wei, it's me. I must report something to you." Chapter 46, Old Pit Material. At the Stone Gambling Conference, Wu Fan picked up an unremarkable stone and handed it to Chen Ji. "This stone should be fine." "Really?" Chen Ji's face lit up with exuberance. Wu Fan's recent revelation of Yang Sanyang's fraudulent activities had indeed catapulted him to the forefront of attention. After all, Yang Sanyang had been entrenched in the stone gambling circle for nearly a decade, while suspicions lingered in the minds of many. No one had managed to expose her until now. The young Wu Fan's success in doing so attested to his remarkable discerning abilities. Coupled with his association with Yu Qing Fong, Chun Ji wasted no time in procuring the stone. Old pit material from Mo Shisha? My brother still dares to gamble. Such youthful audacity. At that moment, a voice laced with mockery rang out behind Wu Fan and Chun Ji. What does that mean? Wu Fan looked bewildered. Young Master Wan, is this truly old pit material from Mo Shisha? Chun Ji suddenly grew anxious, his hands trembling as he held the stone. Sloppy and oily material. If this isn't from the old pit of Mo Shisha, then what is it? Ah, young Master Wan, you are indeed the most knowledgeable about stones among the 4 great collections. The stall owner immediately offered a thumbs up in agreement. Indeed, this is authentic old pit material from Mo Shisha. Really? Upon hearing this, Chun Ji's expression darkened significantly. What's wrong? Is there an issue with the old pit material? Wu Fan asked, his face a mask of confusion. He had already examined the stone. Its skin was thin with a substantial core, nearly devoid of cracks, and boasted decent quality. While it may not reach the level of ice jade, it was certainly among the upper echelons of the glutinous category. Chun Ji had spent over 50,000 on this palm-sized rough stone, but it could potentially yield a value in the hundreds of thousands. Historically, the stone materials from the Mo Shisha site had a high yield and were exceedingly popular. However, due to over-extraction in recent years, most of the mining areas had been exhausted, and what remained were primarily old pit materials. Humayu quietly explained that although these old mine materials also originated from Shisha, their quality was rather poor and fraught with risk, making them unappealing purchases for the average buyer. Understanding this, Wu Fan nodded and turned to Chun Ji, stating that while the risks associated with old mine materials were significant, the potential rewards were equally substantial. If one were to uncover a cotton-like J-type, it could yield returns of at least tenfold, wouldn't it? Chun Ji, acknowledging this point, steeled himself. The thrill of gambling on stones lies in the adrenaline rush. Without any risk, who would partake in such endeavors? He then gestured grandly, instructing a nearby individual to commence the cutting. Wu Fan, while gambling on stones emphasizes small bets for substantial gains, youthful exuberance can be perilous. Should you lose, it's not merely money at stake, but also one's reputation, Gua Hanting remarked with a sardonic smile. Thank you for your concern, General Gua. If I lacked confidence in my abilities, how could I possibly compete with you? Wu Fan replied with a shrug and a smile. For others, gambling on stones might hinge on keen eyesight and experience. However, for Wu Fan, who possessed a discerning eye, it was akin to an open book examination. Master, please cut from here, Wu Fan instructed, marking the stone to avoid wasting this fine material. You appear to have a profound understanding of this stone, the stone cutter remarked. Glancing at Wu Fan, what do you mean? Wu Fan asked, slightly taken aback. Typically, one would instruct me to cut. You are the first to provide such detailed guidance. This could indicate one of 2 things. The master held up 2 fingers. Either you possess extensive knowledge of the stone, or you are merely bluffing. With a sheepish grin, Wu Fan scratched his head, realizing the master's jest. Just cut, as I directed. With a whirring sound of the cutting wheel, the stone was gradually stripped of its outer layer. The atmosphere grew tense as everyone held their breath, including Gua Hanting. After Wu Fan exposed Yang Sanyang's ruse, Gua had begun to regard him with newfound respect. Should Wu Fan make the correct choice this time, he could accept this rival in his heart. Conversely, if their skills were too disparate, the evening's contest would lack significance. Suddenly, the stone cutter inhaled sharply. What happened? Chun Ji's eyes widened, his expression taut. Did we ruin it? Zhang Xiong and several others from Yukingfang leaned in, anxious about any potential mishap. After all, Wu Fan represented the entire Yukingfang. Any misstep would reflect poorly on them. The tension was palpable among all present. In contrast, Wu Fan casually pulled up a chair, adopting a demeanor of detached ease. Are you not going to take a look? Gua Hanting inquired, noticing Wu Fan's unusual calmness. What's there to see? The genuine cannot be disguised as false, and the false cannot be rendered genuine. Wu Fan shrugged, feigning profundity. In reality, he had already discerned the stone's insides with his keen vision. Is that so? Gua Hanting scoffed. Throughout his gambling career, he had encountered a myriad of individuals, including both frauds and true experts. Regardless of which category they fell into, none exhibited the level of composure that Wu Fan displayed while cutting stones. A thought suddenly arose in Gua Hanting's mind, to show off how splendid this moment is. Just then, a gasp erupted from the onlookers. Gua Hanting furrowed his brow and immediately pushed through the crowd to take a look. He saw Chun Ji trembling. holding a piece of crystal-clear green jade. Although this jade did not reach the quality of ice type, it was nearly devoid of impurities. Undoubtedly a premium specimen among the glutinous varieties. Zhang Xiong beside him could not help but exclaim in admiration. Indeed, and this material has no cracks whatsoever. It could yield a pair of bangles, worth at least 6 figures. Li Rui on the side also appeared ecstatic. 6 figures is a term of the trade, referring to around 5 to 600,000. Excellent, this is wonderful. Where's Brother Wu? I must express my gratitude to him. Guan Hanting stood there in a daze, astonished that Wu Fan had dared to gamble on the old mine materials and had succeeded. No wonder this fellow dared to offend us in front of old Ho. He indeed possesses some skills. With this thought, a slight smile crept upon his lips. Tonight is becoming quite interesting. Meanwhile, Wu Fan was holding Chun Ji up, preventing him from kneeling in gratitude. Uncle, there is truly no need for such formality. Brother Wu, I must confess, this was my last attempt. I had resolved that if I lost again, I would jump into the river and end my life tonight. Chun Ji said, tears streaming down his face. With gambling, the odds are often against you. Winning this time does not guarantee future victories. You should consider quitting while you can, Wu Fan advised. Chapter 47, Raising the Stakes. All right, starting today, I shall no longer engage in gambling, Chun Ji declared, pulling out a business card. Brother Wu, this is my card. If there is anything I can assist you with in the future, I will never refuse. He was the deputy general manager of Jiqing Supervision Company. Wu Fan glanced at it and politely nodded. Thank you. Such supervision companies are typically associated with construction. While it may have been of some use during his previous work, it holds little relevance now that he has changed professions. Young man, after seeing Chun Ji off, Wu Fan intended to inquire about Guan Hanting's competition, but suddenly, a figure appeared before him. Master, what brings you here? Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the craftsman who had just cut the stone. The burly man clasped his hands in front of him and prepared to kneel. No, master, please, what is this? Wu Fan quickly gestured for him to stop. Chun Ji knelt in gratitude because Wu Fan had provided him with a good piece of jade, which was understandable. However, he was not familiar with this craftsman at all. Not only he, but even Zhang Xiong and the others looked equally puzzled. Younger brother, I should not have spoken to you so earlier. Please forgive me, the craftsman said, his face filled with remorse. It's nothing, I didn't take it to heart, Wu Fan responded dismissively. Younger brother, I have a request. I wonder if you would be willing to oblige, the craftsman continued. Go ahead, though uncertain of what the request might entail. Wu Fan pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. After all, I have little interaction with him and cannot offer much assistance. If it were like selecting stones with Chun Ji, I would simply refuse him. Young man, I wish to request you to accept me as your apprentice, the master of line cutting proclaimed. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan was utterly bewildered. Not only him, but those around them were equally confounded. But my junior brother is not involved in line cutting. Why would you want to be his apprentice? Who may you questioned with a puzzled expression. Indeed, master. Have you made a mistake? Wu Fan echoed, as Zhang Er was equally perplexed. Young man, your understanding is flawed, the line-cutting master shook his head. You are unaware that I have been in this profession for over a decade, yet only you have inspired in me the desire to take on a mentor. Why? Wu Fan furrowed his brow. Because you surpass them all in skill, the line-cutting master asserted without hesitation. The few cuts you executed earlier were nothing short of perfection, and I cannot find words to describe them. In that moment, I was certain I must become your disciple. This unexpected praise left Wu Fan at a loss. While he could comprehend the admiration from others, the acclaim from the line-cutting master took him by surprise. I can confidently declare that you are the most formidable appraiser I have encountered in my years of practice. The line-cutting master continued. If I could attain even half of your prowess, I would greatly reduce the chances of damaging stones in the future. Impudent. At that moment, a sharp voice cut through the air. Old Li, what do you imply by that? What of our General Guan? A lean man stepped forward, questioning him. Although General Guan possesses considerable skill, I believe he does not compare to this young man. The line-cutting master stood tall. Even if you were to dismiss me from this place, I would still assert this. You. The lean man's eyes widened in fury, almost ready to strike. Enough. Finally, Guan Hanting, who had remained silent, interjected. He did not reprimand the line-cutting master, but instead approached Wu Fan slowly. You indeed possess remarkable talent. Shall we raise the stakes? Raise what stakes? Wu Fan regarded Guan Hanting with intrigue, for to him, betting on stones was akin to an open book exam, nearly devoid of challenge. How about this? Whoever loses must acknowledge the other as their master. What do you say, General Guan? Is this not somewhat unfair? Who may you interjected? How am I being unfair? Guan Hanting retorted with a cold smile. Exactly. And you are over 30 years old, clearly taking advantage of your seniority. Zhang Xiong and others chimed in. In their eyes, while Wu Fan possessed appraising skills, it would be no small matter to compete against Guan Hanting. The latter had long been renowned, and stone betting was his forte. The likelihood of Wu Fan overcoming him was nearly non-existent. If he were to lose and acknowledge Guan Hanting as his master, it would tarnish the reputation of Yukingfang, a matter of great concern for them. Is this what you call bullying? Guan Hanting scoffed. Is it then reasonable for this young man to undermine General Ho? With that, his piercing gaze locked onto Wu Fan. Young man, give me a definitive answer. Do you dare to compete? Why would I not dare? Wu Fan shrugged nonchalantly. All right, I shall prepare now. Let us reconvene in a quarter of an hour. Guan Hanting nodded in satisfaction. Just moments ago, when a master cutter praised Wu Fan, he had already made up his mind. Today, under the gaze of all present, he would triumph over Wu Fan, ensuring that everyone knew he would forever remain the foremost figure in the gambling of stones among the 4 great repositories. Little Fan, you've been duped. Zhang Xiong could not help but lament. Indeed, Guan Hanting's prowess in stone gambling is such that even our master would struggle against him, sighed his senior, Li Rue. Little Fan, is there something you have not disclosed to us? At that moment, Hu Meiyu suddenly inquired. Did you see through me? Wu Fan chuckled heartily. I was initially worried alongside my seniors, but seeing your calm demeanor throughout, I sense you must have a strategy, correct? Hu Meiyu asserted. Others might be oblivious. But as the woman who had spent the most time with Wu Fan, she understood him best. Although she was uncertain of the extent of his abilities, she knew he never engaged in ventures without assurance. From the outset, with the Qinglong Wood Phoenix hairpin to the recently chosen old pit material from Oxisha, he had not flinched once. Rest assured, I will not falter, Wu Fan affirmed with a nod. The quarter hour passed swiftly, and a booming voice resonated throughout the venue. It was none other than Guan Hanting. With a grand gesture, he illuminated the space, revealing a plethora of raw stones before the audience. He then pointed at Wu Fan. Wu Fan, today we shall compete to see who can select the highest quality jade. The victor shall be declared the winner. Chapter 48. The contest commences. Very well. I accept, Wu Fan replied, stepping closer to the array of raw stones before him. Within an area of approximately 60 to 70 square meters, hundreds of raw stones were meticulously arranged. These stones varied greatly in shape and size, displaying a spectrum of colors from black and gray to vibrant multicolored hues. Their conditions also differed. Some remained intact, while others were windowed materials. In essence, every stone one might encounter at a gambling event was represented here. Ladies and gentlemen, please bear witness. Guan Hanting's voice echoed across the venue. I have wagered against this Wu Fan of Yukingfang. Should either of us lose, we shall acknowledge the other as our master. At his declaration, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Was this lad out of his mind, daring to challenge Guan? Indeed, although he had just selected a commendable piece of jade, could he possibly rival Guan Hanting's illustrious reputation? It seemed he was overly confident, likely to meet his demise. I have heard that Yukingfang has been languishing at the bottom among the 4 great repositories. Clearly, they have resorted to showcasing such an inexperienced youth. The spectators exchanged remarks, almost unanimously favoring Guan Hanting. Although Wu Fan had recently aided Qin Ji in selecting a superior type of jade, it paled in comparison to Guan Hanting's renown. Listening to the skeptical remarks about Wu Fan from the audience, Hu Meiyu couldn't help but clench her fists. These individuals were utterly oblivious to the prowess of her junior disciple. Yet, one could hardly blame them, considering the formidable opponent they were up against, Guan Hanting. As Zhang Xiong sighed, the other senior sisters shared a similar sentiment. Although Wu Fan had exhibited remarkable jade identification skills, he still paled in comparison to Guan Hanting. Meanwhile, Wu Fan himself remained composed, as if the surrounding voices had been entirely muted for him. Ladies and gentlemen, an elderly voice resonated through the air. Guan Hanting had descended the stage, replaced by a venerable elder. I hereby declare that the competition between Yukingfang and Jiqingfang begins now. As his words echoed, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Guan Hanting's identification abilities were not only unparalleled among the 4 great repositories, but also distinguished him among the antique enthusiasts throughout the city. After all, he had immersed himself in this field since his early teens, amassing over 2 decades of experience. As the saying goes, nothing is difficult for the one who is determined. Guan Hanting's gaze was as piercing as a hawk's. In no time, he filtered through the 100-odd pieces of jade before him, discarding half with ruthless efficiency. To others, these stones might seem perplexing, yet in his discerning eyes, those with a probability of yielding below 80% were mercilessly cast aside. This was the wisdom of experience. He was akin to a relentless machine for sifting through goods. It was precisely this ability that had allowed Guan Hanting to navigate the realm of gambling stones with remarkable success. Who knows how much skill that young man possesses? He mused inwardly, shifting his gaze away from the stones to rest upon Wu Fan. At that moment, Wu Fan stood steadfast, his eyes fixated on the pieces before him, his expression betraying no emotion. He hasn't even moved. He must be overwhelmed. Guan Hanting thought to himself, a smirk of disdain creeping onto his lips. Initially, he had sensed some potential in Wu Fan, but now he realized it was merely an illusion. Most of the onlookers shared his sentiments, with all but Hu Meiyu and Yukingfang feeling similarly. Alas, it is indeed too great a pressure for junior disciple Wu Fan to face Guan Hanting. Li Rue sighed, shaking her head. We should have anticipated this outcome, yet I still admire Wu Fan's courage. Zhang Xiong nodded slightly. I beg to differ. Hu Meiyu interjected, voicing a contrasting opinion. I know Wu Fan's character. He never takes risks without certainty. But we are talking about Guan Hanting. Li Hui Goltidid. You must understand. He is known in the stone gambling circle as Guan Shunyan, the Divine Eye. So what? I still believe in junior disciple Wu Fan, Hu Meiyu asserted stubbornly. In truth, she was not mistaken. Wu Fan had refrained from moving not out of hesitance, but because he found no need to, while others leaned in to scrutinize the stones. He had no such inconvenience. However, the sole complication lay in the sheer number of stones before him. In order to select the most valuable stones, he had to examine each one meticulously. This was a significant drain on his energy and imposed a considerable burden upon him. Thus, he was compelled to bring over a chair for a brief respite. Look, that fellow is faltering, unable to stand firm. Indeed, he is likely feeling insecure, hesitant to compete with Mr. Guan. This scene immediately captured the attention of astute spectators who began to analyze it. I choose this one. At that moment, Guan Hanting lifted a palm-sized stone and slowly approached the stage. Except for Wu Fan, all eyes in the room were fixated on this stone. It was a yellowish stone, modest in size, resembling a pebble. Mr. Guan, are you certain it is this one? Inquired an elderly gentleman. Absolutely. This is the one, Guan Hanting affirmed with a nod. Although the stone was not large, its quality surpassed that of a glutinous variety, reaching the icy grade, and it was perfectly suited for crafting a pair of bracelets. As he spoke, he marked the cutting lines with a pen. Upon hearing this, the venue erupted in excitement. What a joke! An icy gray bracelet would easily fetch over $1 million. If the quality were exceptional, it could soar to several millions. Truly a rare gem. Remarkable. No wonder he is known as the god of vision. He can identify icy grades with a mere glance. Indeed, and with the potential for bracelets, is the stone of dreams. It seems tonight's victor is assured. Once the icy grade appears, who can contest it? One might wonder if that fellow was initially intent on seeking Guan Hanting as his mentor. Just as everyone believed that the victor of the night would undoubtedly be Guan Hanting, an untimely voice unexpectedly broke through. If you cut it that way, I'm afraid a pair of bracelets would only yield a single one. Chapter 49, Glass Grade. Who said that? At these words, Guan Hanting's expression darkened. After all, the lines he had drawn were the result of careful consideration. To question his markings was to question his competence. The only one bold enough to do so was perhaps that young lad who had wagered against him. However, as he turned his gaze toward Wu Fan, a wave of doubt washed over him. The distance between them had exceeded 20 meters. Is it truly human vision that can discern markings on a palm-sized stone from such a distance? Could it be that the lad was merely spouting nonsense? With this thought, he snorted derisively. Wu Fan, you should be more concerned about yourself. Have you found your stone yet? What difficulty is there in that? Wu Fan replied, slowly rising and swiftly making his way toward Guan Hanting. On his way, he casually picked up a stone the size of a durian from the ground. His actions so nonchalant they resembled tossing away garbage. Consequently, everyone believed he was crumbling under pressure, simply selecting something at random. This included his opponent, Guan Hanting. Buddy, are you serious? Guan Hanting crossed his arms, regarding Wu Fan with a bemused expression. The stone he selected was the very refuse he had discarded in the first round. Of course, he was serious. Was he merely jesting with you? Wu Fan smiled faintly and placed the stone upon the table. Jestwiv mistrzostw from Europa. Guan Hanting chuckled, shaking his head. Initially, I believed you to be worthy of being my opponent. It appears I overestimated you. Oh, observing the disdain on Guan Hanting's face, Wu Fan shrugged, expressing that he shared a similar sentiment. Wu Fan. At the utterance of this name, Guan Hanting's anger flared. Do not feign ignorance before me. Anyone could discern the flaws in this stone. He proceeded to point at the gray-skinned stone chosen by Wu Fan, offering his critique. First, the skin is exceedingly thin, and there is no visible mist layer. I trust everyone understands what this implies. It signifies that this stone contains no jade whatsoever, interjected an elderly man beside them. His authority as a witness in the contest between Wu Fan and Guan Hanting stemmed from a significant reputation within the gambling stone community. His name was Du Ming, regarded by many as a venerable elder. Elder Du speaks the truth. This stone is nothing but a worthless piece. Guan Hanting nodded, declaring that such material was not even worthy of being cut. Indeed, this type of stone is clearly an old pit-bottom material, devoid of any value. Du Ming slightly nodded, and then regarded Wu Fan with a puzzled expression. Young man, I perceived some talent in you earlier. How could you commit such a fundamental error? Elder, my stone is not inferior to his, Wu Fan replied with a smile. In truth, he acknowledged the critiques from Du Ming and Guan Hanting, as they were indeed valid. However, therein lay the crux of the matter. This stone was unlike the others. It was 90% devoid of utility. Yet at its very core lay a jade stone the size of half a fist. This jade possessed an exceptionally pure luster, nearing the quality of glass. Such occurrences are exceedingly rare, to the extent that when Wu Fan first beheld it, he thought his eyes were deceiving him. To an expert's eye, this stone appeared worthless. Yet who could have anticipated that it was but a shabby exterior concealing a treasure within? Alas, this lad has succumbed to desperation and is now spouting nonsense. I perceived from the outset that he possessed no skill. His previous success was merely a stroke of luck. At a glance, I knew his stone was a poor specimen. All onlookers believed Wu Fan had lost his way. Even Zhang Xiong and others from Yukingfang felt their cheeks flush, as if they had been slapped. Though they were not well versed in the intricacies of stone gambling, the consensus from Guan Hanting and Du Ming deemed Wu Fan's stone a mere waste, indicating an inevitable outcome. After all, one may misjudge, but the likelihood of two individuals erring is exceedingly slim. I had hoped this time that junior brother Xiaofan could redeem our reputation at Yukingfang. But unexpectedly, Li Rue sighed in disappointment. The others, including Hu Meiyu, appeared deflated, akin to a punctured balloon. Just as everyone braced themselves to witness Wu Fan's folly, he calmly picked up a marker. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of all present, he drew the cutting line. From here to here, Wu Fan instructed the cutting master, insisting that the cut must follow his markings without deviation. The cutting master was the same middle-aged man who had previously been sought for apprenticeship. He scrutinized the line drawn by Wu Fan, his expression growing increasingly grave. While others typically began by cutting the outer layer or following natural fissures, Wu Fan's intent was to make a direct incision through the stone's core. Subsequently, another horizontal cut would leave only a stone the size of a fist at the center. Such a precise cutting line could only be drawn by a master or someone lacking in judgment. Wu Fan, do you truly believe this stone can yield jade? Guo Hanting, standing nearby, had also retracted his earlier disdainful smile. Despite harboring doubts about Wu Fan's abilities, he acknowledged that there was indeed some merit to his skills. After all, he had just assisted Qinji in selecting a piece of jadeite among a multitude of stones. Such a foolish blunder was certainly not in his character. If one were to think along these lines, this stone must be extraordinary. Perhaps it harbored potential. Shaking his head vigorously at the thought, he dismissed it. Impossible. If stones like this could produce jade, then there would be no worthless stones left in the world. At that moment, Wu Fan shrugged and addressed the cutting master. It's time to begin. The cutting master hesitated for a few seconds before finally nodding emphatically. Buzzing. As the grinding wheel spun rapidly, the stone, resembling a large durian, was gradually cleaved. In the blink of an eye, it was sliced in half. However, most onlookers wore expressions of indifference, for in their eyes, Wu Fan had already lost. The ensuing actions were merely a formality. Only one individual held their breath, the cutting master. He meticulously adjusted the position of the grinding wheel, fearing even the slightest deviation from Wu Fan's marked line. Is this glass type? Upon the final cut, the cutting master's eyes widened in disbelief. His exclamation silenced the previously noisy crowd. What did you say? Glass type? Guo Hanting seized the cutting master, and upon seeing the stone beneath the grinding wheel, he froze in place. How is this possible? The expression on Guo Hanting's face was one of utter incredulity. No, I must be dreaming. This cannot be real. He pinched his thigh forcefully, wincing in pain. He was not the only one in shock. The venerable elder, Du Ming, also wore a face of astonishment. This was a scenario he had never encountered before. Du Ming stroked his white beard and leaned closer to examine the cutting machine intently. The stone appeared to be a byproduct from an old mining site, seemingly nothing more than waste rock. Wu Fan explained slowly. But it is often these very stones that can yield the finest quality. Ah, I see. Du Ming nodded in sudden realization, then cupped his fists towards Wu Fan, exclaiming, Indeed, heroes emerge from the youth. Today I have truly been enlightened. You're too modest, esteemed elder. Wu Fan waved his hand dismissively. Strictly speaking, this stone cannot be classified as glass grade. It merely qualifies as a superior jadeite within the icy category. Indeed, your assessment is spot on. It is prudent to be meticulous. Du Ming replied with a smile, his eyes filled with admiration. At such a tender age, your discernment surpasses that of my youth. Truly, the younger generation is pushing the older ones forward, leaving no room for dissent. You flatter me, esteemed elder. Should I encounter any uncertainties in the future, I hope you will kindly offer your guidance. Wu Fan responded, hastily cupping his hands in respect. Ah, young man, you are far too humble. Based on your recent performance, I find little to critique, Du Ming remarked, increasingly fond of Wu Fan. By the way, I have a question I am uncertain whether to ask. Please, do not hesitate to speak, esteemed elder, Wu Fan encouraged. Well, I see you're just in your early 20s. May I inquire if you're married? Du Ming hankered fast flushed slightly. I have a granddaughter of similar age, and if he coughed awkwardly. At that moment, a cough interrupted their conversation. Wu Fan turned to see the source of the sound. It was none other than the visibly distressed Guan Hanting. Du, have you forgotten something? Guan Hanting inquired, his tone grave. Oh dear, my apologies. The competition has not yet concluded, Du Ming exclaimed, tapping his forehead. He then gestured to the stone-cutting master, indicating that Guan Hanting's stone should also be processed. At that point, the victor and the vanquished will be plainly evident. Understood. The stone-cutting master nodded, promptly securing Guan Hanting's chosen stone and preparing to press the switch. Wait. Wu Fan suddenly stepped forward. What do you intend to do? Guan Hanting furrowed his brow. This is my stone. It does not concern you. Indeed, it does not concern me. But I cannot idly stand by and watch such a fine piece of jade be wasted, Wu Fan explained. Moreover, this would affect your results, would it not? Guan Hanting was taken aback by this. He scrutinized Wu Fan, attempting to decipher the intentions of this seemingly carefree young man. As rivals, could he genuinely be so benevolent? Guan, I believe you should heed Mr. Wu's advice. The line he drew is the most precise I have encountered in decades of practice. The stone-cutting master interjected into Guan Hanting's thoughts. What nonsense are you spouting? Is Guan's skill not on par with? Silence. Just as Guan Hanting's subordinate reprimanded the stone-cutting master, Guan Hanting finally spoke. Had this been a previous time, his prideful nature would have refused to agree. However, circumstances had shifted. The stone he had meticulously chosen had the best prospects of being merely icy grade, while that young man, Wu Fan, had casually selected one that approached glass grade. Though the piece was small and lacked bracelet potential, crafting several jade plaques from it was certainly feasible. With the expertise of skilled artisans, it would undoubtedly fetch millions. After all, the stone was chosen by the opponent, and ultimately, it would depend on his intentions. After a brief silence, Guan Hanting decided to heed the wishes of the young man. This statement left everyone present utterly astounded. Just moments ago, they believed Guan Hanting had the upper hand. But in that fleeting interval, the entire situation had transformed drastically. The swiftness of this change caught many off guard, leaving them perplexed as to how Wu Fan could suddenly gain the advantage. The members of Yuqing Fong, however, did not share in the excitement of Wu Fan's newfound dominance. Instead, they were engulfed in bewilderment. What could possibly be going through the mind of their junior brother? Wu Fan? Zhang Xiong wore a confused expression. He had already secured an advantage, so why was he aiding Guan Hanting? Indeed, it was perplexing. What if this seemingly trivial action allowed Guan Hanting to turn the tables? Would it not be a case of losing more than one gains? Li Rui also furrowed her brow in concern. In their eyes, Wu Fan's actions were akin to lifting a stone only to strike his own foot. Only Hu Meiyu seemed to grasp something significant, her eyes widening as she fixed her gaze on Wu Fan. She mused to herself that this young man was orchestrating a grand strategy. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Guan Hanting's stone revealed its true nature. As he had previously stated, it was indeed a piece of ice-type yellow jade, with its quality straddling the line between glutinous and icy, classifying it as glutinous ice. What captured everyone's attention was that, according to Wu Fan's revised cutting line, he had deftly avoided a fissure and could thus create a pair of bracelets. In contrast, had Guan Hanting adhered to his original line, only a single bracelet could have been produced, significantly diminishing its value. Guan Hanting's expression grew complex, a mixture of relief and disappointment, yet overshadowed by a sense of gravity. Mr. Guan, Although this stone possesses commendable quality, it remains merely glutinous ice. Falling short of true ice-type standards, Du Ming's words trailed off, but the implication was clear. Senior Du, you are correct. Indeed it is. Just as Guan Hanting was about to concede, Wu Fan's voice interjected once more. You? Guan Hanting initially assumed Wu Fan was reveling in his misfortune, seeking to humiliate him further. However, to his surprise, Wu Fan offered a gentle smile, stating, while my material may possess slightly superior quality, I believe your ability to secure the bracelet position renders our values comparable. In response, Guan Hanting's face flushed with embarrassment, realizing that Wu Fan was allowing him a modicum of dignity. Chapter 51, Big Brother Way. Indeed, Brother Wu is absolutely right, Du Ming exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight. He was eager to play the peacemaker, reducing the gravity of the situation. There's no need. Just as everyone anticipated a draw that evening, Guan Hanting stepped forward. He first cupped his fist in salute to Wu Fan, thanking him for his kindness. However, I, Guan, am a man of principle. I stand firm on my word. What is one, and what is two. If I can stake it, I can also accept the loss. No, Mr. Guan. Wu Fan shrugged and smiled. His intention was merely to grant a favor to Guan Hanting. He had contemplated the matters concerning the 4 great repositories thoroughly. Relying solely on himself or the others from Yukingfang would be utterly insufficient. Although he lacked comprehensive knowledge of the specifics concerning the other 3 repositories, today's encounter with Guan Hanting had provided him with a glimpse. Thus, he recognized the necessity of having an ally, and Guan Hanting, standing before him, was undoubtedly the most suitable choice. Despite his fiery temperament, the man was fundamentally upright. Master, I humbly pay my respects to you, Guan Hanting proclaimed, bowing deeply before Wu Fan amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. What are you doing, Brother Guan? Please rise. Wu Fan was taken aback by Guan Hanting's straightforwardness and immediately extended his hand to assist him. At the same time, a sense of reassurance washed over him. He had indeed made the right move by showing Guan Hanting some courtesy. Master, from this day forth, whosoever dares to oppose you shall be opposing me, Guan. Guan Hanting declared solemnly, turning to face the crowd. Do not say I did not warn you. Upon hearing this, the crowd's perception of Wu Fan shifted significantly, their gazes imbued with newfound respect. Those who had previously looked down upon him now displayed expressions of awe. There is no need for such formality, Brother Guan. Wu Fan quickly waved his hand with a smile. I am much younger than you. It is inappropriate for me to be your master. We were merely jesting before. Indeed, as the saying goes, among 3 people, there must be a teacher for me. Master, I speak with sincerity, Guan Hanting replied, gazing at Wu Fan with reverence. Previously, I was short-sighted. Your capabilities are more than sufficient to be my master. You flatter me, Brother Guan. We shall engage in mutual learning and exchange in the future. Wu Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Hanting, I shall heed your teachings, master. Guan Hanting bowed again. Does this mean we are allies from now on? At this moment, who may you step forward? Indeed, since you are all senior brothers and sisters of the master, you shall also be my uncles and aunts, Guan Hanting responded, offering a respectful salute to the group. No need for such titles. Who may you and the others quickly wave their hands, their faces lighting up with joy. Due to Guan Hanting's various inquiries, Wu Fan emerged from the hall only at the break of dawn. Xiao Fan, what did Guan Hanting discuss with you? As soon as he reached the entrance, Hu Meiyu approached him. Oh, it was nothing of significance, merely some discussions regarding Jade, Wu Fan replied with a wry smile. Recalling the sharp questions posed by Guan Hanting within, he felt a headache coming on. After all, his understanding of Jade was but a fraction of Guan Hanting's, and his victory was entirely attributed to his unique perspective. Fortunately, his intellect allowed him to navigate through the inquiries with finesse. President Guan, forgive my candor, but I can't help but feel that fellow seemed like a novice. His statements were riddled with inconsistencies. One of Guan Hanting's subordinates could not restrain himself from speaking. What do you know? Guan Hanting shot a glance at his subordinate. Do you understand the concept of great wisdom appearing foolish? The master intentionally stated some inaccuracies to test me. You should think more critically in the future. Oh, now I understand. A subordinate smacked his forehead in sudden realization. Outside the hotel, Wu Fan and Hu Meiyu were driving away. What is this? Hu Meiyu furrowed her brows and slammed on the brakes. What's wrong? Wu Fan, who had been resting with his eyes closed in the passenger seat, abruptly opened his eyes. Upon focusing, he noticed a van blocking the road, seemingly the aftermath of an accident. Could it be an accident? Hu Meiyu was about to step out to investigate, but Wu Fan restrained her. The reason for his intervention was the peculiarity of the situation. Firstly, apart from the obstructing van, there were no other vehicles on the road. Secondly, he had not seen any injured parties, and upon closer observation, he noted that the van showed no signs of impact, nor were there any skid marks on the road. This indicated that there had likely been no accident. As for why the vehicle was stopped in the middle of the road, they would have to find out by getting closer. Wu Fan opened the car door and stepped out, striding towards the van. Just as he was nearing the rear door, two figures suddenly dashed out from the left side. "Watch out!" Hu Meiyu screamed from the car. Instinctively, she attempted to exit the vehicle, but through the rearview mirror. She noticed a shadow lurking behind her car. She quickly pressed the lock button and hid inside. Indeed, something was amiss. Faced with the approaching figures, Wu Fan remained unfazed. In his perception, the two individuals' movements slowed to a crawl, and he could clearly see the gleaming machetes in their hands. "You dare provoke Boss Wei? You're dead meat." The two men swung their machetes towards Wu Fan. "Who is Boss Wei?" There was no time for contemplation as the men closed in. Wu Fan sidestepped to evade the machete from the left and swiftly grasped the wrist of the man on the right with his eagle claw technique. "Ah!" The man screamed, and the machete clattered to the ground. The man on the left paused momentarily, then swung down again. "Get lost!" Wu Fan bellowed, kicking the man on the left squarely in the chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Then, he withdrew his hand and delivered another kick, toppling the man on the right. After dealing with the two, he prepared to interrogate them, for he had no acquaintance with this so-called Boss Wei. "Don't come any closer." At that moment, a scream from Hu Meiyu pierced through. Turning around, Wu Fan saw a figure smashing the car window, attempting to drag Hu Meiyu out. "Hey, what kind of skill is it to bully a woman?" Wu Fan shouted angrily and rushed over. The burly man before him, with dark skin, was somewhat unexpected. He was tough and resilient, and Wu Fan's eagle claw technique failed to grip him. "Kid, you do have some skills, but that's where it ends." The dark-skinned man's eyes gleamed fiercely as he threw a punch towards Wu Fan's face, the blow swift and forceful, cutting through the air. However, in the discerning gaze of Wu Fan, it proved to be a futile endeavor. Bang! In the next instant, the burly, dark-skinned man delivered a powerful punch that struck the car's fender, creating a deep dent. Wu Fan's expression darkened as a flicker of fear crossed his mind. If he had been on the receiving end of that blow, he would likely have faced grave injuries, if not death. Yet, amid this trepidation, a greater sense of confusion prevailed. Who exactly was this Boss Wei that these individuals spoke of? Wu Fan had no acquaintance with this Boss Wei. What could possibly motivate such actions? "Kid, it's time to die." Seizing the moment of Wu Fan's contemplation, the burly man gathered his strength and unleashed a sweeping kick. In a state of disbelief, Wu Fan recognized the formidable nature of his opponent and quickly focused his thoughts, preparing to respond with caution. Although his eagle claw technique could not directly subdue the adversary, he knew that accumulation could lead to transformation. The dark-skinned man's speed was impressive, yet Wu Fan was even swifter. After 10 minutes of confrontation, the former finally stumbled to the ground, gasping for breath. "Who on earth are you?" This question left Wu Fan momentarily speechless. "Shouldn't that be my inquiry?" Wu Fan glanced at the three individuals under the dim glow of the streetlight, confirming that they were unfamiliar faces. "Who are you? We seem to have never crossed paths. Why are you attacking us?" At that moment, the shaken Hu Meiyu also stepped out of the car. "Boss Wei?" Hearing this, Wu Fan exchanged puzzled glances with Hu Meiyu. "Who is Boss Wei? You don't even know who Boss Wei is?" The burly man scoffed disdainfully. "Allow me to enlighten you. Boss Wei is the undisputed emperor of the antique industry in Haiyan City. Anyone who crosses him is doomed." The emperor of the antique industry? Upon hearing this, Wu Fan turned to Hu Meiyu. "With such a prominent title, you're unaware of him? I truly have no knowledge of such a figure." Hu Meiyu shook her head repeatedly. If you don't even know Boss Wei, it appears you are not experts in appraisal." The dark-skinned man's face twisted with contempt. "Whether one is an expert is irrelevant. What matters is that you have assaulted us. How do you intend to resolve this?" Wu Fan stated grimly, although the imposing demeanor of his adversary suggested that Boss Wei was no ordinary character. The fact that they dared to attack him could not be overlooked. "Resolve this?" The dark-skinned man suddenly erupted into a boisterous laugh. "Kid, I advise you to kneel right now and accompany us to meet Boss Wei. Perhaps you might spare your life." As he spoke, he stroked his chin, casting a lewd glance at Hu Meiyu. "As for this young lady, she could entertain us for the night." "Xiao Fan." Hu Meiyu's face drained of color at his words. "On a night like this, you truly have the audacity to dream." A glint of coldness flashed in Wu Fan's eyes, and he swiftly brought his foot down upon the dark-skinned man. "You little brat, do you wish to die?" The man glared menacingly at Wu Fan. You're the one who wishes for death. Wu Fan retorted sharply, delivering another forceful stomp towards the man's right arm. Crack, accompanied by the crisp sound of a bone fracturing. The features of the man with the dark face contorted in agony before he collapsed unconscious. Subsequently, Wu Fan's gaze shifted to the two remaining individuals. Do not act rashly. We can talk. The two, realizing that Wu Fan was unfazed by the dark-faced man's intimidation, which had resulted in a broken arm, were instantly drenched in cold sweat. Speak. Who instigated your actions? Wu Fan inquired. It was Yang Sanyang who called Big Wei, claiming you had disrupted his business, hence our orders to deal with you. One of them replied, Yang Sanyang? Upon hearing this, Wu Fan grasped the situation. So, are you suggesting that the counterfeit stone incident was orchestrated by Big Wei? Who may you immediately interjected. We cannot confirm that. The two henchmen responded. Just as Wu Fan was about to speak, he suddenly noticed several car headlights flashing at a distance of a few hundred meters. He understood that reinforcements for these men had likely arrived. Never mind, let us depart, he declared. What? Who may you exclaimed, noticing Wu Fan's change in expression, but she was swiftly pulled into the car. We must leave at once. Their backup is here. Understood. Who may you hurriedly started the vehicle, accelerating onto a different road. A few minutes later, a luxurious limousine came to a halt by the roadside. The door swung open, revealing an elegantly dressed woman who stepped out, her cold gaze sweeping across the scene. In an emotionless tone, she inquired, what happened to Haizi? Is he incapacitated? A flicker of surprise crossed her indifferent face before returning to normalcy. Yuan, investigate this young man's background. Yes, a heavily made-up woman in her 30s responded promptly. Young Wu. Master? Wu Fan turned at the sound, finding Su Guzi seated in a grand chair, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Master, why have you not rested yet? Who may you quickly asked. Su Guzi rose slowly. Young Wu, I heard you triumphed over Guan Hanting at the Stone Gambling Convention. Is that true? This is commendable. You need not be modest. A victory is a victory. He waved his hand dismissively. It appears I was indeed right to have assigned Fei Xiang's office to you. Master, I have a matter I wish to consult you about, Wu Fan promptly stated. You still have something to inquire? Su Guzi asked, curiosity evident on his face. Intrigued by what Wu Fan might not yet know. I wish to know if you're aware of who Big Wei is? As soon as Wu Fan's words left his lips, Su Guzi's expression darkened at a visible pace. Why have you provoked that female demon? Su Guzi asked, his brow furrowed, portraying an appearance of grave concern. Female demon? Both Wu Fan and Hu Meiyu exchanged puzzled glances. Master, are you saying that Big Wei is a woman? Hu Meiyu probed. No, Master, could there be a misunderstanding? Wu Fan quickly added, recalling that the dark-faced man had referred to Big Wei as the Underground Emperor, leading him to firmly believe that Big Wei was male. This was the unique nature of Big Wei. Su Guzi slowly spoke, explaining that this woman idolized the Empress Wu Zetian, which led her to self-designate as the Underground Earth Emperor. She had nurtured over 100 henchmen. How did you get entangled with her? Wu Fan was at a loss for words. Nevertheless, regardless of the adversary's reputation, he felt compelled to act. Xiao Wu, our Yuking Fang has finally begun to show promise, and now you've brought upon us this calamity. What shall we do? Su Guzi's tone was laced with reproach. Master, Xiao Fan did not act with malice. Hu Meiyu quickly interjected in defense. In her view, this predicament could not be blamed on Wu Fan, as the competition with Guan Hanting was also for the honor of Yuking Fang. Whether it was intentional or not, the situation has already transpired, has it not? Su Guzi's expression darkened, and his words were evidently directed at Wu Fan. Good, that is precisely what I wish to hear. Su Guzi nodded, expressing hope that Wu Fan would handle the matter with care. Failure to do so would leave no room for mercy from his master. Understood. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan turned to leave. Though he felt quite displeased, knowing he had made a bold claim, he realized he must find a way to rectify the situation. Master is too heartless, insisting it is all for the company. How could he be so unyielding? Hu Meiyu fumed. I can understand Master-S feelings. After all, the company is in a precarious state and is certainly no match for Wei Lauda, Wu Fan shrugged. In that moment, he began to reassess his relationship with Su Guzi. While that may be true, I believe Master lacks any sense of responsibility. In such a situation, he should take charge, Hu Meiyu remarked. The night passed in silence. Early the next morning, Wu Fan received a call from his father, Wu Dahai. Dad, is there something that cannot be discussed over the phone? Wu Fan inquired. Xiao Fan, where are you headed? Hu Meiyu asked, hastily parking the car. Otherwise, I could chauffeur you around for free today. No, that won't be necessary. Wu Fan replied with a smile, hailing a taxi instead. Upon arriving, he noticed the table was laden with an array of dishes. Dad and Mom, are we expecting relatives today? Come here first. I have something to ask you, his father, Wu Dahai, said with a stern expression. What is it? Wu Fan sensed the atmosphere was off and turned to glance at his mother. At that moment, Zhang Zuolan's expression was equally complex. Tell me, do you currently have a proper job? Huh? Wu Fan was taken aback, unprepared for his father's sudden inquiry. I am aware of your situation. Xiao Fan, allow me to remind you, being poor is not frightening. What is truly alarming is straying onto the wrong path, Wu Dahai said earnestly. Dad, well, have I ever strayed onto the wrong path? Wu Fan asked, bewildered. You know the answer to that, don't you? Wu Dahai scoffed. I'm advising you to stay on the right path. Did someone say something to you? Wu Fan immediately realized something. His father's admonition was likely related to Wang Qiqiang. Although Wang Qiqiang was involved in dubious dealings, how would Wu Dahai be aware of this? Was it Wang Jin who informed him? With this thought, he turned to his mother, Zhang Zuolan, who subtly nodded, confirming his suspicions. Let us refrain from delving into that matter. By the way, do you recall my cousin Zhang Qin, who holds a managerial position in a large corporation? Wu Dahai shifted the topic. Yes, what of it? Wu Fan furrowed his brow. Zhang Qin has become somewhat of a celebrity within our family, managing a position in one of the nation's top 500 enterprises, earning several tens of thousands each month. However, he harbored little admiration for her, as she had adopted a rather condescending demeanor ever since her promotion. Each visit to their home would invariably involve her belittling him for his perceived shortcomings. Today's meal is intended to invite your cousin over, with the hope of securing you a job at her company, Wu Dahai stated. Dad, Wu Fan opened his mouth, wishing to assert that he was already employed. However, he chose to remain silent. After all, his parents were humble rural folk who had never been exposed to the broader world. If he were to mention his involvement in the antiques trade, they would undoubtedly regard it as precarious. In the eyes of the older generation, one either worked for a large corporation or pursued a career as a teacher or doctor to be deemed successful, rather than engage in a debate with his parents. He opted to observe the situation unfold. He understood well that his condescending cousin would never assist him in finding a job. At that moment, a voice resonated from the entrance. Wu Fan looked up to see a middle-aged man dressed in a black short-sleeved shirt entering. Zhang Han, Xiao Fan, address me as cousin. Wu Dahai quickly interjected. Oh, there's no need for such formality, uncle. He is still young. I shall not stoop to his level. Zhang Han waved his hand dismissively. Upon seeing Zhang Han, Wu Fan's expression darkened immediately. This individual had caused him considerable distress the previous year. Zhang Han had insisted on dragging him to work at a construction site, only for Wu Fan to discover 6 months later that Zhang Han had secretly absconded with his wages, leaving him with nothing. During that period, he had refrained from disclosing his plight to his parents, subsisting on pickled vegetables and steamed buns. Even when they reconnected later, Zhang Han displayed no remorse, asserting that this experience served as a valuable lesson for Wu Fan. Xiao Han, why didn't your sister, Xiao Qin, accompany you today? Wu Dahai inquired, rising to glance outside, only to feel disappointed upon realizing that it was merely Zhang Han who had arrived. After all, they had intended to invite Zhang Qin, not Zhang Han. Uncle, you know my sister is a manager at a large company and is exceedingly busy, Zhang Han replied, casting a glance at the steaming dishes on the table. Moreover, my sister has developed a taste for Japanese cuisine. She finds it difficult to appreciate your rural fare. What is Japanese cuisine? Wu Dahai and Zhang Zuolan exchanged puzzled looks. Forget about it. You wouldn't understand even if I explained. Zhang Han waved his hand and then turned his gaze toward Wu Fan. Cousin, I heard you lost your job as a bricklayer. Is that correct? Yes. Wu Fan began. Indeed. That is why we are seeking Xiao Qin's assistance in finding you a position. Zhang Han continued. My sister is now a department manager. Securing a job should be a mere formality for her. He leaned back, exuding a sense of pride. True, but she is not present today, Zhang Zuolan interjected. My sister's absence is due not only to her busy schedule, but for other reasons as well, Zhang Han remarked, feigning profundity. What reasons? Zhang Zuolan inquired eagerly. Everyone is related, so finding a job for Wu Fan is naturally not a problem. However, Zhang Han paused deliberately, saying, Aunt and uncle, you should know that large companies have many rules. Although my sister is a department manager, there are many matters that require careful handling. Rest assured, he continued. Upon hearing this, Wu Dahai quickly patted his chest. We won't let Xiao Qin work in vain. Here are 30,000 yuan. Dad, this 30,000 yuan is your hard-earned money. I can find a job by myself. Wu Fan interjected hastily. He could see that Zhang Han was clearly trying to solicit money. Xiao Fan, As long as we can secure you a good job, spending this 30,000 yuan will be worth it. His mother, Zhang Zuolan, promptly added, although Wu Fan had previously dismissed Chen Jinlong in the hospital. Zhang Han twisted the narrative, portraying Wu Fan as complicit. Being honest, simple rural folk, they naturally did not wish for their son to associate with rogues. Thus, they believed Zhang Han's words and entrusted Zhang Qin with the task of finding a job for their son. Mom and Dad, cousin, heed my advice. Do not think that just because you have mingled in society, you are invincible. There have been many who were executed. Zhang Han deliberately raised his voice, causing Wu Dahai and his wife to turn pale. Mom and Dad, please don't. Seeing this, Wu Fan felt it unwise to say more. After all, it was not worth creating discord over such a trivial matter. As for Zhang Han, he was quite curious about what job this fellow would secure for him. After all, he was no longer the brick-moving lad of yore. Even if Zhang Han unscrupulously pocketed his parents' 30,000 yuan and vanished, a single call to Wang Qiqiang would surely bring him back. In that moment, he felt an unexpected sense of relief. Even a playful interest akin to a cat playing with a mouse. Aunt and uncle, rest assured, with this money to help my sister establish connections, Xiao Fan's job is absolutely secure, Zhang Han declared, taking the 3 bundles of cash and confidently assuring them that if he could arrange for a contracted position, Xiao Fan would have a stable job, thereby making it easier for him to find a girlfriend in the future. If that's the case, you 2 siblings will be benefactors to our Wu family. Upon hearing this, Wu Dahai and Zhang Zuolan displayed expressions of contentment. Ever since Wu Fan's relationship with Zhang Xiaoye ended, the village's gossip had intensified. Given that Wu Fan was already in his 20s, the couple could not help but feel anxious. Rest assured, in a couple of years, you can expect to hold your grandchild. Zhang Han seized upon the couple's vulnerability with just a few words. He then beckoned Wu Fan to leave with him. Upon reaching the village entrance, he pointed to a black Volkswagen sedan parked under a tree, boasting, "Cousin, what do you think of my Santana?" "Not bad," Wu Fan replied nonchalantly. After all, having just purchased a Range Rover, he viewed the Santana as little more than a bicycle. "This is the new model Santana. You must not have ridden in one before." As he spoke, Zhang Han pressed the remote key, saying, "Come on, today your cousin will show you the world." "Cousin, now that you have the means to purchase a car, surely you can repay me the wages from the past 6 months, can you not?" Wu Fan scoffed coldly. "Cousin, do you not think that is an impolite remark?" Zhang Han immediately began to engage in verbal sparring, suggesting that one must aspire to greater ambitions and not dwell on mere wages. "If it weren't for your cousin taking you to the construction site, would you have even earned any money at all?" Upon hearing this, Wu Fan nearly succumbed to the temptation of delivering a sound beating to Zhang Han. This fellow was truly shameless, behaving like a rogue. "Very well, if you wish to play games, let us see who ultimately prevails." With that thought in mind, Wu Fan suppressed his inner fury and feigned anticipation. "So, cousin, you will certainly find me a good job this time, will you not?" "Of course, we are relatives." Zhang Han smirked and promptly started the car. Moments later, they arrived at the entrance of a construction site. "Didn't you say we were going to my sister as company? Why have we come to a construction site?" Wu Fan feigned alarm. "Do not be anxious, cousin. My sister is not currently in need of workers." Zhang Han chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "This site is under my contract, and we happen to require a deputy manager. You can simply eat and sleep here, and I'll pay you 6,000 a month. No, at least 8,000. 8,000? Cousin, you're not trying to ensnare me, are you?" Wu Fan fixed a scrutinizing gaze on Zhang Han. He understood that this fellow was certainly up to no good, most likely devising yet another trap. Fortunately, he had recorded the entire conversation on his phone, so his parents would eventually learn of Zhang Han's true nature. "Cousin, what do you mean by such words?" "Fang an fei net indignation. We are family. I would not harm you." "Very well." Wu Fan nodded impassively and alighted from the vehicle. Little did he expect that as soon as he exited, Zhang Han would accelerate and flee as if escaping a fire. He drove several hundred meters down the road and then pulled out his phone. "Old Tao, I found a scapegoat. Instruct the workers to demand money from my cousin Wu Fan." As it turns out, this construction site was indeed contracted by Zhang Han. However, he was utterly unfit for such work. Once the progress payments arrived, he squandered them without a thought, neglecting to pay the laborers. Consequently, he now dared not enter the site. The reason he wanted Wu Fan to be the deputy manager was to use him as a fall guy. As for family ties, they meant nothing to him. Chapter 55, The Scapegoat. At the construction site entrance, as Wu Fan stepped inside, dozens of laborers approached him, wielding their tools, hammers, and wrenches, all wearing expressions of anger. "So you are the deputy manager appointed by Zhang the Swindler?" A burly man with a red hat and a beard approached Wu Fan. Who is Zhang the swindler? Wu Fan furrowed his brow. Do not play the fool with us. Zhang the swindler is your cousin. The man pointed angrily at Wu Fan, exclaiming that Zhang had made him the deputy manager, indicating they were in cahoots. So that is how it is. Wu Fan let out a cold laugh, realizing that Zhang Han had not only failed to help him secure a job, but had instead pushed him into a fiery pit. However, he was no longer the naive youth he once was. He spoke slowly and deliberately. You say I'm the deputy manager. Does that make me one? Where's your evidence? You? Upon hearing this, the man in the red hat was momentarily taken aback. In truth, he was the same old Tao who had just spoken with Zhang Han on the phone. They were in cahoots. I don't care. Why doesn't Zhang Ba Pai call anyone else a deputy manager? And you just happened to be standing at the construction site entrance. With that, old Tao raised his arm and shouted, Brothers, he must have money on him. Let us demand some. As soon as he said this, the laborers surrounded Wu Fan. Seeing this, Wu Fan furrowed his brow. Having worked on construction sites before, he understood the gravity of the situation. If the workers became agitated, the consequences could be dire. Damn it, that Zhang Han is truly a scoundrel, conning the workers out of their hard-earned money. Though he cursed inwardly, he knew he had to find a solution quickly. If things escalated, it could lead to violence. What are you doing? Just as Wu Fan was racking his brain for a solution, a sharp voice echoed across the site. The group of laborers froze and turned to look behind them. There, on the second floor of the project office, a middle-aged man was shouting into a yellow megaphone. You want to fight? Should I call the police for you? Wu Fan focused his gaze and felt a wave of relief. The man with the megaphone was a familiar face. Mr. Chun, here's the situation. Old Tao immediately rushed upstairs, hoping to place the blame squarely on Wu Fan. After all, if Wu Fan was saddled with the blame, he and Zhang Han could escape unscathed. Are you suggesting that this deputy manager may have misappropriated the workers' wages? Mr. Chun furrowed his brow and inquired. It's quite possible, Old Tao asserted, determined to pin this misdeed on Wu Fan. I've never heard of you having a deputy manager, and if he has indeed misappropriated the workers' wages, how dare he show his face here? Mr. Chun pressed. Old Tao scratched his head, utterly at a loss for words, for he was merely a scapegoat in this scenario. Just then, a voice rang out behind him. Nonsense. How could that be true? Clearly, he is the one who. Old Tao turned around only to find Wu Fan speaking, leaving him momentarily stunned, before his expression shifted to one of anger. What are you doing here? If I don't come up, how would I know you've dug such a deep pit for me? Wu Fan retorted, turning to greet Mr. Chun with a smile. Mr. Chun, it's good to see you again. Young Master Wu? Mr. Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. He was the very same man Wu Fan had assisted at the stone gambling convention. Mr. Chun, what brings you here? Wu Fan asked with a smile. I'm a supervisor for this project. What about you? Mr. Chen replied, warmly ushering Wu Fan toward the office. This scene left Old Tao astounded. He never anticipated that Wu Fan would be acquainted with the project supervisor. Mr. Chun, I've been tricked by my cousin. He promised to introduce me to a job, but instead, he led me into this mess, Wu Fan lamented. Dear brother Wu, please do not jest with me. Chun Ji chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. With such remarkable abilities, do you truly need to seek employment? Moreover, I recall you were previously employed at Yikingfang? Indeed, but my parents deemed it unreliable. Leaving me with no choice, Wu Fan replied, helplessly shrugging his shoulders. By the way, my cousin has also requested 30,000 from my parents. Do you not see how exasperating this is? Chun Ji nearly burst into laughter. Brother Wu, you are clearly holding a golden bowl, yet still resort to begging. What a splendid misallocation of fortune. Indeed, how true that is, Wu Fan chuckled in return. In that case, I can assist you with this minor issue. After all, I recently withheld a payment from Zhang Han and his associates. Chun Ji quickly interjected. I have long suspected that your cousin is not one to engage in honest labor. Is that so? A thought flickered in Wu Fan's mind. Brother Chun, might I request a favor from you? Brother Wu, what are you saying? Speak freely. Chen Yi gisturet brodli. Wu Fan then conveyed his thoughts to Chun Ji. Excellent. That plan sounds promising. Chun Ji's face broke into a knowing smile. He then beckoned to Lao Tao at the door. Lao Tao, come here. Mr. Chun, I must clarify that my earlier remarks were certainly a misunderstanding. Although Lao Tao had not overheard Wu Fan and Chun Ji's conversation, he could sense their camaraderie from their earlier exchange. I'm not inquiring about that. Rather, I wish to discuss something important. Chun Ji waved his hand dismissively. Please, Mr. Chun, go on. Lao Tao nodded eagerly. It pertains to the progress payment that has been stalled. I just received a call from the finance department. It should be processed shortly, Chun Ji announced. Upon hearing this, Lao Tao's eyes brightened. He was currently in a precarious situation. Otherwise, he would not have sought out Wu Fan to serve as a scapegoat. If this payment were to arrive, it could resolve his immediate troubles, perhaps even yield a small profit. Is what you say truly the case? Lao Tao asked, astonished. Of course. Can I deceive you about such matters? Qinji affirmed with a nod. However, we will require a signature from your partners. If Zhang Han is unavailable, Brother Wu can sign instead, but the funds must be dispersed to him. No, there is no need to trouble Brother Wu. I shall call Zhang Han immediately. Lao Tao quickly shook his head. Qinji's words were, in fact, a deliberate strategy proposed by Wu Fan, aimed at lowering Zhang Han's defenses and ensnaring him in the plan. Chapter 56. Relatives? Sure enough, within an hour of Qinji's conversation with Lao Tao, Zhang Han arrived at Qinji's office alongside Lao Tao, both wearing broad smiles. Cousin, I never anticipated that you were acquainted with Mr. Chun. It appears we are all part of the same family. Zhang Han laughed heartily. Who claims we are family? Wu Fan retorted coldly. Ah well. Zhang Han chuckled awkwardly, then continued, Cousin, do you not comprehend the noble intentions of your elder cousin? Noble intentions? Wu Fan frowned, aware that Zhang Han was about to put on yet another performance. Indeed, the purpose of my cousin is to allow you to experience how to resolve such issues in the future. Otherwise, how could I ever entrust my entire career to you? Zhang Han feigned a demeanor of earnest instruction, his tone laden with gravity. Enough of this. The matter of delaying wages for migrant workers is best left to you. Wu Fan interjected hastily, waving his hand. We are family. There is no need for formality. Zhang Han, undeterred, turned his gaze toward Qinji, asking, where do I sign? Sign what? Qinji retorted. Zhang Han was momentarily taken aback, then turned to the elderly Tao beside him. Indeed, Qinji, did you not mention that the progress payment had been dispersed? Lao Tao also looked puzzled. If the progress payment had indeed arrived, how could you two reckless individuals have the audacity to come here? Qinji scoffed. You two have overstepped, daring to withhold workers' wages and tarnish the reputation of the principal. We shall thoroughly settle this account today. You two. Zhang Han widened his eyes at Qinji and Wu Fan, finally realizing it was a trap set by them. With that, he turned on his heel, intending to make a hasty exit. However, at that moment, several burly men appeared at the office door, blocking his path. Wu Fan, have you set a trap for me? Zhang Han spun around, glaring fiercely at Wu Fan. We are relatives. How could you betray me like this? You are aware that we are relatives? Wu Fan sneered. So why did you not consider our kinship when you ensnared me previously? Wu Fan, I advise you to let me go at once. Do not forget, without me, my sister would never have introduced you to this job. Zhang Han gritted his teeth. What nonsense is this? You introduced my brother Wu to a job? Qinji interjected with a laugh. Come now, do not make me laugh. What job could you possibly secure for him? I cannot claim much, but I could certainly find him a position earning between 10 to 18,000. While that may seem trivial compared to what you earn, it would be more than sufficient for Wu Fan. Zhang Han scoffed. With a chuckle, Qinji replied. You clearly underestimate the true capabilities of Brother Wu. What capabilities could he possibly possess? Zhang Han frowned, dismissing Wu Fan as merely a laborer. A laborer? Qinji scoffed, casting a disparaging glance at Zhang Han. Let me put it this way. He can complete an entire project of yours in just one night. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Zhang Han's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Although he was not involved in large-scale projects, each of his undertakings was worth tens of thousands, if not over 100,000. How could Wu Fan possibly earn such an amount in a single night? It was utterly absurd. I suggest you open your eyes and truly assess the situation. Do not always presume your own superiority. In the presence of Brother Wu, you are akin to refuse by the roadside, Qinji remarked coldly. Zhang Han was left seething, his teeth clenched, yet he dared not offend Qinji, forcing himself to endure the humiliation. Come, apprehend Zhang Han and his associates, and calculate the amount of project funds they have misappropriated, along with any engineering issues. List them all for me. With a wave of his hand, Qinji commanded several burly men to step forward and seize Zhang Han and Old Tao. Upon realizing the seriousness of the situation, Zhang Han panicked, quickly turning his pleading gaze towards Wu Fan. Cousin, please help me. I am begging you. Very well. Wu Fan replied, nodding. He then turned to Qinji and inquired, Brother Chun, if all of Zhang Han's alleged misdeeds are proven true, will he face imprisonment? If the allegations hold, he could face a minimum of 10 years in prison, Qinji stated nonchalantly. This revelation sent Zhang Han into a fit of tremors, nearly causing him to lose control of himself. Wu Fan, save me, please, he cried, his voice tinged with desperation. Apologies, cousin, but I am powerless in this matter. Wu Fan said, raising his hands in resignation. Please, I am on my knees begging you. Intercede with President Chun on my behalf. I know you can. At that moment, Zhang Han, once arrogant, had been reduced to a pitiful supplicant. I acknowledge my mistakes. I have been blind to my own faults. I will return the 30,000 yuan your parents lent me immediately, and I will also pay your overdue wages. Is that all? Wu Fan replied coldly. How much do you want? I will give you whatever I can, Zhang Han stammered, terrorized by the prospect of a decade behind bars. If you truly have the means, start by settling the wages owed to the workers, Wu Fan retorted. Someone once claimed in front of my parents that I was involved in illicit activities. That was you, wasn't it? Hearing this, Zhang Han lowered his head in silence. It was indeed he who had spread those rumors. Driven by jealousy over Wu Fan's superior academic performance and character during their youth. Consequently, whenever an opportunity arose to undermine Wu Fan, he seized it without hesitation. As was the case now, call my parents and explain the situation. Then I shall consider whether to plead for you. Wu Fan shrugged. All right, I will. In Zhang Han's eyes, Wu Fan was now his lifeline, and he clutched onto that hope tightly. He promptly dialed Wu Dehai's number and recounted his envious slanders against Wu Fan. Finally, he added, Uncle and Aunt, rest assured, I will find my cousin a good job. After hanging up, he cautiously glanced at Wu Fan. Cousin, do you think this suffices? Fine, but do not forget the 30,000 as well as my wages. Wu Fan stated before turning to Qinji. Brother Chun, regarding this matter. Young Wu, I comprehend your intent. Chunji interjected with a smile, having already grasped his meaning. Chapter 57, A Fist of Iron. With Zhang Han's predicament resolved, Wu Fan also managed to retrieve the wages he had earned over the past 6 months. Within a mere month, he had transformed from a heartbroken laborer to a millionaire with assets nearing 10 million. Such a transformation would have been beyond his wildest dreams in the past. Certainly, he had not inflated his ego. The presence of Wei Laoda's subordinate outside the Gambling Stone Conference Hotel instilled an unprecedented pressure within him. Although the Master of Tranquility's Eagle Claw technique was quite effective, he could only rely on his speed as an advantage. If the opponent were indeed a seasoned practitioner, his current abilities would be insufficient. It was imperative to devise a means to enhance his strength. Otherwise, he would inevitably become a lamb awaiting slaughter. He was acutely aware that, sooner or later, his capabilities would be exposed. Take, for instance, his proficiency in authenticating antiques. Should a formidable expert one day coerce him into servitude, how could he possibly resist? Contemplating this, he resolved to find ways to strengthen his prowess. However, unbeknownst to him, the humiliated Zhang Han was not one to let the matter rest. That evening, he arrived at an upscale apartment. What? You say you were humiliated by that Wu Fan kid? A woman clad in scant attire reclined on a chaise lounge, applying a facial mask. Indeed, sister. It was not I who was humiliated, but you. Zhang Han replied with a face full of indignation. This woman was his sister, Zhang Qin, currently a mid-level manager at a Fortune 500 company, earning over 400,000 annually. Xiao Han, are you jesting? He is merely a lowly laborer, and you are a contractor. How could he possibly humiliate you? Zhang Qin scoffed dismissively. Oh, sister, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Here, as how it unfolded. He then recounted the events, embellishing them as he went along. Is what you said true? Zhang Qin straightened up, surprise flickering in her eyes. She had not anticipated that Wu Fan would know the project's supervisor and dare to insult her brother. It was well known that within the family, she was a rising star, treated with utmost respect. How could a mere nobody be so audacious? Insulting Zhang Han was tantamount to insulting her. Seeing Zhang Qin's expression darken with anger, Zhang Han eagerly fanned the flames, stating that if their uncle and grandparents learned of this, it would be a true embarrassment. Rest assured, how much power can a waste of space possess? Zhang Qin retorted with a cold smile. Since he has dared to insult us, I shall ensure that the Wu family never holds their head high again. Sister, do you have a plan? Zhang Han's eyes brightened at once. What need is there for a plan to deal with a waste of space? Zhang Qin replied disdainfully. In a few days, it will be grandmother's birthday, and I intend to make Wu Fan's family lose all face. The night passed in silence. The following morning, just as Wu Fan was preparing to venture out, he received a call from Old Ho. The message was straightforward. He was to come over. Initially, Wu Fan contemplated refusing, but as soon as he hung up, Wang Qiqiang had already arrived at the company's entrance in his car. With no other option, Wu Fan had to get in. During the ride, he couldn't help but inquire, the old man is going to ask me to authenticate his collection again. Is he? After several encounters, Wu Fan felt a tinge of apprehension. He He wasn't he afraid of assessing the antiques. Rather, he feared inadvertently creating more adversaries. Rest assured, this time it is not about appraising collectibles, Wang Qiqiang said with a smile, shaking his head. That's a relief, Wu Fan thought to himself, feeling a sense of ease wash over him. He was acutely aware that, despite possessing the gift of insight, he was still a novice in the realm of antiques, and making enemies was certainly not advisable. Suddenly, he shifted the topic. Brother Wang, do you know where I can learn martial arts? Learn martial arts? Wang Qiqiang, who was driving, paused for a few seconds, then glanced at the rearview mirror with a look of astonishment. Little Wu, is someone bullying you? Just let me know. Although Wang Qiqiang was capable of defending himself, he believed that personal strength was the only true solution. There are indeed some boxing gyms and martial arts schools in the city, but they only teach the basics, he continued. Without 3 to 5 years of dedication, it won't be of much use. Oh, really? Could you recommend one to me? Wu Fan hurriedly asked, while others might require years to master. He hoped that his keen perception could expedite his learning. Ancient martial arts? What kind of martial arts? Wu Fan inquired, his curiosity piqued. These are martial arts that have been passed down for centuries, such as Tai Chi, Baguazhang, and Wing Chun, Wang Qiqiang explained. These are the essence of our Chinese martial arts, and they're certainly worth studying. All right, I will remember that, Wu Fan nodded. At that moment, they arrived at the villa courtyard of Hodashing. Little Wu, I truly apologize for troubling you again, Hodashing said with a smile as he entered the car and took a seat beside Wu Fan. There's no need for such formalities, Ho Laosher. Where are we headed this time? Wu Fan inquired. Oh, I see, Wu Fan nodded. Ho Laosher, why not select one of your own collectibles? After all, authentic pieces are scarce outside. Perhaps it's best to avoid that, Hodashing replied with a wry smile. I initially considered it, but after your last visit, I realized that if I were to inadvertently present a counterfeit, it would be utterly embarrassing. That is a valid point, Wu Fan scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. This time, we're going to the largest antique trading market, Kima Xian, where there are countless treasures, Hodashing stated, his expression suddenly serious. By the way, Little Wu, how well-versed are you in calligraphy and painting? Calligraphy and painting? Wu Fan thought, as this was an area where he felt particularly lacking in expertise. Noticing Wu Fan's silence, Hodashing's expression shifted. The recipient of his gift was not an ordinary individual. Is there a problem? Old sir, I won't hide it from you. My knowledge in this field is quite limited, and my master often scolds me for being a fool, Wu Fan confessed, steeling himself for the truth. He watched Hodashing's reaction with caution. Hodashing was initially taken aback, but then burst into laughter. Little Wu, you must be joking. Indeed. Little Wu is surely jesting, Wang Qiqiang chimed in, unable to contain himself. If Little Wu is a fool, then Fei Xiang and the others must be even less than that. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan also erupted into hearty laughter. Then he suddenly changed the subject, saying, by the way, your friend is fond of calligraphy and paintings, isn't he? Indeed. He is Professor Zheng Xian from the Archaeology Department of Nanjing University, a renowned antique expert in our province. Hodashing nodded. I've known him for several decades. He has a profound admiration for the calligraphy of the two Wangs. The calligraphy of the two Wangs is indeed quite elusive, Wu Fan replied with a smile, shaking his head. Although he was not well-versed in calligraphy and paintings, he knew that the works of Wang Shiji and Wang Xianji were highly coveted by all. If an authentic piece were to surface, it would undoubtedly fetch a price exceeding 9 figures. I'm aware of that. What I mean to say is that if we could find a copy of an ancient master's work, it would be even better, Hodashing laughed heartily. However, he was also acutely aware that this was merely a fanciful notion. How rare are the calligraphic works of the two Wangs? Their appearance would surely send shockwaves through the global antique community. Around noon, the car came to a steady stop at the entrance of a park. Is this the Kima Pavilion? Wu Fan gazed at the bustling park before him, confusion etched on his face. Weren't we supposed to buy calligraphy and paintings? Why are we at a park? Little Wu, you may not be aware, but this place is called Kima Garden, a well-known antique market akin to Panjiayuan, famous in several nearby provinces. Seeing Wu Fan's bewilderment, Hodashing explained with a smile. As for the Kima Pavilion, it is a collection shop located deep within a garden, filled with many treasures. I see, Wu Fan responded, enlightened by this revelation. Buzz. Just then, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Pulling it out, he saw it was a call from his mother, Zhang Sulan. Hello, Mom, what's the matter? Xiao Fan, how is your cousin's job introduction coming along? Zhang Sulan inquired with concern. It should be about settled, Wu Fan replied, momentarily taken aback. He had forgotten about this matter after resolving the issue with Zhang Han the previous day. However, he had already made up his mind to inform his parents about his current work in antique appraisal when the time was right. After all, this job had enabled him to amass several million in income within just half a month. This way, he could alleviate their worries in the future. That's good to hear. This time when we go to your grandmother's house, we can walk with our heads held high, Zhang Zuolan said, pleased. Why are we going to Grandma's house? Wu Fan furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Speaking of his grandmother, he held a deep-seated disdain for her, stemming from one word, snobbishness. He remembered when he was young. His father, being honest and not earning much, was once encouraged by his grandmother to persuade his mother to remarry when he was merely 5 years old. During past New Year celebrations or family gatherings, their family was always seated at a table with the children, although his parents never voiced any complaints. Wu Fan understood as he grew older that this was a blatant humiliation. The most infuriating part was that ever since he failed to enter university and began working on construction sites, his grandmother's family had never invited them to any events. From that moment, he silently vowed to prove himself and show these people what he was capable of. Now, the opportunity to do so had finally arrived. Your grandmother is celebrating her 70th birthday, and this time, she has unexpectedly invited us. We must surely attend. Zhang Zuolan explained that, as for past matters, they are now behind them. Hello, yes. On the other end of the line, Zhang Zuolan paused for a few seconds, momentarily unable to believe her ears. It is worth noting that previously, Wu Fan had been quite reluctant to visit his grandmother's home, yet this time he appeared so carefree. It seems that since Xiao Fan secured a job, he has become much more spirited, Zhang Zuolan murmured to herself. At Kima Garden, after hanging up the phone, Wu Fan's mind sparked with a bold idea. Young Master Wu, I noticed your furrowed brows just now. Do you face any difficulties? Hodishing inquired. If there is anything I can assist with, please do not hesitate to speak. Thank you for your kind intentions, old sir, but I am not facing any difficulties. Wu Fan replied warmly. By the way, let's take a stroll. He had already made up his mind. For his grandmother's birthday, he would select an antique as a gift. Given the significance of parental reputation, one cannot afford to be careless. Of course, it would be impossible to present something genuine. That would weigh heavily on his conscience. Thus, he resolved to find a high-quality replica. In due time, he would arrange for someone to stage a performance, achieving two objectives with one action. You, an outsider, cannot discern the worth of this Shoshan stone, but I can. At that moment, a woman's melodious voice rang out from a nearby stall. You do not speak nonsense. This Shoshan stone has been passed down through my family. How could it possibly be fake? The stall owner, a burly man, was now reddening with anger. Why state it is clear, a fake is a fake. You are speaking nonsense. Do not leave. Soon, a crowd of onlookers gathered around the stall. Come, let's take a look. Hodishing, intrigued, waved for Wu Fan to come forward. Hearing the words Shoshan stone, Wu Fan felt a stir of interest and immediately followed. As they approached, they witnessed a red-faced man vehemently arguing with a masked woman. If you cannot present a coherent argument, I will not allow you to leave today. You are clearly speaking nonsense, and my Shoshan stone is undoubtedly genuine. Do not raise your voice so. It is deafening. The woman glanced irritably at the red-faced man. Shoshan stone originates from Fushan, where the stones possess a lustrous quality. This characteristic aligns with your stone. Indeed, but why then do you claim it is fake? The red-faced man pressed. The reason lies within the color. The woman pointed to a yellow stone on display at the stall, measuring roughly the size of a fingertip. What is wrong with this color? The stall owner questioned. Yes, most Shoshan stones are this rather dull yellow. Is there an issue with that? I see no reason to doubt the authenticity of this stone. A group of onlookers chimed in, sharing their opinions. That is precisely the aspect of this stone that makes it indistinguishable from the genuine article. The woman let out a cold laugh. Those who frequently handle stones are likely aware that the color of a stone is, in fact, a result of certain mineral infusions. Such lustrous stones exhibit a balanced hue, unlike this one, which appears dry. Dry? The crowd exchanged puzzled glances at her words. Indeed, if you possess sufficient discernment, you would notice that this stone not only appears dry, but also lacks transparency, thereby confirming it is not Shoshan stone. The woman continued her explanation. Upon hearing this, the previously skeptical crowd fell silent. You speak nonsense. You must be trying to lower the price. The stall owner suddenly became agitated, abruptly yanking off the woman's mask. You do not even dare to reveal your true face. Everything you say is false. Zheng Peipei, the onlooker, Ho Dashing, suddenly widened his eyes. Old master, do you know her? Wu Fan, equally astonished, inquired. Of course I know her. She is the granddaughter of my old friend, Zhang Xian. Ho Dashing nodded affirmatively. At that moment, the stall owner attempted to seize Zheng Peipei. Stop. Ho Dushing shouted angrily and squeezed through the crowd toward them. Uncle Ho. Zhang Peipei immediately recognized him. Mr. Ho. The stall owner also recognized Ho Dushing, a prominent figure in the art of collecting. Do you know her? Indeed. She is the granddaughter of Professor Zhang. Ho Dushing nodded slightly. What? The granddaughter of Professor Zhang? The stall owner was taken aback, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. He quickly began to apologize profusely to Zhang Peipei. I'm terribly sorry, Miss Zhang. It was my oversight that led to this offense. Please do not let Professor Zhang know. Enough, I understand. Zhang Peipei replied coldly, turning to approach Ho Dushing. Uncle Ho, thank you for helping me just now. Ah, it is nothing to speak of. Ho Dushing chuckled, waving his hand. Had you not worn a mask, none of this would have occurred. I had no alternative. Zhang Peipei sighed. My grandfather is moving to a new residence, and I intended to present him with a meaningful gift. I searched high and low at home, but found nothing suitable, so I came out to browse, only to encounter such troubles. Young Zhang, are you jesting with me? Your company is so vast. Surely you can find any treasure you seek without needing to come to Kuei Ma Garden. Ho Dushing laughed, dismissing her concerns. Uncle, you have a point. But those items are all meant for auction, and it is certainly too late for that now. Zhang Peipei hastily explained. Her gaze then fell upon Wu Fan. Is he your son? No, he is my young friend. Ho Dushing quickly clarified. His name is Wu Fan. I brought him along to assist with appraisals. Hello. Miss Zhang, Wu Fan nodded politely. You are so young. Yedijading su? Zhang Peipei inquired, skepticism evident in her eyes. Sort of. Wu Fan scratched his head. Before them stood a woman in her early 30s, tall with fair skin, her long, dark hair cascading over her shoulders. She wore a professional outfit, yet her expression was one of cold indifference, exuding an air of aloofness that kept others at bay. Brother Xiao Wu, there is no need for you to be modest. Upon hearing this, Ho Dushing hastily remarked, whether it be the previous landscape painting by Huang Tingjian or the pieced-together Tianqing Yuhui wash, an ordinary person would hardly recognize them. Tianqing porcelain from the official kiln? At the mention of this, a flicker of doubt appeared in Zhang Peipei's indifferent eyes. It is known that the porcelain from the Northern Song Dynasty's official kiln is a top-tier treasure, regardless of its placement. Old man, I have merely been fortunate. I'm not as remarkable as you suggest. Wu Fan quickly waved his hand. Given that Miss Zhang is the granddaughter of Professor Zhang, she must possess specialized knowledge in antiques. Should she inquire about his expertise, and he fail to respond adequately, it would be an embarrassing predicament. Fortunately, Zhang Peipei did not seem inclined to pursue this line of questioning. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she promptly turned to leave, as she too needed to select a gift for Professor Zhang. Boss, how much for the Shoshan stone? Once she departed, Wu Fan began to inquire of the stall owner. Huh? The stall owner, momentarily taken aback, was left speechless. After all, Zhang Peipei had just deemed this stone to be a counterfeit. Who would wish to purchase such a worthless rock? Even Ho Dushing beside him widened his eyes. Brother Xiao Wu, this stone is worth nothing. Why would you want to buy it? Every item possesses its own value, even if it is counterfeit, Wu Fan replied with a smile. All right, my friend, name your price, and I shall comply. The stall owner quickly responded, for he had intended to discard this stone into the trash. 100 yuan. Done. Wu Fan purchased the Shoshan stone for 100 yuan and swiftly tucked it into his bag. Although Ho Dushing was filled with curiosity, after several unsuccessful attempts to elicit an explanation from Wu Fan, he resigned himself to silence. Soon after, the two ventured deeper into Kima Garden. After walking approximately a mile, an ancient and elegant pavilion appeared by the lakeside. The pavilion, comprising 2 stories, was constructed facing the lake and boasted picturesque scenery, somewhat reminiscent of the Yukingfang, yet larger in scale than 2 of them combined. The entrance to the first floor bore the inscription Kima Xian in bold red characters against a black background. Compared to the bustling stalls outside, this place had significantly fewer patrons, yet each individual was adorned in lavish attire. As previously introduced by Ho Dushing, Kima Xian housed numerous treasures, and those who could afford to shop here were either wealthy or noble. Mr. Ho, welcome. The doorman recognized Ho Dushing and quickly greeted him with a smile, leading him inside. Upon entering, the space was even more spacious than Wu Fan had imagined, nearly 1,000 square feet in size. A plethora of antiques was on display, ranging from jade and bronze to porcelain and pottery, even including Western clocks and curiosities. Calligraphy and paintings are over here. Once inside, Ho Dushing strode directly towards a room on the right, adjacent to the lake. Upon entering, Wu Fan was instantly taken aback. Within a few hundred square feet, the walls were adorned with a multitude of calligraphic works and paintings, resembling draperies. However, upon closer inspection, certain irregularities could be discerned. Many pieces lacked any protective measures, while others had already been framed. Undoubtedly, those exquisitely framed artworks are priced in 6 figures, with some even approaching 8 figures. Chapter 60. The Peculiarities. Brother Xiao Wu, take a good look, Ho Dushing remarked, gesturing towards the paintings before him. If you manage to uncover an authentic piece today, it would be a significant favor owed to you by me, Ho. You flatter me, old sir. I shall do my utmost, Wu Fan replied, not committing to any definitive promises. Although he possessed formidable abilities of perception, he admittedly lacked substantial knowledge in the realm of paintings and calligraphy. However, discerning a genuine article was not beyond his capabilities. The challenge lay in selecting a piece that would satisfy Ho Dushing. He recalled that Professor Zheng had an affinity for the calligraphy of the two Wangs. While true pieces were rare, finding a replica could serve as a viable alternative. With this thought in mind, Wu Fan set to work. His gaze swept across the hundreds of artworks present, and soon they all appeared to him in a different light. Some appeared dull and lifeless, akin to mere dust, while others shimmered with an opulent brilliance. Clearly, the latter were the true treasures. What's this? Wu Fan's attention was soon captured by a yellowed ancient painting. Its condition was unremarkable, depicting a floral and avian scene, the edges marred by wormholes. Evidently, the painting held little value, and the collector had not paid it much heed. Yet, this floral and avian depiction radiated an intense, rich glow. This aura was even more pronounced than that of the Ru Kiln Imperial Concubine wash he had previously encountered. Based on his understanding of the previous glow, this painting, in terms of both age and worth, should surpass that wash. Yet, aside from its aged appearance, there was little to suggest its value. Wu Fan pondered, then stepped closer to inspect the price tag, which astonishingly marked it at merely 50,000 yuan. Could there be some underlying issue? With this thought lingering, Wu Fan could not resist reaching out to touch it. Stop! Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out from behind him. For someone who claims to be an expert, how can you be so ignorant of basic etiquette? Frowning, Wu Fan turned to see a middle-aged man with a square face, arms crossed, regarding him with a cold, detached gaze. Do we know each other? You may not recognize me, but I know you. You're the newcomer from Yukingfang, are you not? The man replied. And you are? Tao Xing, from Wangbei Pavilion. From Wangbei Pavilion? Wu Fan mused internally, sensing that this man's demeanor hinted at trouble. Indeed, you've recently triumphed over Fei Xiang and Guan Hanting. I initially believed you to be a skilled individual, but it appears otherwise, Tao Xing scoffed, his expression full of disdain. My victories were mere strokes of luck, Wu Fan dismissed, uninterested in engaging further with Tao Xing. He prepared to turn back to the floral and avian painting. Apart from luck, what other explanation could there be? Tao Xing continued his derision. Just by watching you gaze at this painting, I can tell you are utterly unremarkable. Confronted with his mockery, Wu Fan could scarcely be bothered to waste words and instead delved deeper into his study. Realizing that he could not rely on his hands, he steadied his breath and focused intently on comprehending the entirety of the painting. Young man, if you find yourself perplexed, feel free to consult me. Perhaps out of pity, I might impart some methods for authenticating paintings and calligraphy. Tao Xing, reveling in the opportunity to deride Wu Fan, harbored his own ulterior motives. Among the 4 great repositories, his skills ranked relatively low. During the monthly competitions of the 4 repositories, as the senior disciple of the Wangbei Pavilion, he had consistently found himself at the bottom. Now that he had discerned Wu Fan's shortcomings in the realm of art, he was eager to exploit this advantage. At that moment, a voice resonated from behind them. President Ho? Tao Xing turned to see that the speaker was Ho Dushing, instantly donning a sycophantic smile. Tao Xing, what brings you here? Upon recognizing Tao Xing from the Wangbei Pavilion, Ho Dushing returned the smile. I am here on someone else's behalf to select some paintings and calligraphy. It seems fate has brought us together. With that, Tao Xing swiftly shifted the topic, inquiring what brings you here. He was well aware that President Ho had come with Wu Fan, but feigned ignorance to set the stage for what was to follow. Oh, I came with young brother Wu to select a fine piece of art. As Ho Dushing spoke, he instinctively glanced at Wu Fan. How was the selection going? This painting. Just as Wu Fan was about to provide a thorough introduction to Ho Dushing, Tao Xing interjected. This painting is indeed an ancient piece, yet it is the work of an unknown artist. With an air of seriousness, Tao Xing stepped forward to elaborate, observe the craftsmanship, the composition, and the application of colors. It possesses form but lacks substance, merely qualifying as inferior. Indeed, Why does this floral and avian painting have so many wormholes? Ho Dushing nodded in agreement, clearly sharing the sentiment that the piece fell short. However, he did not reproach Wu Fan. Rather, he patted the latter's shoulder and said, "Young brother Wu, do not worry about saving me money. Choose as you please within 5 million. He assumed that Wu Fan had selected this piece to spare him expenses. Do you not perceive the peculiarities of this painting? In response to Tao Xing's derision, Wu Fan remained unperturbed and countered with a question. Peculiarities? Hearing this, Ho Dushing scrutinized the painting once more. What peculiarities could something so straightforward possess? Tao Xing scoffed dismissively. President Ho, does Mi Fu's calligraphy meet your expectations? Wu Fan suddenly posed a question that left Ho Dushing bewildered. Mi Fu? What do you mean by that? Ho Dushing's expression reflected confusion. Young man, have you lost your senses? Tao Xing could not stifle his laughter, for the name inscribed on the floral and avian painting was clearly Li Lu, with no connection to Mi Fu whatsoever. Mi Fu? Where is there any calligraphy by Mi Fu? At that moment, a figure hastened towards them, drawn by the sound. It was none other than Zheng Pei Pei, whom Wu Fan had encountered outside. Miss Zheng, I lack the discernment for such matters. You should inquire with this fellow. Tao Xing crossed his arms, adopting a demeanor of idle curiosity. Where are Mi Fu's calligraphy and paintings? Zheng Pei Pei fixed her gaze intently on Wu Fan. Look, is it not right here? Wu Fan gestured towards the floral and avian painting behind him. Are you jesting with me? Zheng Pei Pei cast a fleeting glance, her icy countenance betraying a flicker of ire. No, I assure you, I lack the audacity for such antics, Wu Fan shrugged. You. Zheng Pei Pei shot him a frosty glare before dismissively turning away. Chapter 61. Blind to the obvious. Young brother Wu, what performance are you putting on? At this moment, Ho Dushing was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation. Clearly, it was merely a fragment of a painting by an unknown northern song artist. Yet Wu Fan had the audacity to claim it was a piece by the esteemed Mi Fu. Is this not sheer nonsense? Tao Xing eagerly added fuel to the fire. Of course, if you wish to select calligraphy or paintings, I, as a junior, could lend you a hand. This. Ho Dushing's expression turned troubled as he glanced at Wu Fan. Young brother Wu, what exactly are you peddling here? Mr. Ho, if you place your trust in me, acquiring this piece will guarantee you a profit. Wu Fan made a direct appeal for Ho Dushing to take action. No, that is not my intention. Do you grasp my meaning? Ho Dushing spoke earnestly. The same sentiment, Wu Fan shrugged, then called over a nearby shop assistant. Please assist us in wrapping up this calligraphy piece. Calligraphy piece? The assistant glanced at the floral painting, then at Wu Fan. This is a work by Li Lu. Oh, right. It is indeed the floral painting. Mr. Ho wishes to acquire it. Wu Fan quickly corrected himself. Very well. The assistant promptly agreed and then turned to cast a sympathetic look at Ho Dushing. This fragment has been hanging here for over a month, with its price plummeting from 100,000 to 50,000. Even so, it remains unsold. In the minds of the staff, even at 50,000, whoever buys it would be a fool. After all, this floral painting lacks both fame and quality. Acquiring it would be a loss. At this moment, all present in the store, including Ho Dushing, began to question Wu Fan's judgment. However, Ho Dushing did not display his doubts, as he had invited Wu Fan to assist him. Even if he had made a misstep, he would accept it. The issue was that he intended to present this painting as a gift to Professor Zheng. Presenting such a floral artwork would indeed be a source of embarrassment. On their way back, Wu Fan discerned Ho Dushing's despondency. Fear not, old sir. I assure you that this painting presented to Professor Zheng will not only avoid disgrace, but will indeed be the highlight of the day. Wu Fan proclaimed with a smile. The highlight? Ho Dushing managed a bitter smile. Young brother Wu, even at this juncture, you find the time to jest. Old sir, who is jesting? Wu Fan's smile faded, and he spoke earnestly. Are you truly serious? Ho Dushing furrowed his brow. He scrutinized Wu Fan closely, attempting to unravel the complexities of this young man before him. The more he observed, the more he felt that this individual was intriguingly intricate. As a seasoned veteran of society, Ho Dushing possessed an unparalleled ability to read people. No one could hide from his discerning gaze. Yet, before him stood a youthful lad with a smile, reminiscent of an unfathomable abyss. Undoubtedly, this was genuine. Allow me to reveal a secret. Wu Fan promptly turned, slowly unfurling the scroll before hanging it in front of the seat. Elder, take a closer look and discern any differences. My old eyes are failing me. I examined it for quite some time in the shop and still couldn't spot anything amiss. Ho Dushing replied, shaking his head. Little Wu, please be straightforward. Observe these wormholes. Do they not seem peculiar? Wu Fan pointed out. Ho Dashing's eyes widened as he noted that the wormholes were indeed confined to the edges of the painting, not extending inward. Feel it, Wu Fan urged. Feel it? Ho Dashing hesitated but extended his hand, only to be rendered speechless as he realized there was a hidden layer. There is a compartment within? Precisely. Now do you understand the reason? Wu Fan nodded with a smile. Upon discovering the painting's unusual characteristics, he had discerned its hidden depths, revealing a calligraphy piece by Mi Fu from the Northern Song dynasty. I see now. You mean there's a calligraphy piece by Mi Fu inside, correct? Ho Dashing exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. He finally comprehended why Wu Fan had shifted abruptly from discussing the flower and bird painting to Mi Fu's work. It was astonishing that such an unremarkable painting could harbor such wonders. Without Wu Fan's prompt, he might have never uncovered the secret. Yet, another question stirred his curiosity. Little Wu, while you discerned that another artwork was concealed within, how did you ascertain it was a piece by Mi Fu? Indeed, how did you come to that conclusion? Little Wu, the painting is not translucent. Wang Qiqiang, who was driving, interjected, unable to contain his curiosity as he pulled the car to the side and turned to inquire. Well, Wu Fan's expression shifted to one of awkwardness, momentarily at a loss for words. He couldn't simply claim his eyes had the power of X-ray vision, enabling him to see what others could not. This must be a unique skill of Little Wu. Let us not pry further, Ho Dashing said, extending his hand to part the scroll and retrieve the hidden calligraphy. Wait, please do not do that. Wu Fan quickly interjected. What is it? Ho Dashing inquired, puzzled. The calligraphy is sealed within an environment that has remained undisturbed for a millennium. If we were to open it carelessly, irreversible damage could ensue, Wu Fan explained. Oh, right. My excitement made me forget everything, Ho Dashing exclaimed, placing a hand to his forehead. In that case, I shall present it to Professor Zheng intact, allowing him to find a way to open it. Yes, that would be best. Wu Fan agreed with a nod. Little Wu, you have rendered me an immense service this time. I must express my gratitude appropriately. Ho Dashing spoke as he retrieved a check from his pocket, stating that Mi Fu's calligraphy, an authentic piece, was valued at no less than 5 million. Here is 5 million, a token of my appreciation. Absolutely not. I cannot accept this. Wu Fan hurriedly declined. I agree to come this time. How could I take your money? You must accept this money. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep tonight. This immense favor is one I cannot repay. Ho Dashing insisted resolutely. Under Ho Dashing's persistence, Wu Fan reluctantly accepted the check. After acquiring the address, he hailed a cab and proceeded directly to the destination. However, upon arrival, he was taken aback. The so-called Jingwu Dojo was now firmly shut, with a for lease sign hanging at the entrance. Has it closed down? Wu Fan felt a wave of disappointment wash over him and turned to leave. Just as he took a few steps, the commotion nearby caught his attention. Wang Yang, today we finally caught up with you. Let's see where you can run. That's right. Old Zhang isn't with you today, is he? I'll teach you a lesson. Wang Yang. Upon hearing this name, Wu Fan frowned, a figure emerging in his mind. He quickly approached the crowd, where 7 or 8 burly men had surrounded a lean young man. This young man, of similar age to Wu Fan and standing at about 5 feet 7, had strikingly bright, expressive eyes. Wang Yang? Is it really him? A spark of joy flickered in Wu Fan's eyes. Indeed, it was his high school buddy Wang Yang. Seeing this, he prepared to assist. However, unexpectedly, Wang Yang boldly declared, "You bunch of waste, if you have the guts, come at me all at once." Faced with a group of strong men, Wang Yang showed no signs of fear, even beckoning them forward. Observing this scene, Wu Fan crossed his arms, curious to see how his old friend had fared over the years. Wang Yang, you're seeking your own demise. Don't blame us. The burly men cracked their knuckles, grins spreading across their faces. In the next moment, they lunged at Wang Yang like wolves pouncing on a sheep. At this moment, Wu Fan furrowed his brow. He had closely scrutinized the brawny men earlier and noted the calluses on their palms, indicating they were seasoned fighters. In contrast, Wang Yang had previously only pretended to be skilled, having never truly trained in combat. Just when it seemed Wang Yang might be overwhelmed, he suddenly began to chant some phrases aloud, then thrust his hands forward, successfully blocking the first man's assault while delivering a sweeping kick that knocked him down. This kid actually has some skills. Wu Fan's anxiety eased slightly at this sight. However, the moment of relief was short-lived. Despite Wang Yang's impressive display, he was still outnumbered. Soon, he found himself at a disadvantage, and with the brutish men striking hard, Wu Fan could no longer stand by idly. Stop! The burly men turned in unison, glaring at Wu Fan. Stay out of this, or we'll deal with you too. Are you Wu Fan? Wang Yang focused his gaze and immediately recognized the situation. But he quickly waved his hand, urging leave. You must go. Since they were in this together, there is no need to linger. One of the burly men with a buzz cut, noticing this, let out a cold snort and directly blocked Wu Fan's path. Standing at nearly 2 meters tall, his muscular physique exuded an intimidating presence. Isn't it rather shameful for so many of you to gang up on one person? Wu Fan raised his head, a playful expression adorning his face as he regarded the buzz-cut man. Wait until you find yourself kneeling before me, begging for mercy, before you ask that question. The buzz-cut man swung his large hand, akin to a fan, aiming for Wu Fan's face. Zhao Qing, what kind of skill is it to strike an ordinary person? Wang Yang shouted furiously from the side. He attempted to intervene, but was stopped by another burly man nearby. With a swift motion, Zhao Qing's palm approached Wu Fan's cheek, only for the latter to retreat slightly, causing Zhao Qing to miss entirely. Zhao Qing was taken aback, realizing Wu Fan's speed was unexpectedly quick. However, he soon stepped forward, intending to catch Wu Fan in a shoulder throw. Being a practitioner of Taekwondo, he believed that if he could lock Wu Fan around the waist, there would be no escape. Yet, just as he was about to grasp Wu Fan, the latter slipped away like an elusive eel. The surrounding burly men, witnessing Zhao Qing's failed attempts, began to voice their confusion. I want to know why too. Zhao Qing exclaimed, bewildered, as he fixed his gaze on Wu Fan. Who exactly are you? Face me head on. You seem to have many reasons. Wu Fan scoffed, then took the initiative. Though his speed was not extraordinary, his superior vision endowed him with reflexes that far surpassed those of his peers. Just in time, Zhao Qing shouted angrily, spreading his arms wide to prepare for a waist grab. Wu Fan would not grant him such an opportunity. Closing the distance, he unleashed his eagle claw technique. Wait, Zhao Qing cried out in unbearable pain, immediately pleading, stop. I concede, is that not enough? The scene bewildered the surrounding burly men, each face reflecting shock. The Taekwondo practitioner, Zhao Qing, was unable to defeat a mere youth. I might spare you, but my brother Wu Fan. He glanced at Wang Yang. I will let him go immediately. Fear etched across Zhao Qing's face as he turned to his companions, shouting, quickly, release that kid Wang Yang. Zhao Qing, we finally cornered this kid. Why are you so reluctant? Enough with your nonsense. Let him go at once, or I will make you regret it. Zhao Qing bellowed, increasingly convinced of Wu Fan's depth and capabilities. He had faced many opponents, but never had he felt so utterly defeated, enduring the blows without a chance to retaliate. Reluctantly, the burly men stepped aside. Brother, Wang Yang hurried to Wu Fan's side. When did you become so formidable? We can discuss that later. Let's leave quickly. Despite being able to handle Zhao Qing, he realized that dealing with the rest of the group would pose a significant challenge. Zhao Qing, shall we simply watch them depart? A group of robust men gathered around Zhao Qing, their faces etched with discontent. Patience is key. As long as they remain in the city, escape is not an option. Zhao Qing's expression darkened immediately. Is that fellow truly as formidable as they say? One person could not help but voice their skepticism. Nonsense. Do you think I would deceive you? Zhao Qing shot a fierce glare at the speaker, yet reassured them, rest assured, that young man will soon pay the price. Chapter 63, Disturbance. Wu Fan, when did you become so formidable? After stepping into a bustling area, Wang Yang hastily inquired. In his memory, Wu Fan had always been of a rather docile disposition. How had he suddenly acquired such martial prowess? My skills are merely rudimentary, a display of ineptitude. Wu Fan chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. If that is your definition of rudimentary, what does that make me, a clown? Wang Yang responded, his face flushed with embarrassment. What, are you serious? Wu Fan laughed heartily, then shifted the conversation. By the way, why do they resort to such harsh measures against you? Is there some enmity involved? Well, upon hearing this, Wang Yang suddenly wore a wry smile. It is not something that can be succinctly explained. He then glanced at the time. It was just about mealtime. Shall we eat and chat? Very well, Wu Fan nodded. The two found a bustling eatery, and after a few drinks, Wu Fan began to grasp the situation at hand. It turned out that Wang Yang had a penchant for martial arts from a young age, eventually securing a position at a local martial arts academy. This arrangement allowed him to learn martial arts while working, a dual benefit. As Wang Yang spoke, he raised his cup and downed in one go, then sighed, lamenting that neighboring martial arts schools, seeing their thriving business, came to stir trouble, thus creating enmity. What, your master? Wu Fan inquired promptly. Ordinarily, such matters would be resolved by the master. How did they fall upon Wang Yang? That individual you fought today, his master is cunning beyond measure. having orchestrated a trap that caused my master to stumble greatly, and now we are entangled in complications. Wang Yang expressed his helplessness. Now I understand. Wu Fan nodded, acknowledging that cutthroat competition was an inevitable reality, unless one could subdue them through force. That is not feasible. They are far too numerous and we are simply outmatched. Which ultimately led to our closure. Wang Yang shook his head. Well then, let me ask you something. Are you familiar with the Jingwu Martial Arts Academy? Upon hearing this, Wang Yang's eyes widened in shock. What did you say? I meant to inquire if you're acquainted with Jingwu Martial Arts Academy. Wu Fan reiterated. Why do you seek out Jingwu? I shall not conceal anything from you. I wish to learn some martial arts for self-defense. Wu Fan replied with a smile. What did you say? You wish to learn martial arts for self-defense? Upon hearing this, Wang Yang threw his head back in laughter. Donotist. What do you need martial arts for? Do not squander your time. Yangzi, I assure you I speak the truth. Wu Fan's expression grew serious. Have you encountered some difficulties? Observing this, Wang Yang quickly suppressed his laughter. Speak to me. I will certainly find a way to assist you. Yangzi, I appreciate your kindness. Yet I still wish to inquire about the Jingwu Martial Arts Academy. Wu Fan smiled. Moments ago, he had witnessed Wang Yang's prowess. Although impressive, it was not particularly overwhelming. If he sought to protect himself, he still had a considerable distance to traverse. Brother, I advise you to abandon this endeavor. Wang Yang sighed deeply. Why? Wu Fan inquired, his face a mask of confusion. Because I'm affiliated with the Jingwu Dojo. What on earth? Upon hearing this, Wu Fan was utterly taken aback, scarcely believing his ears. Are you serious? Of course I am. Just a moment, Wang Yang replied, rummaging through his belongings before presenting a business card. Sales manager, Wang Yang, Jingwu Dojo. You truly belong to the Jingwu Dojo? Wu Fan read aloud, his expression a blend of elation and concern as he regarded Wang Yang. His joy stemmed from the discovery of the Jingwu Dojo, yet his apprehension arose from its stark contrast to his expectations. Having shown you the card, can there still be doubt? Wang Yang shrugged. By the way, how did you come to know about the Jingwu Dojo? A friend recommended it, saying that they teach ancient martial arts and are exceptionally formidable. I never anticipated. Wait, your friend was indeed correct. Wang Yang suddenly raised his voice. My master possesses a chest full of martial arts manuscripts, purportedly handed down for over a century. However, many of the contents are obscure and difficult to comprehend. Hence they have remained untouched. Is that so? Wu Fan's interest piqued. After all, his own medical knowledge derived from the discarded ancient needle of the Quran. If Wang Yang's claims held any truth, perhaps fortune would smile upon him. It is indeed true, however. My master is quite strict about those texts, and opportunities to peruse them are rare, Wang Yang explained. Yangzi, could you possibly take me to meet your master? Certainly. What is it that you wish to know? The techniques you employed against Zhao Qing. Who did you learn them from? That? Wu Fan chuckled. If I said I learned from a nefarious monk, would you believe me? After a brief moment he nodded. I believe you. You're not the type to tell lies. Subsequently, Wu Fan followed Wang Yang to the suburban area of Haiyan City. Just around the bend, we will arrive shortly, Wang Yang gestured. All right, I am in no hurry. Wu Fan replied, simultaneously surveying his surroundings. The area resembled a slum within the city, characterized by low buildings and a myriad of makeshift power lines. Various advertisements cluttered the telephone poles and walls, while many foot massage parlors, bathed in soft pink lighting, lined the streets, evoking a sense of intrigue. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed, resembling the sound of something collapsing. Something has happened at home. Wang Yang seemed to realize something and hurriedly dashed towards his residence. Observing this, Wu Fan promptly followed suit. After turning a corner, Wu Fan found a rural courtyard crowded with people. The earlier noise had been caused by someone toppling the courtyard wall. You old fool, you've injured someone. Pay up. Pay up. If you don't settle today, we'll demolish your wretched dwelling. Approximately 4 or 5 individuals shouted towards the interior, 2 of whom were women whose voices resonated like loudspeakers. On the ground lay a person curled up in apparent agony. Master, are you all right? At this moment, Wang Yang, who had already pushed his way in, was assisting an elderly man with white hair to his feet. The old man was none other than his master, Zhang Yuanfeng. I am fine. The elder shook his head and then addressed the 2 middle-aged women. You should cease your unfounded accusations. Although he has caused a disturbance, I have not harmed him in any way. Old bastard, you kicked me. And now my leg feels as though it is broken. I can hardly stand, shouted a tattooed thug sprawled on the ground. If I don't receive 100,000 today, this matter will not be resolved. I know you are from the Zhao family Taekwondo gym. If you do not leave, I will call the police. Wang Yang was seething with rage. It was evident to any observer that the tattooed thug was attempting to extort money. I'll call in the police. Is it? Then the price will be 200,000. The thug retorted coldly. Indeed, without 200,000, none of you shall leave today. The two middle-aged women, seeing the situation escalate, began to chime in as well. Soon, a crowd had gathered to witness the spectacle. You, never mind, Xiao Wang, let's discuss this calmly. Just as Wang Yang was about to explode in anger, Zhang Yuanfeng waved his hand and sighed. Master, they are pushing us too far. We have already conceded too much. Wang Yang's fists were clenched in fury, veins bulging on his forehead. Besides, we currently lack the funds. Lack of funds? The thug scoffed. Today, I will generously provide you a way out without money. Young man, speak. Zhang Yuanfeng replied. Now, in front of all these witnesses, if you bow to me, this matter can be settled. The thug sneered at Zhang Yuanfeng. What do you think? A bow for 200,000? You wouldn't be a loss, would you? You scoundrel, I. Wang Yang could no longer contain himself and was about to rush forward to slap the thug. However, as he took a step, Zhang Yuanfeng grasped his arm firmly. Xiao Wang, do not resort to violence. Master, they're trampling on our dignity. Must we continue to show them such mercy? Wang Yang protested, his face filled with indignation. These people are simply taking advantage of our kindness. We must confront them head on. Confront them head on, you say? Upon hearing this, the two middle-aged men accompanying the thug swiftly drew out rubber clubs from their waists and swung them at Wang Yang. Do not harm anyone. Although Zhang Yuanfeng appeared to be in his twilight years, his speed was astonishing. He stepped forward, swiftly disarming the two men of their rubber clubs. Huh? The two burly men were momentarily taken aback, completely unaware of how this elderly man had accomplished such a feat. Only the onlooker, Wu Fan, grasped the situation clearly. First, he closed the distance, then seized the moment when they were unprepared, pressing down on one club while swiftly snatching the other away. In other words, this old man was undoubtedly a master. As for why he refrained from teaching the three thugs a lesson, perhaps he had his own reservations. Nevertheless, this revelation eased Wu Fan's previously troubled mind. It seemed that Wang Qiqiang was indeed correct. This old gentleman was remarkably formidable. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Fan squeezed through the crowd and stepped forward. Wait a moment. Who is this kid? At that instant, all eyes were fixed upon Wu Fan. You little brat. Who the hell are you? The tattooed thug glanced at Wu Fan, his face a mask of disdain. I am a doctor. I heard you fractured your leg, correct? Wu Fan replied with a smile. You? The thuggish expression darkened immediately. Kid, I advise you to mind your own business, lest you attract trouble. I cannot comprehend your words, my friend. Wu Fan grinned, stating, I'm merely trying to assist you. How can you accuse me of meddling, unless you're feigning injury? At this, Wang Yang immediately chimed in. Nonsense. I am certainly not faking an injury, the thug retorted furiously, then turned to glare menacingly at Wu Fan. Kid, I don't mind you treating me, but I must warn you. Please go ahead. Wu Fan replied with an expression of calm. If you're cured, don't come asking me for medical fees. You should demand them from them. The thug pointed at Wang Yang and Zhang Yuanfeng. If you're just talking nonsense and cannot cure me, then I will break your legs today. Fine. I accept your terms. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Fan nodded in agreement. Wu Fan you? This left Wang Yang utterly dumbfounded. He had initially assumed Wu Fan was merely speaking for effect. He never anticipated that this kid would actually agree. What are you doing? He hastily pulled Wu Fan aside. Buddy, you should leave. This matter has nothing to do with you. Leave? Why would I leave? Wu Fan chuckled. No, you're not even a doctor. How can you treat this thug? Wang Yang rapidly analyzed the situation, stating, just imagine if this guy insists on pretending to be injured. What will you do? In that case, wouldn't we fall into his trap? He recognized the thug as previous words as a setup. If he was determined to feign injury, not even a real doctor could help. Relax and enjoy the show. Wu Fan patted Wang Yang on the shoulder, offering him a confident glance. Seeing his unwavering determination, Wang Yang reluctantly nodded in acceptance. Xiao Wang, is this your doctor friend? At that moment, the elderly man in white appeared intrigued. He is somewhat of a doctor. Wang Yang replied with a wry smile. Somewhat? The elderly man's expression became complex. Meanwhile, Wu Fan had already approached the tattooed thug in front of the crowd. He bent down, preparing to examine the thug. What are you up to? The thug asked warily. How can I treat you without an examination? Wu Fan smiled. Nonsense. I've already told you, my leg was broken by an old man. Didn't you hear? The thug shouted angrily. In truth, he had come to cause trouble today, and the story of his broken leg was merely a fabrication. Thus, he would not allow Wu Fan to examine him under any circumstances. As long as he maintained this stance, Wu Fan could not possibly treat him. I beg to differ. A smirk crept onto Wu Fan's lips. Of course, If it were a broken leg, I could heal that too. You can heal a broken leg as well. Upon hearing these words, the crowd displayed expressions of astonishment. This young man must be speaking nonsense. Healing a broken leg requires surgery. How could he possibly manage that alone? Indeed, I suspect he is merely an imposter posing as a doctor, lacking even the most basic knowledge. Just wait. He will soon reveal his true incompetence. Almost everyone, including Wang Yang and his master, Zhang Yuanfeng, regarded Wu Fan with skepticism. Little Wang, does your friend truly possess such skills at such a young age? Zhang Yuanfeng's face bore a look of doubt. Though his inquiry was outwardly polite, the furrowed brow conveyed his disbelief. He had no faith that Wu Fan could heal the tattooed ruffian. It seemed utterly ridiculous. I hope that's the case, Wang Yang replied with a forced smile, his mind racing to devise an escape plan. Ladies and gentlemen, although this gentleman has not examined him, I am confident I can cure him. In the face of their skepticism, Wu Fan radiated self-assurance, retrieving a large needle from his pocket. What are you planning to do? The tattooed thug's eyes widened in horror at the sight. Of course, I am here to treat you. Wu Fan stepped forward, declaring, if I fail, you may do as you wish. You better think this through. The thug glared at Wu Fan, clenched teeth betraying his fury. Rest assured it will be swift. Wu Fan grinned. In fact, he had already scrutinized the thug's condition while observing from outside. Aside from some bruising, there were no other injuries. There was no fracture, not even a crack. He was merely feigning illness. With that, he leaned in and, in a swift and unexpected motion, plunged the needle directly into the thug's waist. Ouch! The thug yelped in pain, leaping up and sprinting away. This scene left the onlookers bewildered. What was that rush just now? A big black rat. I couldn't quite see, but it appeared to be a person. Wait, what about the one lying on the ground? You little brat, what have you done to my brother? The thug's companions finally reacted, demanding answers from Wu Fan. Did you not see him run out just now? Wu Fan shrugged nonchalantly. Would you stab my brother with that made him scream so terribly? Are you treating him or harming him? The burly man pressed on relentlessly. You. For a moment, the group fell silent. The burly man shot Wu Fan a fierce glare, muttering, you better watch out, we'll see about this. They then turned and departed. Incredible. Did this young man truly heal someone? The crowd began to regain their composure, erupting into enthusiastic applause. Your friend indeed possesses remarkable skills. Zhang Yuanfeng nodded in approval, turning to Wang Yang. Quickly, invite him inside for a discussion. Certainly, master. After dismissing the onlookers, he hurriedly ushered Wu Fan into the main room. It was a 2-story small building, and, judging by the peeling paint on the walls, it had been standing for at least 30 to 40 years. The entire hall measured merely a dozen square meters, rendering it rather cramped. Young man, I am profoundly grateful for your assistance today. May I inquire your name? Zhang Yuanfeng, with a benevolent smile gracing his round face, gazed kindly at Wu Fan. There is no need for formality, esteemed elder. I am a friend of Wang Yang, and my name is Wu Fan, he replied hastily. Though you are a friend of young Wang, you have nonetheless rendered an invaluable service to an old man like myself, and I must express my gratitude properly. Zhang Yuanfeng said, shaking his head with a smile. Please, venerable elder, there is no need for that. Wu Fan thought he was about to be offered money. But to his surprise, Zhang Yuanfeng turned and retrieved an ancient book. I noticed you were employing acupuncture techniques earlier. You must be studying traditional Chinese medicine. Am I correct? Zhang Yuanfeng inquired. Yes, esteemed elder. What do you have in hand? Wu Fan asked, his curiosity piqued. This is a treasured ancient text I have collected over the years, titled Treatise of the Divine Physician. You may find it enlightening, Zhang Yuanfeng stated, handing the tome to him. Thank you, venerable elder, Wu Fan said gratefully, accepting the medical book with both hands. He flipped through its pages and felt a surge of joy. In truth, the previous ancient needle of the Quran had proven somewhat inadequate for him, as it constituted an advanced technique within acupuncture, yet offered scant descriptions of fundamental knowledge in traditional Chinese medicine. Perhaps for someone immersed in the field, it posed no challenge, but for Wu Fan, a novice, there remained numerous aspects he could not comprehend. In other words, the ancient needle of the Quran barely revealed even a fraction of its potential in his hands. However, with the treatise of the divine physician now in his possession, he could diligently supplement his understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. Thus, should he encounter seasoned experts in the future, he would not feel out of his depth. Of course, his mind remained clear, and he had not forgotten the purpose of his visit today. Esteemed elder, there is a matter I wish to consult you about, Wu Fan began. Speak. Zhang Yuanfeng nodded in acknowledgement. I noticed you were deliberately dismissing those ruffians. Why did you bother to engage them further? Upon hearing this, a bittersweet smile crossed Zhang Yuanfeng's face. Young man, you are correct. However, if I dismiss one ruffian, there are always more who will come. How then shall I contend with them? Master, but there are no buts in this matter. Master, what about your previous aspirations? Wang Yang interjected. Let it be. Let it be. It is time to awaken from this dream. Zhang Yuanfeng replied with a wave of his hand. Yet Wu Fan perceived that this smile did not convey relief, but rather an overwhelming sense of resignation. Noticing this, Wu Fan decided to be forthright. Esteemed elder, if you would not mind, I wish to become your disciple. Become my disciple? Zhang Yuanfeng expressed surprise, a glimmer of astonishment appearing in his murky eyes. Indeed, I have heard of your expertise in ancient martial arts, and I wish to learn for my own protection, Wu Fan affirmed, nodding earnestly. You ought to reconsider. Zhang Yuanfeng hesitated for a few moments before ultimately shaking his head. Master, since Wu Fan is eager to learn and has helped us, we should accept him. Wang Yang interjected swiftly. You have always taught me to be grateful, and today. All right, Zhang Yuanfeng conceded. Zhang Yuanfeng hastily waved his hand, acknowledging. I understand your intention. My master is not one to lack compassion, but the ancient martial arts require more than a year or two for meaningful mastery. He then turned to Wu Fan. If you cannot endure, it would be a waste of time. Rest assured, esteemed elder, I shall persist. Wu Fan declared. Why call him elder? Address him as master. Are you foolish? Wang Yang interjected, urging Wu Fan to comply. Master, I bow before you. Wu Fan quickly acquiesced, kneeling to pay his respects, only to find that his knees never touched the ground. Upon looking up, he discovered that Zhang Yuanfeng was supporting him with both hands. Master, what is this? Wu Fan inquired, perplexed. Young man, you have shown me kindness, but it is rather premature to speak of apprenticeship, Zhang Yuanfeng replied with a gentle smile, shaking his head. Moreover, whether you can comprehend these ancient martial arts remains uncertain. Would you not agree? Wu Fan, realizing the underlying meaning in the elder's words, awkwardly nodded. It was clear to him that the old man was implying that one must possess the qualification to seek mentorship. Come with me and observe. Should you grasp the teachings, I may consider taking you as my disciple. With that, Zhang Yuanfeng strode into the inner room, hands clasped behind his back. Wu Fan, eager to learn some self-defense techniques, followed closely behind. His purpose for visiting was to acquire skills that would bolster his confidence when confronting the enigmatic way, a looming uncertainty in his life. This collection contains ancient martial texts from the imperial era. See if any resonate with you. Zhang Yuanfeng said as he opened a square wooden box revealing 7 or 8 tomes, their covers darkened and yellowed by time. They appear to be at least 100 years old. Transformative Taiji Palm, Qing Chong Bagua Palm, Hun Yuan Unintentional Hand, 18 Young Master Staff Techniques. The titles dazzled Wu Fan, igniting his curiosity. However, upon opening the covers, his heart sank. To his dismay, these texts require the practitioner to possess a fundamental level of internal strength. Isn't this a bit unreasonable? Wu Fan thought, feeling exasperated. As a novice, where could he possibly acquire such internal strength? Reluctantly, he continued to sift through the texts. Soon, he uncovered the last book at the bottom of the box. This volume was markedly different from the others, both in the wear of its cover and the script, unmistakably dating back 2 to 3 centuries. Dragon Elephant Decision. Wu Fan slowly read the 3 faded vermilion characters embossed on the black cover. You might want to reconsider this one, Zhang Yuanfeng remarked, approaching with a rueful smile. Why should I? Wu Fan asked, confused. This text is far too ancient, and due to its condition, many of the words on the pages have become illegible. Zhang Yuanfeng explained. As he spoke, Zhang Yuanfeng cautiously peeled back the dark cover of the book, then pointed to the pages within, which bore unmistakable water stains and mold spots. Indeed, the text was somewhat blurred. Wu Fan leaned in for a closer look. To an outsider, the script was indeed difficult to decipher. However, for him, it posed no challenge at all. The crux of the matter lay in a line of small text on the first page, which read, For the novice, a transformation. For the adept, a revelation. For the master, invincibility. This line instantly stirred his blood, filling him with exhilaration. Elder, may I have this book? Wu Fan hurriedly inquired. Can you truly make out the inscriptions? Zhang Yuanfeng gazed at Wu Fan with astonishment. He himself had perused this ancient text multiple times, yet had ultimately relinquished it due to its obscured script. I believe I can, Wu Fan replied, not wanting to sound overly confident, knowing that many pages were severely adhered together and would require careful reading. Since you have taken a liking to it, I shall gift it to you, Zhang Yuanfeng declared with a grand gesture. Really? Upon hearing this, Wu Fan's face lit up with joy. Of course it is true. You have rendered us an enormous service today. Zhang Lao, are you home? Zhang Lao. Just then, a rugged voice boomed from outside. Upon hearing this, both Zhang Yuanfeng and Wang Yang's expressions darkened. It seemed that today's matters were far from resolved. Zhang Yuanfeng snorted coldly and promptly turned to exit. Who has arrived? Wu Fan swiftly inquired of Wang Yang. Who else but Zhao San from the Zhao Taekwondo School? Wang Yang replied with a disdainful huff. The Zhao Taekwondo School? Is he the one who previously surrounded you? Wu Fan asked. If it isn't him, who could it be? Unable to defeat me, he has summoned his master. With that, Wang Yang strode towards the main hall. Wu Fan quickly tucked away the dragon elephant technique and followed suit into the hall. Upon entering, he felt a palpable aura of hostility. Within the modest hall of about 10 square meters stood 15 or 16 individuals, with several more outside. At the forefront was a portly man sporting a bald head. This individual, seemingly in his 50s and standing just under 7 meters, had bulging eyes reminiscent of a bullfrog. Though clad in casual attire, his muscular physique was evident. He was none other than Zhao Sanhu, the head of the Zhao Taekwondo School, commonly known as Zhao San. Old Zhang, what is the meaning of this? Zhao Sanhu glared icily at Zhang Yuanfeng. Zhao Guan, I did not comprehend what you were saying, Zhang Yuanfeng replied, feigning ignorance. Your disciple has harmed mine. You cannot possibly be unaware of this matter, Zhao Sanhu asserted, reclining in a chair with his legs crossed, adopting a posture that reeked of authority and accusation. My disciple injured yours? Zhang Yuanfeng's expression grew, increasingly perplexed. Could there be some misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? I anticipated you would say that. Zhao Sanhu sneered, then turned to his disciple. Zhao Qing, show old Zhang your injuries. Yes, master. At that moment, a burly man stepped forward. The individual in question is none other than Zhao Qing, who had previously begged for mercy after being struck by Wu Fan. Zhao Qing stepped forward and lifted his shirt, revealing an array of bruises, clear signs of external injury. Xiao Wang. Zhang Yuanfeng's expression darkened immediately. How have I taught you? Is martial arts meant for inflicting harm? Master. Wang Yang advanced a couple of steps, maintaining a composed demeanor. Firstly, they were the ones who surrounded me. Secondly, Zhao Qing's injuries were not inflicted by me. Preposterous. If you didn't strike him, did he grow those injuries himself? Zhao Sanhu scoffed. Indeed, it was not Wang Yang who struck him. I can attest to that. At this juncture, Wu Fan, who had been silent, interjected. You can attest? Zhao Sanhu narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Wu Fan. Were you, and what authority do you have to testify? I have ample authority, for it was I who delivered the blows. Wu Fan grinned widely. You, Zhao Sanhu's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily taken aback. Yes, it was indeed I. Wu Fan shrugged. However, your disciple seems to lack proficiency in his craft. Lacking proficiency, you say? Very well, I shall demonstrate my capabilities. With that, Zhao Sanhu assumed a fighting stance and charged at Wu Fan. Stop, Director Zhao. Zhang Yuanfeng's voice rang out as he swiftly positioned himself in front of Wu Fan. Old Zhang, are you attempting to shield him? Zhao Sanhu retorted angrily. Director Zhao, since this is a matter between disciples, let them resolve it amongst themselves. Wouldn't it be laughable for us, as masters, to intervene? Zhang Yuanfeng replied with a smile. Very well. Yes, master. A resounding voice emerged from the crowd, followed by the rapid approach of a robust figure. Wu Fan's expression shifted upon seeing him. This individual stood over 6 feet tall, resembling an imposing wall, exuding tremendous pressure. Xiao Wang, step up. Zhang Yuanfeng gestured. Although Wu Fan had claimed earlier that he was the one who injured Zhao Qing, Zhang Yuanfeng remained skeptical, believing Wu Fan was merely trying to absolve Wang Yang. Thus, it was imperative for Wang Yang to take action. Understood, master. Wang Yang nodded and approached Wu Fan. Yangzi, you, rest assured, I'm not made of paper. Wang Yang reassured Wu Fan, patting his chest confidently. Wang Yang, if memory serves, we have faced each other 5 times, and you have yet to win even once. Zhao Kuang looked down at Wang Yang, a hint of mockery on his face. Then today shall mark the first victory. With that, Wang Yang initiated the attack. Although Wu Fan was not well versed in the techniques, he observed that Wang Yang's every move relied on leveraging his opponent's strength. Akin to Tai Chi, however, his speed noticeably diminished, allowing Zhao Kuang to gain the upper hand. Despite his bulky frame, Zhao Kuang's punches were clean and precise, devoid of any sluggishness. Bang! The next moment, he seized an opportunity and landed a punch squarely on Wang Yang's chest. Wang Yang gritted his teeth, striving to suppress the urge to spit blood, yet he found himself lacking the strength to retaliate. Perish! Zhao roared in fury, charging forward like a bull with all its might. Had he collided with Wang Yang, it would surely have cost him half his life. Be careful. At this critical moment, Wu Fan stepped forward and pulled Wang Yang back a few paces, barely evading Zhao's onslaught. Huh? Zhao, having missed his target, furrowed his brow. Do you even understand the rules of the martial world? When two people are sparring, if no one falls and no one concedes, outsiders must not interfere. That is indeed the case, but the issue lies in your mistake of targeting the wrong person, Wu Fan replied with a shrug. What do you mean? Zhao asked, bewildered. I've already stated that the one who struck Zhao Qing is not Wang Yang, but rather me. Wu Fan then turned to Zhao Qing. Am I correct? You are right, Brother Kuang. It was this little brat who hit me. Zhao Qing hurriedly chimed in, harboring a reservoir of resentment. Although he could not match Wu Fan, it did not mean that Zhao could not. With an opportunity for revenge at hand, he would seize it without hesitation. Is it really this scrawny little fellow? Zhao's face was filled with skepticism. In his eyes, Wu Fan's physique was even less imposing than Wang Yang's, and he doubted he could withstand even a single punch. Brother Kuang, do not underestimate this kid, Zhao Qing quickly cautioned. He's as slippery as an eel, so be wary. Slippery eel? Upon hearing this, Zhao extended his large hand. Then I shall simply crush him. Let's see how slippery he truly is. With that, he charged toward Wu Fan. You should rest for now. Wu Fan paid Zhao no mind and first assisted Wang Yang to the side. He sidestepped slightly to evade the charge, then executed a precise eagle claw technique, gripping Zhao's right rib cage. Huh. Zhao was taken aback, not expecting Wu Fan's reflexes to be so swift. After missing his punch, he retreated a few steps, his expression a mix of surprise and complexity. You truly are quite slippery. You're also quite slippery, Wu Fan raised his hand, noting that due to Zhao's muscular build and thick skin, his previous attack had little effect. If only his strength were multiplied several times. That strike would surely have had Zhao gritting his teeth in pain. Kid, you have successfully enraged me. Zhao cackled menacingly, then unleashed another assault. This time, he threw 2 punches, attacking with both hands. Under normal circumstances, few could evade such a relentless barrage. But Wu Fan was no ordinary individual. His eyes could slow Zhao's speed to a crawl, making it as simple as eating or drinking to evade his punches. The sole challenge lay in pinpointing the opponent's weak spots, given that his extraordinary vision was not an unlimited resource. If he continued to search in vain, his fate would likely mirror that of Wang Yang's. After much contemplation, he suddenly recalled the silver needles in his pocket. Since his strength was insufficient, he would resort to hidden weapons. Swiftly, he withdrew a silver needle, and as Zhao leaned in from inertia, he deftly thrust the needles into several specific points. These were not random strikes. He had targeted particular acupoints, which were significant nerve junctions where pain was acutely felt. Ah, it hurts so painful. At this moment, Zhao Kuang raised his voice in a desperate shout, utterly devoid of combat prowess. What is happening? The smile that once adorned Zhao Sanhu's face had now frozen in disbelief. This rascal has resorted to weaponry. Zhao Kuang grunted through the searing pain. Seeking death, Zhao Sanhu slammed his palm onto the table, his entire being lunging at Wu Fan like an eagle swooping down on its prey. Wu Fan was taken aback, having not anticipated Zhao Sanhu's sudden assault, and promptly retreated a couple of steps. However, Zhao Sanhu's smaller stature afforded him a speed several times that of Zhao Qing and Zhao Kuang. Most crucially, his angles were cunning, employing both legs and feet, effectively cornering Wu Fan. In that instant, Wu Fan felt an unprecedented pressure mounting upon him. Just as he was prepared to fight Zhao Sanhu in a desperate struggle, a figure appeared before him. Old Zhang, are you resolutely intent on shielding your disciple? Knowing he was no match for Zhang Yuanfeng, Zhao Sanhu retreated 2 steps and questioned him. Chapter 68. Let the contest begin. Zhang Yuanfeng replied coldly. Since you have invoked the rules of the martial world, how does bullying my disciple reflect any true skill? Zhao Sanhu, upon hearing this, was consumed by rage. This scoundrel resorts to underhanded tactics, and you, old man, actually choose to protect him. It seems you are determined to oppose our Zhao family Taekwondo Academy. Zhang Yuanfeng's expression turned frigid as he scoffed. Your disciple hardly boasts a glorious past. What else more? You've come to our doorstep seeking a fight, yet you disallow me from defending him? Zhang Yuanfeng's words stirred a warmth within Wu Fan, who was pleasantly surprised by this newfound teacher's fierce loyalty. It appeared he had not chosen his mentor in vain. Old man, it seems you are courting death. Zhao Sanhu tightened his fists. He was unwilling to let this matter rest. If he left today with his tail between his legs, how could the Zhao family Taekwondo Academy maintain its standing in Haiyun City? Since neither side is willing to back down, why not agree upon a proper contest? Whoever loses must bow an apology and refrain from causing further trouble. Wu Fan stepped forward, addressing Zhao Sanhu. Zhao Sanhu cast a glance at Wu Fan, sneering, "Brat, how do you propose we compete?" In truth, he was not entirely confident in overcoming Zhang Yuanfeng, and now that Wu Fan had instigated the challenge himself, it seemed a reckless gambit. Yet Wu Fan's proposal was not born of impulse. Although Zhang Yuanfeng currently supported him, it was no solution if the Zhao family Taekwondo members continued to harass him. After all, he and Wang Yang had instigated the situation, and he did not wish to implicate Zhang Yuanfeng further. Perfectly timed, Zhang Yuanfeng had just bestowed upon him the dragon elephant technique, and he intended to use it against Zhao Kuang. He pointed at Zhao Kuang and stated calmly, "Each person is accountable for their own actions. Let me compete with this fellow, and the loser will bow an apology. It is as simple as that. Let the contest commence. I fear you not." Zhao Kuang barked defiantly. However, as he exerted himself, a sharp pain shot through his waist, revealing a flicker of anguish on his face. Zhao Sanhu cast a glance at Zhao Kuang and then at Wu Fan, chuckling, "Young man, this is a path you have chosen for yourself. Do not blame us for our lack of mercy. 3 days hence, at the Zhao family Taekwondo Hall, we shall await your arrival. Should you fail to appear, you need not show your face in Haiyun City again. It is settled." Wu Fan readily agreed. 3 days was just the right amount of time for him to systematically study the dragon elephant technique, which was precisely why he had deliberately chosen to confront the injured Zhao Kuang earlier. "Let us depart." Zhao Sanhu waved his hand, leaving no room for Wu Fan and Zhang Yuanfeng to reconsider. Alas, Wu Fan, you truly are foolish. Once Zhao Sanhu had left, Wang Yang could no longer restrain himself, exclaiming, "You are far too impulsive. Do you even comprehend the level of Zhao Kuang's strength? You stand no chance against him." At that moment, Zhang Yuanfeng also sighed. "You have acted too rashly in this matter. Do not underestimate the Zhao family Taekwondo Hall. Their presence in Haiyun City is not that of a mere paper tiger. Master, fret not. The match has yet to occur. If I cannot win, I will simply concede." Wu Fan maintained a nonchalant demeanor, unwilling to burden Zhang Yuanfeng with worry. This predicament was of his own making, and he was determined to resolve it. Zhang Yuanfeng shook his head helplessly, wanting to say more when suddenly Wu Fan's phone rang. "Hello, Sister Yu." Wu Fan glanced at the screen, recognizing the call from Hu Meiyu. After ending the call, he reassured Zhang Yuanfeng and Wang Yang before heading to Yuqing Fang. Upon knocking on Su Guzi's office door, Wu Fan immediately spotted Su Guzi and Hu Meiyu, who were examining jade artifacts. "Master, did you summon me for something?" Wu Fan inquired. Su Guzi, seeing Wu Fan, set down the jade piece and smiled. "You have arrived at the perfect moment. This evening, I shall introduce you to someone significant, a luminary in the antique world, whose collection is replete with treasures. It is a splendid opportunity for you and Xiao Yu to broaden your horizons." "Who is this person?" Wu Fan asked in astonishment. At that moment, Hu Meiyu chimed in, "Xiao Fan, you ought to express your gratitude to Master. The individual he intends to introduce you to is none other than Elder Ming. In our antique community, not everyone can meet him. Every artifact he appraises is guaranteed to be genuine. Over the past 2 years, his health has deteriorated, and the queue of those wishing to meet him is endless. Had it not been for Master S' close friendship with Elder Ming, you might never have the chance to meet him in your lifetime." "Elder Ming?" Wu Fan furrowed his brow, understanding from Hu Meiyu's tone that this Elder Ming must be a person of considerable stature. Su Guzi chuckled. "Seize this opportunity to learn as much as you can from Elder Ming. Such chances are sought after by many, and today, you are fortunate to be the one chosen." "Indeed, let me bask in this glory as well," Hu Meiyu added. Wu Fan nodded, feeling a surge of interest in Elder Ming thanks to Su Guzi and Hu Meiyu's words. At 6 in the evening, under Hu Meiyu's guidance, the trio arrived at a mansion on the outskirts of Haiyun City. The vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of the estate. Wu Fan glanced upward. From the exterior alone, the manor exuded an air of antiquity, reminiscent of the elegant designs found in Suzhou Gardens. Such a property in Haiyun City undoubtedly held greater value than any villa. Upon disembarking, a gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit promptly approached. "Mr. Su, the Ming elder has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time." He respectfully addressed Su Guzi. Su Guzi nodded in acknowledgement, and the three followed the gentleman into the garden. "How is the Ming elder's health?" Su Guzi inquired. With a sigh, he continued, "Alas, he suffers from chronic ailments. Were his health robust, perhaps our Yukingfang would not be in its current state. The man in the Zhongshan suit remained silent, continuing to lead the way. Wu Fan surveyed the estate. As they entered, a subtle scent of sandalwood wafted through the air, permeating the interior. The architecture was charmingly arranged, embodying a rustic elegance that imparted a sense of tranquility and serenity. As they ventured deeper, passing a rockery fountain, Wu Fan caught sight of an elderly man seated in a wheelchair within the main hall. Ming Elder, it has been far too long. It seems quite a challenge to meet you these days. Su Guzi exclaimed, arriving before the elder. Ha ha, Su Lao. It has indeed been a while. A hearty laughter soon echoed through the room, though to Wu Fan's ears, it sounded somewhat strained, as if the elder were merely putting on a brave front. Under the guidance of a gentleman in a Zhongshan suit, they entered the room, which was adorned entirely with sandalwood furniture, resembling a grand hall from the late Qing dynasty. Seated before a row of sandalwood chairs was the white-haired elder, his complexion still rosy, yet his vitality appeared diminished. A blanket lay across his legs, and he seemed to wear more clothing than the average person. You should greet the Ming elder properly, Su Guzi instructed Meiyu and Wu Fan. Junior pays respects to the Ming elder. Meiyu replied respectfully. Wu Fan followed suit. Junior pays respects to the Ming elder. I am Wu Fan. He responded with earnest reverence. For reasons unknown, he sensed that despite the elder's amiable demeanor, there lingered an inherent commanding presence, a formidable aura that seemed innate. This perception heightened Wu Fan's belief that this elder was indeed extraordinary. Ah, the youth is formidable. The current generation of appraisers grows ever younger. I have heard of your exploits from Su Lao. Please have a seat. Su Guzi had already taken his place in the guest seat, and Meiyu and Wu Fan followed suit, settling down beside him. The Ming elder's expression exhibited a hint of difficulty as he sighed involuntarily. It is merely a facade. I'm all too aware of my own frailty. I do not have much longer to live. I am merely enduring. Ming elder, do not speak so. Your apprentice still hopes that one day you shall return to Yukingfang to oversee matters. Meiyu urged earnestly. Upon hearing this, the Ming elder chuckled softly. Child, that is no longer possible. I have refrained from engaging in external affairs for several years now. My body cannot withstand any further strain. It is a blessing to breathe a little longer. A smile returned to the elder's face as he spoke, displaying an acceptance of his condition. Wu Fan could not help but feel a tinge of admiration for Elder Ming. It was rare to encounter someone so magnanimous in such circumstances. Soon, Elder Ming began to engage in pleasantries with Su Guzi, discussing the trivialities of Yukingfang and sharing insights on treasure appraisal. Seizing the moment, Wu Fan started to survey the room. The walls were adorned with numerous potted plants, complemented by sandalwood shelves and an array of collected artifacts. In addition to jade and porcelain, the walls were decorated with an abundance of calligraphy and paintings, resembling a veritable gallery, with many more collectibles visible in the distance. Wu Fan was impressed to see that each item gleamed brightly, indicating their authenticity, unlike the many fakes found in Hodushing's collection. It was evident that Elder Ming possessed genuine expertise, rarely missing a discernment. Wu Fan's gaze eventually settled on Elder Ming, whose smile had broadened since his entry. The reunion with an old friend could indeed uplift one's spirits. However, Wu Fan perceived that Elder Ming's health was rapidly deteriorating, perhaps nearing its end. After a more meticulous appraisal, Wu Fan felt a heaviness in his heart and could not suppress a sigh. You seem quite interested in me and my collection, young friend. Elder Ming suddenly shifted the conversation. Wu Fan was taken aback, realizing that Elder Ming was fixated on him. Aside from greeting Elder Ming upon entering, he had remained silent, while Meiyu had occasionally chimed in during the conversation between Su Guzi and Elder Ming. Now, it appeared that Elder Ming had taken notice of him. Flustered, Wu Fan quickly replied, I am merely browsing. Su Guzi shot Wu Fan a discreet glare, subtly indicating that his behavior was somewhat impolite. Wu Fan understood the implication and prepared to apologize to Elder Ming. However, before he could utter a word, Elder Ming chuckled. I sense that your gaze upon me seems to express greater curiosity than for my artifacts. Is there something amiss that you can discern? Noticing Su Guzi's sudden change in demeanor, Elder Ming jovially jested with Wu Fan, while Wu Fan felt a surge of respect for Elder Ming. The situation compelled him to speak candidly. Elder Ming, forgive my bluntness, but you do seem unwell. Your health may not withstand the night, Wu Fan said anxiously. What nonsense are you speaking, you impudent boy? As his words fell, a man in a Zhongshan suit, who had been standing nearby, immediately seized Wu Fan by the collar, lifting him effortlessly as though he were a mere chick. Wu Fan was astonished by the man's immense strength, finding himself abruptly yanked from his seat. Elder Ming's smile abruptly froze, leaving him momentarily speechless. Su Guzi was also startled by Wu Fan's statement. Wu Fan, do you realize what you just said? Elder Ming inquired, his expression turning grave. Please do not take offense, Elder. This boy sometimes speaks without thinking. Humeyu murmured softly. What on earth are you saying? She added, bewildered. Wu Fan let out a bitter laugh, fully aware of the repercussions of his words. However, having discerned the main issues with Elder Ming's condition upon entering, he spoke candidly when questioned. What irked him was that the man in the Zhongshan suit did not allow him to elaborate, abruptly lifting him off the ground. He attempted to break free, but the man's strength was astonishing. Apeng, show some respect. Elder Ming finally shouted at the man in the Zhongshan suit after a prolonged moment. Yet this was immediately followed by a fit of urgent coughing. Seeing this, Apeng became anxious, tightening his grip on Wu Fan's hand rather than loosening it. You insolent brat. Elder Ming's health was showing signs of improvement. Do you understand the gravity of your actions? If anything were to happen to him, I would ensure your demise. I merely spoke the truth. If you continue to hold me like this, I fear Elder Ming may only have the time it takes to finish a cup of tea, Wu Fan replied calmly. How audacious, Wu Fan. Have you taken leave of your senses today? Su Guzi's face also reflected growing anger. Wu Fan, unperturbed, spoke in a steady voice. Elder Ming, if I am not mistaken, your ailment is extreme sensitivity to cold. Regardless of how many layers you wear or how thick the blankets you lie under, you always feel chilly, with weakness in your limbs, often accompanied by shortness of breath, nausea, and vomiting. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. The young friend is indeed quite perceptive. Do you possess knowledge of medicine? Elder Ming exclaimed, astonished, only to be interrupted by another bout of urgent coughing, his complexion turning ashen. At that moment, two women, presumably servants, hurriedly entered the room, drawn by the commotion to attend to Elder Ming. Elder Ming, do not heed this boy's nonsense. Anyone with a discerning eye can see your symptoms. I believe this boy is merely fabricating tales. I shall tear his mouth apart. Apeng, consumed by rage, raised his hand, ready to strike Wu Fan. Stop it, Apeng. Show some decorum, Elder Ming commanded. While Apeng's action ceased, his raised fist remained poised, his eyes filled with malice. I have stated it clearly. Just a cup of tea, no longer. Wu Fan replied coldly. Clearly. Elder Ming has coughed up blood. One of the servants suddenly interjected. The two servants hastily produced handkerchiefs to wipe Elder Ming down. Wu Fan, do you comprehend the chaos you have caused? Su Gudi Balao, Isapata. Xiao Fan, what is wrong with you today? Humeyu questioned, her face awash with worry as she became increasingly flustered. You insolent wretch. It seems you're courting death. Apeng hurled a punch at Wu Fan's face. Fortunately, Wu Fan had anticipated the attack. He swiftly turned his head, using the momentum from Apeng's other hand to free himself from the grip. He darted behind a chair. But Apeng was relentless, advancing rapidly. Wait! Wu Fan raised his hand, glancing at Elder Ming, and coldly stated, if you delay any further, I fear even the highest deity would struggle to save Elder Ming. Apeng's face twisted with fury. He was no longer interested in Wu Fan's words, consumed only by the desire to end Wu Fan's existence. Old Ming, your symptoms seem to manifest predominantly in the latter half of the night. A brief respite during the day appears to offer some relief. Yet as night falls, the weakness becomes unbearable, Wu Fan urgently remarked. Apeng, cease your actions. Old Ming's voice, though weakened, conveyed the effort he expended. Cough, cough, cough. The intensity of his coughing escalated. Apeng gritted his teeth and shot Wu Fan a glare before hastening to assess Old Ming's condition. Old Ming, how could you cough up so much blood? If anything were to happen to you, I would ensure this brat pays dearly, Apeng declared, then rushed back towards Wu Fan, intent on inflicting some punishment upon him. This time, Wu Fan neither dodged nor evaded, allowing Apeng to seize his collar. Apeng, I command you to stop. Old Ming shouted with all his might, his voice a desperate plea. Apeng's fist, which had been poised to strike, remained suspended in the air. Old Ming, do you feel any better now? Is your body not as cold? Wu Fan suddenly chuckled. As his words echoed, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. Su Guzi and Humeyu gazed at Wu Fan with incredulity, as if encountering him for the first time. Old Ming exhaled deeply, his countenance softening momentarily. Young friend, do you possess medical knowledge? Apeng, not one to be easily fooled, gradually loosened his grip on Wu Fan. Indeed, as you mentioned, I do seem to feel considerably better. There appears to be some strength returning to my hands. Wu Fan, you're skilled in medicine? Su Guzi regarded Wu Fan with astonishment. Old Ming's earlier statement undoubtedly conferred legitimacy upon Wu Fan's abilities. Although Hu Meiyu had always trusted Wu Fan, she was astonished to discover his remarkable talent, able to discern the source of Old Ming's ailment with mere observation. She had long been aware of Old Ming's condition, having heard that he had visited numerous hospitals in Haiyan City and sought treatment across the nation. Yet no one had been able to provide a definitive cure, and some even struggled to identify the illness. Little did she expect Wu Fan to pinpoint the issue with such precision. Could it be that he possessed a remedy for Old Ming? Xiao Fan, do you know what illness Old Ming suffers from? Do you have a way to treat it? Hu Meiyu inquired. Wu Fan smiled gently, confidence radiating from him as he replied, "It seems fate has brought me to meet Old Ming today. I indeed possess a method to treat your ailment." Brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you have any idea how many esteemed experts have failed to cure Old Ming? Do you think you are the reincarnation of Hua Tuo? Peng scoffed, clearly skeptical of the young man's capabilities. Peng Gu, do not underestimate others. What if I truly possess a solution? Wu Fan mused, touching his collar, which had been torn by Ah Peng's grasp, leaving a significant mark on his chest. Child, mere words will not suffice. If anything were to happen to Old Ming, do you believe you would leave this place unscathed today? Are you questioning me or threatening me? Wu Fan felt a surge of displeasure. Ah Peng, relying on his physical prowess, had shown him no courtesy, instead looking as if he were ready to devour him whole. Young man, mere words are futile. I shall not show you mercy today. Although Ah Peng is quite unruly, it is evident that Elder Ming has no intention of making things difficult for Wu Fan, especially since Elder Ming's ailment can no longer be delayed. Ah Peng, do not be rude. Young friend, you speak truly. Elder Ming gasped. If you indeed possess a solution, I shall have Ah Peng offer you a sincere apology, and I will certainly reward you handsomely. There is no need for such a reward. You are a close friend of Elder Su, and in a way, my mentor as well. I shall do my utmost, Wu Fan replied calmly. With that, he quickly stepped forward, moving behind Elder Ming to massage the acupoints along his back. A sudden gush of blood erupted from Elder Ming's mouth, causing the faces of everyone present to change dramatically. Su Guzi and Hu Meiyu wore expressions of deep concern, holding their breath in trepidation. Meanwhile, Ah Peng's face darkened with unrestrained anger, as if ready to explode at any moment. Do you have silver needles? Wu Fan asked gravely, directing his voice at Ah Peng. Startled by Wu Fan's authoritative tone, Ah Peng hastily replied, Yes, yes. I will fetch them at once. Without delay, he dashed into the house. Chapter 71. This young man lacks emotional intelligence. Wu Fan continued to knead the acupoints on Elder Ming's neck, and moments later, Ah Peng returned swiftly with a pouch of silver needles. Remove his upper garment. Wu Fan commanded the two servants, reaching out to take the needles from Ah Peng. At this moment, Wu Fan was filled with confidence, despite the severity of Elder Ming's condition. The records in the ancient needle techniques indicated that this ailment was not entirely beyond remedy. He felt a 90% assurance of success. The servants acted promptly, swiftly removing Elder Ming's upper garment. Elder Ming was now barely clinging to life, unable to move, and his complexion had grown even more pallid. The rest of the onlookers held their breath, fully focused and silent. After a series of kneadings and needle insertions, over 20 silver needles could be faintly seen embedded in Elder Ming's back. Paper pen, Wu Fan spoke coldly. Ah Peng, not daring to slacken his pace, hurried to retrieve what was needed. Once the paper and pen arrived, Wu Fan, relying on his memory, wrote down a long list of medicinal herbs and handed it to one of the servants, instructing, Go to a traditional Chinese medicine shop and procure these herbs. After accomplishing this, Wu Fan calmly picked up a nearby teapot and leisurely sipped the tea. Xiao Fan, how is he? Hu Meiyu could no longer contain her anxiety and asked. Wu Fan did not respond, taking another sip of tea, signaling everyone to remain patient. Approximately 10 minutes later, Wu Fan finally removed the silver needles. Elder Ming, how do you feel? Slowly, Elder Ming opened his eyes and straightened his posture. He surveyed everyone present and then burst into a hearty laugh. Young friend, you truly possess remarkable skills. I haven't felt this unencumbered in ages. My hands feel strong again, and I even have the urge to stand and take a few steps. Wu Fan gently helped Elder Ming to put on his clothing, smiling lightly as he said, Elder Ming should rest for a while longer. Do not worry. A full recovery is assured. Goodness, you truly have the ability. Ah Peng's face finally revealed a glimmer of joy. It is evident to the discerning that Old Ming, compared to Su Guzi and his companions before their entrance, appears considerably revitalized, his spirit noticeably elevated, and his voice imbued with newfound confidence, entirely unlike that of a frail old man. How delightful it is to discover that my young disciple possesses such remarkable skills. It seems my judgment has not led me astray. At this moment, Su Guzi exhales a sigh of relief. Only now has the heavy burden upon his heart truly begun to lift. Although he holds Wu Fan in high regard, the earlier moment when Wu Fan nearly uttered a misstep that could have sent Old Ming away was fraught with tension. Had anything untoward happened to Old Ming, it would have been a burden too great for both Wu Fan and Su Guzi to bear. Fortunately, the situation is progressing positively, allowing Su Guzi to finally relax. "My young friend, I must commend you on your exceptional medical skills," Old Ming exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. "Could you enlighten me as to the nature of my ailment and how you discerned it?" he inquired further. Wu Fan smiled gently and replied, "Old Ming, if I am not mistaken, your issues pertain to your lungs, correct? I believe most physicians would recognize that you are suffering from a pulmonary condition. However, this is not an ordinary lung ailment, nor is it lung cancer, leaving those doctors at a loss. You can ascertain that?" Old Ming confirmed, as it indeed pertains to his lungs. A gleam of admiration flashed in Ah Peng's eyes. Having accompanied Old Ming on numerous journeys, he was acutely aware of the latter's health status. Yet, here stood Wu Fan, who, merely by the naked eye, had identified Old Ming's affliction. And after a simple acupuncture session, Old Ming's condition had visibly improved, leaving Ah Peng in awe. Old Ming nodded in agreement, as Wu Fan's words resonated with utmost accuracy. Wu Fan continued, "The human organs are interconnected. Therefore, pulmonary diseases extend beyond mere lung issues. However, sometimes the degeneration of the body cannot be distinctly detected by Western medical instruments. The profundity of traditional Chinese medicine often reveals the root of ailments, allowing for precise treatment." As he spoke, Wu Fan glanced at Ah Peng. His prior remarks were intended to provoke Old Ming, inciting a rush of blood to invigorate him, thereby facilitating the expulsion of stagnant blood, while simultaneously raising his body temperature to assist in the forthcoming acupuncture. Upon concluding his explanation, the last remnant of resentment in Ah Peng's heart transformed into guilt. "Mr. Wu, I apologize for my earlier thoughtlessness. I truly deserve your ire," Ah Peng exclaimed, suddenly kneeling before Wu Fan. "If you can cure Old Ming's illness, I would willingly labor without complaint." Wu Fan, taken aback by Ah Peng's fervor, quickly assisted him to his feet. "Brother Peng, this is unnecessary. Rest assured, Old Ming's recovery is in my hands. I have already dispatched someone to procure the necessary medicine. If Old Ming adheres to the medication for a week, I shall return to administer acupuncture once more, and he shall be well." "Is what you say truly so?" Old Ming asked, astonished. Wu Fan confidently replied, "If, after a week, you are still unable to rise, Brother Peng may hold me accountable." Upon hearing this, Ah Peng hastily waved his hand, while Old Ming chuckled. "Since you, my young friend, have said so, I am reassured. Please, tell me how I may repay you." Wu Fan waved his hand and quickly replied, "Old Ming, you are a dear friend of my master. Today, we are indeed fated to meet. There is no need to discuss repayment." "Ha ha ha, Old Su, it appears that blue has surpassed its origin. I never anticipated your discerning eye. With young Wu Fan here, the Yuching workshop shall thrive." Old Ming's words made Su Guzi feel as if he were basking in the spring breeze, further solidifying his faith in his initial judgment. Since Fei Xiong's departure, he had regarded Wu Fan as the hope for Yuching workshop, and it seemed his choice had indeed been wise. Humeyu gazed at Wu Fan, her heart now harboring an indescribable sentiment. "Young friend, I noticed your keen interest in the artifacts within my abode. If you do not find it beneath you, you may select any one of these treasures to take with you," Old Ming suddenly proclaimed. "Oh, Old Ming, are you truly serious?" Wu Fan's eyes lit up as he smirked. The young lad, Su Guzi, shook his head, for it seemed Wu Fan was somewhat oblivious to the intricacies of social etiquette. Chapter 72. I truly have my eye on one. It must be noted that every artifact in Old Ming's residence was worth hundreds of thousands, if not millions, and even tens of millions were not uncommon. Though Old Ming generously offered to gift an artifact, Wu Fan showed no inclination to decline. "My young friend Wu, I am a man of my word. Choose whatever pleases you, and rest assured, it is yours," Old Ming said with a hearty laugh, appearing not only unperturbed by Wu Fan's boldness, but rather in high spirits. Wu Fan smiled slightly. "Old Ming, I truly have my eye on one." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon a cerulean vase on the central stage, not far away. Xiao Fan, Humeyu quickly gestured discreetly to Wu Fan from the side. At this moment, all present had already grasped Wu Fan's intent. "Old Ming, Apeng said. Glancing at him, it seems this cerulean vase must be quite valuable. Wu Fan, you cannot possibly be considering the idea of that blue and white lotus vase, can you? Su Guzi exclaimed in astonishment. Wu Fan shot a glance at Su Guzi, though he did not comprehend the significance of the blue and white lotus vase. It was clear from Su Guzi's expression that he was indeed referring to the cerulean vase he had set his sights on. Mr. Wu, everything else may be agreeable, but that Qing dynasty lotus vase is old Ming's favorite treasure. Might you choose something else? Apeng said, his face revealing hesitation. At this moment, Hu Meiyu, overhearing, softly cautioned. If that truly is the Qing dynasty lotus vase, its value exceeds 10 million. Xiao Fan, do not be overly audacious. Though Hu Meiyu recognized Wu Fan had saved Old Ming's life, the vase's staggering value might leave a poor impression on Old Ming if Wu Fan were to be so brazen in their first meeting. Even if Old Ming were to part with the vase out of courtesy, Su Guzi would likely feel embarrassed before him. Wu Fan replied nonchalantly, Old Ming, I am not interested in anything else in this house. I only desire that vase. Wu Fan was well aware of Old Ming's fondness for this exquisite vase. Otherwise, it would not have been placed in such a prominent position in the main hall. However, the reason Wu Fan chose this particular vase was that he discerned something amiss. He had meticulously examined all the artifacts in the room, each one gleaming with brilliance that far surpassed the Qinglong wooden phoenix hairpin he had once discovered in the antique street. Clearly, Old Ming's discerning eye was evident. Yet, this cerulean vase lacked luster, and if his instincts were correct, it was undoubtedly a counterfeit. After thorough investigation, he had come to this realization, and at this moment, he was almost certain it was indeed a forgery. You impudent brat, you are quite rude. Su Guzi coughed lightly, attempting to remind Wu Fan. However, Old Ming burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, My young friend Wu Fan is my savior. What is a mere passion flower vase? If you desire it, take it. Old Ming was unreserved and readily acquiesced. Yet, the more agreeable Old Ming became, the more awkward Su Guzi and Hu Meiyu appeared. They wanted to caution Wu Fan, but he had already made up his mind about the vase. Old Ming, then I shall respectfully accept it. Wu Fan declared, You truly have discerning taste, my young friend. This is my favorite vase, and today you have stumbled upon a great treasure. Do you know its provenance? Old Ming inquired. Wu Fan shook his head and replied nonchalantly, I merely felt a connection. As for the specifics of this vase, I am not well informed. His words left the others present somewhat speechless. Initially, they believed Wu Fan to possess an eye for treasures, only to find that he had claimed Old Ming's cherished item based solely on a feeling of affinity. Apeng, standing nearby, expressed his reluctance, saying, Mr. Wu, this passion flower vase is quite valuable. It is the most expensive piece in Old Ming's collection. However, it is not merely about its worth. It is Old Ming's favorite artifact. Why not select something else? Anything else will do. It is often said that a fine horse deserves a discerning rider, and Apeng felt that the vase had lost its value in Wu Fan's hands, prompting him to continue his protest. Old Ming then enthusiastically elaborated, My young friend Wu Fan, do you know that this vase is a Qianlong period Qinghua Guan ear passionflower vase? Just by its appearance, it exudes grandeur. The rim and shoulders are adorned with auspicious cloud motifs, while the legs are decorated with overlapping petal patterns, and the body features a winding passionflower design, with the base inscribed in small seal script. It was a laborious endeavor for me to acquire it at a high price. Such pieces are exceedingly rare. But if you desire it, I, Ming Qing Xian, am a man of my word. Wu Fan, who initially had no concept of the vase's significance and wished to refrain from further elaboration, felt compelled to offer an explanation upon hearing Old Ming's words. He did not want to be perceived as a petty thief of someone else's cherished possession. Old Ming, I had no idea this item was so precious. Actually, what Brother Peng said was also correct. However, he did misstate one thing. Misstate? What did he say incorrectly? Apeng asked in astonishment. Wu Fan glanced at the servant beside him, hesitating to speak. Old Ming, ever so astute, immediately grasped Wu Fan's intention. He waved his hand, signaling the servants to depart, and gently closed the grand door. Young Wu Fan, now is the time for you to speak freely, Old Ming remarked. Wu Fan nodded, casting a glance around the room before hesitantly stating, Master and Brother Peng were indeed correct. This is Old Ming's most cherished collection. I should not covet what belongs to others. Yet Brother Peng mistakenly claimed that this vase is the most valuable among Old Ming's treasures, when in fact, it ought to be considered the least valuable. The least valuable? Brother Opping exclaimed, Mr. Wu, do you have any idea how much effort Old Ming exerted to acquire this passionflower vase? He, with his ailing body, traversed great distances and ultimately secured it for 18 million in Jingxi province. How can you assert that it is the least valuable piece in your opinion? Because it is a counterfeit, Wu Fan declared firmly, without further ado. A counterfeit? The room erupted in astonishment at his words. Old Ming, Su Guzi, and Hu Meiyu were all taken aback, while Brother Opping wore an expression of disbelief. My young apprentice, do not speak recklessly. Old Ming possesses an exceptional eye for identifying genuine artifacts, especially something as valuable as this vase. How could he possibly err? Indeed, Xiao Fan. If you claim there are other forgeries in this room that Old Ming might have overlooked, I could accept that, but how could he possibly misjudge the passion flower vase? When he acquired it, it caused quite a stir throughout Haiyun City. My young friend, do you truly believe this to be a counterfeit? Old Ming, momentarily dazed, pointed at the vase, his hand tightening around it. Wu Fan glanced at the crowd and nodded. At least from my perspective, this is indeed a counterfeit. He understood he could not explain his abilities to them, but after several prior experiments, he had complete faith in his judgment, having discerned flaws within the vase. Xiao Fan, do you not realize that Old Ming is a master in the appraisal of ancient ceramics? He rarely makes mistakes, especially with porcelain of this immense value. Hu Meiyu insisted. Su Guzi also nodded in agreement. I trust Old Ming's judgment. There can be no error. Old Ming, now visibly agitated, spoke gravely. Young Wu Fan, since you assert that this passion flower vase is a counterfeit, what evidence do you have to support your claim? Indeed, Mr. Wu, one cannot make such assertions without basis. Brother Opping questioned. However, the respect in Brother Opping's tone was noticeably greater than before. Wu Fan took a deep breath and pointed at the passion flower vase, articulating each detail. This vase, while appearing flawless both externally and internally, conceals numerous flaws within. It could never be a genuine Qing dynasty imperial piece. At best, it is merely a worthless defective item. What did you say? At this declaration, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Wu Fan continued, Old Ming, please examine this vase closely once more. Do you perceive any discrepancies? Upon hearing Wu Fan's words, Brother Opping promptly presented the vase to Old Ming. Old Ming took the passion flower vase, scrutinizing it intently for a considerable time, yet remained silent throughout. At that moment, without uttering a word, Wu Fan abruptly seized the passion flower vase from Master Ming's hands. With a sharp crack, the vase fell to the ground, shattering into countless fragments. Wu Fan, what are you doing? The onlookers were left speechless, and the atmosphere grew exceedingly tense. However, Wu Fan calmly replied, Everyone, please remain composed. He picked up several shards from the ground, handing one piece to Hu Meiyu, another to Su Guzi, and yet another to Master Ming. Sister, Master, Old Ming, could you take a look and see if there is anything amiss with these fragments? The three exchanged uncertain glances, yet each began to examine the shards meticulously. After a considerable pause, Hu Meiyu spoke first. These porcelain fragments appear to be without fault, based on their texture and patterns. They can be confidently identified as genuine artifacts from the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty. Su Guzi nodded in agreement, stating gravely, indeed, there is no doubt regarding their authenticity. My young disciple, you have made quite the blunder. Wu Fan smiled subtly, but turned his attention towards Master Ming, who remained silent. His head bowed and his expression gravely serious. The atmosphere in the room plummeted to a chilling silence. Master Ming, he did not intend to cause harm. It was merely a slip of the hand. Hu Meiyu hastily interjected. Su Guzi added, rest assured, we at Yaching Studio will take full responsibility and ensure that you do not suffer the loss of the passion flower vase. Master Ming lifted his gaze and instructed Apeng. Bring me my tools. Apeng nodded and hurried into the room, while Master Ming retrieved a pair of old reading glasses from his pocket. When Apeng reemerged, he carried a burlap bundle. Master Ming unfurled the neatly wrapped bundle, revealing an array of exquisite small hammers, scissors, and various tools whose names Wu Fan could not recall. Methodically, Master Ming extracted a tool resembling tweezers from the burlap and began to delicately scrape the surface of the fragments. Moments later, a layer of white powder fell from the inner surface of the vase fragments, unveiling a yellowed interior marked by several conspicuous crack lines. How could this be? Su Guzi exclaimed in surprise, while Hu Meiyu gazed at the scene before her in disbelief. Master Ming, however, chuckled heartily. Ah, so that is the case. With the situation laid bare, Wu Fan leisurely explained to Su Guzi and the others, while the exterior of the passion flower vase appears intact. The shards I provided to Sister Meiyu were from the neck, and those I handed to my master were from the body. These pieces are indeed flawless. The issue lies at the base of the vase. Upon hearing this, Master Ming nodded repeatedly. Indeed, the restoration technique is remarkably sophisticated, and the flaw is at the bottom of the vase. Not even I would have noticed it easily, yet you, young friend, discerned it at a glance. Master Ming cast an appreciative glance at Wu Fan, sharing a meaningful exchange with Su Guzi, the significance of which only they could fathom. You are truly remarkable, Xiao Fan. I am genuinely curious how you were able to identify the flaw in the passion flower vase so swiftly, especially when even Master Ming failed to notice it. You merely glanced and immediately recognized the issue. Humeiyu exclaimed. The words of Humeiyu piqued the interest of all present, and old Ming promptly added, Young friend Wu Fan, I too am curious about how you discern this. I conducted an exceedingly meticulous examination, and I never imagined such a method of forgery existed. Even if one could surmise, the base of this vase is both difficult to detect and hard to verify. Yet, you appeared so self-assured just now. Wu Fan felt a twinge of embarrassment at the inquiry. He could hardly disclose to Humeiyu and old Ming that he possessed the ability of X-ray vision, along with an inexplicable talent for appraising treasures. He chuckled awkwardly, hesitating as he said, In truth, the art of appraisal is akin to diagnosing an ailment. Regardless of how well the exterior is supported, if the interior harbors issues, it is merely a facade of strength. No matter the disguise, a hint of trouble will always seep through. Your health, old Ming, is analogous to this vase. Once internal issues arise, it loses its inherent luster. Wouldn't you agree? Old Ming, upon hearing Wu Fan's analogy, could not suppress his laughter. Su Lao, it seems that this apprentice of yours surpasses the master. With him around, I dare say, there shall be no issues with our end-of-month exhibition, and perhaps Yukingfang may see a revival. Su Guzi nodded in agreement, and Wu Fan felt a mix of surprise and gratitude at old Ming's praise. Old Ming glanced at the shattered passion flower vase on the ground and turned to Wu Fan, saying, Young friend, my earlier words remain true. You may select any item from my collection as a gift to you. Wu Fan shook his head, replying, There is no need. Apart from this passion flower vase, there are no other forgeries in this room. Old Ming erupted into hearty laughter. Your words are truly amusing, young friend. So it appears you came here solely for my forgeries. Wu Fan smiled awkwardly, feeling a pang of guilt. Although he had identified old Ming's forgery, it was still something old Ming had purchased with genuine money, and in front of so many witnesses, he felt he had embarrassed the old man. However, the vase was exceedingly valuable, and he could not accept it without reservation. Moreover, pointing out the forgery could serve to clarify matters for old Ming. After much deliberation, he resolved to expose the deception. Fortunately, old Ming seemed unperturbed by Wu Fan's boldness, instead regarding him with admiration. Old Ming had intended to insist that Wu Fan choose an item as a token of gratitude, but after several refusals from Wu Fan, he conceded. Ultimately, after being warmly invited by old Ming, a few of them shared a dinner at his home. Wu Fan and old Ming arranged for him to return the following week to administer acupuncture to remedy old Ming's ailment, and he reminded the old man to take his medicine on time. When they departed from old Ming's residence, the night had already fallen. Humeiyu drove the two of them away. Upon returning home, Wu Fan's first task was to retrieve the Dragon Elephant Sutra and Divine Physician Treatise he had obtained from Zhang Yuanfo. To be honest, he had found himself unable to contain his eagerness while at old Ming's place. The Dragon Elephant technique was a carefully selected ancient text that he believed to be far more formidable than ordinary martial arts. Additionally, the Holy Physician Treatise, upon a cursory glance, appeared to be even more profound than the ancient needle of the Quran. The first thing Wu Fan did upon closing the door was to delve into the Dragon Elephant technique, for he had a competition with Zhao Kuang in 3 days. Thus, enhancing his strength was of utmost importance. Judging by the cover and paper of the Dragon Elephant technique, Wu Fan estimated that this martial art had been in existence for at least several centuries. He had truly stumbled upon a treasure from Zhang Yuanfo. As he followed the principles of the Dragon Elephant technique, Wu Fan held his breath and focused intently. After several contemplative sessions, he gradually closed his eyes, envisioning complete sets of combat techniques and attack methods in his mind. He felt waves of warmth surging from the depths of his being, gradually filling him with strength. After mentally rehearsing the entire set, Wu Fan experienced an epiphany. When he finally opened his eyes, he was astonished to find that his body was drenched in sweat, and daylight had already broken. To his surprise, he had unknowingly immersed himself in study throughout the night, yet he felt no fatigue. Rather, he sensed an endless reservoir of energy within him. Checking his phone, he realized it was already 10 in the morning, and he had been sitting on his bed for over 10 hours. He rubbed his stomach, unsure if it was exhaustion, as he felt no drowsiness. But an insatiable hunger had begun to gnaw at him. The meal he had consumed at Old Ming's the previous night had long been depleted. Noticing his dampened state, Wu Fan headed toward the bathroom, deciding to take a shower before going out to eat. After a refreshing wash, he discovered not only a newfound vigor coursing through him, but also that the veins on his hands were more pronounced, and the muscle definition on his body appeared more prominent than during his bricklaying days. Dressed and ready to leave, Wu Fan suddenly noticed several missed calls on his phone. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were all from Humeyu. In such a short span, she had called 4 or 5 times. Was there some urgent matter she needed to discuss? Hello, Sister Xiaoyu. Xiao Fan, hurry and save me. Humeyu's frantic voice came through the line as soon as he answered. Save you? Sister Xiaoyu, what happened? Wu Fan inquired eagerly. Come to the Royal Court Hotel. I'm waiting for you there, Humeyu urged, her voice tense before she abruptly hung up. Wu Fan's heart raced. Although her words were vague, he could sense the urgency in her tone, indicating that it was not a convenient time for her to speak. Without delay, he quickly dressed and headed straight for the Royal Court Hotel. Half an hour later, a taxi pulled up outside the Royal Court Hotel, and Wu Fan stepped out, spotting Humeyu in the distance. She stood at the entrance, appearing quite anxious, even stamping her feet in distress. Sister Xiaoyu, Wu Fan called out, waving from afar. Xiao Fan, you finally made it, Humeyu exclaimed, her eyes filled with urgency as she turned to face him. She was about to rush towards Wu Fan when a gray Rolls-Royce suddenly blocked her path. A man with slicked back hair quickly exited the vehicle and, with a hearty laugh, called out to Humeyu, I didn't expect you to be in such a hurry. Were you waiting for me? The man, with a cigar in his mouth, donned a perfectly tailored suit and polished black shoes that gleamed as brightly as his hairstyle. Who was waiting for you? Humeyu glanced at the man with disdain, then deftly sidestepped him and hurried towards Wu Fan. As she approached, she wrapped her arm around Wu Fan's, causing him to look at her with concern. Initially, he thought Humeyu might be in danger, but it seemed there was no immediate threat. Xiaoyu Jia, is there something you need? Have you encountered some trouble? Wu Fan inquired. However, Humeyu's next words left him in astonishment. Wu Fan, save me. I need you to pretend to be my boyfriend. Boyfriend? Wu Fan felt a mix of amusement and confusion. Humeyu had rushed over just to ask him to play the role of her boyfriend. With a troubled expression, Humeyu replied, I can't explain much right now. Just remember, my parents have invited us to dinner specifically for a matchmaking arrangement. All you need to do is convincingly act as my boyfriend, and once it's over, I will surely repay you handsomely. Repay handsomely? How? With a genuine relationship? At that moment, the man with slick back hair suddenly bellowed, what does this mean? Why are you holding someone else's hand? Only then did Wu Fan notice the man who had been fixated on him. Humeyu shot a cold glance at the man and retorted, this is my boyfriend. What's it to you if I'm holding his hand? And he Dongxiang. We are not familiar, so stop calling me Yuan. He Dongxiang, however, remained unfazed, calmly taking a puff of his cigar. Yuan, this is your boyfriend? I hadn't heard that a place like Yu Qing Fong could help you find a boyfriend. If you're going to find someone to pretend, at least choose someone presentable. Do you think this kid looks like a boyfriend? Shall we teach this kid a lesson, perhaps break his legs? One of the 2 men resembling bodyguards who had exited the Rolls-Royce suggested. He Dongxiang waved his hand dismissively, saying no need. Today is a dinner hosted by Hu Bo and Hu Mu. It would be inappropriate to cause a scene at the restaurant. I'm curious to see how this kid handles himself. He Dongxiang, with a mocking expression, took the lead into the restaurant, leaving Wu Fan bewildered by the aggressive demeanor of this stranger. Xiaoyu Jia, what is going on? Wu Fan asked as Humeyu pulled him toward the restaurant. Unable to contain his curiosity. Xiao Fan, that he Dongxiang is my suitor. You just need to pretend to be my boyfriend to satisfy my parents, Humeyu explained. Huh? Wu Fan found the situation both amusing and perplexing. What do you mean, have you forgotten how I helped you in front of your parents before? Humeyu pouted and glared at Wu Fan. Don't be ungrateful. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan chuckled softly. I wouldn't say it's being ungrateful, but Sister Xiaoyu, I didn't expect your family to urge marriage as well. Since we both have our own needs, why not turn this pretense into reality? At his words, Humeyu's face flushed crimson. She had not anticipated that Wu Fan, in his earnestness, would utter such a bold statement. You should first pass my parents' scrutiny, she retorted. Wu Fan found himself both amused and perplexed. He was unaware of how he had been compelled to speak so candidly. Could it be that he had genuinely developed feelings for Humeyu? Humeyu linked her arm with Wu Fan's and led him through the restaurant hall, soon entering one of the private rooms numbered 888. Upon entering, they were greeted by 2 middle-aged individuals, a man and a woman. The man was impeccably dressed in a suit, while the woman adorned a traditional qipao. Although they both appeared somewhat aged, their demeanor was still impressive. In Wu Fan's eyes, they were a stark contrast to his own parents. Seated directly across from them was he Dongxiang, whom they had encountered earlier at the restaurant entrance. It seemed that Wu Fan's initial assumption was correct. These two middle-aged individuals were indeed Hu Meiyu's parents. As anticipated, Hu Meiyu promptly announced, "Dad, Mom, see, I wasn't lying. I really do have a boyfriend. And here he is. This is my boyfriend, Wu Fan." Wu Fan stood there, momentarily dumbfounded, even though he had mentally prepared himself for this moment. It became evident that persuading Hu Meiyu to pretend to be his girlfriend was not as simple as he had thought. Noticing his lack of response, Hu Meiyu gently nudged his arm. It was only then that Wu Fan regained his composure and hurriedly greeted, "Hello, uncle and aunt." However, the smiles that had adorned Hu's parents' faces while speaking with he Dongxiang vanished upon seeing Wu Fan. Particularly, Hu's father slammed the table, exclaiming, "What do you mean by hello? Who do you think you are to address us as uncle and aunt?" Wu Fan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had not anticipated such immediate hostility from Hu Meiyu's parents. "Dad, how could you act this way? It's our first meeting. Don't you have any manners? Wu Fan is now my boyfriend, and if you do not accept him, then I shall leave with him, and you can enjoy your meal alone." Hu Meiyu replied sharply, "Humph, if you leave today, I, Hu Shilai, will no longer recognize you as my daughter." Her father thundered, slamming the table once more. "All right, Shilai, why the haste? They have already arrived. What's wrong with sharing a meal together?" At that moment, Hu's mother intervened, attempting to defuse the tension. "Xiaoyu, please take a seat." Hu Meiyu pursed her lips, but still guided Wu Fan to sit down, albeit at the farthest end from he Dongxiang. However, Wu Fan's mind was far from the underlying conflicts. His focus was solely on the lavish spread before him. Having rushed over, he was already ravenous, and now, gazing at the bountiful array of dishes, his stomach audibly protested, particularly for those dishes he could not even name. He longed to sit down and dig in immediately. "Very well, let's enjoy a simple family meal today. Let's sit down and chat while we eat." Hu's mother continued, smiling as she sought to ease the atmosphere. "Uncle and aunt, I believe you understand the significance of my visit today. You, and I have been childhood friends, yet recently we encountered some misunderstandings. I never anticipated that in a fit of anger, she would summon an unfamiliar young man from a taxi to provoke me." He Dongxiang chuckled, feigning indifference, although he emphasized the word taxi with peculiar weight. Naturally, she was quick to perceive the underlying tone in he Dongxiang's words. Upon hearing that Wu Fan had emerged from a taxi, a flicker of indignation crossed his face. "Who are you, and how do you know are you?" She inquired with a sullen expression. Wu Fan was preoccupied, surveying the lavish spread before him, seemingly uninterested in Hushi's interrogation. However, Hu Meiyu eagerly interjected, "Dad, do not underestimate Wu Fan. He is also an appraiser from our Yuqing studio." Chapter 76. Zhenan, Luhaha, Yuqing studio? An appraiser? Before Hushi could respond, he Dongxiang could not contain his derisive laughter. "I've never heard of such an appraiser from Yuqing studio." Hu Meiyu shot he Dongxiang a glare and replied coolly, "That is merely your ignorance at Zhenan Lu. He is the new appraiser at our Yuqing studio, succeeding Master Fei Xiang's position." "Oh," he Dongxiang remarked with a smile. "So this fellow has only been here a few days? Xiaoyu, do not allow yourself to be deceived by someone of questionable background." Hu Meiyu, feeling exasperated, had intended to convey to her parents that Wu Fan was indeed capable, but unexpectedly, he Dongxiang seized upon this point with malice. Hushi and Hu Mu were acutely aware of he Dongxiang's insinuations. Hushi gritted his teeth. "Xiaoyu, how can you consider pursuing a relationship with someone you've known for only a few days? Do you not regard us?" At this juncture, Hu Mu added softly, "Indeed, matters of romance cannot be rushed. Look at Dongxiang. Your familiarity with him fosters a natural progression towards happiness. Your parents only wish the best for you." Wu Fan could not suppress a sigh. He dreaded the phrase, "Parents only want what's best for you," as it served as an invisible sword, cutting deep through familial bonds. Hadn't he and Zhang Xiaoya been similarly acquainted? Yet, Zhang Xiaoya had nearly cost him his life. Wu Fan replied coolly, "Aunt, considering our long acquaintance, if you harbors no feelings for him, what relevance does our childhood friendship hold?" His words, calm yet assertive, caused a shift in the expressions of those present. Only Hu Meiyu felt an unexplainable sense of relief. "What nonsense are you spouting? You is merely sulking. Do you truly believe she harbors feelings for you?" He Dongxiang glared menacingly at Wu Fan. From he Dongxiang's gaze, Wu Fan sensed a palpable threat. "Who do you think you are?" Hushi retorted coldly. "Listen closely. As long as I remain silent about your affairs, You shall not advance any further. Father, you are being unreasonable. If you continue this way, I shall truly leave. Hu Meiyu responded, her anger palpable. Meanwhile, Wu Fan simply smiled serenely and said, Xiaoyu, it is only natural for your parents to express such sentiments as they do not know me well. Let's first enjoy our meal. We can discuss the rest at a later time. Wu Fan's seemingly simple consolation concealed a genuine hunger. Witnessing such a lavish spread of dishes only to abandon it felt like an egregious waste. All right, enough of this, let us dine. At this moment, Humu tactfully sought to ease the tension and subtly exchanged a knowing glance with Hu Shilai. However, Hu Shilai was still seething with anger when he Dongxiang abruptly stood up, seizing a bottle of red wine from the table, and began to pour for Hu Fu and Hu Mu in a manner that bordered on sycophancy. Uncle and aunt, please calm down. Yuer is simply upset at the moment. Once her anger subsides, everything will be fine. Don't let this boy add to your woes. Wu Fan, however, remained unfazed, directing his attention towards Hu Mu, gently advising, aunt, be cautious with the red wine given your health. This is a strong liquor, and your body may not tolerate it well. What are you prattling on about? He Dongxiang retorted. Hu Shilai and Hu Mu exchanged a surprised glance, their expressions revealing more astonishment than ire. Hu Shilai contemplated voicing a question, but, upon glancing at Hu Meiyu, chose to remain silent. Wu Fan smiled faintly, aware that Hu Shilai wished to inquire how he discerned Hu Mu's health issues. Yet he naturally assumed it was Hu Meiyu who had informed him. Unbeknownst to Hu Shilai, Hu Meiyu had not had the chance to mention any details regarding their affairs. As for Hu Mu's condition, it was something he had observed himself. He was in no rush to showcase his insights before Hu Fu and Hu Mu. Hu Mu pushed the red wine aside and smiled at He Dongxiang, saying, Dongxiang, just let your uncle accompany you for a drink. I've been feeling unwell lately, so I'll pass. He Dongxiang looked at Hu Mu with concern and asked, Aunt, is it the old ailment again? Recently, I have found an excellent physician in the neighboring city through a friend. Although I couldn't bring him today due to short notice, I promise to visit you soon. Dongxiang, that is very thoughtful of you. How Mu replied. Truth be told, Wu Fan's first impression of Hu Mu was quite favorable. At least she did not exhibit the same haughty demeanor as Hu Shilai, and with Hu Meiyu as a connection, he had already resolved to assist Hu Mu. Seizing the opportunity during the conversation, Hu Mu signaled for everyone to begin eating. Wu Fan, without hesitation, commenced indulging heartily. Meanwhile, He Dongxiang appeared to lack appetite. He filled a glass of wine and approached Hu Shilai, smiling, Uncle, regarding the matter you previously entrusted to me, I have inquired, and Yuner's entry into our Jinan Tower is merely a trivial issue. Once she joins, she will work alongside me. Is what you say true, Dongxiang? Hu Shilai's face broke into a rare smile. If Yuer's matter can be resolved, it would be truly wonderful. I am immensely grateful to you. Uncle, what are you saying? Helping Yuer is tantamount to helping myself. If Yuer and I become a family in the future, we will certainly look out for one another in our professional endeavors. He Dongxiang shamelessly declared. Dongxiang, who has said we are family. And father, when did I ever say I wanted to go to Jinan Tower? What? Is it a hardship for you to go to Jinan Tower? Do you have any idea how many schemes I've devised to secure your entry? Were it not for Dongxiang, do you think Jinan Tower is a place you can simply enter at will? Hu Shilai spoke in a low, stern tone. Hu Meiyu pouted and gritted her teeth, declaring, I have no interest in your Jinan Tower. I am quite content at Yukingfang, and I will not leave. Oh, Yukingfang? He Dongxiang laughed heartily. Are you aware that Yukingfang is barely holding on? Even Fei Xiang has departed. You claim to be doing well, yet after the upcoming competition at the month's end, it's uncertain whether Yukingfang will even exist. I advise you to heed your uncle's counsel. He is striving to secure a route of escape for you, which is no small feat. I do not care, Hu Meiyu retorted angrily. At that moment, Wu Fan set down his chopsticks and rose slowly. He Dongxiang, I am unfamiliar with whatever nonsense your Jinan Tower represents, but I assure you, even if you perish, Yukingfang will endure. He Dongxiang chuckled as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. You think you are something special? Were it not for the imminent collapse of Yukingfang, you, of all people, would have no chance of entering it, let alone looking down upon us at Jinan Tower. You seem to be quite oblivious to the reality of the situation. Chapter 77, The Wager. Hu Shilai, upon hearing Wu Fan's words, could not suppress a sigh and shook his head, saying, What a clueless brat. With your sort of character, you think you can marry our Yuera? Do you have any idea of the current state of Yukingfang? If we make it through the month, we should be grateful. And look at Jinan Tower. It is flourishing. Do you believe just anyone can gain entry? Uncle, I told you this fellow must have weaseled his way in, likely with intentions towards you. What does this scoundrel understand? He Dongxiang, do not speak such nonsense. Wu Fan's talent for appraising treasures is beyond your comprehension. Oh, he Dongxiang appeared to find amusement in this. I have indeed heard that this boy has embarrassed Fei Xiang, but that worthless wretch cannot compare to me. After this month competition, the first to fall will be your Yukingfang, followed closely by Jikingfang. At that time, out of respect for your uncle and aunt, I might consider lending a hand. He Dongxiang, shall we place a wager? Wu Fan suddenly proposed. A wager? What are we betting on? He Dongxiang chuckled. I wager that our Yukingfang will thrive and outlast your Zhunnan Tower. Ha ha ha. After the competition at the month's end, it is uncertain if Yukingfang will even remain. What do you have to compare against me? Then let us wager on the outcome of the competition at the month's end, Wu Fan replied calmly. He Dongxiang, not want to back down, clenched his teeth, and said, fine, how do you propose we wager? Wu Fan spoke earnestly. If our Yukingfang triumphs, you, He Dongxiang, must graciously acknowledge that Zhunnan Tower is inferior to Yukingfang, and you will no longer have the right to pursue Yuan. From henceforth, keep your distance. Very well, but if you lose, what then? He Dongxiang retorted with a cold smile. You have a pitiful existence. Do you truly possess the means to wager against me? Wu Fan, unperturbed, articulated each word deliberately. If I lose, I shall kneel before you and humbly apologize, never to appear before any of you again. Excellent. He Dongxiang laughed heartily. Uncle and aunt, take heed. This is a promise made by this lad himself. I have not coerced him. He Dongxiang exuded an air of confidence. Seemingly anxious that Wu Fan might reconsider, and eagerly agreed. Take note. This lad has volunteered, so do not attempt to placate me with trivial matters in the future. Hu Meiyu lowered her head, her expression darkening, while her parents gazed at Wu Fan in astonishment, unable to fathom his suggestion to compete with He Dongxiang. However, the words had been spoken, leaving little room for retreat. Young man, do not harbor regrets, Wu Fan declared resolutely. Since his last moment of regret, he had vowed never to engage in actions that would lead to remorse again. His proposition to challenge He Dongxiang was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. He had previously overheard Hu Meiyu and Su Guzi discussing the upcoming minor competition at the end of the month. If they failed to secure a victory, it was likely that Yukingfang would cease to exist. Thus, his challenge was merely a means to bolster their chances in the forthcoming competition. Additionally, he genuinely wished to assist Hu Meiyu in resolving her predicament with He Dongxiang, aiming for a permanent solution. You cheeky boy, you initiated this challenge. Hu Shilai scoffed. You proposed a match with Dongxiang. No one is coercing you. Rest assured, uncle, my word is my bond, Wu Fan replied coolly. Ha ha, very well, brat. As long as Yukingfang emerges victorious in the minor competition at the end of the month, not only will Dongxiang cease his pursuit of Yuan, but I, Hu Shilai, shall be the first to endorse your endeavors. Uncle, you must ensure your word holds weight, Wu Fan remarked. Wu Fan had not anticipated that what was initially a contest between himself and He Dongxiang would also involve Hu Shilai's unexpected support. Although his relationship with Hu Meiyu was currently superficial, should he wish to pursue a deeper connection in the future, dealing with her father would not be a trivial matter. If he could navigate this hurdle in advance, subsequent challenges would likely be easier to manage. Clearing his expression, Wu Fan realized that it was premature to address his future father-in-law. Wu Fan, do you comprehend who He Dongxiang is? Hu Meiyu, now visibly distressed, whispered to him. Wu Fan lowered his head, responding softly, Sister Yu, I am unconcerned with his identity. I only need to know my own. Once I resolve matters with him and your father, there should be no opposition to our relationship, correct? Yu, Hu Meiyu felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. She thought Wu Fan was utterly reckless, failing to grasp the seriousness of the situation, and questioning why he had even mentioned her father. Her embarrassment was palpable, and her emotions were conflicted. Yet her concerns were not centered on her father at that moment. Xiao Fan, do you realize that He Dongxiang is a protege of Lin Hua, the chief appraiser at Zhunnan Lu? He is not only a distinguished appraiser, but also one of the finest among the young generation, surpassing even senior brother Fei Xiang. How could you entertain the thought of competing with him? To Hu Meiyu, although the contest had yet to commence, she believed Wu Fan had already lost. However, Wu Fan responded with a calm retort, Are we truly not going to compete at the end of the month? What are you talking about? Of course we must, she exclaimed. Do you realize how crucial the end-of-month competition is for Yukingfang? Not only must we compete, but we must also secure a victory to uphold our master's honor. Isn't that precisely the point? We not only have to compete, but also must win. Otherwise, Yukingfang will cease to exist. What difference does it make if I propose a contest with him now? It merely serves to increase our stakes. Wu Fan chuckled. Hu Meiyu sighed, as Wu Fan's words seemed to carry some weight, leaving her momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. The end-of-month competition was of paramount importance to Yukingfang. This time, both Jinan Tower and Wangbei Pavilion, as well as Jikingfang, were eyeing the weakest Yukingfang with predatory intent. The outcome of this competition could almost directly determine the fate of Yukingfang. Experts like Fei Xiang and Chen Min had already foreseen Yukingfang's destiny and sought alternative paths, while Hu Meiyu and Zhang Xiong, among the appraisers, showed no signs of surrender. Thus, Wu Fan's assertion held some validity. Now that her parents were clearly intent on binding her to heed Dongxiang, she was reluctant, yet mirrored her unwillingness to witness the downfall of Yukingfang, merely raising the stakes. The question lingered, however, did Wu Fan truly possess such capability? Chapter 78, Coercion. It wasn't that Hu Meiyu doubted Wu Fan, but rather that she knew he Dongxiang all too well. This scoundrel, despite his debauched nature, possessed considerable talent in the realm of appraising treasures, having studied under Lin Hua, a master in jade and stone artifacts. He Dongxiang not only excelled in jade appraisal, but also had significant knowledge of porcelain and calligraphy. Although Wu Fan had shown commendable performances in previous encounters, Hu Meiyu felt an unsettling uncertainty within her. The meal was far from enjoyable, with Hu Shilai engaging in light-hearted banter with He Dongxiang, entirely disregarding Wu Fan as if he were invisible. He Dongxiang's words dripped with sarcasm directed at Wu Fan. It wasn't until they had finished dining that Wu Fan took Hu Meiyu aside to bid farewell to her parents. Hu Shilai wore a grim expression, and not a moment was spared to further engage with Wu Fan. Fortunately, with a wager in place, perhaps she would no longer have to see Wu Fan after the month's end. However, just as they were about to leave, Wu Fan seemed to recall something. He requested paper and pen from the waiter, swiftly jotting down a lengthy note before handing it to Hu's mother. Auntie, I came in such haste today that I brought no gifts. Please accept this prescription. Simply have it filled at any herbal medicine shop, and if taken as directed, I assure you, your abdominal pain will vanish within 10 days. Hu's mother displayed a flicker of surprise, reaching for the note, but was swiftly halted by Hu Shilai. You little rascal, what are you trying to conjure? Hu Shilai retorted impatiently. Finish your meal and be off. Do not delay my reunion with Dongxiang. Dad, could you not be so rude? Wu Fan possesses genuine skill. Hu Meiyu's expression darkened. She felt a twinge of guilt over her father's attitude towards Wu Fan. Wu Fan remained calm and composed, casting a casual glance at Mother Hu as he placed the note upon the table. Annie, you may keep the prescription. It matters not whether it is of use, for time will surely reveal its efficacy. Upon exiting the Royal Court Hotel, Wu Fan let out a long sigh. He turned his gaze towards Hu Meiyu, who wore a troubled expression. What troubles you, Sister Meiyu? You've already entrusted that fellow. Why the frown? Wu Fan inquired. Hu Meiyu looked at Wu Fan, her countenance growing even darker. Iapulujiza, Wu Fan. What is it, Sister Meiyu? I must apologize on behalf of my parents. A wave of guilt washed over Hu Meiyu, recalling how her father had treated Wu Fan coldly that day, a stark contrast to her previous visits to his home. Wu Fan, upon hearing this, waved his hand dismissively, unfazed. It's nothing, Sister Meiyu. If every father-in-law were so easy to handle, that would be quite splendid. His nonchalance, however, only deepened Hu Meiyu's discomfort. After leaving the restaurant, Hu Meiyu drove them directly to Yukingfang. In the car, she seemed to suddenly recall something and asked Wu Fan, By the way, Wu Fan, how did you discern that my mother suffers from abdominal pain? I don't recall ever mentioning it to you. Wu Fan replied. While I was with Old Ming, I noted that physical ailments often manifest on one's face. Your mother's abdominal pain is likely an old affliction. It's not severe, merely a case of avoiding medical attention. Is your prescription effective? Hu Meiyu asked. Rest assured, it will surely cure her ailment. Wu Fan replied confidently. By the time they returned to Yukingfang, it was already 2 in the afternoon. The atmosphere at Yukingfang felt particularly desolate. Zhang Xiong and the others seemed to be absent, and even Su Guzi appeared to be missing from his office. Sister Meiyu, why are the senior brothers and sisters, along with Master, all absent today? Yukingfang is rather lifeless. Wu Fan queried. Hu Meiyu explained, You weren't here this morning, were you? There's a grand auction at the antique market by the west gate of Haiyun City today, along with a bustling street of antiques, where many are seeking hidden treasures. Intrigued by Hu Meiyu's words, Wu Fan smiled. Shall we go take a look? It should be more entertaining than gambling on stones, don't you think? Are you interested? Hu Meiyu asked, noticing Wu Fan's enthusiasm. Although she herself wasn't particularly keen on the antique market, she was willing to accompany him. After leaving Yukingfang, they headed straight to the antique market at the west gate. The car stopped on a small street at the entrance. The market was indeed bustling, even from a distance. Wu Fan could hear the cacophony of voices. As they approached, it became apparent that a throng of people had gathered to hunt for bargains. Walking beneath the Grand West Gate sign, they entered the market, flanked by an array of peculiar antiques. However, as Wu Fan surveyed the items, he noted their dull hues and lack of luster, suggesting that many were likely forgeries or inferior pieces. Sister Meiyu, do you think I might stumble upon a treasure today? Something akin to the Qinglong wooden phoenix hairpin? Wu Fan asked with a playful grin. Hu Meiyu cast a glance down the entire street and remarked softly, Xiao Fan. This Shimen antique market is quite unlike the previous antique street. The constant flow of people here is remarkable. Apart from us from Yukingfang, there are also quite a number from Jikingfang, Zinanlu, and Wangbigwen. With such a throng of visitors daily, many are merely the remnants picked over by others. Perhaps it is easy to deceive a novice, but finding a genuine bargain seems rather elusive, does it not? Wu Fan chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent. Although he had yet to encounter any valuable items, he was resolute that if he did, he would act swiftly. The two entered through the Shimen entrance and spent over 20 minutes meandering, yet it seemed they had barely scratched the surface of the antique market. Clearly, this venue surpasses the previous antique street by several notches. However, despite their extensive exploration, Wu Fan had indeed not laid eyes on any worthy acquisitions. A cursory glance revealed that the majority of these antiques were forgeries, many crafted with modern techniques, likely sourced from vendors nearby. These replicas primarily served to deceive novices, much like Wu Fan himself had experienced on the antique street. Had it not been for his unique abilities, he too would have been easily swindled by the proprietor. Moreover, such deceitful practices were commonplace. Newcomers often paid a hefty tuition fee in the form of losses. In the realm of commerce, it is a mutual agreement. One party willing to pay while the other is willing to receive is not illegal. Thus, after the exchange of money for goods, even upon realizing they've been duped, one is left with no recourse but to silently endure their misfortune. Indeed, delving into the world of antiques is akin to navigating a vast ocean, where even masters like Ming Lao occasionally err, let alone others. Chapter 79. I will compensate. Aside from the forgeries, there were indeed some genuine items present, though most were flawed pieces. For collectors, these imperfect artifacts held little artistic or monetary value, often merely deserving a fleeting glance. After a lengthy circuit, the two had yet to uncover a single valuable treasure. Would their efforts today truly be in vain? As they pondered, a cacophony of noise erupted nearby. What are you doing? Do you intend to swindle me? Let go of me. What do you want? If you don't have 50,000 today, you shall not leave. Surround them. Although the area was already bustling, this uproar drew considerable attention, and many were naturally attracted to the commotion. Hu Meiyu and Wu Fan were equally drawn in, and Wu Fan felt an inkling of familiarity in the voices. Fourth senior brother? As they approached, Hu Meiyu immediately recognized several individuals within the crowd. Wu Fan squinted, and in the midst of the throng stood none other than fourth senior brother Wang He and sixth senior sister Yang Tao. At that moment, Wang He and Yang Tao were encircled by 6 or 7 burly men, with various antiques scattered about them, one man standing before a disheveled antique table. What has transpired? Fourth senior brother, sixth senior sister? Without hesitation, Hu Meiyu rushed forward to inquire. Little junior sister, little junior brother, Wang He responded, his expression somewhat grim, though he appeared slightly relieved upon seeing Hu Meiyu and Wu Fan approach. Wang He pointed at a group of men and explained, just now, as we passed by, Yang Tao took a fancy to an antique. However, the price was not suitable, and she decided against it. When we were leaving, the table inexplicably fell over, and the owner insists that we knocked it down and demands compensation. Nonsense. No sooner had Wang He finished speaking than the leader of the group, wearing a cap reminiscent of Lei Feng, shouted, "What the hell? How dare you claim that we knocked over the table? It was clearly you who did it. All of us witnessed it. Do you think you can evade responsibility? You're talking nonsense. We were standing too far away to have touched it. Clearly, you are attempting to pull a fast one." Yang Tao appeared anxious. With just a few exchanges, Wu Fan had grasped the situation. Both Wang He and Yang Tao were gentle souls, not given to quarrels. In stark contrast, this group approached with aggression, attempting to intimidate with their numbers. With so many witnesses here, it was indeed you who caused the damage. There is no way you're leaving without paying 50,000 yuan today. The man in the cap declared in a low voice. Following him, 2 others chimed in. Exactly. I saw it. It was that woman who knocked it over. I saw it too, it was her. I think I saw something similar as well. At that moment, voices in the crowd grew louder, predominantly accusing Wang He and Yang Tao of being careless. Wang He, seeing the rising tension, became increasingly anxious. Stop slandering us. If we did it, we would admit it. You cannot falsely accuse us. Yang Tao added exactly. We, from Yukingfeng, conduct our business with utmost integrity. We would never shirk our responsibilities. Besides, your pile of scrap metal is hardly worth 50,000 yuan. This is clearly extortion. Upon hearing the name Yukingfeng, the crowd erupted into murmurs, and several who had previously supported the accusers took a step back in silence. Call the police. Someone shouted. Yes, call the police. Echoed another voice. Yet the man in the cap remained unfazed, casually remarking, Indeed, let us heed the crowd's advice. Why not call the police? Aren't you from Yukingfeng? I wonder if the officers will show bias in your favor when they arrive. We aren't afraid of you. Wang He retorted coldly, pointing at the stall. This pile of junk aside from that piece of jade isn't worth much at all. Suddenly, Wu Fan interjected, Wait. Brother, I think calling the police may not be necessary. Since you claim that my senior brother and sister knocked over the table, let us take responsibility. Wouldn't it be better to resolve this peacefully? The man in the cap laughed heartily at Wu Fan's words. Ah, this young brother speaks wisely. Young disciple, you are mistaken. How could we possibly pay him? This scrap metal is certainly not worth 50,000 yuan. The most valuable item here is that piece of jade, which is worth at most a few thousand yuan, and even that is merely gold inlaid with jade. Wang He expressed his surprise. Indeed, junior apprentice, fear not. We shall accompany him to the police station. Yang Tao declared through gritted teeth. Wu Fan smiled faintly and replied, No worries, senior brother. I shall cover the expenses. Wu Fan was well aware of the value of these items. Yet he could discern that these individuals were deliberately seeking trouble and would certainly not relent easily. The jade piece mentioned by Wang He was of mediocre quality, worth at most a few thousand, and it was adorned with gold. Even a layperson would understand that gold inlaid in jade typically implies that the jade itself has flaws, which are concealed by the gold. Over time, it has become common knowledge that the value of gold inlaid jade is significantly diminished compared to that of a flawless jade piece. Moreover, this particular jade had already shattered into several fragments, rendering it virtually worthless. However, as the saying goes, gold has a price, but jade is priceless. The jade and the heap of scrap metal on the table bore no clear price tags, and even if they were to visit the police station, Wang He and Yang Tao might not gain any advantage. Thus, Wu Fan surveyed the entire antique stall, pondering whether it would be more beneficial to take advantage of the situation here. Boss, I will offer 50,000. Please do not put my senior brothers and sisters in a difficult position, Wu Fan said calmly. No way. How would you bear this cost? If compensation is to be made, it will be our responsibility. Wang He retorted coldly. The man in the cap chuckled at Wu Fan's words and said, Little brother, what 50,000? This is worth far more. Chapter 80. White Jade Hollow Carved Dragon Pendant. Upon hearing the cap-wearing man's statement, Wu Fan couldn't help but frown. The man continued with a grin. Had you been willing to settle for 5,000 earlier, it would have sufficed. Now that you claim to be from the Imperial Qing Workshop, I have changed my mind. I demand 100,000. What? 100,000? You must be out of your mind. Even Wang He, usually mild-tempered, could no longer contain his frustration. Yang Tao also scoffed, Forget it, junior apprentice. Let us leave. If he wishes to report us, let him. We are not afraid. Leave. The cap-wearing man said in a low voice. How do you intend to leave? In an instant, 5 or 6 men encircled Wu Fan and his companions, trapping them in front of the antique stall. Brother Hao, stop wasting time with them. Just take them to the police station. One of the men shouted to the cap-wearing man. The others were eager to act, with 2 of them pulling out clubs from who knows where. To be honest, Wu Fan was not intimidated by these individuals, but the crowd was large and unruly, and both Yang Tao and Hu Meiyu clearly did not possess fighting skills. He feared for their safety should a scuffle ensue. Wu Fan chuckled, Big brother, let's discuss this amicably. Wouldn't 10,000 be excessive? We are more than willing to compensate appropriately. Brother Hao glanced at Wu Fan with cold disdain, stating, My collection of porcelain, jade, and pottery includes antiques from the Western Han and Shang, Zhou dynasties. Though they may be inferior pieces, do you really think they can be acquired for a mere few thousand? Do not belittle them as mere scrap metal. Shang Zhou, I suspect they are from last week. When he clenched his fists and exclaimed, You are simply asking for an exorbitant price. Hey brother, don't be hasty. Wu Fan urged, pulling Wang He back, advising him to remain calm. Brother Hao, let us negotiate amicably. If you could lower the price a bit, We could all benefit from a harmonious transaction, wouldn't you agree? Brother Hao glanced at his companions, pondered for a moment, and then coldly replied, "This little brother speaks quite persuasively. Very well, 80,000, not a penny less. If you continue to prattle, we may need to take further action, and no one here will be allowed to leave." "All right, 80,000 it is," Wu Fan responded readily. "Then we have a deal." Upon hearing this, Brother Hao couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, astonished that Wu Fan had so easily acquiesced. However, Wu Fan swiftly changed his tone, suddenly adding, "Since you claim these are antiques from the Western Han and Shangzhou dynasties, then we have indeed struck a bargain. Once the payment is made, these items shall completely belong to us, correct? Haha, with so many witnesses here, once you pay, you could even take this table with you." Brother Hao laughed heartily. "Junior brother, do you really believe his nonsense? Who knows where these shoddy items came from?" Yang Tao said, pouting on the verge of tears. At that moment, Brother Hao felt an inexplicable exhilaration. Initially, he had aimed his intentions at Wang He and Yang Tao, but out of nowhere, a fool had emerged, purchasing the entire stall. While others might be unaware of the antiques' origins, he knew all too well that they were merely gathered from various places, with some not even qualifying as second-rate goods. The most valuable piece, a golden-laid jade, had cost him merely 2,000. Now, broken, it was worth even less. In Brother Hao's view, he had struck an unbeatable deal. "Very well, let us consider this settled. I ask all present to bear witness," Wu Fan declared loudly. The crowd murmured in disbelief, questioning Wu Fan's sanity. How could these items possibly be worth 80,000? It has been a while since the Ximen antique market encountered such a naive buyer. Nevertheless, some stepped forward, willing to attest to the arrangement. Though the agreement had been made, the matter of payment loomed large. 80,000 was no trivial sum for Wu Fan, who would carry such an amount casually. Furthermore, he had rushed out without preparation. Wu Fan turned to Hu Meiyu, who had remained silent throughout, and with a sly smile said, "Sister Meiyu, could you possibly?" His words trailed off, but the implication was clear to Hu Meiyu. She retorted, exasperated, "Oh, Wu Fan, you were so quick to agree earlier. And now you think of me?" Wu Fan grinned. "Sister Meiyu, please transfer the money to him as if it's a loan from me. Rest assured, it will not be in vain." With a resigned shake of her head, Hu Meiyu approached Brother Hao and promptly made the payment via her phone. For reasons unknown, despite the absurdity of the situation in the eyes of others, she inexplicably placed her trust in Wu Fan. Wang He and Yang Tao had intended to voice their concerns, but Hu Meiyu swiftly completed the transfer to Brother Hao. Once the payment was received, the transaction was concluded satisfactorily for both parties. Upon receiving the money, Brother Hao was overjoyed and mockingly declared, "Rest assured, I always keep my word. This heap of scrap metal is yours." He deliberately emphasized the term scrap metal, making his derision unmistakable. The men behind him could not contain their laughter, remarking, "It's been years since anyone as foolish as this has emerged from Ximen Street." However, Wu Fan calmly approached, surveying the entire antique stall. He finally pointed to a corner of the table and said, "I don't need the rest. I shall take only this." Following his gesture, the crowd noticed dusty, dirt-covered small objects at the foot of the table, one of which served as a makeshift support for the table leg. Brother Hao glanced at the object with a blank expression, while Wu Fan leisurely retrieved it from beneath the table. He then walked over to Yang Tao, gesturing toward the bottle of mineral water in her hand. "Sixth sister, could you lend me a hand?" Yang Tao immediately understood and unscrewed the cap. Without further ado, Wu Fan began to clean the item meticulously. After a simple yet thorough washing, the muddy object gradually revealed its true form. With a faint smile, Wu Fan handed it to Wang He, saying, "Fourth brother, you are an expert in jade. I believe you are far more familiar with this than I am." Wu Fan made this statement because he was entirely unaware of the object's identity. He had simply noticed its remarkable luster, which indicated it was no ordinary imitation. Wang He hesitated briefly before taking the small item from Wu Fan's hand to examine it closely, then proceeded to clean it meticulously with the mineral water bottle he had taken from Yang Tao. After a long moment, he gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "This is indeed an artifact from the Western Han dynasty. If I am not mistaken, this should be an early Western Han white jade hollow-carved dragon pendant." "A jade pendant?" Yang Tao exclaimed in surprise, leaning in closer. Chapter 81, A Windfall. A white jade hollow-carved dragon pendant? Hu Meiyu, having overheard Wang He, quickly stepped forward. At this moment, the crowd erupted in excitement. An early Western Han jade pendant must be incredibly valuable, right? This young man has found a treasure. Could he possibly be a fraud? The crowd buzzed with chatter, while Brother Hao's expression grew increasingly grim. He gazed at Wang He and the others, finally sneering, "Humph, you little brat. Don't try to confuse me. I know all too well that these are merely scraps. Are you hoping to find another unsuspecting fool after your own misfortune?" Wu Fan merely chuckled softly to himself, remaining silent. Wang He, Yang Tao, and Hu Meiyu continued to scrutinize the jade pendant in their hands. After a long while, Wang He nodded and confirmed, "Yes, it appears to be authentic." Yang Tao and Hu Meiyu quickly nodded in agreement. "You truly possess remarkable skills, junior brother. Your talents rival even that scoundrel Fei Xiang." Wang He could not help but praise. Yang Tao's face lit up with joy. "Junior brother, you truly have an eye for quality. You've struck it rich this time." Wu Fan chuckled. "This money isn't mine. It belongs to Sister Yu. And thus this treasure is hers as well. It's unrelated to me." Upon hearing Wu Fan's words, Hu Meiyu could not help but feel a surge of joy. "Ah, Wu Fan, how remarkable that you were able to select this exquisite jade pendant from such a heap of scraps. It seems we have indeed underestimated you," she exclaimed in admiration. "Humph. You rascals, do not attempt to deceive anyone here. This is no Western Han jade pendant. I purchased this entire stall from an old man for merely a few thousand." Brother Hao pointed at Wu Fan's group, speaking coldly. "You must be blind." At that moment, Wang He, filled with conviction, raised the jade pendant and retorted, "Open your eyes and see clearly. This is a white jade hollow-carved dragon pendant from the Western Han dynasty. The entire piece is expertly carved from high-quality white jade. Its texture exquisite and its collectible value immense, worth at least several $100,000 and undoubtedly authentic." Yang Tao chimed in, "Our Yukingfang is reputable. We take our words and actions seriously. Will we tarnish our reputation over a mere white jade hollow-carved dragon pendant?" With her words, the authenticity of the pendant was no longer in question. The standing of Yukingfang in the antique collection circle of Haiyun City was well known, and Yang Tao's assurance carried significant weight. At this point, Brother Hao's face had turned pale, leaving him speechless. It was one of his subordinates who prompted, "Brother Hao, we only agreed to sell them the scrap metal on the table. We never said that the jade pendant was included." "Yes, Brother Hao, this Western Han jade pendant is our own." With the reminders from his two subordinates, Brother Hao suddenly realized, snorting coldly, "Indeed, I never claimed this pendant belonged to you. Are you implying that you wish to renege on the deal?" Wu Fan asked coldly. Brother Hao looked at Wu Fan, hesitated slightly, but after a moment, gathered his courage to respond. "What do you mean, renege? Didn't we clarify everything earlier? How can we not clarify? We all heard it." At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted. Many around began to echo this sentiment. "Yes, the pendant should belong to this young man. A fair exchange of money for goods. How can you still wish to back out? To offend Yukingfang is to jeopardize your standing in the Shiman antique market." The crowd began to rally in support of Wu Fan. Brother Hao, flustered and embarrassed, exchanged glances with his brothers behind him. Wu Fan smiled lightly. Had Brother Hao and his group attempted to extort him, they lacked evidence and were in the wrong from the outset. Even as a member of Yukingfang, he could not stand firm. However, once Hu Meiyu completed the transaction, everything changed. All present bore witness, and Brother Hao had no legitimate claim to the stall. As Brother Hao and his companions considered reneging, it would not only be a breach of trust, but would publicly offend Yukingfang, and they would be in wrong. Transactions in the antique market are rooted in integrity, and any attempt by Brother Hao to act dishonestly would surely incite the wrath of the crowd. Realizing the unfavorable situation, Brother Hao lowered his head and declared, "Who said I wanted to back out? I was merely jesting. I stand by my word. Everything here belongs to you." After Brother Hao finished speaking, he hurriedly led a few of his subordinates away in a dejected manner. "Junior brother, you are simply remarkable," Wang He exclaimed with a smile. At that moment, both Wang He and Yang Tao were in high spirits. They had initially encountered a case of extortion, but unexpectedly turned misfortune into fortune by discovering such a treasure. However, Wu Fan wore a serious expression and said in a low voice, "Fourth senior brother, sixth senior sister, we should leave this place quickly, or we might encounter further trouble." "Further trouble?" Wang He replied in astonishment. "What do you mean, junior brother?" Hu Meiyu seemed to grasp something and asked coldly, "Xiao Fan, are you suggesting that Brother Hao was aware of Brother Wang and Sister Yang's backgrounds and deliberately targeted us from Yukingfang?" Wu Fan nodded and said, "Can't you see? That guy was clearly acting under someone's instruction." Upon hearing Wu Fan's words, Hu Meiyu and the others gasped in shock. Wu Fan continued, "With so many people bustling about here, how could it be mere coincidence that those individuals sought out fourth senior brother and sixth senior sister for extortion? Even if they weren't intentionally pursuing us, sixth senior sister revealed her identity, and generally, Vendors in the antique market are not unfamiliar with Yukingfang. They would typically show us some respect. Otherwise, they would find it hard to survive in the antique business. Yet, upon hearing that we were from Yukingfang, those ruffians didn't appear frightened at all. Instead, they demanded exorbitant prices. They were clearly targeting us. Wu Fan's words resonated with reason. And Wang He and Yang Tao nodded in contemplation. Junior brother, who do you think is behind these people? Wang He inquired. Wu Fan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I'm not certain for now, but since this person has taken action, they will not simply let it go. As long as they intend to strike again, they will inevitably reveal their true intentions. Let us observe the situation. After Wu Fan spoke, the three nodded in agreement. Following such an unpleasant incident, their interest in continuing to wander dissipated. But they felt fortunate to have stumbled upon the exquisite white jade dragon pendant from the Westerhan dynasty, which could be considered a silver lining. Junior brother, why don't we simply attend the auction? Our master is there as well, Yang Tao suddenly suggested. Auction? At Yang Tao's reminder, Wu Fan recalled that Hu Meiyu had mentioned earlier about an auction taking place at the antique market. All right, let us go and take a look. With their minds made up, the group, led by Wang He, headed towards the auction venue. As they walked deeper into the antique street and turned past a few antique shops, Wu Fan noticed the atmosphere becoming increasingly lively. They halted in front of a wooden door adorned with a tiger head ring. Looking up, Wu Fan saw a grand three-story wooden pavilion with the words Xiaoxiang Pavilion elegantly inscribed above the entrance. It appeared that this pavilion was the main venue for the auction. At that moment, the doors of Xiaoxiang Pavilion stood ajar, and two men in black robes and round hats stood guard at the entrance. Master must be inside. The auction should have commenced quite some time ago, Wang He remarked. As they approached, however, the two men blocked their path. We are from Yukingfang, Wang He stated nonchalantly. A tall man clad in a white coat surveyed the group with an impassive expression and coldly remarked, Higo, I am well aware that you are affiliated with Yukingfang. However, you should be cognizant of the rules of Xiaoxiang Pavilion. Elder Su has already entered, and the auction has commenced. It may be rather inappropriate for you to enter at this moment. Wang Yi scratched his head, clearly understanding the regulations at play. Yet, Hu Meiyu stepped forward. Retrieving the intricately carved white jade dragon pendant from her pocket, she said nonchalantly, We have come to present an item for sale. Would you kindly appraise it? The two men exchanged glances, and the somewhat slender one accepted the pendant from Hu Meiyu, cradling it with both hands as he turned to enter Xiaoxiang Pavilion. Moments later, when he emerged, the pendant had vanished from his possession. The man respectfully gestured for Hu Meiyu and her companions, saying, Please proceed inside and kindly register. No need, Hu Meiyu replied coolly. Just noted under Yukingfang. The group entered Xiaoxiang Pavilion without further hindrance. While waiting outside, Wu Fan had heard a cacophony of voices. Yet he was unprepared for the extraordinary liveliness within. Inside the expansive Xiaoxiang Pavilion, the lighting was dim, and a subtle fragrance of sandalwood wafted through the air. The most prominent feature was a square platform just beyond the entrance, where a sharply dressed man with slicked back hair enthusiastically introduced a piece of calligraphy before an eager audience. The crowd was tightly packed, with every individual clutching a numbered card. At that moment, a multitude of voices chimed in, creating a vibrant atmosphere. To be candid, Wu Fan had only ever witnessed auctions on television, and this was his inaugural experience of such a lively event in person. Although the auction at Xiaoxiang Pavilion lacked some modern flair, the ambience fostered an admirable sense of immersion and delight. Come, the master is upstairs, Wang He announced. It was then that Wu Fan realized there was a second floor to Xiaoxiang Pavilion. He glanced upward, noticing that the second floor consisted primarily of private rooms, each adorned with a prominent number, likely corresponding to the numbered cards held by the crowd below. The rooms were entirely separated, with only a single window opening between them, shielded by a screen. The view from the rooms regarding the auction remained a mystery, as the situation within was entirely obscured from the perspective below. Following a dim corridor to the right of the main hall, they approached a wooden staircase. The group ascended the staircase and arrived at the private rooms on the second floor. The fragrance of sandalwood was even more pronounced here, and the clamor of voices had significantly diminished, with the light brightening considerably. Wu Fan casually surveyed the area. The doors to the private rooms were all firmly closed, and the staircase was guarded by two men in black robes and round hats, just as at the entrance. The master is in room number E, Wang He stated. Following Wang He's lead, they continued deeper into the pavilion. Wu Fan noted that there were approximately 8 or 9 private rooms of varying sizes within. Each private room bore its own sign. Wu Fan glanced at the nearest ones labeled Heaven, Earth, Human, and 4 additional chambers. Further in were rooms marked dragon and tiger, beyond which the details faded from view. Naturally, Wu Fan had no desire to look deeper. Had he wished to, he could surely discern the occupants within. The four entered the room marked human, and upon stepping inside, they beheld a round table not far away, where two figures sat with their backs turned, Su Guzi and his third apprentice, Zhang Xiong. At that moment, both men were fixated on the platform ahead. The arrival of the four elicited only a fleeting glance from them, which they quickly dismissed. The four respectfully greeted Su Guzi, who merely nodded in acknowledgement before returning his gaze to the platform. Mr. Li Kuchin's calligraphy and painting started at 400,000, with each bid increasing by 10,000. The auctioneer's resonant voice boomed from the stage. Lot 31 bids 410,000, 410,000 once, 420,000. Lot 27 bids 420,000, 430,000, 440,000. As the auctioneer continued to call out prices, the value of the artwork surged impressively. Throughout the proceedings, Su Guzi and Zhang Xiong remained silent observers, evidently disinterested in the piece. Wu Fan cast a glance toward the stage, realizing that from this angle, the platform was clearly visible, offering an expansive view compared to his earlier position below. After a series of bids, the ancient artwork ultimately settled at 690,000, claimed by a gentleman in his 50s seated in the audience. How about acquiring Mr. Li Kuchin's painting for 690,000? Su Guzi suddenly inquired, seemingly addressing Zhang Xiong, yet afterward, he cast a glance toward Wang He and the others. Wang He exchanged looks with Yang Tao, who in turn glanced at Hu Meiyu. But it was Hu Meiyu who turned her attention to Wu Fan. He felt somewhat embarrassed, as he was entirely unfamiliar with who Li Kuchin was, and his understanding of calligraphy and painting was minimal at best. Ultimately, it was Zhang Xiong who spoke up. This painting of flowers and birds by Mr. Li Kuchin is quite commendable. His works have notably increased in value over the past 2 years, with pieces like Far Sight fetching over 2 million. However, this flower and bird painting is roughly valued around 500,000. Furthermore, strictly speaking, Mr. Li's works cannot be classified as ancient calligraphy and painting. Overall, this price seems to reflect a loss. Indeed, Su Guzi nodded in satisfaction upon hearing Zhang Xiong's assessment. Zhang Xiong, sensing his opinion had garnered his master's approval, displayed a proud smile. Meanwhile, Wang He and the others, hesitant to voice their opinions, lowered their heads in trepidation. Su Guzi sighed, speaking earnestly. Although our Yukingfang is renowned for porcelain, achieving a significant reputation in the appraisal world necessitates a broad knowledge base. With the upcoming small competition at the end of the month, how can I feel at ease with your current state? At the mention of the approaching competition, the expressions of the group grew even more somber. Observing this, Su Guzi chose not to elaborate further. Next, there were several pieces of calligraphy and paintings on display, yet Su Guzi seemed to exhibit little interest, showing no intention to bid on any of the items. In contrast, Hu Meiyu seized the opportunity to quietly converse with Wu Fan, providing him with insights. Through Hu Meiyu's explanations, Wu Fan gradually grasped the essence. In brief, the Xiaoxiang Pavilion operates as a modest auction house, holding auctions periodically. Most of the auction items originate from the 4 prominent collectors' galleries in Haiyun City, namely Yukingfang, Jiqingfang, Zenenlu, and Wang Bigwen. Of course, there are also pieces from private collectors. The collectors in Haiyun City take advantage of this occasion to buy or sell their treasures, with Su Guzi being one among them. However, for a connoisseur like Su Guzi, ordinary items fail to capture his discerning eye. Wu Fan had previously noted that several pieces of calligraphy and paintings were being auctioned by collectors from the first floor, with the most sought after being a floral and avian painting by Li Kuchin, which had attracted considerable attention. Throughout the event, not a single item had been successfully bid on from the second-floor private rooms, with not even a single bid registered. The next item to be auctioned was a white jade hollow-carved dragon pendant from Yukingfang. As the auctioneer's voice echoed, the pendant, which Hu Meiyu had handed to a man at the entrance, was brought forth. Yukingfang? Su Guzi paused momentarily and turned to Zhang Xiong. I don't recall this pendant being part of our auction items. Master, this was just acquired by our junior brother and junior sister Meiyu at the antique market by the West Gate. Wang explained, this white jade hollow-carved dragon pendant, dating back to the early Western Han dynasty, was introduced by the auctioneer, and Wang He proceeded to recount the earlier events to Su Guzi and Zhang Xiong in detail. Su Guzi's expression transitioned from shock to anger, then to calmness, and finally, upon hearing that Wu Fan and Hu Meiyu had stumbled upon a remarkable find, he could not help but burst into laughter. Wu Fan, it appears you were indeed born to be a treasure appraiser. Su Guzi praised enthusiastically. Wu Fan scratched his head, feeling undeserving of Su Guzi's accolades, as he merely utilized his unique abilities, coupled with a stroke of luck akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. However, when he heard the auctioneer announce an opening bid of 450,000, he was taken aback. Wu Fan had not anticipated that such a small pendant would command an opening price of 450,000. He feared that if Hao Go were to learn of this, he might be infuriated beyond measure. Yet, one detail caught Wu Fan's attention. Although this Westerhan white jade hollow-carved dragon pendant was a last-minute addition brought by Hu Meiyu, the auctioneer had introduced it with great familiarity, indicating that Xiaoxiang Pavilion was indeed a formidable establishment within the expansive Westgate antique market. 480,000, 500,000, 520,000. As the auctioneer's voice rang out, the price of the white jade hollow-carved dragon pendant continued to soar. With the price surging past 600,000, both Wang He and Yang Tao wore expressions of immense excitement. Junior sister Yu, it seems you have struck gold this time. Wang He chuckled. You must treat your senior brothers to a lavish feast. Hu Meiyu appeared remarkably composed, attributing her demeanor to Wu Fan's efforts. I merely advanced him a few tens of thousands. The amount is entirely his. If there's a meal to be had, it should be he who treats. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan jested. Sister Meiyu clearly doesn't wish to treat the senior brothers and sisters. Truth be told, despite his financial constraints, Wu Fan was more than willing to gift the exquisite jade pendant to Hu Meiyu, for he had not spent a single cent, and in his heart, the pendant's ownership was equally shared between them. 650,000. Lot number 70. The appraiser bids 650,000. 650,000 once. 650,000 twice. 70,000 from the Tianhao private room. The auctioneer's voice rose sharply, eliciting gasps from the audience, whose gazes turned toward the Tianhao room. Jiking Fang? Zhang Xiong suddenly stood up, his expression darkening. Master, how could Jiking Fang acquire our auction item? Wu Fan furrowed his brow at Zhang Xiong's words. Su Guzi remained silent, yet his face mirrored Zhang Xiong's growing tension. Narrowing his eyes, Wu Fan discreetly focused his abilities toward the Tianhao room. Upon glimpsing the two individuals within, his frown deepened. One of them was none other than Fei Xiang, who had just departed from Yuking Fang. Fei Xiang had recently severed ties with Yuking Fang to align with Jiking Fang. What could his acquisition of an item from Yuking Fang signify? Wu Fan was left in the dark. Beside Fei Xiang sat an elderly man with white hair and beard, approximately 70 years old, yet he appeared remarkably vigorous. With a single glance, Wu Fan sensed that this elderly gentleman was no ordinary figure. With Jiking Fang's intervention, the audience fell into a profound silence, the previous bidding sounds abruptly ceasing. Typically, these collectors were seasoned participants at auctions such as this. Once a bid was placed from the second-floor private room, the pendant's fate was virtually sealed, unlikely to fall into the hands of those on the ground floor. 70,000. Once. 70,000 twice. 70,000 thrice. Sold. With the auctioneer's final gavel, the exquisite jade pendant was indeed acquired by Jiking Fang. The Tianhao room's bidding is truly exceptional. The auctioneer couldn't help but exclaim. Although Wu Fan remained uncertain of Jiking Fang's motives for acquiring the jade pendant, he was certain that Fei Xiang's interest was far from superficial. The moment Fei Xiang secured the pendant, a chilling smile crept across his face, one which Wu Fan observed keenly. At that moment, a bold idea began to germinate in Wu Fan's mind, though he had no intention of articulating it in front of his senior brothers and sisters. Chapter 84. A Roadblock. Zhang Xiong. Which individuals from Jiking Fang are present today? Su Guzi inquired, his expression darkening. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xiong seemed to recall something suddenly, stating seriously, "It's that old fellow Zhao Shiyuan and Fei Xiang." Upon hearing Fei Xiang's name, Su Guzi's countenance grew even more somber. That confirms it, Su Guzi stated. Fei Xiang has been with me for so long. He understands me, and I, in turn, comprehend him. This exquisite white jade hollow-carved dragon pendant must undoubtedly have been acquired by him. With a sigh, Su Guzi elaborated on Fei Xiang's motivations for the acquisition. Typically, items of this quality are seldom appreciated by the four major auction houses. Although the market value of this Western Han white jade hollow-carved dragon pendant hovers around 700,000, had the bidding continued earlier, its worth would have soared beyond that figure, potentially reaching 800,000 or even higher. However, should the four major auction houses make a bid, the others would likely cease their offers. As the sellers from Yuking Fang, we cannot artificially inflate the prices of our own collectibles and the other two major auction houses. Along with the collectors in the private rooms, generally exhibit little interest in such jade quality. Your senior brother is indeed obstructing our financial avenues. Upon hearing Su Guzi's articulate explanation, the crowd suddenly understood the gravity of the situation. This is outrageous. After all, he was once one of us at Yukingfang. Zhang Xiong exclaimed indignantly. Wang he added with a scoff, huh? The moment he left Yukingfang, he ceased to be our senior brother. Su Guzi cast a contemplative glance toward the auction stage. Suddenly, he rose and declared, enough. With that old fellow, Zhao Shiyuan, present, it seems unlikely we will find any bargains at today's auction. Let us depart. Su Guzi waved his hand, clearly losing interest in the proceedings. Observing Su Guzi's departure, the others followed suit, leaving the bustling antique market behind. Wu Fan had originally intended to stay at the Shaoxiang Pavilion to observe the auction and glean knowledge, or, at the very least, explore the Ximen antique market further. However, with Fei Xiang's arrival, the atmosphere had dulled, and he felt little inclination to continue browsing. After exiting the Ximen antique market and getting into the car, Su Guzi and his group had already left. Hu Meiyu, however, intended to drive Wu Fan and follow closely behind. Just as they started the car, a man clad in leather suddenly appeared before them. With a buzz cut and an air of disdain, he slapped the hood of the car and obstructed their path. Before Hu Meiyu and Wu Fan could react, the man suddenly pulled a wrench from his waist, brandishing it menacingly toward the hood. Wu Fan cast a cold glance at the man, already in a sour mood and now confronted by this brazen individual. Little Yu Jia, wait. Let me handle this. Wu Fan exclaimed as he exited the car and approached the man, irritation evident in his voice. Who are you and what do you want? Yet, before Wu Fan could finish his sentence, 3 or 4 men in suits materialized behind the buzzcut man, along with 2 more similarly attired individuals emerging from seemingly nowhere. Kid, you're Wu Fan, aren't you? The buzzcut man spoke in a low tone. Wu Fan was taken aback, initially assuming this individual was merely a petty scammer, but now realized he was being targeted. What do you want? Hu Meiyu sensed the tension and also rushed out of the car. The buzzcut man assessed Wu Fan and Hu Meiyu before coldly instructing his associates. Seize them. The man with a buzz cut and several companions charged directly at Wu Fan without uttering a word. The 2 men behind him swiftly advanced, seizing Hu Meiyu with a firm grip. Damn it! Wu Fan spat and, without hesitation, delivered a kick to the leading man. The other 3 followed suit, but were quickly subdued by Wu Fan, taking down one of them in no time. As Wu Fan witnessed the 2 men clutching Hu Meiyu, he rushed over without a moment's delay. The 2 men, seeing Wu Fan approaching, did not hesitate. They swung their fists towards his face. Wu Fan dodged swiftly and kicked the man next to Hu Meiyu, pulling her protectively behind him. Hu Meiyu, in a state of panic, lowered her head and hid behind Wu Fan. Ah, he knows some ancient martial arts? The buzzcut man regarded Wu Fan with interest, gesturing for his companions to step back. Suddenly, he charged toward Wu Fan with alarming speed. Wu Fan felt a surge of cold sweat. The buzzcut man's velocity was astonishing, leaving him no time to react as the man closed the distance between them. The buzzcut man seized Wu Fan's arm, and despite Wu Fan's attempts to break free, the man's grip was astonishingly strong, causing Wu Fan to lose his balance and stumble forward. Without pausing, the buzzcut man twisted Wu Fan's arm violently. In an instant, Wu Fan felt a tingling sensation in his left hand, followed by a sharp pain that rendered him powerless. After this brief encounter, Wu Fan understood the gravity of the situation. This individual was undoubtedly a skilled fighter, his prowess surpassing even that of Zhao Kuang, making Wu Fan acutely aware that he was outmatched. While grasping Wu Fan's arm with one hand, the buzzcut man raised the wrench menacingly towards Wu Fan's face. Kid, I advise you to behave. Don't think that a mere smattering of martial arts makes you impressive. If you don't comply, I will incapacitate you right here. The buzzcut man wore a fierce expression, and Wu Fan had no doubt about his ruthlessness. It was evident that he was a formidable character. Who are you? What do you want? Hu Meiyu gritted her teeth and stepped out from behind Wu Fan. The buzzcut man let out a cold laugh, offering a non-committal smile. Enough of the nonsense. Just come with us. Barely had the buzzcut man finished speaking when a gold-colored van suddenly approached. Before either of them could react, they were shoved into the vehicle. Wu Fan's heart sank. He had initially considered resisting, but the buzzcut man's overwhelming strength made him abandon the thought. From their brief skirmish, Wu Fan recognized he was no match for the buzzcut man. Just a day before, after thoroughly practicing the dragon elephant technique, Wu Fan felt he had absorbed a significant portion of its power, believing he could easily handle Zhao Kuang. However, he never anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent as the buzzcut man upon stepping outside. Chapter 85. Wei Yuxiang. Wu Fan was confident in his mastery of the dragon elephant technique and his unique abilities, which slowed the speed of ordinary individuals around him. He believed he could easily deal with 3 or 5 men, but the buzzcut man before him proved to be anything but ordinary. At least with their current capabilities, there was certainly no match. The two were ushered into a golden van, which swiftly navigated towards the main thoroughfare of Haiyun City. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Wu Fan and Hu Meiyu found their hands bound and hoods swiftly placed over their heads. Hu Meiyu appeared utterly terrified, curling up against Wu Fan's shoulder. "Brother, give me a hint. Where have I offended you? I wish to die with clarity." Wu Fan tentatively inquired. "Stop your nonsensical chatter." Wu Fan felt a sharp blow to his head, followed by a stern command from the buzzcut leader. "Just follow me obediently. You'll understand when we arrive." Wu Fan sighed quietly, reflecting that fortune and misfortune often intertwine. One cannot evade fate. Throughout the journey, the buzzcut leader and his entourage chatted jovially, while the van filled with smoke, causing Hu Meiyu to cough incessantly. After approximately half an hour, the vehicle finally came to a halt. The audacity of these men was remarkable. They dared to act in broad daylight at the Shimen Antique Market, suggesting their backers were formidable. As Wu Fan pondered the events of the day, he speculated whether these individuals were affiliated with Jikingfang or Jinnan Tower. Lost in thought, the two were ushered out of the van. Hu Meiyu remained close to Wu Fan, repeatedly calling his name, clearly gripped by sheer terror. In a moment of unsteadiness, Wu Fan felt himself enter an elevator, which seemed to descend. Soon enough, the elevator doors opened, unleashing a cacophony of noise, indicating a bustling crowd nearby. Faintly, Wu Fan discerned the sounds of a transaction being finalized, which gradually faded away, leaving a sudden stillness in its wake. Moments later, the hood was removed, and the blinding light initially overwhelmed Wu Fan, forcing him to squint. Once his eyes adjusted, he surveyed his surroundings, an expansive office adorned in opulence, featuring several gilded sofas, and a grand desk at the forefront, behind which sat a short-haired woman clad in black leather. Flanking her were no fewer than 10 burly men. The office was absurdly spacious, filled with the aromatic scent of rosemary. Among these men, Wu Fan recognized a few familiar faces. A bald man leaning against the short-haired woman was none other than Master Jingxin, whom he had previously dealt with at Nanshan Temple. Beside him stood 2 stocky figures, Zhang Hu and Zhang Bao. Upon seeing these individuals, Wu Fan comprehended the entire situation. He cast a glance beside him, feeling a slight relief. Although his hands were bound, Hu Meiyu remained beside him, unharmed. "Boss, we've brought them," the buzzcut leader announced to the short-haired woman, then nonchalantly took a seat on a nearby sofa, biting into an apple from the coffee table. Except for the buzzcut leader, the others stood respectfully in place. Wu Fan exhaled softly, quietly scrutinizing the short-haired woman before him. Her slender face, porcelain skin, and well-defined features undoubtedly marked her as a quintessential beauty. Yet, marred by the black leather that enveloped her, she bore an icy demeanor devoid of any semblance of a smile, exuding an aura of unapproachability. "Are you Wu Fan?" the woman inquired, her voice exquisitely melodic, providing an unexpectedly pleasant sensation. One could hardly fathom how such a woman ascended to a position of leadership among this group. "Boss Wei, it's this brat." Master Jingxin pointed at Wu Fan, his tone laced with venom. "If it weren't for this scoundrel ruining the incense offerings of our Nanshan Temple, we wouldn't have ended up in our current predicament." As soon as Master Jingxin finished speaking, Zhang Bao, standing nearby, chimed in, "Indeed, Boss Wei. This rascal not only destroyed our temple's incense offerings, but also slandered us with accusations of fraud, completely severing our financial lifeline." "Fraud? What else is there?" The short-haired woman lifted her gaze, casting a chilling glance at Master Jingxin. The intensity of her stare instilled a sense of dread within him. Master Jingxin's heart sank, and he quickly sought to clarify, "The rest are mere fabrications. As a monk, I shun female company. This brat merely seeks to tarnish my reputation and that of Nanshan Temple, cutting off your revenue stream." "Fabrications?" Wu Fan scoffed. "It appears I truly should not have spared you back then." "Wu Fan, is it?" Boss Wei replied coldly. "You dare meddle in my affairs? It seems your audacity knows no bounds." "Wei Yuxiang," Hu Meiyu exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing Boss Wei's words, her complexion paled significantly. Wu Fan glanced quizzically at Hu Meiyu, who murmured in his ear, "Wei Yuxiang, the underground emperor of Haiyun City, a figure whom even the 4 great libraries dare not offend." Underground emperor? Wu Fan chuckled lightly. He had never heard of any underground emperor in Haiyun City before, and the notion of a woman proclaiming such a title seemed excessively audacious. Wei Yushang smiled faintly and suddenly turned her gaze toward the crew-cut man. He took a bite of an apple and calmly remarked, "I've seen it. He knows a bit of rudimentary skill, unlike old Zoes men." Upon hearing this, Wei Yushang nodded. "Chop him up, toss him into the river, and handle it swiftly." Chop him up? Wu Fan's heart sank. The casualness with which she spoke of murder was disconcerting. Had she been watching too many crime films? "Wait, Boss Wei. There's been a misunderstanding." Hu Meiyu interjected hastily. "We are from Yukingfang." "Yukingfang?" Wei Yushang replied with a subtle smile. "What? Am I not allowed to touch someone from Yukingfang?" "That's not what I meant." Hu Meiyu quickly clarified. "We didn't mean to cause trouble. It was this Master Jingxin, who lacks any true skill, that attempted to violate me, prompting my friend to act." Hu Meiyu swallowed hard and continued. "We understand they are your men. Even with a few more guts, we wouldn't dare to offend. Even knowing they are your men, I would show no mercy." Wu Fan declared, his indignation palpable. "Oh." Wei Yushang regarded Wu Fan with surprise, gradually rising to her feet. Chapter 86. The Skillful Little Healer. The Master of Serenity, upon hearing Wu Fan's words, could not help but let out a cold laugh. "Wei, did you hear that? I told you this lad does not regard you highly," he remarked. Wei approached, addressing Wu Fan word by word. Yet Wu Fan remained unperturbed, replying in a deep tone. "These individuals wish to take advantage of my senior sister and deceive those kind-hearted believers. Even if they are your men, I shall not let them go. I only regret that I held back that day at Nanshan Temple, allowing them to stand here unscathed." "Ha ha ha!" Before Wu Fan could finish, a buzz-cut man on the sofa burst into laughter. "Boss, I haven't seen such a ridiculous lad in ages. If he weren't with old Zoe, I'd suggest we simply eliminate him. And as for the woman, leave her to me." As he spoke, he stood up, brandishing a fruit knife he had taken from the coffee table, his eyes roaming over Hu Meiyu. "Hey she, get as far away from me as possible," Wei coldly ordered. The buzz-cut man's face twisted into a forced smile, but he slowly lowered the knife and left the office with a cheerful demeanor. Before departing, he did not forget to leer at Hu Meiyu, making her feel as if she were being violated, sending shivers down her spine. Wei stepped forward, scrutinizing Wu Fan with interest before glancing at Hu Meiyu. Wu Fan felt an unsettling familiarity in his gaze, reminiscent of the buzz-cut man known as He Shi. After a prolonged examination, Wei leaned in closer to Wu Fan, teasingly whispering, "You are quite bold, daring to touch my people. Do you wish to know how you will meet your end? I refuse to believe that Haiyun City is so lawless that you can capture us in broad daylight and expect us to die here without a fight." Wu Fan retorted coldly. He had never subscribed to the idea of an underground emperor. In his previous understanding, Haiyun City was never under the dominion of such figures. "Xiao Fan, do not be foolish." Hu Meiyu sighed, at a loss for words. She found Wu Fan quite commendable in many respects, but his naivety and youthful bravado were concerning. However, Wu Fan remained unflustered and leaned towards Wei, whispering, "Wei, why would a beautiful girl like you aspire to be an underground emperor? Would it not be better to embrace your femininity? And as for medication, take what is necessary and avoid the rest. Do not fall for the grandiose claims of those quacks. It may lead to unforeseen consequences." "What are you saying?" Wei's face flushed with anger as she shouted. With her outcry, several men immediately began to surround Wu Fan. Hu Meiyu felt speechless, although Wu Fan had spoken softly. She realized from Wei's reaction that he must have offended her. This reckless and fearless Wu Fan appeared poised to bring about his own demise today. Wu Fan chuckled softly and continued to whisper in Wei Laoda's ear, "You should be more aware of this than I am, right? Some women possess certain traits inherently. They cannot be acquired if they are not present from birth." As he spoke, Wu Fan cast a subtle glance at Wei Laoda's chest. "If I am not mistaken, yours is at most a B cup, isn't it? Should you continue consuming those dubious medications provided by certain quacks, you might find yourself facing an A cup in no time. At that point, even an abundance of papaya soup will be of no assistance to you. You scoundrel." Wei Yushang's face flushed crimson instantly, and she raised her hand, intending to slap Wu Fan. However, her hand remained suspended in the air, and she took a step back, her expression one of acute embarrassment. The onlookers were taken aback by Wei Yushang's demeanor. They had likely never witnessed such an expression from her before. Her gaze burned with intensity as she regarded Wu Fan, wishing she could vanish into the ground. As a woman who does not yearn for a flawless figure, the pain associated with her body has been her greatest anguish throughout her life. She had consulted numerous doctors in pursuit of her ideal physique, yet to little avail. However, how did Wu Fan discern this? He even knew she was secretly taking medication. This matter was her closely guarded secret. She had never confided in anyone. Even when seeking medical assistance, she had only visited an elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner from a neighboring city, never once consulting a doctor in Haiyan City. Yet, here was Wu Fan, with a mischievous grin, appearing entirely aware of her situation. "You aren't afraid I might kill you?" Wei Yushang threatened fiercely. "If you truly intended to harm me, you would have acted already, rather than waiting until now. And, ahem, do not blame me for not forewarning you. I am a skilled healer. My ability to diagnose is unparalleled. If I cannot remedy your issue, then there is no hope for you," Wu Fan declared confidently. Wei Yushang's complexion shifted from pale to a deep crimson. She surveyed the crowd, took a deep breath, and pointed at Hu Meiyu, saying, "Everyone leave. Take good care of this woman. No one is to lay a finger on her. Wei Laoda, what are you doing? Hurry and eliminate this brat." Master Jingxin exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Bao echoed, "Wei Laoda, this fellow has spoken disrespectfully. You cannot let it slide." "Silence. Do you not hear my words?" Wei Yushang retorted sharply. "I do not wish to repeat myself." Her gaze suddenly turned terrifying, causing several men to grow uneasy, while the others, including Master Jingxin, dared not utter another word and hastily exited the office. "Xiao Fan, don't worry, Sister Xiaoyu. With me here, she won't harm us," Wu Fan reassured her. As the saying goes, do not expose another's weaknesses. Every individual has their own vulnerabilities. By seizing upon Wei Yushang's, Wu Fan felt a surge of confidence. Soon, everyone had vacated the premises, and the office door was firmly shut, with Wei Yushang deliberately locking it behind her. In an instant, only Wei Yushang and Wu Fan remained in the office. Wei Yushang slowly approached Wu Fan and asked in a deep voice, "Now speak. Who exactly are you? How do you know about my affairs?" Wu Fan offered a faint smile, inhaling deeply as a subtle fragrance of Jo Malone perfume lingered in the air. A scent that was indeed refreshing. "I proclaimed myself a skilled healer." Chapter 87. The Transaction. In the office, only Wei Yushang and Wu Fan remained, and Wu Fan exhibited no signs of trepidation. Wei Yushang's cheeks flushed, her expression somewhat displeased. After all, such matters were not easy for any woman to discuss. "Stop pretending and tell me what you truly desire," Wei Yushang demanded. "What do I desire?" Wu Fan replied, bemused. "First of all, I'm not pretending. Secondly, you are the one who brought me here, so should it not be I who asks you what you intend?" Wei Yushang pressed her lips together, seemingly conceding that Wu Fan had a point. Nonetheless, she felt exceedingly awkward, especially under Wu Fan's gaze, which was unabashedly fixed on her chest. Instinctively, she tightened her leather jacket, shielding her bosom with her hands. "Boss Wei," Wu Fan stated, "from a physician's perspective, one must not shy away from ailments, and frankly, what is so remarkable about your exposure? Is my sister Xiaoyu not more captivating than you? You dare!" Wei Yushang's anger ignited at Wu Fan's words, as she grasped his arm fiercely, squeezing hard. "Ah, damn!" Wu Fan yelped in pain, astonished at the surprising strength of the seemingly slender Wei Yushang. "Ouch, that hurts!" he exclaimed, but rather than relenting, Wei Yushang intensified her grip. "I am the only one capable of curing your ailment. If you incapacitate me, not even a celestial being could remedy your condition," Wu Fan shouted. Upon hearing this, Wei Yushang's grip finally loosened. Wu Fan staggered back, nursing his arm. As she coldly asked, "What did you just say?" Catching his breath, Wu Fan replied, "At least you still possess a B cup. If you continue to take medication from other mediocre doctors, your chest will inevitably dwindle to an A." Wei Yushang's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. Initially, she perceived Wu Fan as frivolous, but the fact that he discerned her hidden ailment and was aware of her secret medication, something she had never disclosed to anyone, left her bewildered. Could it be that this young man truly possessed medical knowledge? "Do you genuinely understand medicine?" Wei Yushang inquired skeptically. Wu Fan responded nonchalantly. "What do you mean by genuinely understanding medicine? Did I not just inform you that I am a skilled healer? Not only do I possess medical expertise, but I also have the capability to treat various complex ailments, and yours certainly qualifies as one." What am I?" Wu Fan countered. "Am I incorrect? Just look around. How many individuals like you rely solely on silicone implants? If you have chosen medication, is it not because you wish to avoid silicone? Honestly, I'm tempted to eliminate you right now." Wei Yushang retorted with a frosty demeanor. She regarded the audacious young man before her, who spoke without restraint or decorum, oblivious to the sensitivity of the subject, especially considering she was a woman. They say one must maintain dignity, and Wu Fan's bluntness left her feeling utterly humiliated. With a sly smile, Wu Fan remarked, "Big brother Wei, you wouldn't dare to kill me. If you intended to do so, you wouldn't have waited until now. Wei Yushang furrowed her brow and coldly replied, I may not kill you now, but that could change shortly. Very well, let us strike a bargain, Wu Fan stated directly. A bargain? What sort of bargain? Wei Yushang inquired. Wu Fan continued, since you have no intention of killing me, you must be seeking my assistance in treating your ailment. This should be a simple matter. Agreed. As long as you can help me, I shall release you. Wei Yushang lowered her head, her gaze somewhat evasive. No, that is insufficient, Wu Fan remarked calmly. Rest assured, I shall not trouble your senior sister any longer. No, that too is inadequate, Wu Fan replied nonchalantly. Still insufficient? What do you desire? Money? Name your price, and I shall oblige, Wei Yushang asserted. Wu Fan chuckled. Truly, you are the underground emperor of Haiyun City. Speaking with such confidence. However, I do not require your money. You captured us, so it is only fair to release us. I am willing to treat your hidden ailment. But I have another condition. What condition? Speak. Wei Yushang responded almost without hesitation. Wu Fan smiled slightly and said, the illicit activities you engaged in at Nanshan Temple are hardly commendable. That so-called Master Jingxin pretends to be a monk, deceiving people for wealth and pleasure, while his two lackeys, Zhang Hu and Zhang Bao, are merely his accomplices. I previously spared them, yet they dared to turn against me. Allowing them to get off lightly would be a grave mistake. Wouldn't you agree? Illicit activities? Deceiving for wealth and pleasure? Wei Yushang frowned. While I am no saint, the visitors to Nanshan Temple are devout individuals. I merely collect some offering money, and I donate all of it to those in need. I fail to understand your implications. Wu Fan regarded Wei Yushang, whose expression was one of sincerity. He couldn't help but furrow his brow, sensing that although she appeared dubious, she genuinely seemed unaware of Master Jingxin's misdeeds. So you're saying you were oblivious to their actions? They are even more despicable for attempting to use you as a weapon against me. I have spared them once, but this time, I shall not let Master Jingxin escape so easily. Thus, Wu Fan recounted the misdeeds of Master Jingxin at Nanshan Temple in detail. With each revelation, Wei Yushang's frown deepened, and by the end, she slammed her palm against the nearby wooden tea table. Wu Fan observed in astonishment as the solid wood table bore the imprint of her hand. What extraordinary strength this woman possesses. These scoundrels dared to act behind my back, now attempting to use me as their assassin. It seems our time has come, Wei Yushang exclaimed, her fists clenched tightly, cracking audibly. Wu Fan, if you can truly assist me, not only will I release you, but I will also allow you to deal with those ruffians as you see fit. Wu Fan grinned with satisfaction, nodding in agreement. I am indeed the renowned healer, not one to be underestimated. This hidden ailment may baffle others, but for me, it poses no challenge. Wu Fan felt a sense of relief just yesterday. While practicing the dragon elephant technique, he had casually flipped through a few pages of the Sacred Physician Treatise. He was particularly intrigued by the methods of treating women's hidden ailments, especially those related to Wei Yushang, which were of utmost interest to him. Little did he expect that after perusing the Sacred Physician Treatise, he would encounter Wei Yushang today. Was this not akin to an open book examination? Very well. As long as you can cure me, I, Wei Yushang, am known to keep my word. Chapter 88, an exquisite form. Wu Fan nodded. Although this Wei Yushang claimed to be the underground emperor of Haiyun City, he inexplicably found her somewhat endearing. He suddenly became fascinated by this woman. Despite her delicate appearance and slender figure, possessed surprising strength. How had she managed to command such influence in Haiyun City? Not to mention her entourage of thugs, including a notorious figure known as Black Snake, were certainly not to be trifled with. However, such matters were not his concern. With a gentle exhale, he turned his back and said, All right, Boss Wei, if you intend to treat me, kindly untie me. Wei Yushang looked at Wu Fan, only then realizing that his hands were still bound. She hurriedly approached and began to free him from the ropes. Wu Fan stretched his limbs and, gazing at Wei Yushang, spoke in a low voice, Now, remove your clothing. What? Remove my clothing? Wei Yushang's face paled, then flushed crimson. She was unaware of how many times she had blushed that day. Wu Fan, however, spoke with utmost indifference. A physician must examine the wound to treat it. How can I proceed if you don't allow me to see? Wei Yushang wore a pained expression. After much hesitation, she found it difficult to take such a step, especially in front of a man. Boss Wei, this poses quite a challenge for me. Wu Fan inhaled sharply. To us healers, it is merely an ordinary body. Moreover, Sister Yu outside is no less attractive than you. I certainly do not harbor any ulterior motives here. Wei Yushang was momentarily at a loss for words, seemingly unable to counter Wu Fan's reasoning. After a lengthy pause, she clenched her teeth, as if making a significant decision, and said, "Then you turn around first." Upon hearing this, Wu Fan sighed, feeling somewhat exasperated. He thought to himself, "If I wish to see you, would I need you to disrobe? Can't my own X-ray vision suffice?" Nevertheless, he refrained from further commentary and obediently turned his back. After a considerable time, Wu Fan sensed an unsettling silence behind him, as though Wei Yushang had vanished entirely. "Boss Wei, have you completed the task?" he inquired impatiently. "Yes, it's done. You may turn around now." Wei Yushang's voice was faint. Upon turning back, Wu Fan was taken aback. At this moment, Wei Yushang lay exposed, her form completely visible to Wu Fan. However, this sight left Wu Fan momentarily speechless. Though Wei Yushang appeared slender at first glance, her figure was undeniably exquisite. A long, defined line traced her waist, accentuating its perfect curvature. Most notably, her concealed areas were not as lacking as Wu Fan had imagined. Rather, they were of a commendable standard, complemented by an admirable breast shape. Wu Fan could not help but swallow hard, murmuring, "Well, that's quite ample." "Get lost," Wei Yushang retorted in exasperation, hastily covering herself with her hands. Wu Fan chuckled. "What are you covering? Your hands can't shield everything. You're the one who asked me to undress you. I didn't specify that I wanted to see. I merely expressed a desire to observe your back, not your front. You are utterly shameless," Wei Yushang exclaimed, turning away in frustration. "If you fail to treat me properly, I swear I will gouge out your eyes." Wu Fan chuckled, acknowledging his own brazen words, realizing he had taken advantage of the situation while feigning innocence. Yet this blend of mischief and advantage was undeniably exhilarating. Noticing Wei Yushang had turned her back, Wu Fan wasted no time, his tone turning serious. "Wei, please lie down on the sofa." Although Wei Yushang's condition surprised him, Wu Fan prided himself on not being a lecherous man. Besides, Mei Yu was still in peril, and his primary focus was to leave this place with her as soon as possible. Wei Yushang hesitated, her face flushed with embarrassment, too shy to inquire further. Slowly, she lay down on the sofa, not daring to breathe too heavily. Wu Fan approached, surveying the smooth expanse of Wei Yushang's back before preparing to proceed. However, the moment his hand made contact with her skin, she let out a soft moan that sent shivers down Wu Fan's spine. At that instant, Wei Yushang's body was radiating warmth, her muscles taut with tension. "Wei, I'm merely giving you a simple massage. Please relax and don't be tense. It will be over before you know it," Wu Fan reassured her. "Over quickly?" Wei Yushang echoed. Wu Fan felt a twinge of awkwardness at his words, chuckling softly. "Don't misunderstand me. It's not that I lack skill. I'm just concerned about causing you discomfort." "How vulgar," Wei Yushang chastised, though she understood the implication behind his words. "You seem so honest, yet your words are so cunning." Wu Fan couldn't help but laugh. It was often said that appearances could be deceiving. In the presence of such a woman, a touch of cunning was essential to avoid misfortune. However, as his hand settled on Wei Yushang's back, he wiped the smile from his face, adopting a serious demeanor. "Wei, please relax. What I mentioned earlier was merely to stimulate your nerves, to raise your body temperature, and open certain pressure points." With that, he began to work his fingers. Wei Yushang felt a wave of soothing sensation radiate from her back, as if the blood within her coursed through Wu Fan's hands and swiftly spread throughout her body, invigorating her from her core to her mind. Regardless, this feeling of liberation is utterly unprecedented. As Wu Fan administered the massage, he remarked with earnestness, "Today, I can only provide a simple massage to open the acupoints in your body. On another occasion, I shall bring silver needles to perform acupuncture for you. As for the traditional Chinese medicine you have been consuming, while it does stimulate your body, excess can lead to adverse effects. Your body is currently unable to endure it. I will prepare a different prescription for you. If you adhere to it diligently, in less than half a month, the results will be remarkably swift." Wei Yushang nodded, unknowingly closing her eyes. For some reason, despite never having experienced the embarrassment of undressing in front of man, Wu Fan instilled in her a sense of reassurance. Moreover, his massage techniques were indeed effective. At least for now, she felt an extraordinary sense of relaxation, as if shedding all her defenses. "Wu Fan, you have yet to tell me how you knew I was taking medication," Wei Yushang said softly. "Miss Wei, I have reiterated this several times. I am a skilled healer. Do you still doubt me?" Chapter 89. The Astonished Sister Meiyu. Wei Yushang's body trembled slightly as she noted Wu Fan's shift in address from Boss Wei to Miss Wei. Wu Fan continued his movements without pause, adding, In traditional Chinese medicine, we emphasize observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. One's health can often be discerned from their appearance. Although Western medicine boasts advanced instruments and equipment, the wisdom passed down from our ancestors is not to be underestimated. Traditional Chinese medicine is profound, and I have merely scratched the surface. Wu Fan would not disclose the secrets of the ancient needle of the gods and treatise on divine medicine, instead steering the conversation towards the realms of traditional and Western medicine. Nevertheless, possessing the treatise on divine medicine, he felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. Had it not been for this ancient medical text, he would not have discerned Wei Yuxiang's hidden ailment today, and any hope of extricating himself from the situation would have been futile. It was fortunate that he recognized her medication for a concealed affliction through the treatise on divine medicine, which emboldened him to confront Wei Yuxiang in front of so many people. After all, it would serve no purpose for her to harm him. And if he could assist her, she would have no reason to turn against him and whom may you. Miss Wei, it is evident that you are quite skilled. Yet for the next fortnight, it would be prudent to avoid vigorous exercise. Also, you should consider discarding that strapless garment. It may hinder your progress, especially since it is tight-fitting. Has no one ever cautioned you about this before? Wu Fan glanced at the discarded garment, realizing that it had led to his earlier misjudgment. At first glance, Wei Yuxiang's figure was indeed commendable, as she hardly seemed to possess any ailment. Of course, the standards some women pursue are beyond his comprehension. However, upon uttering this remark, he immediately sensed a rise in Wei Yuxiang's body temperature. It appeared that she was indeed sensitive regarding this matter. Despite Wu Fan's lengthy discourse, Wei Yuxiang merely responded with a soft acknowledgement, leaving him uncertain of how much she had truly absorbed. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Wu Fan gradually ceased his ministrations. All right, Miss Wei, we shall conclude our session here for today. I merely performed some acupressure on you. In 3 days, I shall return with silver needles. I will also prescribe a medicine for you, to be taken 3 times a day without fail. After speaking, Wu Fan rose and approached Wei Yuxiang's desk. By the way, you needn't wear your strapless top anymore. But I don't have one. Then go without. Before Wei Yuxiang could finish her sentence, Wu Fan interjected. He paid no further attention to her and busily walked to her desk, procuring paper and pen to write fervently. Moments later, the blank sheet was densely filled with writing. When Wu Fan looked up again, Wei Yuxiang had already dressed, though the garment beneath remained a mystery. The zipper of her leather jacket was fully drawn up. A few beads of perspiration adorned her forehead, and she regarded Wu Fan with a hint of unease. Wu Fan, however, merely smiled as he handed her the note, saying nonchalantly, "So, Miss Wei, can you keep your word?" Wei Yuxiang took the note and glanced at it briefly, hesitating before saying, "Wu Fan, I feel nothing at all right now. How can I trust that you are not deceiving me? Don't you dare look at my body and then flee." In response, Wu Fan raised his hand solemnly, declaring, "On my honor, I, Wu Fan, swear that I am a responsible person. Who needs your responsibility? How naive you are." Wei Yuxiang retorted playfully, "By my honor, my esteemed Miss Wei, since you are the underground emperor of Haiyun City, can we truly escape your grasp? Rest assured, results shall be evident within half a month." Wu Fan replied with exasperation. "Fine, if there are no results in half a month, I shall gouge out your eyes and feed them to the dogs. It's a deal." Wu Fan patted his chest, asking, "Can we now fulfill your promise, Miss Wei?" Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Yuxiang took out her phone and dialed a number. "Everyone, come in." Though there was no response from the other end, moments later, a knock sounded at the office door. Wei Yuxiang stepped forward to open it, while Wu Fan casually took a seat on the sofa and bit into an apple from the coffee table. Soon, Hu Meiyu was ushered in, followed by a group of robust men in suits, along with Master Jingxin, Zhang Hu, and Zhang Bao. "Sister, are you all right?" Wu Fan hurriedly approached Hu Meiyu to untie her bindings. With a worried expression, Hu Meiyu promptly inquired about Wu Fan's condition. Seeing him unscathed, she let out a sigh of relief. After freeing her, Wu Fan pulled her to the sofa to sit down, disregarding the gazes of Wei Yuxiang and the others. Zhang Hu chimed in, "Indeed, Boss Wei, why haven't you dealt with this scoundrel yet? He has shown you great disrespect. Boss Wei, do not be fooled by this fellow's sweet words. He is quite cunning," Zhang Bao added quickly. Without further ado, Wei Yuxiang stepped forward and unexpectedly delivered a resounding slap to both Zhang Hu and Zhang Bao, followed by a swift kick to Master Jingxin's abdomen, sending him sprawling several meters away. The 3 individuals had yet to comprehend the situation, wincing as they gazed at Wei Yuxiang. "Seize them," Wei Yuxiang commanded, and without hesitation, a group of men behind him forced the 3, Master Jingxin and his companions, to kneel on the ground. Wei, please spare us. Don't be deceived by this brat. Have mercy. Master Jingxin, along with Zhang Hu and Zhang Bao, knelt in confusion, hastily pleading for their lives. Miss Wei, did I not just say that one should avoid vigorous activity? If you wish to strike them, you could have your subordinates handle it. There is no need for you to do it yourself, Wu Fan remarked nonchalantly, continuing to munch on an apple. Wei Yushang cast a glance at Wu Fan, appearing as though she had erred, murmuring, "All right, I understand." At this moment, it was Umayu who stood in utter astonishment, hardly able to believe the unfolding events. The underground emperor of Haiyun City, Wei Yushang, a figure whom most dared not provoke, was now exhibiting deference to Wu Fan, completely devoid of the earlier tense atmosphere. Xiao Fan, what on earth is happening? Umayu asked incredulously. Faced with Umayu's incredulous expression, Wu Fan shrugged helplessly, uncertain of how to elucidate the situation. Meanwhile, Master Jingxin and his companions wore expressions more grotesque than if they had ingested excrement. Master Jingxin never anticipated that the very Wu Fan he had schemed against would now be seated comfortably on the sofa before him, while he knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. The ally he had summoned for assistance, Wei Yushang, had suddenly turned against him. Had his misdeeds been exposed by Wu Fan? With this thought, Master Jingxin hastily interjected, Wei, do not listen to this brat-ass nonsense. He is certainly sent by Old Man Zhou, aiming to seize a share of your power. Zhang Hu and Zhang Bao nodded in agreement, urging Wei Yushang to remain vigilant. Wu Fan could only smile wryly, shaking his head at Master Jingxin's obstinate denial. How could he still speak of Old Man Zhou when he was entirely unfamiliar with him? He cast a casual glance at Wei Yushang, who straightforwardly declared, Wu Fan, these three are now in your hands. Do as you wish. What did you say, Wei? Master Jingxin could scarcely believe his ears. Yet, Wei Yushang seemed to be under some enchantment, disregarding Master Jingxin's words and siding with Wu Fan. Of course, he would never fathom what had transpired between Wu Fan and Wei Yushang in the office moments prior. Wu Fan coldly scrutinized Master Jingxin and his companions, exhaling slowly. Miss Wei, as these individuals are under your command, I believe you possess a more suitable method of handling them than I do. He pointed at Master Jingxin with a sardonic smile. Last time, I intended to spare this fellow, but his stubbornness and malicious distortion of truth leave much to be desired. If allowed to roam free, he would certainly ensnare innocent young maidens once more. Perhaps it would be best to, as Wu Fan spoke. His gaze wandered to Master Jingxin's lower regions. Noticing Wu Fan's look, Master Jingxin trembled, hastily exclaiming, Wu Fan, no. Brother Fan, I recognize my mistakes. The Master of Serenity was filled with regret. If he could not comprehend the situation at this juncture, he truly deserved his fate. In comparison to Wei Yushang, he would prefer to fall into the hands of Wu Fan, for the title of Underground Emperor held by Wei Yushang was not merely for show, and he was acutely aware of the dire consequences of being at Wei Yushang's mercy. Wu Fan paid no heed to the Master of Serenity, directing his gaze towards Wei Yushang, whose intent was unmistakable. Wei Yushang, equally perceptive, nodded, her mind already set on a course of action. It was not that Wu Fan was heartless. He had granted the Master of Serenity 3 opportunities, yet these individuals were clearly unrepentant. To allow them to continue would only invite misfortune upon innocent souls. Who could tell how many lives the Master of Serenity had already ruined, and how many more would meet a similar fate? To spare him further would be an affront to justice. Wei Yushang paid no mind to the Master of Serenity's pleas for mercy, addressing the men behind her with a calm demeanor. This scoundrel has been operating under my banner, neglecting his duties at Nanshan Temple, while deceitfully exploiting and harming countless young women. I refuse to permit him the chance to inflict further suffering in his next life. You know what must be done, I trust? Please spare us, Wei Yushang. The Master of Serenity crawled toward her like a desperate hound. However, before he could reach her, the 2 leading men had already seized him and dragged him out of the office. Zhang Hu and Zhang Bao, witnessing this, were paralyzed with fear. They barely had time to protest before Wei Yushang's cold voice rang out again, and these 2 accomplices render them incapable, so that they may spend the rest of their lives confined to a wheelchair. We understand our mistakes. It was the Master of Serenity who compelled us. Zhang Hu and Zhang Bao attempted to explain, but the remaining men swiftly followed suit, pulling them outside. Moments later, anguished cries echoed from the hallway, gradually fading into the distance. Wu Fan sighed, shaking his head in resignation. They say that while one may survive the misdeeds of fate, self-inflicted sins are unforgivable. The Master of Serenity and his companions had clearly exhausted their chances and reaped their just deserts. Wu Fan, I have fulfilled my promise to you. I am true to my word. You may leave whenever you wish, yet I have matters to attend to. Wei Yushang glanced at Wu Fan, her words trailing off. Wu Fan smiled gently, assuring her, rest assured, Miss Wei, I too am man of my word. In 3 days, we shall meet again as agreed. Upon hearing this, Wei Yushang nodded in satisfaction. You need not worry. I will not let your efforts go unrewarded. After the task is completed, you shall receive your due benefits. Perhaps to motivate Wu Fan further, Wei Yushang offered him a reassuring promise. Wu Fan merely nodded, showing little interest in the promised rewards. As Wu Fan and Hu Meiyu exited Wei Yushang's office, they were flanked by several men escorting them. Upon stepping outside, Wu Fan surveyed the surroundings. A long corridor adorned with a vibrant red carpet, flanked by private rooms. Peering into the rooms, enhanced by his perceptive abilities, he discovered that each was filled with patrons, each housing a gambling table or mahjong setup. Almost every private room was shrouded in smoke, filled with men of various sorts exhaling clouds as they engaged in games of poker and mahjong. Looking towards the entrance from which he had just arrived, Wu Fan found himself in a grand hall where numerous gambling tables, 20 or 30 in total, were bustling with a throng of people. Initially, Wu Fan had little interest in his surroundings and had refrained from showcasing his abilities upon entering. But now, witnessing the scene before him, he felt a surge of astonishment. This was, in fact, an underground casino. Wu Fan couldn't help but gasp. If he was not mistaken, this place was situated in the heart of Haiyan City. Opening such an expansive venue in the city center suggested that this Wei Yushang was indeed a formidable figure. Although Hu Meiyu had seen nothing, she instinctively grasped the nature of this place amidst the cacophony of voices, her brow furrowing in concern. After surveying the first-floor hall, illuminated by a myriad of lights and the glaring neon signs at the entrance, Wu Fan deduced that this establishment was an entire entertainment complex. Upon exiting the venue, Hu Meiyu's car was already parked at the entrance. Mr. Wu, I want to accompany you any further. The escorting man stated respectfully as he retrieved a set of car keys from his pocket and handed them to Wu Fan. Nodding in acknowledgement, Wu Fan accepted the keys and passed them to Hu Meiyu, eager to leave this place behind. Wait, just as they were about to enter the car, a voice suddenly called out from a distance. It was none other than the buzz-cut man known as Black Snake, who had left earlier. He stood at the entrance, a cigarette dangling from his lips, leaning against the revolving door of the establishment. Initially, Wu Fan had not noticed Black Snake's presence as he quietly stood there. Black Snake, right? What do you want? Wu Fan inquired. With a smirk, Black Snake took a deep drag of a cigarette. You got guts, speaking to our boss way like that, and still managing to walk out of our Red Dragon Society. Wu Fan responded with a non-committal smile. So, you wish for me to stay? He held no fondness for Black Snake, especially after the earlier encounter when the man had shown no hesitation in attempting to seize him. The mere sight of Black Snake unsettled Wu Fan, leaving him with little desire to engage further. With a casual smile, Black Snake tossed the cigarette but to the ground, which fortuitously landed right in front of Wu Fan. Kid, consider yourself lucky this time, but remember the disrespect you've shown to Boss Wei today. Next time we meet, fortune may not favor you. Wu Fan chuckled softly, realizing that this man had been waiting at the entrance solely to intimidate him. However, he was disinclined to linger on this encounter, casting a glance at Hu Meiyu to signal her to get into the car. Xiao Fan, are you all right? Hu Meiyu finally asked after the car had driven some distance away. Noticing that Hu Meiyu was visibly shaken, with her own heart racing, Wu Fan felt a warmth swell within him at her concern. He replied softly, I'm fine, Sister Meiyu. They didn't do anything to you, did they? Hu Meiyu shook her head and said, I'm perfectly fine, but I never anticipated that the Zen Master was affiliated with the Red Dragon Society. Thankfully, we're unharmed. However, Xiao Fan, what exactly did you say to Boss Wei that made her let us go and listen to you so attentively? Wu Fan let out a bitter laugh and replied, It was nothing much. I merely reasoned with her. I suppose my personal charm must have moved her, and that's why she released us. Nonsense, Hu Meiyu retorted, unable to contain her disbelief. She found it hard to believe that Wu Fan could captivate Wei Yushang with mere charm. Perhaps it was conceivable with other women, but someone of Wei Yushang's caliber was surely not swayed by such trivialities. Noticing Hu Meiyu's disapproval, Wu Fan chuckled and said, Actually, it's not a big deal. Sister Meiyu, I just informed Boss Wei about the Zen Master's actions. Someone like her, who holds a significant position, would certainly be displeased with the Zen Master and his associates deceitfully using the name of Nanshan Temple to swindle people. which directly tarnishes the reputation of the Red Dragon Society. Upon hearing this, Humeyu nodded in agreement, seeing that she didn't harbor any doubts. Wu Fan felt a slight sense of relief. It wasn't that he deliberately concealed the truth from her. Rather, he was at a loss as to how to broach the subject of Wei Yushang's hidden affliction and what had transpired in the office earlier. Fortunately, Humeyu seemed to accept his words without suspicion. By the way, Sister Meiyu, you mentioned the Red Dragon Society. What kind of people are they? Wu Fan shifted the conversation, having heard Black Snake's self-identification with the organization and now Humeyu's mention of it. Truth be told, he was quite intrigued by the Red Dragon Society. Humeyu furrowed her brow and replied, "To be honest, I don't know much about the Red Dragon Society either. I've only heard my father and master mention it before. The society has quite a reputation in Haiyan City, being involved in numerous entertainment and real estate ventures, particularly in the entertainment industry, where they are undoubtedly the leaders." She paused momentarily before continuing, "Moreover, I've heard that the Red Dragon Society employs a considerable number of martial arts experts, making them a formidable presence that most people would think twice before offending. In any case, the Red Dragon Society undoubtedly wields significant influence in our Haiyan City." After listening, Wu Fan couldn't help but smile wryly. The Red Dragon Society sounded eerily reminiscent of the gangs from 1990s Hong Kong. Without Humeyu's prompting, he realized that their brazen abduction of him and Humeyu was not an act of benign intent. However, wasn't this supposed to be a time of strict crackdowns? The audacity of the Red Dragon Society seemed rather excessive. Wu Fan shook his head. Regardless, the Red Dragon Society had no direct connection to him. At most, he would heal Wei Yushang's hidden ailment, and thereafter, their paths should diverge. Little did Wu Fan know, this was merely the inception of his entanglement with Wei Yushang. "Junior brother, junior sister, where have you been? Master has been looking for you, and you haven't been answering your phones." Just as they reached the office door, Zhang Xiong's voice echoed from a distance. He appeared anxious, indicating he had been searching for them for quite some time. Humeyu and Wu Fan simultaneously pulled out their phones, realizing that their devices had been switched off during their encounter with the Red Dragon Society, and they had been engrossed in conversation along the way, neglecting to notice. Wu Fan awkwardly explained, "Third senior brother, after you all left. Sister Meiyu and I wandered around the Shiman Antique Market for a bit. Our phones ran out of battery, and we didn't think to check." Naturally, Wu Fan was reluctant to mention to Zhang Xiong that they had been captured by the Red Dragon Society. Let's hurry to Master S' office. He wants to discuss the upcoming small competition at the end of the month. We were waiting for you." Zhang Xiong waved his hand. Wu Fan and Humeyu exchanged a glance, not daring to delay, and quickly followed Zhang Xiong towards Su Guzi's office. Upon entering the office, Wu Fan noticed that several individuals were already seated. Wang He, Yang Tao, and Li Rue were present, all waiting for the two. Su Guzi sat at his desk, meticulously examining a document. "Master, junior brother, and junior sister have arrived," Zhang Xiong announced. Su Guzi looked up at Wu Fan and Humeyu, nodded, and said, "Now that everyone is here, let us discuss the small competition at the end of the month." Wu Fan and Humeyu, upon hearing this, did not hesitate and promptly took a seat at the back. Su Guzi lifted his teacup, took a sip, and spoke slowly. "The small competition at the end of this month will be similar to previous ones, overall resembling the past competitions, but the rules may differ." Hearing about the rules, Wu Fan immediately became serious. Although he had heard about the small competition several times from Su Guzi and Humeyu, he was still not entirely clear on the specific regulations. Having recently joined the Yuqing workshop, he lacked experience not only in the competition, but even in general appraisals. Thus he listened intently. Chapter 92, Newly Added Rules. Su Guzi continued, directing his gaze toward Wu Fan, clearly addressing him. "In past small competitions, our primary focus has been on who can find the most valuable items. This rule is likely familiar to you all, so I need not elaborate further." As he spoke, his eyes were fixed on Wu Fan. His words were indeed meant for Wu Fan, as the other senior disciples were seasoned participants, well acquainted with the rules. While it was Wu Fan's first time, Wu Fan nodded, indicating his understanding. He had grasped the essence of the rules for the small competition, thanks to Humeyu's patient explanations. Essentially, the competition's outcome would be determined by comparing the buying and selling prices. Su Guzi continued, "Wu Fan, I've already sold your Qinglong Wood Phoenix hairpin for you, fetching over 700,000. This could have been your entry piece. However, at that time, you were not yet part of our Yuqing workshop, and the item was purchased from you by our workshop, so it cannot be counted." Wu Fan nodded. He was not concerned about this. Although the competition was imminent, he had complete confidence in his ability to discover valuable items. Su Guzi added, "You now have less than 10 days remaining, and currently, only Zhang Xiong possesses a decent piece, a late Qing porcelain, which he acquired for 700,000 at the Qing Shui auction, and its market value is at least 2 million. However, aside from Zhang Xiong, none of you have anything particularly noteworthy." As Su Guzi concluded his words, the assembly of individuals bowed their heads in silence. With a heavy sigh, Su Guzi expressed profound self-reproach, lamenting his prior inadequacies after suffering 2 consecutive defeats in the recent minor competition. He assured them that following this month's contest, should anyone wish to depart like Fei Xiong, he would gladly provide recommendations, affirming that he still possessed some utility in this regard. Upon hearing Su Guzi's sentiments, the group felt even more ashamed, particularly Li Rui and Yang Tao, who had previously entertained thoughts akin to those of Fei Xiong. "Master, what are you saying? We have yet to commence the competition. How can we claim defeat?" This late Qing dynasty porcelain vase was a remarkable find at Wangbei Pavilion. "It may very well be the most significant discovery of the month," Zhang Xiong asserted with unyielding confidence. Su Guzi noted that, recognizing that acquiring this vase could potentially triple its value, a rare occurrence in the realm of antiques. However, an inexplicable unease lingered in his heart, perhaps stemming from an underlying uncertainty. With a wave of his hand, Su Guzi sighed, "Zhang Xiong, there is no certainty in this matter. While you have made an extraordinary find, you have also inadvertently offended Wangbei Pavilion. And as for your junior apprentice, he has previously crossed paths with Jiking Fang. Today, news from Zhen Ninlu suggests that your junior has also incurred their displeasure." Su Guzi managed a bitter smile, acknowledging the formidable challenges they faced in this upcoming minor competition. "I apologize, Master." Wu Fan glanced awkwardly at the others, though his actions were unintentional. Su Guzi's words rang true. Having recently joined Yuking Fang, he had already offended both Jiking Fang and Zhen Ninlu. This upcoming competition felt akin to the 6 major sects besieging Bright Summit, leaving him uncertain of his ability to emulate Zhang Wuji. "Wu Fan, do not feel guilty. Since you have joined my fold, I trust my judgment. Other galleries have sought to undermine us for quite some time, even without your involvement. The outcome would have been the same." Su Guzi spoke solemnly. He turned his gaze towards Zhang Xiong, continuing, "Your remarkable discovery in porcelain does not guarantee that other galleries will not uncover treasures in jade, stone, or calligraphy. Especially now, with the addition of Fei Xiong at Wangbei Pavilion, his expertise in porcelain is not inferior to any of yours." Su Guzi's words cast a shadow over the countenance of all present. "Fear not, Master. There are still several days until the competition. We have ample time." Wu Fan, observing the somber expressions, chuckled nervously. Su Guzi sighed again. "It is not so simple to make a significant find. If it were that easy, everyone would thrive upon it." Wu Fan, undeterred, maintained his confidence in his abilities. Su Guzi took another sip of tea and added, "In addition to the traditional minor competition, this month's event has introduced a new rule." "What rule?" the others inquired in astonishment. Su Guzi remarked, "At the end of this month, the minor competition coincides perfectly with the Haiyun City's Haitian auction market, the largest auction in our city. This time, the auction venue has specially set up 4 antique streets, dedicated to collectors for discerning and discovering hidden treasures. Numerous private collectors from Haiyun City will also bring their collections to showcase. Our 4 major collections will host a competition by selecting hidden gems from these antique streets. In other words, any item you purchase from the antique streets will immediately become an auction piece at the Haidin auction, with the difference between the purchase price and the selling price determining the victor. Deciding the outcome on site, Zhang Xiong exclaimed, "Master, I fear that most items on these antique streets will be fakes. We might not find a single treasure after wandering for an entire evening. Indeed, who may you concurred? Some of those private collectors' items are questionable even to us. They require meticulous authentication. If we unwittingly buy counterfeit, it would be a significant loss. Therefore, you must keep your eyes wide open and avoid hasty purchases." Su Gudi Ziplit Gonli. "It is inevitable that some individuals from our 4 major collections will infiltrate these antique streets. They are likely to set traps, and I will arrange for people to be present as well. This will test the on-site appraisal abilities of all gem appraisers. What if there are no good items at all on the antique street?" Wu Fan inquired. Rest assured, Su Guzi assured him this time, the Haidin auction will attract collectors from across Haiyun City, and even those from neighboring cities. Many collectors hope to seize this opportunity to sell their treasures for a good price, and among them are certainly precious items. It all depends on your discernment. After hearing this, Wu Fan nodded in understanding. Su Guzi handed a document to Zhang Xiong, stating, "This This is the outline for this month's minor competition. Please make several copies for your junior colleagues to review. Understood. Zhang Xiong replied promptly. Upon exiting Su Guzi's office, Hu Meiyu appeared somewhat pensive, whereas Wu Fan remained unfazed. Back in the office, Zhang Xiong quickly brought over the documents. Wu Fan scrutinized the material carefully. After all, it was his first time participating in the minor competition at the end of the month, and he needed to thoroughly understand the rules. Chapter 93, Zhao's Clubhouse. After carefully reviewing the document concerning the minor competition, Wu Fan found it largely aligned with Su Guzi's explanation, lacking any particularly noteworthy details. However, he harbored a lingering suspicion that the hide-in auction would not be as straightforward as it appeared. Given the current predicament of Yukingfang, winning this minor competition would undoubtedly prove challenging, especially with Zhen Nanlu. He Dongxiang would surely seize this opportunity to undermine him. Taking a deep breath, Wu Fan realized it was time for him to prepare. He promptly began searching for major antique markets in Haiyun City on his phone. To be frank, he had previously known little about antiques, and aside from ancient medical texts like Gulan Divine Needle and Shenyulin, he would need to seek out books on antique appraisal to enrich his knowledge. Although he now possessed extraordinary abilities to discern authenticity amidst a plethora of items and to unearth the most valuable among them, he understood that ignorance about antiques could lead to embarrassing missteps. Contemplating this, Wu Fan began to search for antique markets on the Haijun city map, while also considering acquiring a book to swiftly familiarize himself with antiques. Suddenly, his phone rang. Noting the unfamiliar number, Wu Fan hesitated but ultimately answered. "Hello, Wu Fan." Upon hearing the voice, Wu Fan realized it was Wang Yang. They had exchanged numbers when departing from the martial arts hall, but he had forgotten to save it. "Wu Fan, you mustn't come to the Zhao's martial arts hall. Go find Master and warn him to be cautious." Wang Yang's voice, though faint, was filled with urgency. "What do you mean?" Wu Fan was bewildered. Just then, a cacophony of shouts erupted from the other end. "Damn it, did I tell you to speak nonsense? Do you want to die?" Immediately after, Wang Yang's agonized cries pierced through the line. "Hello, is this Wu Fan?" A voice inquired from the other end. "Zhao Kuang, what do you think you're doing?" Wu Fan immediately recognized Zhao Kuang's voice. "What am I doing? That fool Wang Yang dared to challenge our Zhao's Taekwondo hall. I merely intend to teach him a lesson." "You're talking nonsense." Suddenly, Wang Yang's voice came through again, but before he could finish, more screams echoed. "What do you want?" Wu Fan spoke sternly. "Zhao Kuang, we agreed to a match 3 days from now. You're breaking the rules." "Breaking the rules? Your people have already invaded our Jingwu hall. What does it matter if I follow the rules? If I don't show them what we're made of, they'll think our Zhao's Taekwondo hall is weak." Hearing Zhao Kuang's words, Wu Fan frowned, instinctively sensing that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. He knew Wang Yang well, since they had agreed on a match in 3 days. He would never instigate trouble at Zhao's Taekwondo hall. Moreover, Wang Yang was no fool. How could he possibly confront an entire venue alone? "Speak, what do you want?" Wu Fan inquired of Zhao Kuang. Since Zhao Kuang had Wang Yang call him, it was evident he had ulterior motives, and indeed, Zhao Kuang let out a hearty laugh on the line, saying, "Tonight, we have a challenge match at Zhao's Taekwondo hall. You all enjoy causing trouble, don't you? I'll have Wang Yang send you the address shortly. If you win, we can discuss matters. If you lose, well." Zhao Kuang's intentions were unmistakable and ill-intentioned. Wu Fan spat in disgust, feeling somewhat nauseated. It seemed Zhao Kuang was still bitter about not gaining the upper hand with Zhang Yuanfeng the other day. Despite being injured then, he had to retreat temporarily. Just a day later, having healed, he was eager to create chaos. "Fine, I accept," Wu Fan replied readily. He genuinely regarded Wang Yang as a friend. Wang Yang had clearly been coerced by Zhao Kuang. Yet his first words were a warning for both Wu Fan and Master Zhang Yuanfeng to be cautious, demonstrating that, even after all this time since high school, he remained a trustworthy companion. Moments later, a message arrived on WeChat containing an address from Wang Yang, which was undoubtedly sent by Zhao Kuang himself. It seemed that tonight was the opportune moment to test this technique. Exiting the Yuling Pavilion, Wu Fan deliberately avoided Hu Meiyu and the other senior brothers and sisters, as he preferred to keep his personal matters private for the time being. He casually hailed a taxi and, adhering to the address provided by Wang Yang, wasted no time. A brief glance at the address revealed it to be located in the western district of Haiyun City. Coincidentally, it was the evening rush hour, and the journey lasted over an hour before he finally arrived at his destination, the Zhao Family Club. Upon inspecting the location, Wu Fan noticed that adjacent to the Zhao Family Club was the Zhao Family Taekwondo Dojo, indicating it was likely part of Zhao's chain of enterprises. The western part of Haiyan City bore a resemblance to the urban-rural fringe near Yuan Feng, not far apart in distance. However, the western area appeared more prosperous, with vibrant nightlife. Although it lacked the towering edifices of the city center, it was bustling with a significant foot traffic among the older residential complexes. Wu Fan strode purposefully towards the Zhao family club, observing two waitstaff dressed in black suits and bow ties at the entrance. He approached directly, stating, "I'm looking for Zhao Kuang. Are you Wu Fan?" inquired one of the leaner figures with prominent front teeth. Evidently, Zhao Kuang had already informed them of his arrival. "Brother Pao, the person has arrived," the lean man communicated via a walkie-talkie. Moments later, a robust figure emerged from the Zhao family club. This man, with a muscular build and a face adorned with a full beard, exuded a nonchalant demeanor, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he swaggered with a carefree gait. "You must be Wu Fan?" Brother Pao glanced at Wu Fan with a grin. "Cut the chit-chat. Where is Zhao Kuang?" Wu Fan was disinterested in idle conversation with these individuals. "Haha, Brother Kuang is quite something. You look rather slender, and yet he would fall prey to someone like you." Brother Pao was unfazed, waving his hand to signal Wu Fan to follow him. Following Brother Pao inside, Wu Fan was immediately enveloped by the pungent scent of smoke. The reception area and the hostesses were a far cry from those at Wei Yushang's establishment. It was evidently a modest club. Brother Pao led Wu Fan into the elevator, pressing the button for the basement level. As the elevator doors opened, Wu Fan found himself in a dilapidated parking garage, dimly lit, with a cacophony of noise emanating from a brightly lit area in the distance. Chapter 94, The Arena. Wu Fan instinctively covered his mouth, sensing the murky atmosphere, with shouts echoing throughout the parking area, creating an impression of a chaotic environment. Soon, Brother Pao guided Wu Fan towards the brightly lit area beneath a canopy. At the entrance stood two men clad in taekwondo uniforms. "Pao Ge," the two men called out, casting a cautious glance at Wu Fan. Brother Pao paid them no mind and continued leading Wu Fan inside. As they entered, Wu Fan discovered that the area was entirely a fitness dojo, equipped with various fitness apparatus. In the vast expanse of the gym equipment area, not a soul could be found. However, not far off, under the glaring lights, stood a crimson arena teeming with spectators. Upon seeing the arena, Wu Fan felt a twinge of surprise. Despite the dilapidated surroundings, the ring appeared remarkably official, surrounded by layers of eager onlookers. The raucous shouts emanating from the crowd were unmistakable. "Damn it! Finish him! Hit him! Strike him now! Get up! Don't lie there pretending to be dead." The cacophony was enough to give Wu Fan a headache. At that moment, two bare-chested men were engaged in a fierce battle on the stage, both showing signs of exhaustion. One leaning against the edge of the ring with swollen eyes, rendering his face barely recognizable. Yet, Wu Fan held little interest in the spectacle, as long as neither of the fighters was Wang Yang. "Stay close," Pao Ge said casually. Wu Fan followed closely behind, weaving through the throngs of people. Positioned directly in front of the arena, he noticed an elevated platform adorned with several black leather couches. Seated on one of the couches facing him was a man smoking a cigarette, none other than Zhao Kuang. Behind Zhao Kuang stood two men clad in taekwondo uniforms, while another figure, wrapped in bandages, occupied a nearby couch. Zhao Qing. To Wu Fan's shock, kneeling before them, bloodied and battered, was Wang Yang. "Wang Yang!" Wu Fan exclaimed, disregarding Pao Ge, and quickly ascended the platform. Without a second thought, he lifted the kneeling Wang Yang and guided him to a nearby couch. Wang Yang collapsed onto the sofa, utterly drained. Noticing Wang Yang's hands were still bound, Wu Fan hurriedly loosened the restraints. "Wu Fan, you shouldn't have come." Wang Yang weakly protested. "I told you to leave quickly. These thugs won't spare you." A pang of pain struck Wu Fan's heart. His high school friend truly embodied the essence of brotherhood, still concerned for his safety even in dire circumstances. Yet, he felt it would be utterly inhumane not to show up today. At that moment, the two men behind Zhao Kuang charged forward, blocking Wu Fan's path. "Finally, you've arrived, Wu Fan. You've kept me waiting far too long," Zhao Kuang drawled, puffing on a large cigarette, seated imperiously on the couch. Wu Fan stood, casting a cold glance at Zhao Kuang. "You scoundrel. Didn't we agree to fight 3 days from now? Are you even human, or do your words mean nothing? How dare you speak to Brother Kuang like that?" One of the men in front of him retorted coldly. "To hell with you." Wu Fan shot back without hesitation, delivering a sharp slap that sent the man sprawling. "Get him," Pao Ge said, his voice icy. He clenched his fists and gestured towards the other man, who charged at Wu Fan. "Wait." Zhao Kuang slowly rose from his seat, his demeanor unperturbed, wearing an amused expression. Wu Fan, you are mistaken. I did not see trouble with Wang Yang. It was he who came to our Zhao as Taekwondo dojo to challenge us. What do you expect from so many of us? You broke the agreement first and expect me to wait 3 days? You're talking nonsense. Wang Yang apparaît faible. Yet he mustered the strength to rise from the sofa and spoke. Wu Fan, that rascal Zhao Kuang has been causing disturbances at Master S. Jingwu Hall all day long, dragging the villagers along to malign our master. While our master may endure this affront, I cannot. Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, Wu Fan grasped the situation. It seemed Zhao Kuang had resorted to the same tactics as before. Wang Yang continued. Initially, Master intended to let it slide, but last night his sign was vandalized. Clearly the work of those scoundrels. Now, don't spout baseless accusations. Zhao Kuang retorted, his eyes wide with feigned innocence. One must speak with evidence. You claim we destroyed your sign and instigated trouble. Where is your proof? Indeed, where is it? Brother Pao chuckled lightly, then shifted the conversation. However, you came to us, intent on wreaking havoc. Our surveillance cameras captured your every move, rendering us in the right. Wang Yang, you weren't coerced into coming here, were you? You approached us of your own volition. According to the rules of our dojo, you walked right into this. If you lack the skill, you cannot blame us for your defeat. Zhao Qing added, brimming with arrogance. Who struck Wang Yang? Wu Fan suddenly bellowed. Instantly, many eyes from the arena turned their attention toward him. The lively atmosphere in the arena diminished, as several onlookers approached the stands to witness the spectacle. Zhao Kuang's smile vanished abruptly. He inhaled deeply, glancing at Brother Pao and Zhao Qing. A silent exchange of glances conveyed unspoken meanings among the trio. I demand to know, who struck Wang Yang? Wu Fan pressed on, fury radiating from him. I did, and what of it? Zhao Kuang replied, grinning. He then deliberately flicked the cigarette stub onto Wu Fan, allowing it to tumble to the ground. Is that so? If you have the courage, face me in a duel. Wu Fan declared firmly. A duel? You wish to challenge me in the arena? Zhao Kuang laughed heartily. Think carefully. This is my territory, not a place for your reckless antics. A duel is a duel. Do you think I fear a waste like you? Wu Fan retorted coldly. Very well. Those are your words. Zhao Kuang replied eagerly. I accept your challenge. With that, Zhao Kuang swiftly shed his outer garment. At that moment, Wu Fan realized he had been deceived. Zhao Kuang wore a Taekwondo uniform underneath, clearly having prepared for this confrontation, intentionally provoking Wu Fan to engage in a match. Wu Fan, do not fight this fool. He is deceiving you. Wang Yang weakly interjected. He gazed at Wu Fan with a bitter smile, his face marred with bruises, appearing more injured than the two combatants from earlier. It seemed he had already suffered a similar fate. Rest assured, I shall have him kneeling before me shortly. Wu Fan declared, his words resonating with conviction. He looked towards Zhao Kuang, aware that he had walked into a trap, yet his heart bore no trace of fear. Huh? You think a duel is mere banter? To have me kneeling? Perhaps you should assess whether you possess the ability. Zhao Kuang boasted arrogantly. Zhao Qing, standing nearby, echoed. In our Zhao family's arena, fate determines life and death, while fortune lies in the heavens. If by mischance you were to strike him down, it would merely become a source of amusement. If you find no place to bury him, do not blame anyone. Enough of the idle chatter. If we are to fight, let's fight. Wu Fan retorted coldly. Whoever loses must kneel and apologize. Furthermore, you must never again disturb my Master S. Jingwu Martial Arts Hall. Do you dare? Ha. Do you dare? Zhao Kuang scoffed. Let me tell you, if I beat you to the point where you have no chance to kneel and apologize, do not hold it against me. If we are to fight, let us cease the idle banter. Wu Fan had no desire to engage in further dialogue with Zhao Kuang. A surging anger within him demanded release. Very well. Zhao Kuang's face was a mask of fury. He could not afford to wait another moment to settle the score from their last encounter. Otherwise, he would not have gone through the trouble of luring Wang Yang here and arranging this confrontation with Wu Fan. At this moment, Wu Fan appeared to him as nothing more than a lifeless corpse. He seized a microphone from the coffee table before him and shouted toward the arena. Everyone pause. It is clear that the outcome of this bout has been determined. There is no need to continue. At this moment, one man stood on the platform while another lay on the ground, struggling. The disparity was unmistakable. How can this be considered finished? Stand up, came the shouts from the crowd. What do you mean there's no need to continue? The time isn't up, and no one has lost yet. Damn it. What is the point of continuing? Can't you see the fellow is already down? The crowd buzzed with two distinct voices, and Wu Fan noticed that each person seemed to clutch what appeared to be tickets or some form of wager. It seemed he was unwittingly embroiled in an underground fight. At that moment, Wu Fan grasped the meaning behind Zhao Qing's earlier words regarding fate and fortune. Although he had never witnessed underground fighting firsthand, he was somewhat familiar with its rules, the most crucial of which was that regardless of victory or defeat, even in death, one could not blame others. It appeared that Zhao Kuang had set a trap, patiently waiting for him to step into it. Wu Fan inhaled sharply and turned to Wang Yang, instructing Zhao Qing. Give him a drink of water. I will not allow you to touch a single hair on him until I step down from the arena. Step down? Zhao Qing erupted in laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. Zhao Kuang raised the microphone and proclaimed to the throng. The outcome of this match is evident. The red team has triumphed. His voice rang out with authority, leaving no room for dissent. He continued, to all of you who wagered on the red team, we shall settle the payouts accordingly. Those who bet on the blue team may still redeem their tickets. Refunds are available for those who wish to withdraw. Such a fortunate turn of events. Everyone present couldn't help but display expressions of delight. Those who had backed the blue team, despite their earlier bravado, understood that with their contenders still sprawled on the ground, their chances had long evaporated. Now, with the opportunity to reclaim their bets, who would refuse? Zhao Kuang then pointed at Wu Fan and declared, now we must hold another match. Just between me and this lad, with odds of 3-1, not 5-1. 5-1? The arena erupted in an uproar. It is worth noting that throughout the entirety of the Zhao family's tournament, never had there been odds of 1-5. I am currently representing the blue side, while this fellow is on the red side. Feel free to place your bets. Those who previously wagered on the blue side need not request refunds. As the counts will continue, Zhao Kuang declared loudly, I won't request a refund. Someone in the crowd immediately exclaimed, how could Brother Kuang possibly lose in this tournament? Indeed, this lad does not appear formidable. How could he possibly stand against Brother Kuang? I want to bet on Brother Kuang. The crowd began to murmur excitedly. 1-5. Shall I not take a chance on this fellow? If I lose, it will merely serve as fodder for the dogs. Wu Fan shook his head in exasperation. These individuals embodied the essence of gamblers. However, he felt no interest in their antics. Let us proceed swiftly. Stop dawdling. Wu Fan said impatiently. Very well. Zhao Kuang responded without hesitation, swiftly making his way to the arena. At that moment, one of the two men who had been on the stage had exited, while the other was carried off, leaving a suited man holding a microphone in the center of the stage, likely the host and referee of the event. The crowd congregated densely around the right side of the arena, where several individuals clad in Taekwondo uniforms sat at a table, presumably the betting station for the tournament. Wu Fan did not dwell on this and quickly ascended the stage. At that instant, he noticed Zhao Kuang had clenched his fists, a flicker of murderous intent igniting within him. The sight of Wang Yang only intensified his discomfort. Sir, are you familiar with the rules of the tournament? The host inquired, microphone in hand. Enough with the trivialities. Let us commence without delay. Zhao Kuang, there are no rules. Whoever cannot stand will lose. Wu Fan replied coldly. Very well. Zhao Kuang tightened his fists, eager to engage. The host had intended to speak further, but was silenced by a glare from Zhao Kuang. Seeing both parties were impatient, he retreated to the side, with the sound of a bell echoing from an unknown source. Zhao Kuang leapt forward towards Wu Fan. Anticipating the move, Wu Fan instinctively sidestepped as Zhao Kuang's foot came up. However, whether due to an unfamiliarity with the tournament or not, Wu Fan's leftward dodge caused him to collide solidly with a pillar at the side of the arena. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Is this fellow even capable? How dare he face Brother Kuang? I bet he won't last 3 minutes. I wager he 1T lasts 2. The crowd echoed with jeers, yet Wu Fan remained unfazed. His mind was consumed with the principles of the dragon-elephant technique as Zhao Kuang continued his relentless assault, each kick aimed mercilessly at him. Although Zhao Kuang was rapid in his movements, Wu Fan was astonished to find that each of Zhao Kuang's actions appeared painfully slow, even slower than their previous encounters. Could this be the effect of the dragon-elephant technique? Chapter 96, Disregarding the Rules. Zhao Kuang's onslaught did not relent. A failed strike was swiftly followed by an even fiercer attack. Taekwondo emphasizes the prowess of legs and feet, and Zhao Kuang's repeated assaults are a testament to his leg technique. Although Zhao Kuang's attacks failed to injure Wu Fan, he found himself cornered in the ring with no chance to retaliate. Kid, you're quite adept at dodging. Let us see how long you can keep it up. Zhao Kuang taunted, growing impatient with his inability to land a hit. His movements quickened. Finish him off, Brother Kuang. Bring him down. Voices from the crowd echoed, urging Zhao Kuang to subdue Wu Fan, revealing the considerable bets placed on him. Wu Fan smirked. Zhao Kuang, I'm eager to see how formidable you truly are. Though he had merely evaded attacks previously, he realized that he possessed the capability to react. Zhao Kuang's motions appeared sluggish in comparison, and under the influence of the dragon elephant technique, Wu Fan felt an invigorating surge of strength within him. Seeking death, Zhao Kuang exclaimed in frustration, launching another kick. Yet this time, Wu Fan did not evade. Instead, he firmly grasped Zhao Kuang's ankle. With a powerful tug, Wu Fan yanked Zhao Kuang closer and struck his supporting leg. Off balance from the pole, Zhao Kuang's other leg was kicked out from under him, sending him crashing to the ground. Ah! Zhao Kuang cried out in agony, his head striking the corner of the ring painfully. Wu Fan aimed to follow up with another kick, but Zhao Kuang, having learned from his previous misfortune, rolled away and scrambled to his feet in a panic. You dare to ambush me? Zhao Kuang accused. Wu Fan retorted with a derisive laugh. Ambush you? I wouldn't need to resort to such tactics against your meager taekwondo skills. I could easily take you down in a few moves. Infuriated by Wu Fan's words, Zhao Kuang charged forward once more. However, this time, Wu Fan did not grant him the opportunity. Grabbing Zhao Kuang's foot, he delivered a fierce elbow strike, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Zhao Kuang, caught off guard by Wu Fan's swiftness, was overwhelmed by the pain and began to sweat profusely. Instinctively attempting to rise, he realized his foot was unresponsive, rendered immobile. Upon closer inspection, he discovered his ankle had become grotesquely deformed. "On my foot, my foot!" Zhao Kuang gasped in horror at the sight. Wu Fan showed no signs of mercy, swiftly advancing to deliver a barrage of punches to Zhao Kuang's face. Blood gushed from his mouth and nose as Zhao Kuang howled in agony. After several more blows, he could no longer muster a scream. Pathetic. Aren't you supposed to be tough? Get up. Wu Fan roared, his fury reaching its zenith. Under normal circumstances, he would never inflict such severe harm. But Zhao Kuang had provoked him by troubling his master, Zhang Yuanfeng, and had broken their agreement by viciously assaulting Wang Yang. Letting Zhao Kuang off the hook would be far too lenient. Contemplating this, a few more punches landed upon Zhao Kuang's face and chest. Although Zhao Kuang had managed to move slightly moments before, after enduring several blows, he became utterly limp. At that moment, Wu Fan felt a sudden sharp pain in his chest as he was kicked away. Clutching his chest and furrowing his brow, he realized that his full attention had been on Zhao Kuang, unaware that Pao Gu had charged in. The force of Pao Ji's kick was overwhelming, leaving Wu Fan momentarily subdued, unable to rise immediately. "You little brat, are you seeking death?" Pao Gu glared fiercely at Wu Fan before rushing to assess Zhao Kuang's condition. "Goodness, Kuang Gu actually lost," someone in the crowd exclaimed. "Indeed, if you can't win, do you really need to call for backup? How we settle the bets?" Another voice chimed in. Pao Gu shot a menacing glare at the two men speaking, causing them to retreat in fear. Taking a deep breath, Wu Fan struggled to rise. Is Zhao's taekwondo really this feeble? Unable to endure even a simple tournament, he remarked. However, as soon as his words fell, a large group of men clad in taekwondo uniforms surged onto the stage. Meanwhile, Zhao Kuang lay on the ground, groaning, "Kill him. Get rid of this brat. I want him fed to the dogs." With a wave of his hand, Pao Gu addressed the crowd. "Everyone, the tournament concludes here. We have internal matters to attend to at our martial arts school. Your tickets are valid." Upon hearing Pao Ji's declaration, the crowd quickly fell silent, with many beginning to disperse, fully aware of Zhao's intentions. It was clear that Wu Fan had offended the Zhao Taekwondo school, and leaving this place unscathed seemed implausible. Pao Gu signaled for two men to drag Zhao Kuang off the stage, while the remaining group charged towards Wu Fan. "Damn it, if you won't play by the rules, then bring it on," Wu Fan exclaimed, delivering several kicks to the leading men, causing two of them to tumble off the stage. This time he held nothing back, fully aware of the consequences of restraint. As several men lunged at him, Wu Fan perceived their movements as significantly slower than Zhao Kuang's, rendering them no match for him. In a flurry of strikes, he swiftly knocked down two more adversaries. Pao Gu observed Wu Fan with a discerning eye, stating, "Kid, I never expected you to possess some ancient martial arts skills, but your few moves are insufficient to impress me." With that, Pao Gu leaped forward with remarkable speed, faster than Wu Fan had anticipated. While Wu Fan attempted to fend off the others, he could not evade Pao Ji's assault. Overwhelmed by multiple opponents, he was struck squarely in the face by Pao Gu's punch, crashing to the ground. Ouch! Wu Fan felt a searing pain in his cheek and struggled to rise. But he had already lost much of his strength. It appeared that Pao Gu would be a formidable opponent. Just then, Pao Gu tightened his fist and advanced swiftly, while two men beside him aimed kicks at Wu Fan. Was the Zhao Taekwondo school truly such a band of bullies, taking advantage of the outnumbered? At this moment, a voice suddenly echoed through the crowd. Chapter 97. The Man in the Gentleman's Hat. Upon hearing the voice, Pao Gu and several men abruptly halted their movements. The voice continued, "It is disgraceful for a Zhao family Taekwondo school to be incapable of winning and yet to speak so brazenly in front of us." "Who?" Pao Gu angrily inquired, scanning the crowd. As the crowd shifted and dispersed, a large group of onlookers remained silent, leaving Pao Gu momentarily unable to identify the speaker. "Who dares to meddle in our Zhao family Taekwondo school's affairs? Step forward," Pao Gu shouted impatiently. "You're merely a worthless fool. What gives you the right to challenge me?" At that moment, a man clad in black and wearing a gentleman's hat slowly emerged from the crowd. Wu Fan glanced at the man in the hat, realizing that if he hadn't spoken up, he might have been beaten senseless by Pao Gu and his companions. "You must be one of Zhang Laotu's men, daring to gather here to cause trouble at our Zhao family Taekwondo school. You surely seek your own demise," Pao Gu remarked coldly while eyeing the man in the gentleman's hat. Suddenly, a group of 7 or 8 men dressed in Taekwondo uniforms surged forward, surrounding the man. When Wu Fan finally recognized the face beneath the gentleman's hat, he was taken aback. "Punga?" Wu Fan exclaimed in astonishment. The newcomer was none other than Apeng, who was beside Ming Lao. Apeng cast a disdainful glance at Wu Fan and smirked. Almost immediately, the 7 or 8 men charged at him. Yet before they could even close the distance, they were soon sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Wu Fan was astonished, having not even grasped how Apeng had managed to strike so swiftly. "What the hell?" Wu Fan gasped, taken aback by Apeng's impressive skills. Pao Ji's expression shifted dramatically. The men who had intended to attack Wu Fan now turned their attention entirely to Apeng. "All of you, attack him," Apeng commanded with a sweeping gesture. Despite their injuries, Zhao Qing and Zhao Kuang shouted, "Don't let a single one escape." Pao Gu and his companions leaped off the stage, charging towards Apeng. Apeng merely lifted his head, offering a scornful smile. And with a swift maneuver beyond Wu Fan's line of sight, only Apeng remained standing in front of the stage. The once curious onlookers began to sense the danger and hastily retreated. "What are you? Do you think you can challenge me?" Apeng's voice boomed with authority. Meanwhile, the members of the Zhao family Taekwondo school on the ground could only wail helplessly, unable to rise. Wu Fan inhaled sharply, realizing that Apeng was indeed a formidable opponent with remarkable prowess. "Are you a practitioner of ancient martial arts?" Zhao Qing, from a distance, asked in terror, while Zhao Kuang, gasping for breath, struggled to stand. Pao Gu, now bloodied and clutching his chest, stared at Apeng in shock. Apeng waved his hand dismissively, coldly stating, "What gives you the right to inquire about me?" As Brother Peng raised his hand, Wu Fan suddenly noticed a brown wooden badge hanging from his waist. This badge appeared to be meticulously crafted, with a striking crimson character for Peng prominently displayed. Naturally, all present were drawn to the badge at Brother Peng's waist. Upon seeing it, the expressions of the onlookers transformed dramatically, shifting from panic to fear and ultimately to sheer terror. "Why, you are Brother Pao," stammered one individual, pointing at the badge, and then he struggled to rise, crawling towards Brother Peng. "Brother Peng, it seems we from the Zhao Taekwondo Academy have failed to recognize your stature and have inadvertently offended you. Please, show mercy and do not hold this against us." "Brother Peng, we were wrong," the others echoed, hastily kneeling in supplication. At this moment, only Wu Fan remained astounded. Who exactly was Brother Peng? Why did this group of individuals react to his badge as if they had encountered a living demon? "Get lost." Brother Peng kicked Brother Pao aside, and Wu Fan approached. "Mr. Wu, are you all right?" Brother Peng inquired respectfully. Wu Fan, taken aback by the attention, slowly rose. Although he had been knocked to the ground by Brother Pao's punch moments before, he now felt largely unscathed. "I'm fine," Wu Fan replied, shaking his head. "What should we do with these people? Shall we kill them all?" Brother Peng suggested. Wu Fan gasped. Brother Peng's words were rather blunt, as if the act of extermination were as simple as squashing an ant. The members of the Zhao Taekwondo Academy, however, became even more terrified, fervently pleading for mercy, repeatedly exclaiming, "Brother Peng, spare us." Meanwhile, Zhao Kuang and Zhao Qing, who had previously boasted loudly, now lay on the ground, wide-eyed and too frightened to even breathe. "Shut up, all of you. If anyone dares to speak again, I'll chop him up and feed him to the dogs." Brother Peng snapped impatiently. Instantly, the venue fell silent. Even Wu Fan felt overawed by the imposing atmosphere and hesitated to speak. Brother Peng, however, chuckled softly and said to Wu Fan, "Mr. Wu, how would you like to handle them?" I defer to your judgment. Brother Wu, I was wrong. I should have known you were allied with Brother Peng. Even if I had 100 times the courage, I would not dare to act against you. Zhao Kuang exclaimed in haste. Brother Fan, I'm truly sorry. Please do not hold it against me. Brother Pao also knelt on the ground, persistently begging for forgiveness. The remaining individuals began to chant, Brother Fan, spare us. Wu Fan felt somewhat speechless. How quickly this group had turned their backs. Just moments ago, they had been intent on harming him. And now, they were pleading for their lives. Did I not tell you to be quiet? Are you deaf? Brother Peng bellowed once more, restoring silence to the venue. Let us go, Brother Peng, Wu Fan said nonchalantly. What about these people? Forget it. I can't be bothered to waste more breath on them. As Wu Fan spoke, he approached Wang Yang and helped him to his feet. Wang Yang had regained some strength, yet he still appeared too weak to speak. Wu Fan cast a cold glance at Zhao Kuang and warned, if you ever dare to trouble my brother or my master again, I will not let it slide. We won't dare, we truly won't. The group hurriedly replied. Wu Fan looked at Brother Peng with immense gratitude, while Brother Peng stepped forward to assist Wang Yang, and the three of them made their way out of the venue, no one daring to impede their passage. To be honest, Wu Fan had initially harbored thoughts of vengeance against Zhao Kuang, feeling a surge of anger. However, as the saying goes, it is better to resolve enmities than to escalate them. With Zhao Kuang already incapacitated with a broken leg, that could be deemed a form of punishment. Chapter 98, Brother Peng's Strength. Observing the others from the Zhao Taekwondo Academy, they too had felt the brunt of Brother Peng's wrath. Continuing to pursue them would yield no benefits for Wu Fan. It is often said that while one can dodge a bullet, it is difficult to guard against hidden dangers. The Zhao Taekwondo Academy is indeed a significant martial arts institution, and if these individuals could create trouble for Wang Yang today, they could very well do the same for Zhang Yuanfeng tomorrow. Although they were currently intimidated by Brother Peng, it was inevitable that desperation might lead them to desperate acts. Wu Fan could not constantly remain by Wang Yang and Zhang Yuanfeng's sides, as long as they kept to themselves and refrained from causing further trouble. He had no desire to pursue the matter further. Upon exiting the Zhao Club, no one dared to obstruct Wu Fan and his companions. Mr. Wu, where shall we go now? Brother Peng inquired. To the hospital, Wu Fan replied after a moment of contemplation. He had initially intended to take Wang Yang directly to the hospital, but seeing Brother Peng's demeanor, it seemed he did not intend to part ways just yet, prompting Wu Fan to suggest this course of action. As expected, Brother Peng responded calmly. You all wait here for me. My car is right next to the club. Thank you, Brother Peng. Wu Fan did not decline, especially since he noticed there were no taxis in sight. Moments later, a BMW X5 halted before them, and Wu Fan assisted Wang Yang into the vehicle. Wang Yang leaned back in the rear seat, eyes closed and silent, evidently suffering from considerable injuries, though, fortunately, they appear to be mostly superficial. Brother Peng, just who are you? As the car roared to life, Wu Fan suddenly posed the question. Brother Peng chuckled softly, glancing at Wu Fan through the rearview mirror. Mr. Wu, what do you mean by that? Do you not recognize me? Wu Fan managed a wry smile and replied. Brother Peng, you know what I mean. I initially thought you were merely a bodyguard for Old Ming, but it seems you are far more than that. Mr. Wu, you are overthinking it. I am indeed just a small bodyguard for Old Ming, Brother Peng replied nonchalantly. No, Brother Peng. That insignia you possess must hold some significant meaning, Wu Fan remarked, his tone laced with caution. Brother Peng smiled again. Mr. Wu, you are mistaken. I have no particular status. As for that insignia, it is merely a hobby. Wu Fan nodded slightly, refraining from further inquiries. However, he did not believe Brother Peng's words. Could a mere bodyguard instill such fear in the members of the Zhao Taekwondo Academy? Moreover, Brother Peng had clearly harbored murderous intent towards that group, something not typical of a simple bodyguard. Yet, it was evident that Brother Peng preferred to keep matters private, and Wu Fan deemed it best not to press further. By the way, Mr. Wu, I hope you will keep my visit to the Zhao Club confidential and refrain from mentioning it in front of Old Ming. Peng Gu suddenly shifted his tone and remarked, I initially intended to merely witness an underground boxing match today, but I never anticipated encountering you all. If Ming Lao were to find out, I would surely be in trouble. You understand, Peng Yi, responded Wu Fan. He gazed at Peng Gu and inquired, do you also practice traditional martial arts? Peng Gu replied, it's merely a superficial understanding. As bodyguards, we must possess some basic self-defense skills in traditional martial arts. Wu Fan looked at Peng Gu, realizing that his modesty belied a deeper expertise. The way he handled Pao Gu just moments ago was far from superficial. From his own skirmish with Pao Gu, Wu Fan sensed that he would likely not stand a chance against him. Although he had only grasped a fraction of the dragon elephant technique, he had no trouble dealing with Zhao Kuang, who was also a seasoned practitioner. Thus, it was evident that Pao Ge's strength was not to be underestimated. Yet despite Pao Ge's prowess, he had effortlessly subdued a group of adversaries, leaving Wu Fan bewildered by the speed and skill of Peng Ji's movements. This indicated that Peng Ji's grasp of traditional martial arts was indeed profound. Peng Yi, would you be willing to teach me? Wu Fan asked tentatively. He was uncertain if his request was presumptuous, but he was eager to progress. With the dual guidance of Zhang Yuanfeng and Peng Ge, he believed he could achieve a significant enhancement in his abilities. Upon hearing Wu Fan's request, Peng Ge smiled gently and said, Mr. Wu, do you wish to learn traditional martial arts? Yes. Wu Fan nodded. In fact, the dragon elephant technique you are currently practicing is commendable. It is no longer a mere introductory skill, but rather a superior form of traditional martial arts. Once you fully comprehend the dragon elephant technique, those lackeys at the Zhao Taekwondo dojo will pose no threat to you. You know about the dragon elephant technique? Wu Fan exclaimed in surprise. He had not expected Peng Ge to discern the technique he was employing, which only solidified his earlier conviction. Peng Yi replied calmly. I have some knowledge of the dragon elephant technique. Although it may not suit my practice, it is undoubtedly a superior form of traditional martial arts, sought after by many. It seems the person who imparted this technique to you possesses considerable skill. Wu Fan nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Peng Ge continued, the study of traditional martial arts, much like the practice of medicine, cannot be rushed. Mr. Wu, with your exceptional medical skills, you should understand my point. The dragon elephant technique is already well suited for you. Any attempt to hastily advance your learning will only yield adverse effects. Wu Fan nodded again, recognizing the wisdom in Peng Ji's words, and chose not to press further. As they conversed, the vehicle had arrived at Haiyun City Hospital. Peng Ge had initially intended to accompany Wu Fan and Wang Yang inside, but Wu Fan felt he had already troubled Peng Ge enough. Moreover, he observed that Wang Yang had only sustained minor injuries, so he expressed his gratitude to Peng Ge and led Wang Yang into the hospital. After receiving treatment, Wang Yang's condition improved significantly. Aside from his face being swollen like a pig's head, he could manage to move about with relative ease. Upon exiting the hospital, Wu Fan felt a gnawing hunger. And coincidentally, Wang Yang had not eaten all day after the beating he had endured. The two of them casually found a noodle shop and sat down. Fan Yi, who exactly is that friend of yours? As soon as he sat down, Wang Yang could not help but inquire. Although he had been too weak to speak moments earlier, he was fully aware of everything that transpired within the Zhao Taekwondo dojo and the conversation in the car. Wu Fan, noticing that Wang Yang was feeling somewhat better, could not help but smile wryly at the change in his address to Brother Fan. After all, he was merely a friend's bodyguard. They were only acquaintances. Yet, why did it seem that fellow treated you with such deference? Wang Yang asked with a curious expression. Wu Fan sighed. Don't speak nonsense. He is simply showing me a modicum of respect. Besides, our escape from the Zhao Taekwondo dojo was thanks to Brother Peng. Next time, keep your eyes open. If you find yourself in trouble again, no one will come to your rescue. Chapter 99, Jiangqing Bei Dock. Upon hearing Wu Fan's words, Wang Yang, feeling somewhat impatient, remarked, Brother Fan, we should not let them off so easily today. This group of ruffians has been a constant source of trouble for us and will surely not relent. Wu Fan sighed. What do you propose we do? Kill Zhao Kuang? At this, Wang Yang fell momentarily silent. Wu Fan continued. Even if we were to eliminate Zhao Kuang, what then? There's still Brother Pao and the entire Zhao Taekwondo dojo to contend with. Wouldn't that just cause more trouble for our master? If Brother Peng hadn't been here today, we would have met our end at the Zhao Club. Clenching his teeth, Wang Yang acknowledged the truth in Wu Fan's words, though he remained discontented. Wu Fan calmly stated, let this matter rest for now. If they pursue us further, I shall not let them go unpunished. Wang Yang nodded, recognizing the wisdom in Wu Fan's reasoning, albeit reluctantly conceding for the time being. Wu Fan glanced at Wang Yang's still awkwardly moving hands and, after a moment's contemplation, shifted the topic. The hospital prescribed you some anti-inflammatory medication today, but I feel it will not be very effective. Fortunately, your injuries are superficial. I will prepare a traditional Chinese medicine prescription for you. Take it to a herbalist and have them brew the herbs to apply to your wounds. This will hasten your recovery and help prevent scarring. Brother Fan, do you possess medical skills? Wang Yang asked in surprise. Wu Fan let out a wry laugh. Someone in my family used to practice medicine, so I know a little. It should work better than your anti-inflammatory drugs. Wu Fan fabricated a response, for after all, Wang Yang was his close friend from high school, and he feared he would not believe that he was a novice in this field. Wow, How come I didn't know you had this talent? Wang Yang exclaimed with excitement. However, the sudden movement caused his wound to throb painfully. The two shared a simple bowl of noodles, after which Wu Fan borrowed paper and pen from the owner to write down the prescription. By the time they exited the noodle shop, it was already around 11 or 12 at night. Upon returning home, Wu Fan felt utterly exhausted after the day's events. Yet, recalling how powerless he had felt against Brother Pao at the Zhao Club, the first thing he did was take out the Dragon Elephant Sutra and Sacred Physician Treatise to study. In fact, Wu Fan had already committed most of the Dragon Elephant Sutra techniques to memory the day before. Now, it was merely a matter of diligent practice. However, Wu Fan found a Sacred Physician Treatise to be even more obscure than the Dragon Elephant Decision. It encompassed not only the techniques of acupressure, but also the usage of silver needles, along with the application of various herbal remedies. Mastering the contents of this Sacred Physician Treatise was certainly not something that could be achieved overnight. By the time Wu Fan retired to bed, it was already the early hours of the morning, having quietly practiced the Dragon Elephant Decision within his body before sleep. He felt considerably less fatigued upon waking the next day. While preparing to head to Yukingfang, Wu Fan noticed a message from Hu Meiyu inviting him to accompany her to Taobao. Upon arriving at Yukingfang, he directly sought out Hu Meiyu, who was already waiting for him in the office. Little Yu Jie. Upon seeing Hu Meiyu, Wu Fan's previously gloomy mood brightened instantly. Today, she wore a fitted, white, short-sleeved top, black jeans, and tall boots that accentuated her perfect figure. Little Yu Jie, where are we headed? He inquired, noticing her attire and the fact that she had come to find him early in the morning. Xiao Fan, what happened to your face? Hu Meiyu approached with a concerned expression. Wu Fan felt embarrassed and replied, Little Yu Jie, I'm fine. I ran into an old high school buddy yesterday and accidentally bumped into something at their martial arts school. Honestly, how can someone your age be so careless? We should go to the hospital, Hu Meiyu declared, taking Wu Fan's hand firmly. A shiver ran through him as a warm current surged within. Her hand was delicate and almost weightless, and inexplicably, at that moment, Wu Fan felt an overwhelming urge to hold on. Nevertheless, he quickly replied, It's all right, little Yu Jie. I've already been to the hospital. It's nothing serious. Just some anti-inflammatory medication will suffice. Upon hearing this, Hu Meiyu nodded, albeit with lingering doubt. Taking a deep breath, she said, Xiao Fan, I've already spoken with my master. Today we are heading to Jiangcheng to explore Taobao. Jiangcheng? Yes. A new batch of jade stones has arrived in Jiangcheng today. Let us try our luck. Seeing Hu Meiyu's enthusiasm, Wu Fan did not decline. Jiangcheng was a neighboring city to Haiyun, not far away, yet it still required around 3 hours of travel. No wonder Hu Meiyu had sent him a message so early in the morning. She was planning to venture quite a distance. The two soon left Yukingfang. Hu Meiyu drove swiftly from the city center of Haiyun onto the highway. Once on the expressway, she remarked, Xiao Fan, although we currently have the paintings and calligraphy that our third senior brother picked up, it won't be easy for us to win the small competition at the end of the month. Jiqingfang and Jinan Tower are both prominent in the jade market. And if we can gain an advantage in jade, our chances will significantly improve. Little Yu Jie, where exactly are we going? Wu Fan inquired. Although he learned they were heading to Jiangcheng from Hu Meiyu, the city was vast, and they couldn't possibly search aimlessly. Jiangcheng Bay Wharf. Hu Meiyu replied. Jiangcheng Bay Wharf? Wu Fan expressed his astonishment. Isn't that just a remote little dock by the river? What business do we have there? Jiangcheng Bay Dock, being rather small, is indeed considered quite secluded within the broader Jiangcheng city. However, given the city's well-developed water transportation, many construction sites transport steel and concrete through the docks, with Jiangcheng Bay Dock being one among several. Wu Fan recalled his previous visit to Jiangcheng Bay Dock when he helped carry concrete with a construction team. Yet, he wondered why Hu Meiyu suddenly thought of going to Jiangcheng Bay Dock. Could it be that the new batch she mentioned earlier had just arrived there? Indeed, Hu Meiyu clarified. Today, a new batch of jade rough stones is set to arrive at Jiangcheng Bay Dock. There will be a considerable quantity, and many people will be eager to seize the opportunity. Do you remember the stone gambling event held by Guan Hanting? Wu Fan nodded. The memory of Guan Hanting's stone gambling event was still fresh in his mind. Hu Meiyu continued. Many of the jade rough stones featured in Guan Hanting's event originated from Jiangcheng Bay Dock. A significant portion of the jade rough stones we have in Haiyun City also comes from there. Upon hearing this, Wu Fan finally comprehended the situation, realizing that the dock was not merely an unloading site for construction materials, but also a source of jade rough stones. After a somewhat dazed journey of approximately 3 hours, they finally exited the highway. Hu Meiyu then took a rural road, exhibiting her familiarity with the route. As they traversed the countryside, passing through a quaint town, the scenery was quite pleasant. After about 10 more minutes of driving alongside a river, Wu Fan spotted the familiar Jiangsheng dock. Although not large, he was taken aback by the sight that greeted him. Over a dozen cargo ships were docked, bustling with groups of workers, many of them shirtless. In addition to these workers, a large canopy was set up on the dock, teeming with people. So many? Wu Fan exclaimed, astonished. Typically, Jiangsheng Bay Dock saw little traffic outside of workers unloading goods, and it usually hosted only 1 or 2 cargo ships. The unusual number of vessels today was indeed surprising. I told you it would be lively today, Hu Meiyu replied with a smile. She maneuvered the car into a warehouse on the left side of the dock, where dozens of vehicles, including Mercedes, BMWs, Audis, and numerous vans and trucks, were parked. As they stepped out of the car, the air was filled with the sounds of bustling voices, an unexpected scene for Wu Fan. Without delay, Hu Meiyu led him towards the area beneath the canopy. As they approached, Wu Fan noticed stalls lined up on either side, filled with an assortment of merchants adorned with jade, exuding an aura of opulence. In addition to the exquisite jade displayed on the stalls, numerous yellow burlap bags were also arranged nearby. Sir, are you looking to purchase finished pieces or gamble on stones? A thin man approached them as they neared. We're just browsing, Wu Fan replied awkwardly. Sir, you appear to be someone interested in gambling on stones. Would you care to try your luck? The slender man pointed toward a stall in the distance and exclaimed, no need. Wu Fan responded with an awkward smile. Such was his nature, akin to a shopper disinclined to purchase when overly urged by salespeople. Moreover, a cursory glance revealed that most of the items were of inferior quality, lacking exquisite jade artifacts, rendering any further time spent there unnecessary. The slender man initially wished to persist, yet Hu Meiyu had already taken Wu Fan further inside. Wu Fan nodded, noticing Hu Meiyu's keen interest, and followed closely behind her. A brief survey of the scene revealed that the entire pavilion housed no fewer than 70 or 80 stalls, predominantly showcasing jade stones, with a few porcelain pieces scattered amidst them. However, it was evident that the day's visitors were primarily drawn by the allure of jade. Among these jade displays, beyond the finished pieces, were numerous raw jade stones packed in burlap sacks, and a heap of scattered raw stones lay beside a cutting tool, presumably for customers to slice into the rough jade on site. Having previously attended Guan Hanting's stone gambling event, Wu Fan had acquired substantial knowledge regarding the intricacies of such ventures. In essence, the crux of stone gambling lies in its very name, a gamble akin to a lottery. Among the multitude of raw stones, there surely exists precious material. Though the odds of uncovering such treasures are exceedingly slim, it could be posited that the likelihood of discovering valuable jade stones is, in fact, less than winning a lottery. Otherwise, the stone gambling industry would be overwhelmed with participants. Nonetheless, despite the low odds for aficionados of gem appraisal, stone gambling remains indispensable, particularly for affluent entrepreneurs who not only cherish jade, but also revel in the thrill of wagering on jade. Wu Fan observed that most attendees today were individuals of notable stature within the business realm. In the distance, workers continuously transported bags of raw stones towards the stalls, while others loaded them onto trucks bound for the wharf's warehouse. It appeared that the jade stones from Guan Hanting's previous gambling event were likely procured here. After perusing over a dozen stalls alongside Hu Meiyu, she sifted through the offerings yet remained unsatisfied with her selections. Stall 38 has unearthed a remarkable find, came a voice from behind. I hear it's an exceptional piece, surely the highlight of today. Wu Fan soon noticed a throng of people rushing toward the particular stall in the center. Has a remarkable find been discovered? Xiao Fan, let's go take a look. Before Wu Fan could respond, Hu Meiyu, brimming with excitement, tugged him into the crowd, ignoring the disapproving glances from others. They finally maneuvered through a cluster of men to arrive at the front of stall 38. Indeed, Master Guan, your presence has proven fortuitous today, remarked a middle-aged man in a suit, exuding an air of triumph. Boss Ma, today you're guaranteed a profit, a young man beside him chimed in, gesturing towards a sizable raw stone from Myanmar. It's estimated to be worth at least 400,000. The middle-aged man, visibly elated, responded, ISNT that thanks to Master Guan's involvement? Before two individuals stood a magnificent raw stone, which had been cleaved open to reveal a deep azure interior. Although its hue was not particularly striking, Wu Fan discerned at a glance that this stone could fetch a handsome price. At that moment, a bearded vendor, resembling a stall owner, scrutinized the stone with a powerful flashlight. What a fortunate find, Truly remarkable, he exclaimed in astonishment. Amidst the crowd, whispers circulated. This is sheer luck. A mere 2,000 yuan has yielded a gemstone worth hundreds of thousands. Luck? Do you even know who they are? The one who unearthed that stone is from Jikingfang. Jikingfang? That explains it. Wu Fan cast a glance at the jade stall, his brow furrowing slightly. The man beside the owner, Guan Xiao, was none other than Guan Hanting, who had previously bested Wu Fan at a stone gambling event. Ah, Guan Xiao, seems fortune is on your side. Who may you recognize Guan Hanting and remarked, if I am not mistaken, this should be a wartime raw stone, with a market value exceeding 400,000, correct? Upon hearing this, Guan Hanting turned to Hu Meiyu, and upon noticing Wu Fan beside her, his expression momentarily soured, only to be replaced by a calm smile. It's merely a stroke of luck, he replied, shifting the conversation. However, today is the jade trading fair in Jiangcheng, and I did not expect to see individuals from Yukingfang here. Perhaps you're merely hoping to find a bargain, though I wonder if your luck rivals mine. Hu Meiyu chuckled in response. Mr. Ma, brimming with excitement, quickly summoned two burly men to lift the raw jade toward them. Amidst the discussions filled with envy, a sudden, jarring voice broke through the crowd. Yuan, what a surprise. Had I known you were interested in jade, we could have come together. A man in a gray suit sauntered forward, and upon seeing him, Hu Meiyu's expression darkened considerably. The person before her was none other than her childhood friend, He Dongxiang, whom she least wished to encounter. Who said I wanted to come with you? Hu Meiyu replied impatiently, pulling Wu Fan along. Wait a moment, wearer. I see that you have a keen interest in this jade stone. Shall I purchase it directly from Mr. Ma and gift it to you? He Dongxiang proposed, stepping closer to grasp Hu Meiyu's arm. He shall. You wish to buy my jade stone? Mr. Ma beamed with delight. Jin Nanlu has come to join the fray? Guan Hanting remarked with a faint smile, eyeing He Dongxiang. Your luck today is commendable, Guan Xiao. It seems the prime fortune belongs to you. This jade stone is of decent quality. If my sister Yuan fancies it, I shall purchase it outright. What do you think? He Dongxiang presented himself with the air of a wealthy heir. That is a matter to discuss with Mr. Ma. Guan Hanting replied, Mr. Ma, 50,000 for this wartime raw stone. Will you accept? The astonishment on Mr. Ma's face rendered him momentarily speechless. Originally, he had expended a considerable sum to invite Guan Hanting, hoping to seize a lucrative opportunity at the Jiangchang Bay Wharf. To his astonishment, Guan Hanting presented him with an exquisite piece of jade, which he acquired for 2,000, only to find its value skyrocketing to 500,000. Surely, only a fool would refuse such an advantageous transaction, wouldn't they? Let go. Who asked you to buy it? Hu Meiyu struggled to free herself from He Dongxiang's grip, but his strength was overwhelming, and she found herself unable to escape momentarily. Did you not hear me when I said to let go? Wu Fan stepped forward and forcefully pushed He Dongxiang away. Caught off guard, He Dongxiang stumbled and fell to the ground. Wu Fan was slightly taken aback. He hadn't anticipated his own strength, nor He Dongxiang's fragility. You scoundrel! How dare you lay a hand on me? He Dongxiang bellowed, and at that moment, 7 or 8 burly men surged forward, encircling Wu Fan. What do you intend to do, He Dongxiang? Hu Meiyu inquired coldly. Where? It was this fellow who struck first. Did you not see? He Dongxiang, rising from the ground, was infuriated that Wu Fan had dared to humiliate him in front of so many witnesses. Kid, last time your uncle and aunt were present, I spared you. Today, I shall ensure your downfall. I am quite eager to witness how you plan to impose this upon me. Wu Fan replied with a chilling smile, regarding the few men surrounding him with disdain. He shall. Is it appropriate to engage in a brawl here? Guan Hanting suddenly spoke in a low tone. Although Wu Fan had previously bested him, Guan Hanting considered himself capable of accepting defeat. Thus he had no intention of further antagonizing Wu Fan. Rest assured, I shall promptly dispose of this brat and ensure that our gathering remains unspoiled, He Dongxiang asserted with a grim tone. What are you planning, He Dongxiang? Hu Meiyu frowned. Wu Fan gently pulled Hu Meiyu behind him. He had no desire to instigate trouble, but given He Dongxiang's aggressive demeanor, he could hardly be blamed. The onlookers instinctively took a few steps back, sensing the escalating tension. Let us fight, He Dongxiang urged impatiently. What do you intend to do? Suddenly, a robust voice resonated from the crowd, silencing the assembly. A woman in her 20s emerged, pushing a wheelchair occupied by a man in his 40s. Clad in a deep blue Zhongshan suit, are the people from Zhenan Lu and Yu Qingfang planning to relocate the arena from Haiyun City to Jiangcheng? The man spoke with authority, his voice commanding respect without anger. In an instant, everyone present was captivated by his words. However, Wu Fan's attention was drawn more to the woman pushing the wheelchair. She had flowing, sandy hair and wore a delicate pink qipao, her figure and beauty undeniably exquisite. Lord Lu, it's a misunderstanding. Seeing the newcomer, He Dongxiang's expression shifted immediately, and he bowed respectfully, saying, I will take this brat away at once and ensure he does not act unruly here. Although He Dongxiang appeared respectful, his gaze was fixated on Wu Fan, signaling his intention to confront him. Wu Fan sneered. He felt no fear towards He Dongxiang. Originally, he had intended to take action against He Dongxiang last time. He only has himself to blame for stumbling into the muzzle. Ha! The people from Zhennan Lu are becoming increasingly audacious. Lu Yi remarked with a cold smile. Forgive my frankness, but with so many guests present, it would not bode well for me to lose face for your Zhennan Lu. His words resonated with authority, and although there was no overt threat, He Dongxiang's demeanor faltered, causing the attendees to collectively gasp in shock. This precious stone trading event at Jiangchengwan Dock is indeed at risk of being disrupted by your Zhennan Lu and Yu Qingfang. Lu Yi continued. Is that so, Lu Yi? Wu Fan replied in a low voice. I believe you have misunderstood. We at Yu Qingfang do not seek conflict, yet some individuals, lacking discernment, leave us with no choice. Regardless of territory, we cannot allow ourselves to be trampled upon. Despite Lu Ye's imposing presence, his previous remarks seemed intentionally aimed at Yu Qingfang, and Wu Fan remained composed and unyielding. Xiao Fan refrained from speaking. Who may you caution softly? Exasperated by Wu Fan's inability to assess the situation, as he had previously done at Wei Yushang's place. Chapter 102, Lu Manman. Nevertheless, Wu Fan believed he was not one to provoke trouble intentionally. It was He Dongxiang who instigated the conflict, and he had no desire to engage. However, with Lu Ye's sudden appearance, their skirmish escalated to involve Zhennan Lu and Yu Qingfang, with every remark dripping with disdain for Yu Qingfang, which irked Wu Fan immensely. Lu Yi, we at Zhennan Lu did not intend to create a disturbance in your domain. As you can see, this fellow is merely a reckless youth. He Dongxiang seized the opportunity to speak. Young one, you possess quite the audacity. Lu Yi retorted coldly to Wu Fan. Wu Fan replied earnestly, Lu Yi, from beginning to end, it has been He Dongxiang who has sought to trouble us. We are not here to create chaos. Moreover, this is a personal grievance between He Dongxiang and myself, with no relation to Yu Qingfang. Wu Fan was acutely aware of his tendency to avoid submission, yet he would never allow it to implicate others. Ah, a personal grievance. Lu Yi chuckled. What a fascinating notion. With that, he waved his hand, and suddenly, 7 or 8 burly men surged forth from behind him. At that moment, whispers filled the air, most expressing sympathy for Wu Fan. Lu Yi, you see, this fellow is ungrateful. Why not leave him to us? He Dongxiang interjected suddenly. Rest assured, we will settle this swiftly and ensure that this young man is taken away without disturbing your trading event. Lu Yi, hearing this, smiled contentedly. It appears that the younger generation of Zhennan Lu understands decorum. In that case, I shall not interfere in your matters. However, remember your words. Do not disrupt my trading event. At this, Wu Fan clenched his fist tightly. Wait. At that moment, a woman in a qipao behind Lu Yi suddenly spoke, drawing the gaze of all present to her. The woman in the qipao addressed Mr. Lu, saying, Father, it seems that the people from Zhennan Lu initiated this matter. Although this young man's words may be somewhat harsh, it is evident that the larger group is taking advantage of the smaller one. Your immediate judgment against them, without discerning the situation, is likely to have caused their displeasure. Mr. Lu, feeling a surge of anger from the woman's words, managed to suppress any visible signs of his ire, but he appeared rather embarrassed. You must be Miss Lu Manman, He Dongxiang remarked, his eyes glinting as he gazed at the woman in the qipao. Miss Manman, it is not our intention to stir trouble. It is simply that this young man lacks understanding. Our grievances ought to be settled, and I hope you will refrain from intervening. He Dongxiang spoke courteously, yet his gaze was fixed on Mr. Lu. If you and Miss Manman could show leniency, Zhennan Lu would be most grateful. Should we have the privilege of collaborating with you in the future, we would certainly be sincere in our dealings. His intent was unmistakable. He was leveraging Zhennan Lu to curry favor with Mr. Lu. Naturally, Mr. Lu's expression softened considerably. As the saying goes, one should never cross paths with money. He Dongxiang's meaning was clear. Zhennan Lu is one of the 4 major repositories in Haiyan City, currently thriving. Establishing a partnership with them would undoubtedly yield considerable benefits. Conversely, the impending closure of Yu Qingfang had become an open secret. It would be prudent to do a favor during this time. With this thought, Mr. Lu had made up his mind. However, before he could speak, Lu Manman interjected, with so many guests present, If it appears that our Lu family is merely bullying you because of our greater numbers, how can we maintain our standing in Jiang City? One must admit, Lu Manman's eloquence was quite soothing, and Wu Fan could not help but develop a favorable impression of her. Mr. Lu, Miss Manman, we have no intention of causing trouble. If you feel we have disturbed your stone gambling event, we shall take our leave. Humeyu suddenly spoke up, gently squeezing Wu Fan's arm, signaling him to refrain from further provocation. Wu Fan understood the cue. Initially, he had no intention of letting He Dongxiang off easily, but with someone intervening, he preferred to hold his tongue. Miss, please do not rush to depart. Lu Manman laughed lightly, saying, since we have already had an unpleasant encounter, if you leave now, would it not imply that our Lu family colluded with Zhen Nan Lu to bully you, Qing Fong? Wu Fan furrowed his brow. He had initially perceived this woman as amicable, but now it appeared she was not as benevolent as he had imagined. Miss Manman, what do you suggest we do? Who may you inquired, sensing the underlying implications of her words. Lu Manman replied coolly, since we are here at the stone gambling event, it would be proper to resolve any disputes according to the rules of the event, would it not? Miss Manman, please state your intentions clearly, Wu Fan interjected. He preferred directness over the roundabout ways of those around him. It was far better to be straightforward. Upon hearing Wu Fan's words, Lu Manman responded with refreshing straightforwardness, suggesting, since we are all here to gamble on stones, why not indulge in a game of stone betting? Both Jinan Tower and Yukingfang are paragons of Haiyun City. Surely, everyone is curious to witness the prowess of these two esteemed repositories. Excellent idea, Miss Manman. I find it quite agreeable. How shall we proceed? He Dongxiang replied, barely able to contain his amusement at Lu Manman's proposal, which he had not anticipated. For him, this was hardly a challenge. As for Wu Fan, that naive bumpkin, he was merely fit to trail behind Hu Meiyu. Did he truly comprehend the art of stone betting? Very well, I have no objections. Wu Fan retorted with a cold chuckle, showing no hesitation. At that moment, Lu Yi could only shake his head in resignation, observing his daughter, whose playful spirit seemed to have no bounds, leaving him with little recourse. Lu Manman continued, as today is a stone trading convention, let the Lu family act as mediators. We shall set a wager. Before this trading event concludes, you are free to gamble on stones at any booth here. Whoever reveals the finest piece before the end shall win. The losing party must not only concede that their repository is inferior, but also forfeit 1 million as a wager. What do you say? That sounds splendid. He Dongxiang eagerly exclaimed. For him, jade was undoubtedly his forte. Even if he were to drag Wu Fan outside and give him a sound beating, it would yield no benefit. Conversely, according to Lu Manman's rules, he could not only tarnish Yukingfang's reputation, but also make Wu Fan suffer a significant loss. What could be more delightful? Chapter 103, Raising the Stakes. As he contemplated this, He Dongxiang's heart brimmed with glee, recognizing it as a masterstroke that served dual purposes. He couldn't help but cast a glance at Lu Manman, accompanied by a friendly gesture. While Lu Manman appeared impartial, who was unaware that Jinan Tower excelled in jade, while Yukingfang specialized in porcelain. The seemingly fair competition between the repositories was already skewed in favor of Jinan Tower from the outset. He Dongxiang, increasingly pleased with his thoughts, yearned for the contest to commence without delay. Xiao Fan, what should we do? Hu Meiyu, fully cognizant of the implications of this competition, wore a grim expression. Yet, Wu Fan maintained an air of calm confidence, smiling serenely. Since so many are watching, he shall. Let's agree on this. Do not resort to underhanded tactics later. Me? Resort to underhanded tactics? He Dongxiang burst into laughter. Wu Fan, has water seeped into your brain? Just ensure you don't end up bowing and apologizing later. Since both parties have agreed, it is settled. Lu Manman's decisive words cemented the wager's validity. Guanxiao, I have heard tales of how this young man previously outwitted you. What do you say to joining forces with me? He Dongxiang suddenly turned to Guan Hanting. Wu Fan scoffed, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. He Dongxiang was no fool, swiftly seeking allies, yet in Wu Fan's eyes, no amount of assistance would prove fruitful. Wu Fan, disinterested in further conversation with He Dongxiang, took Hu Meiyu's hand and departed from the crowd, making his way towards other jade stalls. Most onlookers were fixated on He Dongxiang, and as they left, Wu Fan overheard murmurs among the spectators, predominantly expressing their belief that he was destined to lose. Xiao Fan, do you feel confident? Hu Meiyu inquired softly. For reasons unknown, her initial reaction upon Wu Fan agreeing to the wager was one of support for him. Gradually, she had come to unconditionally trust Wu Fan. Wu Fan smiled gently and reassured her. Xiao Yu, have no worries. They meandered through several stalls, yet Wu Fan merely glanced at the jade and surrounding raw stones, seemingly devoid of interest, not even posing a single question. As they continued, having visited 4 or 5 stalls, Hu Meiyu grew increasingly anxious. In contrast, Wu Fan remained leisurely, still browsing the jade displays with apparent fascination. It was not that Wu Fan was genuinely unconcerned. After accepting the wager with He Dongqiang, he had quietly begun to utilize his unique abilities to observe various stalls. However, after several visits, he had yet to find a single stone of merit. His eyes had grown dry and painful. Evidently, his special skill required further refinement, as it could not be employed too frequently at present. Mr. Wu seems quite confident. Not a trace of urgency. Wu Fan was momentarily startled to see Lu Man. Miss Lu? Wu Fan smiled. What is the rush? Isn't this jade trading event still underway? Yet, he was intrigued as to why Lu Man had suddenly decided to follow him. What was her intention? Lu Man chuckled. Mr. Wu, you truly remain composed. Young master, he is seeking assistance. It seems you are bound to lose this wager. Are you implying Guan Hanting? Wu Fan replied coolly. Lu Man nodded, smiling. Both Guan and he are experts in jade. They have consistently excelled at our trading events. With Zhennam Lu and Jiqing Fong collaborating, your prospects appear grim. Miss Lu, does this imply you are willing to assist me? Wu Fan inquired with a sly grin. Lu Man did not respond directly, but cast a meaningful glance at Hu Meiyu, laden with implication. Mr. Wu, what makes you think I would help you? Lu Man spoke with a hint of detachment. Wu Fan sighed. Since you have followed me and specifically warned me about Guan Hanting and He Dongqiang teaming up, I can find no other reason than your desire to assist me. Or do you simply wish to observe or test me? Mr. Wu, you are quite forthright. It's no wonder you offended my father earlier. Either you genuinely wish to assist me, or you are merely probing. Those are the only explanations I can conceive. Wu Fan stated firmly. Lu Man smiled enigmatically, remaining silent once more. Wu Fan chose not to engage with Lu Man further and continued onward with Hu Meiyu to the next jade stall. However, to be candid, he felt an undeniable curiosity towards Lu Man. He was perplexed by the motivations behind her earlier remarks, whether she sought to assist him or merely probe his intentions. Her rationale remained elusive. Wu Fan shook his head, unwilling to dwell on it further. His immediate priority was to locate a suitable jade stone and secure victory in the wager. As he approached the next jade stall, he noticed a man hastily making his way towards Lu Man. Wu Fan furrowed his brow. If his observation was accurate, this man was one of those who had attempted to confront him earlier. The man leaned in to whisper a few words to Lu Man, who nodded in response. After his departure, she addressed Wu Fan. Mr. Wu, I have heard that young Master Guan and young Master, he have unearthed a piece of green jadeite of exceptional quality, valued in the market at no less than 300,000. It seems you are destined to lose this bet. Destined to lose? Wu Fan replied with a faint smile. Miss Lu, it appears you harbor a rather dim view of this jade stone trading event. A piece of green jadeite cannot possibly surpass the price of a raw stone that Guan Hanting just revealed. How can you assert a guaranteed victory? Mr. Wu, perhaps it is you who is overly confident, Lu Man retorted, shaking her head in resignation. The likelihood of a jade trading event yielding several superior raw stones is exceedingly low. If it were that easy, everyone would be gambling on jade. It seems she had overestimated Wu Fan. Perhaps he was simply an uninformed novice. From what she observed, he had wandered through several stalls without even seizing an opportunity. Miss Lu, shall we raise the stakes? Wu Fan proposed. Raise the stakes. Lu Man exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, you are so certain of my defeat, yet I firmly believe in my victory. I have always been fortunate, and I doubt I will lose to a bumbling fool like He Dongqiang. Very well, Mr. Wu. How do you wish to wager? Lu Man appeared intrigued. Chapter 104, High Ice Yang Green Jadeite. Wu Fan remained silent for a moment, instead scrutinizing Lu Man from head to toe. Her face flushed suddenly, and she shot him an indignant glare. With a mischievous grin, Wu Fan assured her, Miss Lu, do not misunderstand. I was merely contemplating the terms of the wager. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and continued, Here is my proposal. If I win against He Dongqiang, you must agree to fulfill 3 requests of mine. As for what those requests entail, I have yet to decide. Wu Fan then clarified, rest assured, these requests will fall within your capacity, and I promise they will not place you in a difficult position. I want to be unreasonable or demand money. All right, I agree. Lu Man interjected eagerly before Wu Fan could finish his sentence, clearly unconvinced of his chances of winning. But what if you lose? She challenged. Miss Lu, you seem resolute in believing that I cannot win against He Dongqiang. Wu Fan chuckled softly, noting her impatience. Wu Fan replied calmly, "If I lose, I shall take full responsibility for your father's illness. I guarantee I will cure Mr. Liu." Upon hearing this, Lu Manman's expression changed dramatically. "How do you know my father is ill?" Wu Fan expressed his disbelief. "Miss Liu, your father is in a wheelchair, and you have to push him. It is evident to anyone that he is unwell." "What I mean is, do you know what illness my father has?" Lu Manman inquired. She was acutely aware of her father's deteriorating health, but Wu Fan's confident tone suggested he had a remedy in mind. Despite visiting numerous hospitals in Jiang City and even making several trips to the provincial capital, her father's condition showed no improvement, which was a source of great distress for her. Wu Fan chuckled lightly and said, "Miss Liu, you may be unaware that I am known as the miraculous healer. No ailment is beyond my capability to treat." "Well then, I hope Mr. Wu will keep his word." Lu Manman replied. "Wait, I haven't lost yet." Wu Fan retorted, slightly annoyed. Lu Manman remarked, "He Xiao has already placed a bet on a fine piece of green jade. You should prove your worth first." Wu Fan smiled nonchalantly and approached a stall behind Lu Manman. "Sir, interested in some jade stones?" The stall owner, an elderly man in his 50s, hunched over. Lu Manman furrowed her brow, glancing around the stall. The jade pieces and raw stones displayed were all dull in color, attracting no customers. Yet Wu Fan seemed particularly interested in this stall. "How much for this raw stone?" Wu Fan inquired, stepping forward and pointing to a piece among the many. The stall owner chuckled and took a puff of his cigarette. "You have a keen eye, sir. This raw stone is certainly among the finest here. It is priced at 50,000, not a penny less." 50,000? Who may you exclaimed. "This raw stone lacks any luster, and at most it should be worth 2 or 3,000. You are asking for an outrageous price." Lu Manman also frowned at the stall owner's claim. In essence, the raw stones at the Gambling Stone Fair represented a gamble. It was uncertain whether they would yield jade, and prices were typically based on weight and size, ranging from 100 to 600 per kilogram. From the weight and size of the raw stone Wu Fan had chosen, it should only be worth around 3,000, and its poor color would further diminish its value. Yet, the stall owner boldly demanded 50,000, clearly attempting to take advantage of them. "My raw stones are all top quality. 50,000 is my final offer," the stall owner asserted confidently. "Very well, I will take it," Wu Fan replied calmly. "Xiao Fan, are you out of your mind?" Who may you exclaimed anxiously. "There are no such overpriced raw stones at this entire fair. Even if you had a fortune, it wouldn't be enough." Indeed, the chances of these jade raw stones yielding actual jade were less than 1%, and the likelihood of obtaining high-quality jade was even more minuscule, at 1 in 1,000 or even 10,000. Experts like He Dongxiang and Guan Hanting, in addition to luck, relied on years of experience to identify valuable stones. For Wu Fan to play this way at the fair, amidst thousands of raw jade stones, would be financially devastating if everyone bid haphazardly. The art of stone gambling indeed embodies the notion of turning a bicycle into a motorcycle or a villa by the sea. However, the adage that 9 out of 10 bets result in loss is a truth well recognized by many. How many individuals truly amass wealth through stone gambling? Yet, this individual is none other than Wu Fan. With a calm smile, Wu Fan asserted with unwavering certainty, "Boss, I'll take it." "Mr. Wu, are you truly this confident?" Lu Manman inquired. Who may you wished to dissuade Wu Fan, yet observing his resolute demeanor, she refrained from voicing her concerns. After all, 50,000 is a trivial sum for Wu Fan at this juncture. With this realization, she decided to remain silent. Wu Fan remarked, "Since it is all a gamble, if one must wager, it is better to wager grandly. I believe the boss must have his reasons for pricing it thus." "You possess keen insight, young man," the vendor replied, taking a deep drag of his cigarette as Wu Fan promptly produced his phone to complete the transaction. "Cut it, boss," Wu Fan directed after the payment was made. He then proceeded to offer the vendor some advice on how to properly cut the stone. The seasoned vendor, having received his payment, wore a broad smile and dutifully followed Wu Fan's instructions. As the vendor began to slice the stone, his pupils gradually dilated, and his expression grew increasingly grim. "I told you, nothing good would come of this," Hu Meiyu remarked, observing the vendor's troubled countenance. This seems to be green jadeite," the vendor stammered, halting his movements. Upon hearing this, a crowd quickly gathered around. Hu Meiyu and Lu Manman stepped forward in disbelief. "Is this high-grade, icy imperial green jadeite?" Lu Manman exclaimed. "High-grade, icy imperial green jadeite?" The vendor, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, hastily placed the entire raw stone on the stall and dared not approach the cutting tool again. "Sir, I cannot proceed any further." Although Wu Fan was unfamiliar with the specific classification of the stone, the astonished expressions of the onlookers and the throngs of people that continued to gather indicated that the value of this raw stone was likely substantial. Yet this outcome was, of course, anticipated.